Chapter 301. Meanwhile, in the territorial waters of the EU, aboard a fleet's command ship, seated in the center was a robust man with white hair and a black beard. Although dressed in clerical attire, his physique remained strong, revealing that before his rise to a position capable of controlling everything within a small office, he was a seasoned and well-trained soldier. At this moment, this man, you said that during this period, no one else can be allowed to enter your jurisdiction. Is that correct? He spoke cautiously to the person displayed on the communication screen. That's right, Lord Elian. This is an order I personally issued, because I believe it is necessary. The man before him had long white hair. His face, while fairly ordinary, was adorned with rather heavy and strange red makeup. And at this moment, he stood with his hands on his hips, answering with an air of arrogance. The fact that Rystal Elian, the leader of the Arianrod fleet managing the entire territorial waters of EU's North Flame continent, could still maintain such an air was enough to prove her extraordinary status. And indeed, that was the case. She was a member of the Seven Star Families, the highest decision-making body of the Ramphala Foundation, which effectively ruled EU. The current head of the Issue family, Karta Issue, while the Elian family behind Rystal was also one of the Seven Star Families, in terms of status, his family, with its less than illustrious lineage, could not rival the Issue family. Therefore, even with 1,000 reluctances in his heart, Rystal could only frown and feign friendliness as he spoke to Karta. Yes, I understand your concerns. But could you please exercise some restraint for the sake of the greater good? Currently, forces threatening the overall interests of the Foundation are active in this area. He sighed. And I judge that they are very likely to pass through your territory, which is a major transportation route. This was precisely why Lestal had sought them out. After all, Karta was also the governor of the Suez Canal region. This was hereditary territory inherited from her parents' generation. A safety net they had prepared for their foolish daughter. A region where collecting tolls would be enough for her to live a life of luxury. Do you think we neglect our duties and fail to guard the canal region? No, that's not what I meant. Then, do you believe that our elite fleet, forged and sturdy through 9 years of seclusion, is no match for a mere few dozen members of the Tekka group? I don't think so either. Then there's no need to say more. If the enemy dares to attack, we will ensure their utter defeat. And Lord Elian, your words have greatly disappointed me. The fact that the conglomerate entrusted me with this important task proves their absolute trust in me. Yet you underestimate me to this extent. I reiterate, I will not allow any force other than myself to interfere in the affairs of the canal region. Even you. Farewell. And with a snap, the communication was immediately cut off. Sigh. This kind of talk and behavior doesn't seem like something the head of the Issue family would do. So, as expected, is he the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? McGillis farted. Staring at the completely black screen, Lestal sighed deeply. And judging from his words, he seemed to have indeed deduced the identity of the mastermind behind it all. But even so, what could he do? Lestal couldn't criticize Karta's actions. It was an internal rule of the corporation. As for sending special agents to investigate Karta and McGillis's planned actions, he couldn't do that either. After all, although the head of the family was naive, McGillis, who was by her side, was no less intelligent than his partner. Thinking of this, Lestal sighed again. Ever since his capable subordinate, Garan Mosa, and Iogu, the head of the Kuzan family, who, although also from a seven-star family, had submitted to him, both perished in their operations in Yinzhou. Lestal felt that he had become much more powerless. Perhaps the times had abandoned him. Perhaps the rigid EU truly needed a change. Perhaps McGillis's ideas, which he had scoffed at as those of a naive child, were indeed correct. But whatever the case, as a descendant of the Elian family and commander of the Arianrod fleet, he should now carry out his duties. Pass on my orders, he called to his adjutant. Arianrod fleet, all sail towards the canal. Mobile Suit team, prepare for sortie. Be ready for any possible battle. Also, contact President Jetek. Have him prepare for a full-scale attack on Tekkadan's headquarters. Also, have him send that mobile suit, Daryl Balver, to our side as well. Finally, our attention returns to the L ship, where much has happened. Having dealt with his personal feelings, Yu Xiao prepared to return to his room for a short rest. But then, in a corner of the corridor, he bumped into his old friend, who looked inexplicably melancholy. What are you doing here, Brother Bu? He asked, curious. He took a few steps forward and asked. It's Xiao. Bu Qing paused for a moment before slowly replying. This wasn't like him. So Yu Xiao continued, what's wrong? You look terrible. Well? Buchin's brows furrowed. Then he murmured, me? Maybe. I got an older sister, who knows? I see. I haven't heard of that, Yu Xiao said, resting her chin on her hand, feigning deep thought. Ha, yeah. After all, I never mentioned it to you. But this is really surprising. Right? Yes. After all, Teacher Shioni, she looks so young, and she has a child. And an older one than you and me? What's her name? However, the words coming from Yu Xiao's mouth made him chuckle. Hey! So Buchin couldn't help but interrupt her, amused. Just think about it. It's not about Mom, cough. It's not about Teacher Shioni, I'm telling you. Don't say things like that with that serious, intelligent face of yours. Yeah. Yu Xiao chuckled, sorry. I was just joking. At a time like this? Buchin was taken aback. Yes. Yu Xiao nodded. Because, if I were in this situation, you would definitely try to comfort me in a similar way, right? But it seems my skills are far from adequate. Then he sighed. Actually, he had roughly understood the whole situation from the first sentence the other person spoke. Because of the entanglements of a world constantly embroiled in war, separated siblings met as enemies on the battlefield. He had only ever seen this kind of plot in anime. He never imagined it would happen to someone he knew. I'm slow-witted. I can't think of anything to say right now. But there's one vow I can make. Then, looking at his old friend, who was considerably shorter than him, Yu Xiao patted his shoulder and said solemnly, I will fight on. Until the day when such tragedies will never happen again. For this, I hope that you, Brother Bu, can continue to be my strength. Is that all right? Chapter 302. After hearing Yu Xiao's words, Buchin first lowered his head in silence. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Xiao Yu? Still can't read the room. Sigh. Is that so? Yeah. What should you do in a situation like this? Seeing me so sad, shouldn't you first come to comfort me? Say something like, things will get better, there'll always be a way. Or something like that. As he laughed, Buchin's expression gradually brightened. But you acted like an idiot, really starting off with a serious tone saying things like, then let me change the world, and so on. Such grand ambitions should be said at the end of the conversation, when the atmosphere is at its hottest. That's the most effective way. It would be even better if there was background music. His expression ultimately turned into a serious, spirited one. But that's more like you. He then gently tapped Yu Xiao's shoulder with his fist. I won't stay down forever. Until the day I see your wish come true. So until then, let's work hard together. Yes. I understand, Brother Bu. Anyway, it seems the outcome is good. Yu Xiao and his old friend smiled at each other and nodded. Then they passed each other, heading towards their original destinations. Oh! Right. Just then, Buchin turned around. After the battle, one mech was captured. Its pilot is now being held at the island's administration office. Mr. Madukas is interrogating him. But it seems to be progressing slowly. You're practically a leader here now. Why don't you go check it out? Maybe it'd be of some use. Sure. Yu Xiao nodded, but after taking a few steps forward, he seemed to remember something and turned back. Well, let me ask you first. What's his name? For Yu Xiao, this world was full of possibilities. A character from any work he knew could potentially appear here. Perhaps they were lurking among the enemy mechs. Someone capable of piloting the F-22 couldn't be just an ordinary rookie, so he was probably an elite, and when it came to elite pilots from the Americas, he could think of several. For example, Graham Eckert from Gundam 00, Edward Harrison from the Gundam Seed series, or Alfred Walken from the original Muv Love. Could this pilot be one of them? He pondered. If you're asking me, let me think. Buchin scratched his head, and after a while, he remembered a name. It was a name Yu Xiao hadn't expected to hear here, but it was one he recognized. I think it's called. John Ford? John Ford. Perhaps the average CG enthusiast wouldn't recognize the name. But Yu Xiao remembered it quite well. Because in his previous life, he was a huge fan of games and anime. He especially loved those early games. John Ford is the protagonist of one of his favorite flight shooting games, Black Alloy. In the story's background, as a soldier facing an invading alien force and a government intending to surrender, he ultimately decides to rebel against it all as an individual. After seizing the prototype CF-345TD Black Fly, which was to be sealed away due to its interference with peace talks, he leaves Earth. Facing simultaneous attacks from both the invaders and the peace-seeking humans, He stubbornly heads to the location of the alien forces headquarters, as described in the data, to begin his final, solitary battle. In short, he is a hero full of rebellion and defiance. He is also a truly exceptional pilot. After all, the tradition of STG games is to be called upon in times of crisis, to fight alone. Unexpectedly, this character is now appearing before his very eyes. If there's any problem, it might be why the protagonist of a flight shooting game is also part of this world structure? Considering that the space battleship Yamato also participates in mecha battles without robots, this probably isn't a problem. It wouldn't be surprising to see characters from Ace Combat here someday, you shall thought. Anyway, that's enough of the unnecessary thinking. I understand. Thanks, Brother Boo. I treat you to popsicles another day. I forgot it's a rationing system now. Then use your authority to distribute more supplies for me. Consider it a treat. I'm just kidding. Buchin waved. And this time, he didn't turn back. See you later, Ah Shao. See you later, Brother Boo. As he said goodbye, he had already figured out how to persuade John Ford. So he strode forward, heading towards the room he remembered. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room of the L ship, Madokas, who had just finished a meeting and was now sitting there, still had a serious expression. Looking at the blond man opposite him, who, even with his hands and feet bound, still maintained an arrogant attitude, the lenses of his glasses reflected the cold light of the interrogation room. So, still unwilling to cooperate with us? To his interrogation, the man named John Ford shrugged. However, because he was also bound to a chair, his movement was reduced to 2 clattering shoves. How can I cooperate? I already said it. I'm just an ordinary soldier. Just following orders. I have no right to know the details of the operation. Nor can I know the thoughts of the higher-ups. So if you want to pry my mouth open, forget it. Even if you do, I won't say anything. Looking at Madoka's still stern face, John simply chuckled. I'm saying, I'm of absolutely no use to you. I probably know that better than anyone. So hurry up and finish me off. I've seen it all along. The internal structure here is different from what was recorded in the documents. It should be a disguised base, right? If that's the case, supplies are probably in dire straits. Finishing me off will save you the food problem, won't it? It seems he's already resigned to death. That's right. After all, he has no family, and even his only friend died in the last battle. For him, this might be a blow enough to extinguish his hope for life. Okay then. Madoka seemed about to speak as well. As a rationalist, how could he not understand the island's difficulties? And since the other party was already planning to do this, he would fulfill their wishes. Wait, Mr. Madokas. However, his words were interrupted. Madokas turned his head, and saw Yu Xiao panting heavily, seemingly having run all the way there. Huff, huff. Looks like I made it. He then said something somewhat surprising. Mr. John? You cannot die yet. I hope you can become our strength. Chapter 303. Xiao. Wait a minute. He's an enemy soldier. Seeing Yu Xiao barge in, Madoka's expression showed slight surprise. Then he spoke, trying to dissuade him. What if he pretends to agree, and then betrays us after gaining his freedom? His concern was indeed valid. However, Yu Xiao simply shook his head. No, Mr. Madokas. If he had such intentions. His gaze shifted to the blond youth in the chair. He would have adopted a conciliatory stance from the beginning. Not like this. So what do you think, Mr. John? Rather than seeking an end in a place like this, wouldn't surviving create more value? Huh. And facing the clumsy Yu Xiao, John's face, as he had said, didn't seem particularly happy. Moreover, upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, a mocking smile first appeared on his face. So you're planning to ask me to join you? But you? Do you even know what you done? Naturally, the other party's first reaction was clearly one of reluctance. However, this scenario was within Yu Xiao's expectations. I know. So he simply nodded. In the battle, we? No. Rather, it was me who shot down your comrade, leading to his ultimate death. So it was you? John stared intently at Yu Xiao's face, then closed his eyes, sighed, and shook his head. How ironic. Such a brat. So since you yourself know deep down, why do you think I agreed to join you? Because I think you know who your real enemy is. Yu Xiao stared intently into his eyes. Actually, you don't hate me, do you? Even after everything that's happened, you still know who it was that drove you people who should be living in peace to this state. If you want to vent your anger, then the target is them, not us. Isn't that right? Hearing this, John's expression gradually became serious. Perhaps it is as you say. John remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. I don't hate you. After a long while, he finally spoke quietly. If there's anyone I really need to hate, it's probably that group of filthy brokers who create the garbage heap called war, dancing for their own profit. John sighed, then looked at Yu Xiao again. We did indeed sacrifice our lives for their cause, but there's nothing to complain about. As he spoke, his eyes sharpened. This is just a business. They provide the money, we risk our lives. And it's a history that's been passed down through the ages. Do you really have the guts to say you can change the world? I can. But Yu Xiao didn't avoid the question, his face remained calm. Mr. Madukas, could you excuse yourself for a moment? However, he then turned somewhat apologetically, looking in Madukas' direction. Although he didn't understand what Madukas wanted to do, Madukas ultimately nodded. There's an alarm button 3 steps away from you. Press it, and the alarm will sound throughout the entire ship. That's it, he added as he left the doorway. He still seemed a little skeptical of John. After confirming that Madukas had left, Yu Xiao stepped forward. He bent down and said seriously, because I am Red One. After saying this, he waited for the other's response. This might be hard to believe at first glance. But if he continued to explain, is that really so? However, in front of Yu Xiao, who was thinking this, John responded in a low voice, nodding in agreement. When I saw that green guy wearing sunglasses, I already had this suspicion. Just as I expected. Huh? You actually knew? Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. He thought that since the United States of the New World had attacked Red One's base, they should be strictly controlling intelligence. John, however, was fully aware of the composition of his own mobile suits and the existence of the GM Sniper K9. In other words, that's right. John let out a long sigh. In the original Nexus raid, I, like Graham EK, was one of the flag warriors who participated in that battle. He spoke as he reminisced, a look of nostalgia spreading across his face. The scene of that black and red MS cleaving through the Nexus, I still remember it vividly. I never imagined they would be the remnants of a fallen tribe. Heh! It's ironic. We should have been the ones making these kinds of videos, but now we become the villains. And if someone like me can be of any use in your grand plan, John paused. Then, solemnly he said, lend me my insignificant strength. For the sake of our final freedom? Finally, he nodded more forcefully. That would be wonderful. Yu Xiao stepped forward and untied the ropes binding him. This wasn't his forte. So, it took him a while. But I have a condition. John suddenly spoke up during the untying process. Please speak. Yu Xiao nodded slightly. After finally untying him, he knelt down to John's eye level, gazing at the man's face. However, in the end, he only saw John smile calmly. Although it's late. Could we have a meal first? I haven't had a proper meal in a long time. He stood up and stretched his wrists. As Yu Xiao had clearly said, of course. Yu Xiao readily agreed. If you don't go first, let me entertain you. Really? Heh. I'm truly honored. To have the man who saved the world personally cook for me. It seemed like this was the perfect scene for a peaceful ending to a movie. But John casually asked another question. May I presume to ask? Can I order? No problem. I can make any Chinese food. Probably. Really? Then please. I like General Tso's chicken. I'm so sorry. Only this is out of the question, because this isn't actually Chinese food. Oh, really? Then, broccoli and beef. This is also. Ah, then, what about fortune cookies? The kind with a quote from Confucius on them. Perhaps you shouldn't order anything. Chapter 304. Then night fell. Inside the L-ship, a figure lingered. It was Yu Xiao. He entered the L-ship's hangar, a place that was once empty but now crammed with a considerable amount of equipment. A small black-clad doll sat on his shoulder. An AI claiming to be Mei's Mech Warrior VS. Before him were displayed, besides the recently moved in, the remnants of the real battlefield. 3 core facilities located within the satellite base. These were the AEG system, capable of manufacturing mechs. The strange little black box that could summon pilots. And the space bridge, a device that allowed troops to move freely between locations. That's it, do you understand? Mei turned her head, her delicate face still expressionless, staring at Yu Xiao as she asked. Yes. Probably. Yu Xiao nodded. With Mei's explanation, he finally understood how these facilities worked. The AGE system, given enough energy, materials, and blueprints, can create mechs virtually identical to those on the blueprints. However, the more powerful the mech, the more power it consumes. This is why, in the real battlefield mode, he needs a sufficient number of kill points to exchange for and modify mechs. Those are actually G-elements and fistrum cores that the system collects for him during battles. These are high-purity energy polymers, thus enabling the creation of various weapons. But now, because he hasn't fought an enemy for a long time. Therefore, the AGE system's power reserves remain at the level of the end of the real battlefield. And the space bridge, however, is not omnipotent. Previously, its ability to freely move across the globe relied on space-based satellite positioning of ground data. But now, having been moved to the ground, it can only rely on the system's own data, that is, the entire territory of the Human Innovation Alliance collected in the real battlefield mode, and the area around the Tekkadan's location in the North Flame continent, which he anchored with his physical body in the simulation career, and the surrounding area where their Firefly is currently sailing. If he wants to further expand the range of movement, he will probably need to continue to use his simulation career clones to travel to various locations and explore the map. However, for now, these areas are sufficient for him. And there are some unexpected developments. May told him that since he already knows the truth about Super Robot Wars Versus, there's no need to pretend it's a game anymore. Therefore, the restriction of unlocking blueprints through missions has been removed. Now, once he gathers enough resources, he can create any mech registered in the database within the present moment. The scope is quite vast. It encompasses almost all the mechs Xu Xiao knew in his previous life. But before that, he has one more question to ask. So, what about that system that can hire characters? Or rather, summon Fidel and the others? How does that work? He asked May. Although the system seemed to have malfunctioned for some reason, perhaps driven by curiosity, he still inquired in May's direction. That was also a decoy effect. She didn't try to hide it. Perhaps it was because they had come to believe that she was indeed trustworthy during their time together. May answered directly. Actually, it was using special equipment in the satellite base at the time. An incomplete version of the dimensional link device. Using this to directly teleport their bodies here at the point before their deaths. Dimensional link system. Xu Xiao remembered, that was the name of the technology that appeared in Project Hades, Zarima. As its name suggests, its function was to connect countless parallel worlds. In the original work, the reason why the protagonist's mecha, Zarima, could quickly repair itself was because of this technology. The effect was actually very simple and straightforward. It's about directly transporting your own intact machine from a parallel world to this dimensional link system, and installing it on yourself. If it's this machine, it can indeed perform the functions she described. And the so-called incomplete product probably refers to its inability to be used for attacks, Xu Xiao thought. After all, if that satellite base could really unleash the Pluto attack of the Heavenly Warrema out of thin air, you wouldn't even need him. You could just use whatever you don't know to win. While he was lost in thought, May's explanation was in progress. The points you see are actually the energy consumed to activate this device. You can even do something like that. Upon hearing this answer, Xu Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he frowned and asked, thinking of a question. If that's the case, why didn't you use this device to travel through time to avoid any bad possibilities? Like the attack on the satellite base by the United States of the New World. That was also possible, wasn't it? There's a reason for that, after all, May said softly, a hint of inexplicable sadness in her expression. Those timelines were actually pre-anchored. Timelines with predetermined beginnings and endings are nothing more than data. That's why they could be transported here. However, there was a hidden meaning in her words that Xu Xiao couldn't quite grasp. But the future and past of this space-time are uncertain. Once we interfere with this timeline, the resulting causal feedback will be unbearable. Rather, that's why we chose this place. Let's not talk about that. Seemingly realizing she might say something inappropriate, May shook her head and steered the conversation back to the main topic. You didn't come here just to learn. What are you planning to do next? Yes. Xu Xiao nodded, placing his hands on the AGE system in front of him. The large 3D printer. First, let's utilize the remaining energy. Create as much combat power as possible. For example, for that Ford guy, create his original fighter jet, the Blackfly. Then, try to activate that dimensional link device. But just as he was explaining his ideas and casually touched the dimensional link system, May, sitting on his shoulder, suddenly changed her expression. Be careful, she said gravely. Even without her prompting, Xu Xiao saw a strange scene before her eyes. It was a bizarre vortex that suddenly appeared before her. Then a voice rang out from within it. No, not just a voice. Hands reached out from within and firmly rested on her shoulders. And then, another voice followed. Finally, We arrived in the future. Aw, don't panic. Listen to me, I come here from a nearly destroyed past. Earth is being watched. Chapter 305. I understand the details. In a few brief exchanges, Yu Xiao understood his identity, and the reason behind his earlier astonishing words. The man before him, completely encased in a full-body pilot suit, claimed to have come from a past timeline on the verge of destruction. He called himself Michael Harrison. This name didn't really resonate with Yu Xiao. However, his self-described background didn't quite catch Yu Xiao's attention. You mean, humanity in the past was threatened, because we, the future humans, created a biological weapon called Bido? Based on Yu Xiao's analysis, he came from a world that blended elements of the flight shooting game, Alien Fighter, R-Type, series. It was a hopeless world. Future humans, to resist the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations from beyond the solar system, developed a terrifying biological weapon called Bido, but it escaped human control. Ultimately, humanity was forced to use space jumps to transfer their physical bodies to an alternate dimension. But this led to even worse consequences. In this alternate dimension, the still intact core of Bido proliferated, grew, and evolved wildly. Eventually, it even learned the ability to travel through time. They arrived on Earth 500 years in the past, launching a fierce attack on the then technologically underdeveloped humans. Faced with this terrifying enemy, humanity was forced into a hasty state of combat. Of course, there was a way to break the deadlock. In one of the endings of the series' final installment, there is a happy ending. Humanity, piloting their newly developed dimensional fighter jets, broke through the numerous defenses established by Bido in the alternate dimension, finally arriving at a point in time before Bido's creation. And what they did was exactly what the man before them had said earlier. He hoped that people in the future could prepare in advance to stop Bido the moment he was born, or to prevent Bido from being created in the first place. This would sever the cycle of cause and effect, nipping the root of the disaster in the bud. After recalling the settings related to the alien fighter jets, Yu Xiao looked at the helmeted man before him, awaiting his next response. Yeah, right. What, you seem to know a lot. It wasn't for nothing that I broke through that alternate dimension, haha. When I was wandering around inside, and almost couldn't find a way out, I thought I was going to die. Luckily, I finally saw a crack, abandoned my mech, and barely made it out. Looks like fate didn't want me to perish. He first put his hands on his hips and laughed. Then, his tone suddenly turned serious. In that case, the fallen brothers can rest in peace. Colonel Windrew he also. However, these words struck Yu Xiao like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Wait. Windrew? Windrew Mosa? Hearing the familiar name, he asked incredulously. Yes. Ah, I didn't tell you. That man is the leader of our Granzera resistance. Michael nodded. Faced with the corrupt Earth Alliance, infiltrated by Beidou technology, he led us to stand up. Speaking of which, how do you know that person's surname? You misheard. I didn't say anything. Yu Xiao steadied himself and answered reluctantly. He also roughly understood what kind of world line the other party came from. It was probably a spacetime that combined the worldviews of Super Robot Wars OG2 and Alien Fighter. The Shadow Mirror unit in that spacetime became the Granzera Resistance Force in Alien Fighter. Thinking about it carefully, in the prologue of Super Robot Wars OG2, the name of the squad that sacrificed themselves to buy time. Wasn't that the Harrison team? And perhaps, the species called Beidou. It's very likely that they are no longer just the original existence. They might even be a hybrid of the original species from Super Robot Wars OG2. Thinking about it carefully, the characteristics of these two monsters are almost identical. The ability to teleport unpredictably, the ability to self-evolve, and the ability to devour and assimilate other things. But if that were the case, the hidden threat would seem much greater. Anyway, I agree. Yu Xiao then changed the subject. Although our current strength is still weak, if we can nip this disaster in the bud, we will provide assistance. Until then, please continue operating as part of our forces. He spoke seriously. Michael nodded in agreement. Perfectly okay. A great help. He then stood up and asked, could I borrow a room to rest? Of course. But before that, don't you need to take this helmet off? Sorry. This is the only thing I can't do. Faced with Yu Xiao's suggestion, the pilot, who claimed to be a former visitor, hurriedly took several steps back. This is something I received from Captain Axel. Well, from someone I greatly admire. All along. This helmet has given me the courage to fight. It carries my pride as a member of Granzera. Although his face wasn't visible, he seemed quite serious as he spoke. Now, I can't lose it no matter what. Not even for a moment. You don't even take it off when you sleep? I don't even take it off when I sleep. What about when you eat? You can do that. Michael gestured while pressing a button under the helmet. Instantly, it opened a small opening, less than a quarter the size of the helmet visor. Open to the mouth. Undoubtedly, this was for eating. It was strange, but also undeniably impressive that he could achieve such a level of skill. All right. So Yu Xiao simply nodded somewhat helplessly, and hastily pointed him towards the empty rest room. What do you think of that guy? Watching the man's retreating figure, Mei, the doll-like girl who had remained silent on Yu Xiao's shoulder since the beginning, finally spoke up. To be honest, I don't really believe it. Yu Xiao paused, looking as if he were doubting something. Humans these days, a species that's already struggling to survive. Who would want to create something like Baido? But at the same time, his gaze sharpened. But that guy doesn't seem to be lying. Besides me, there shouldn't be anyone else in this world who could weave a lie like this. Let's just believe him for now. And if we in the future really do create such a disaster, I stop it. So sleepy. That's rare. I thought you were the type who only needed 4 hours of sleep a day. I only do that when necessary. Never mind, we talk about the details tomorrow. I'm going to sleep too. Shaking his head, Yu Xiao walked towards the bedroom. Perhaps it was because of the weariness. He didn't notice that the little person on his shoulder frowned slightly. It seemed she knew a little more about the future and past of this world than the other two present. Chapter 306. Then, the next day. Good morning, everyone. Before the group gathered in the conference room, ready to discuss future matters, unfazed by the stares of everyone, a helmeted man walked in and took his seat with an air of nonchalance. He had somehow found a white shirt and jeans, but stubbornly insisted on wearing a flight helmet, obscuring his face. It was hard to say whether he was simply being persistent or had a peculiar quirk. This strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of some people present. Little boss, who's that guy? After secretly nudging Yu Xiao with his elbow to get his attention, for some reason, ever since he met Yu Xiao, his address had changed from boss, back at the satellite base to little boss. In a sense, perhaps this was a more appropriate way to address him. Anyway, Yu Xiao leaned close and whispered in his ear. I told everyone I was one of your members who arrived last night, but you know the truth too. Like you, I'm someone I summoned from another world. He was lying, but he kept part of the truth to himself. That way, it was easier for people to understand and accept. As for the details about the original species, or Baido, until they actually saw its true form and signs, and confirmed that it truly was an event that would occur in this timeline, Yu Xiao felt it was better to keep it a secret for now. Cough, Xiao. Please have some self-respect. However, at that moment, 2 loud thuds came from the conference table. At the same time, there was a hint of mature reprimand. It was obvious it was Madoka's. No matter what, you're now one of Mithril's high-ranking members. To be whispering to someone during a meeting, that's not good, is it? Or do you think our newly established organization should? Faced with the elder's impending lecture, Yu Xiao quickly apologized. I'm very sorry, I won't do it again. However, what the elder said actually made some sense. After deciding to establish the Mithril organization, its internal structure was also divided. The nominal commander-in-chief was Kovatro. He also recommended Yu Xiao for the position of deputy commander. Besides that, Madoka served as the organization's staff officer. The combat unit captain was Wolf, and the research group leader was, of course, Teresa. I don't want you to bow your head and apologize. I just want you to have a clearer understanding of yourself. Alright. And as expected, his actions quickly cut off Madoka's words. After scanning the room with a serious gaze, Madoka continued, You should all know the reason I gathered you all here today. The replanning of Project L. Which is also the detailed strategy for Mithril's future operations. What are your thoughts? Although we have a general direction, simply saying it's about using that spatial transfer device to participate in major world events and increase our influence is too broad. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Kovatro. Mr. Kovatro, since you proposed such a strategy, you must have had some planning in mind, right? Of course. Kovatro nodded. Actually, we already planned it out during this time. After the destruction of Poseidon Island, we've been traveling all over the world, and have obtained detailed intelligence about the world situation. He stood up and manipulated the projection screen in the conference room, projecting a map before everyone's eyes. Currently, the world's focus is probably here. He lightly tapped the map, highlighting the entire Yin continent under the EU. The various regions of Yen continent, originally colonized by the EU, are seeking autonomy and independence. He then zoomed in on the map. The most noteworthy of these is probably this place. The Cree region of the Northern Flame continent. Under the leadership of Udelia Bernstein, the daughter of the regional governor, the decolonization movement in Cree has intensified. And once she completes the talks with the USN and the Human Innovation Alliance, the region's autonomy will be a foregone conclusion. The EU won't be happy about this. And as far as we know, they have launched several attacks on Udelia and the mercenary organization Tekaten that assists her. I think if we participate in the battle to protect Tekaten and use this incident to show and publicize our position to the world, we can get attention, right? Madukas pondered. However, behind his gleaming glasses, a questioning expression was revealed. The idea is good, but the risks are high. While this might win the favor of the people of Yenzhou, wouldn't it mean making enemies of EU? Frankly, given our current hostile relationship with the United States of the New World, if we create a new opposing force among the three major powers, our existence will become extremely awkward. Perhaps they even unite to launch an annihilation campaign against us. His words were indeed based on a rational consideration of reality. The Human Revolutionary Alliance probably won't choose to support us either. They're currently facing a two-front war against the Betas and the Fistrums, so they should. As for the Betas, those guys are no longer a threat. Just then, Wolf suddenly interjected. And Ferruti chimed in at the same time, that's right. Those monsters have already been driven out. By our own hands. What? This unfamiliar news left Madukas stunned. It took him a while to calm down before speaking again. All right. I don't think you're the type to lie to achieve your goals. So let me believe you have that ability. But, not you. Now it's us, Kovatro said calmly, and you should understand now, Mr. Madukas. With such power, what we should be doing now is not gaining the recognition of the great powers, but gaining the support and endorsement of the people. After all, power without justice is meaningless violence. And what we need to do now is seize the claim to justice, nothing more. Going to this extent, do you intend to conquer the world? Madukas frowned slightly, but it was visibly that the corners of his mouth had relaxed. This proved that he had actually accepted the other's idea. I think we will, Kovatro shrugged. But then he chuckled and said, however, that's still irrational. So I think what we should become is a beacon. A beacon that can guide all of humanity to abandon pointless struggles and to strive side by side towards a common direction and a common goal. Chapter 307. By the end of the meeting, the tense atmosphere of the beginning had vanished without a trace. In terms of results, the internal relations within Mithril had become stronger. Strengthened as it was, however, what happened? Standing on the shore of the L ship, looking at the laughing and joking crowd before him, John Ford thought in disbelief. Just a short while ago, they were having a serious and earnest meeting. But in the blink of an eye, they had changed into swimsuits and rushed onto the shore of this deserted island. This seemed to be a proposal from someone at the meeting. A short man with long brown hair, John recalled. He said that constantly pressuring himself wasn't a good choice. Why not take this opportunity to go to the most convenient vacation spot? The beach where the deserted island connects to the L ship, and relax for a while. He initially thought it was a ridiculous proposal, but it turned out to be approved. I really don't know what they're thinking. But maybe that's just the way things are here. So in the end, John decided to give up worrying about these issues. And perhaps it was just his nature. Now that he felt relieved, he decided to find someone to chat with. But that wasn't easy. After all, he was undoubtedly the most unfamiliar person to the Mithril members. Fortunately, he eventually found someone. Hey, Helmet, what are you doing here all alone? He took a few steps forward and greeted the person who had supposedly arrived late the previous evening. I think his name was Michael. And he sat beside him, gazing at the endless roar of the sea. Ah, nothing special, Michael replied. He had changed into a Hawaiian shirt and loose beach shorts, something he somehow acquired. But he still wore his helmet, completely concealing his face. It was indeed strange. But John felt he'd seen far more bizarre creatures. So he wasn't curious about the man before him. It's just, I never really looked closely before. Such a sight. Never seen it before. John asked curiously, it's just a very ordinary sea, isn't it? That's true, but from where I come from, cough. Michael shook his head. Where I was before, there was no time to peacefully enjoy this kind of time, he said with a touch of melancholy. He also recalled the world he came from, the other side of the ocean. Out-of-control bioweapons ravaged the globe. Everywhere you looked, land, sea, and sky was shrouded in peril. Rampaging mechanical warriors roamed the land, and the sky was shrouded in blood-red clouds. Even beneath the seemingly calm sea, countless writhing chunks of flesh covered the seabed. Only the dying sun slowly expanded, bringing an endless twilight before sunset. Is that so? It seems you have many painful memories. John didn't ask further. He simply nodded. Then enjoy this moment, my friend. This is the scenery of this planet, he murmured, squinting at the refreshing sea breeze. After all, he had never, even once, truly taken the time to calmly appreciate this familiar ocean. But perhaps not everyone has the time to enjoy this tranquil beauty. And clearly, Luo Dongchuan was one of them. Unlike the others, he didn't go to the beach at all. Instead, he came alone to the other side of the deserted island. The howling sea wind lifted the hem of his sand-colored jacket, printed with the EFGF pattern. Fied. Gazing at the boundless ocean before him, he simply lowered his brow and softly murmured the name of his old friend. Clearly, ever since their encounter on the battlefield, he had been unable to let go of the matter. His old friend, whom he thought was surely dead, had inexplicably returned to life. However, he seemed to have lost his original memories, and had even become his enemy. To be honest, Luo Dongchuan had never imagined such a thing could happen to him. He wanted to save him. But what to do? At this moment, he was completely clueless. If there really was no other way. Luo Dongchuan clenched his fists. Then he might have to deal with the other person himself. Rather than let him remain a puppet manipulated by someone, it was better to send him on his way personally. As his closest friend, perhaps he truly deserved it. But just then, someone suddenly appeared from behind and covered his eyes. Guess who I am, uncle? Although the question was posed, the answer was obvious. Felty. Don't make such cheap jokes at a time like this, Luo Dongchuan said helplessly. Hearing this, the orange-haired girl chuckled and released her hand. Aren't you going to play with the others? It's such a rare opportunity. Since coming here, this is the first time you had the chance to interact with people your own age. No. I still think it's more interesting to be around you, uncle. Felty stuck out her tongue. However, she then took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Luo Dongchuan. Besides, uncle's expression has been terrible these past few days. I can't let you go without keeping an eye on you. Ah. Even you could see through it. I thought I was good enough at pretending. Looks like I failed. Not really. It's just... Yes. I'm a new type. If I couldn't even see through your thoughts, uncle, that would be too pathetic. A silence followed for a while. Until Felty spoke again softly. I'm telling you, uncle, giving up hope isn't an option. Clearly, she seemed to have completely seen through Luo Dongchuan's thoughts, hence her words. Anyone can say nice things. The possibility of something like this is really... I know. But uncle, and red number 1. Everyone's been doing it, haven't they? But facing Luo Dongchuan's unusually pessimistic expression, Faruti spoke earnestly. I'm serious. Look, resurrected from the corner of death to this place. And then, the world was saved. Then, the army was broken. But reunited? People came from all corners of the world. These are things we've grown accustomed to. Looking back now, aren't they all miracles caused by small possibilities? So, it's absolutely the same now. We can come back just like that. Mr. Fidel. Because of miracles, he's always been on our side. Faced with Faruti's words, Luo Dongchuan was speechless for a moment. But the next second, I understand. Really? Suddenly, he ruffled Faruti's bright orange hair, laughing. I wanted to say that for a while. You're just a kid. Don't act so lecturing. It makes me, as an adult, feel embarrassed. But these unintentional, joking words, perhaps were indeed proof that he had returned to normal. Only, by the way, how did you know? I'm interested in Fide? Luo Dongchuan asked belatedly. You two probably haven't met. Is this also a new type's ability? No. Well, it's just that every night when you're sleeping. Thildy scratched her head sheepishly. Many times, I mutter his name. And then, I talk to him over and over again. After a while, I figured it out. Ah, is that so? Huh? Chapter 308. I said, Kovatro. Our next goal is to support the anti-colonization operation in the Yenzhou region. Right? Meanwhile, in another corner of the beach, 2 other people were conversing. They were Wolf and Kovatro. One with blonde hair, the other with silver. These 2 were the strategists of Mithril's current forces. Indeed. Kovatro nodded in agreement to Wolf's question. If that's the case, I think I have someone I could team up with. Someone worth teaming up with? Tell me, Captain Wolf. Why do I feel something's off about your eyes when this topic comes up? Not at all. It's just, isn't it better to have more power that can be linked together? Kovatro chuckled. At the same time, he subtly concealed the thought that had just flashed through his mind. Yes. In the past, he had indeed become accustomed to skillfully manipulating others' psychology amidst all sorts of intrigue and power struggles, even scheming against his closest friends. All to achieve his own carefully planned goals. But in this timeline, the struggle for the survival of all humanity doesn't require such cunning. The only thing needed is sincerity. In that case, humanity will unite. Just like that day. The grand miracle he witnessed on a small meteorite. This. Ah. You taught me that too, Amuro. He thought silently. And Wolf finally spoke. That was a witch. A witch. Yes. Wolf nodded, then explained to Kovatro the results of his investigation. Regarding why the EU attacked them. And the reason for destroying the Gundam. I see. Kovatro nodded. So, who was that so-called witch? This one. Wolf then took out his terminal and started playing a video. On the screen was a red-haired girl, putting on a show of composure while giving a speech. And behind her, a strangely designed Gundam? Get on. Be safe. Move. Safe. It can fly. It can dance. This is Phoenix Spirit. The video ended, accompanied by such advertising slogans. A complete mess. Kovatro commented. Yeah. I think so too. Wolf echoed. But did you see the MS behind that child? That's a genuine Gundam. The person behind her must be the orphan Ivanitas, who created the Gundam back then. I had some contact with them before. If we can reach EU someday, we should be able to get her and the forces behind her to cooperate. Is that so? That's really helpful. It's good that you helped. Well then, let's tell the little boss about this. Wolf stretched and stood up. It's best not to do that. But this request, which was reasonable in every way, was gently rejected by Kovatro. Why? Oh. After getting up, Wolf understood when he saw the scene around Yu Xiao. Indeed. He looks like he's at his best. Hey. It's probably best not to disturb him. On the beach, beside a smooth, wave-washed rock. I've been watching from here for a while. Aren't you going to get in the water, Xiao? Limey lay on his side beside Yu Xiao, his head resting on his lap. His loose red hair fell loosely, like a lazy cat. No. I'm not like a Yumi. I get scared of water. Yu Xiao shook his head. Unlike his old friend, who was splashing around happily in the water, for some reason he just didn't like swimming, so he simply stayed there, setting up a parasol and watching the others play in the water. Alright then. Haha. It feels like it's been ages since I had this much free time. If the enemy attack now, we might lose. No, that's not the case. We're very close to the L ship. A quick reaction is possible. Yu Xiao shook his head. But just as he was about to continue, a voice from the side interrupted him. Mr. Yu Xiao? How's this outfit? But actually, there was no need to shout. After all, in a sea of colorful lights, only one person stood out. Tessa, wearing a dark blue one-piece swimsuit. The still shimmering dark blue fabric accentuated Tessa's slender waist, and the slight trace of her still developing figure. And there was a white cloth carefully sewn onto the chest that read 2-for Tessa. It was impossible not to see it. But this? It should be officially called a school swimsuit, but informally it's called a school swimsuit, right? Isn't it usually something only elementary school students wear? Yu Xiao thought. And Yu Xiao's gaze involuntarily drifted downwards. For some reason, the girl was wearing white nylon stockings. The wet fabric revealed glimpses of alluring pink skin under the warm sun. This outfit didn't look like it was for swimming at all. It was, well, never mind. Tessa. How should I put it? Yu Xiao carefully chose her words. Who did you learn this from? Huh? Nobody taught me. I learned it from the library. It said, in Japanese schools, only this kind of swimsuit is allowed? And it also said that it's best to wear it like this. So, her toes, completely exposed by the water, shifted nervously and anxiously beneath the stockings. As if she were completely naked, Tessa desperately tried to cover her body, which didn't actually need to be covered. A blush crept onto her face. Ugh, I knew it. This is still too strange, isn't it? I go back and change. Ugh. You don't need to do that. Yu Xiao shook his head, stopping her. After all, to be honest, this outfit was quite pleasing to the eye. However, in the future, You should ask me about these things. I understand, Mr. Yu Xiao. Having received his approval, Tessa finally smiled with some satisfaction. Then she walked over with small steps, and casually leaned against Yu Xiao's other shoulder. I feel like I lost inexplicably. Oh well. This action made Limey grumble somewhat. However, her voice gradually became languid. After all, the gentle sunlight overhead was indeed making one dizzy. Feeling the warmth of the girls in his arms, even Yu Xiao felt that Limey's words might come true. Until his gaze fell upon a strange object flying overhead. Yu Xiao's eyes sharpened instantly. His previous languid expression vanished without a trace. It was a bird. But not entirely. Where it should have been a head. There was a mechanical structure encased in a glass dome. A camera that could rotate freely. And that wasn't Alvis's. To be precise. The bionic reconnaissance aircraft unique to Ryukyu Island from the original Fafnir in the Azure? And as Yu Xiao had expected, the bird-shaped reconnaissance plane circling overhead for a few moments before broadcasting a voice Yu Xiao recognized to everyone present. You are participants in Project L, right? I am the Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Alvis, Mech Fumihiko. Therefore, I invite you all. Would you mind coming to our 1st Alvis, to Ryukyu Island, for a brief chat? Chapter 309. The news of this abrupt visitor signaled the end of the group's leisurely rest. Soon, led by Yu Xiao, the group regrouped. Not only Limey, but Tessa was also standing beside him. Time was short, so there wasn't time to change clothes. But out of a strange sense of possessiveness, Yu Xiao didn't want others to see her in her swimsuit. Besides, they still had to negotiate with Ryukyu Island. If they appeared like this, they would probably be mistaken for a group of strange people. So, in the end, he chose to take off his jacket and drape it over Tessa. The jacket, which was more than a size too big, wrapped Tessa up completely, but perhaps this was the best solution. But for some reason, Limey's gaze towards them carried a hint of jealousy. But Yu Xiao had no time to dwell on these matters. Tuning the communication equipment to a frequency similar to that used in the past for communication with Penglai Island. This is Ryukyu Island. Since we received your contact. This proves our guess was correct, right? Yu Xiao and his group then established contact with Ryukyu Island. The person before them had coarse, dark brown hair, and his bronze skin bore the marks of time. Without a doubt, it was the commander of Ryukyu Island from Yu Xiao's memories, Mech Fumihiko. That's right. Yu Xiao nodded directly. But, how did you arrive at this conclusion? I'm very curious about that. If possible. Yes. It all started a few days ago. We detected signs of a battle near the island. So we began reconnaissance. At first, we thought it was an attack by Fistrum. But later we realized it was Yusin forces at work. And we even saw a Fafnir-type divine sword. Right now, the only ones in the world with the ability to manufacture such a weapon are probably the three of us in Alvis. That's the gist of it. And, specifically, could you tell us which Alvis you belong to? Since you've been forced to implement Project L, your situation must be quite dire. If possible, as fellow inhabitants of Alvis, we hope to offer you assistance. At this point, Mech Fumihiko finally revealed his intentions frankly. It might be a bit complicated, Yu Xiao said softly at the same time. Gathered here are members from the two Alvis Islands besides your Ryukyu Island. What? Mech Fumihiko was taken aback. Horai Island and Sea God Island? Why? Yu Xiao then recounted a half-truth, half-fictional account of their past, along with their current organization and its operational guidelines. I see. Mech Fumihiko said in a deep voice, I didn't expect Sea God Island to have fallen. This makes a detailed discussion even more necessary. What do you think? Of course we accept. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here answering communications, right? Yu Xiao shrugged. Thank you for your cooperation. Mech Fumihiko nodded. Now we will deactivate the collision shield of the mirror barrier and send you the island's coordinates. After landing there, our members will greet you. By the way, if any islanders ask, just say you are tourists from out of town. This is for the sake of secrecy. Is that all right? I understand. Thank you for your help. And then, as if to prove their words were true, something flashed in the distance before Yu Xiao and his group. It was an island. An incredibly massive island, almost identical in size to Penglai Island. But after only a brief moment, it vanished from sight again. Clearly, it was proof that Ryukyu Island had activated its mirror shield again, concealing its presence above the vast ocean. However, simply to express an invitation, it had lowered its defenses, briefly exposing itself to danger. This sincerity was enough to convince them. It dispelled the last vestige of doubt in everyone's hearts. After all, what was being broadcast from inside that bionic reconnaissance aircraft was merely Makabe Fumihiko's recording. Apart from Yu Xiao, who already knew the truth, the other members were certainly somewhat skeptical. In fact, even now, this apprehension hadn't disappeared. Taisha, for example. She had overheard the entire conversation. What should we do, Mr. Yu Xiao? Should we really trust them? Even now, she still couldn't completely trust them. Facing the silver-haired girl clinging to his arm, her tone held a hint of deliberation in her question. What else can we do? Of course, we should accept their invitation. Yu Xiao replied softly, then prepared to leave. But just then, someone called out to him from behind. It's not safe for you to go alone, Xiao cough. Commander Xiao, how about I come along? It's Wolf. Although I'm getting on in years. When it comes to CQC, I'm still quite confident. Actually, this isn't necessary. Yu Xiao wanted to say that. However, upon meeting the other's gaze, Yu Xiao immediately understood the unspoken meaning. He had information he wanted to discuss with Yu Xiao privately. So he used the guise of protection to create a private setting. Alright. Then, I leave it to you, Captain Wolf. Okay, alright. Let's go! The two, understanding each other perfectly, set off side by side. Astacasia Academy Inn. New World Development Corporation. And a company directly named Gundam. Sitting inside the small speedboat, Yu Xiao pondered the terms from the information Wolf had given him. These were two more terms not present in his memory. However, he already knew a bit about witches, so it wasn't difficult to understand. I try using the body over there to seek opportunities for cooperation with them. I hope it goes smoothly. That's good. Wolf nodded, remaining silent. Although he was initially surprised that Red Number 1 could control his clones to move around in the outside world using the Siegfried system. He quickly got used to it. At this moment, the speedboat gradually passed the area of the mirror camouflage. And the scenery before them changed. A huge island appeared before them. Once they reached the coordinates they were given, they would see the person coming to greet them. Yu Xiao thought. However, he was also a little curious. Which character from the original work would come to greet them? Would it be the protagonist, Makabe, or the more skilled negotiator and conversational Maya? No. Considering that the other party said it must be kept secret, perhaps the timeline of Ryugu Island was before the main story began. At that time, the only boy who knew the truth about the island might still be Minashiro Tsuji. Just as Yu Xiao was thinking this, reality gradually drew closer. But that sense of reality caused his expression to change. There he was, the boy waiting idly on the beach with his hands in his pockets. Wearing a gray casual outfit. He had messy, jet black hair and sharp, crimson eyes. That's not. Yu Xiao stared in disbelief, comparing the face before him to the image in his memory. The protagonist of Gundam Seed Destiny. Shin Asuka, nicknamed Little Bird. Chapter 310. And indeed, that was the case. Upon meeting, the other party introduced himself, starting with his name. His name was Asuka Shin. This was actually the name of coterie from the original Searing of Fate, arranged in an Eastern style. But, despite that, even after they entered the direct elevator leading to the interior of Alvis, and proceeded through it to the command room, for a meeting. Hey. Boss, why are you staring at this Asuka-kun? I don't understand. He seems like a normal person to me, right? Well, there's a reason. There's a reason. Listening to the whispers between Wolf and Yu Xiao, it wasn't hard to understand. Yu Xiao still couldn't let it go. In fact, it would be strange if he could. Standing in the elevator, he occasionally stole glances at Shin beside him, while his mind wandered to all sorts of random thoughts. While this world does indeed incorporate many elements from robot anime, and these elements are seamlessly integrated, Shin Asuka, within the Super Robot Wars fanbase, certainly has an interaction meme of being both Fafner Destiny type and Shin Asuka Senpai. This stems from his overly friendly interactions with Fafner's main characters in Super Robot Wars UX, which resembled those of an older brother. But seeing this scene where Shin Asuka can appear on Ryugu Island so casually and truly become a member, still makes Yu Xiao think, this world truly is a gathering place of all sorts of possibilities. But you've been staring since just now. Is my face that special? This action naturally didn't escape Asuka's notice. Looking in Yu Xiao's direction, he asked with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Although his tone was somewhat unknowingly sharp, he was probably more curious than impolite. Curious about why this stranger's gaze was so strange. No. Yu Xiao immediately became serious. As for the reason, he naturally couldn't say it was because he knew that Yu Xiao was the protagonist of the Seed of Fate, who would later become a famous victim of persecution. It's just, I'm a little concerned. About your eyes. Is that because of piloting Fafnir? But he still managed to find a seemingly reasonable excuse. Rather, it was something he was curious about. The side effects of piloting Fafnir, the assimilation phenomenon, caused the pilot's constitution to increasingly resemble that of a fist drum, eventually crystallizing and dying. One of the most obvious manifestations is that the pupil color gradually turns red. So, are those red eyes of the other person also for this reason? Yes. Asuka nodded without hesitation. Is that so? Yu Xiao said, seemingly sensing something, forcing yourself to this extent. You must be living a very difficult life. You guys. What? Are you pitying me? Asuka, whether feeling uncomfortable or resentful, took a deep breath and exhaled. I don't need to do that. And as forcing yourself. It's not your place, someone who spends all day in the Siegfried system, to say that about me, is it? She spoke with a defiant air. However, something within that defiant statement caught Yu Xiao's attention. How did you figure it out? This naturally referred to the connection time between herself and the Siegfried system. While the Siegfried system also had aftereffects like flashback symptoms, they weren't very noticeable. How did the other person figure it out? To this, Asuka casually shrugged. No choice. Because, like you, our manager here, look. That guy's here. Immediately following Asuka's words, the elevator doors opened, reaching their destination floor. Appearing before them was a handsome young man with long, flaxen braided hair and a scar etched at the corner of his eye. One of the two main characters of the original Fafnir in the Azure, the operator of the Siegfried system, Minoshiro Tsuji. Nice to meet you. Mr. Yu Xiao from Horai Island. My name is Minoshiro Tsuji. Welcome to Ryugu Island. While saying these words like a proper greeter, Tsuji slightly stepped aside, making an inviting gesture. Upon seeing him, Asuka turned away as if intending to leave. Asuka-senpai. Are you leaving? Yes. It seemed he wouldn't have bothered with any farewells unless Tsuji had asked. I'm not good at dealing with strangers. I leave things to you from now on, Minoshiro. With a wave, he walked away into the distance. Don't worry about him. Although Asuka-senpai is that kind of person. He's quite reliable in battle. I don't think you need to be wary of him. Only Sashi remained, walking alongside Yu Xiao and his group while apologizing in a somewhat formulaic tone. It's alright, Yu Xiao shook his head. I'm used to it. Dealing with all sorts of oddballs. So, regarding the proposal for an alliance with, and Mithril, what are your considerations? Yu Xiao wanted to subtly probe Sashi's intentions before the formal meeting. In their previous exchange, while outlining his side's composition and background, he had also expressed his desire for Mithril to join the Joint Defense Association, transforming Mithril from a nominal two-island alliance into a three-island cooperative organization. Commander Mech seemed to have some reservations about this. But what about the others? Yu Xiao didn't know. Therefore, Yu Xiao asked this question. Afterwards, he could decide whether to use a more conciliatory approach or adopt a more forceful one based on their overall attitude. After all, it all came down to that point. It's always best to have as many allies as possible. We're still discussing it. As for the specific results, I think it's better to discuss them after we arrive at the conference room. But Soshir just shook his head. Is that so? Then, could you offer some opinions from your personal perspective? After all, this is an action that could potentially change the entire theme of the park plan. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. It's always good to gather more opinions. If I had to say something. Upon hearing this, Soshir stopped, pondered, and turned around. Then he looked up. His violet eyes met Yu Xiao's gaze. I will support you. Mr. Yu Xiao, no. Now, should I call you Red Number 1? Chapter 311. What? Wolf was the first to react. His expression turned serious, and his right hand, which had been close to his side, began to cautiously reach for his waist. But Yu Xiao gently stopped him. It seemed he'd been exposed to his true nature quite a few times lately. So he'd gotten somewhat used to it. He simply acknowledged it calmly and asked, impressive. But, Minoshiro, how did you know? There shouldn't be any way to know about the outside world within Alvis. That's true. But not long ago, I went off the island to witness the truth of this world with my own eyes. Soshir adopted a reminiscing posture. Back then, I witnessed Red Number 1's battle. Although not on the spot, but through the recovered battle records. But at least, I couldn't mistake the models of those mobile suits. And those were the mobile suits that came to your aid during your battle with the Yusin, weren't they? Faced with Sushi's unmistakably honest words, Yu Xiao could only reply, that's right. Then, may I ask you something? Please go ahead. The 3 islands of the Paradise Project should have had the same technological development progress at the beginning. But compared to us now, your progress is astonishing. Did you use some special methods? Socher paused. For example, militarized management, or... No. If I had to say, it's the same as yours. Basically. Yu Xiao simply shrugged. It's understandable that he'd be concerned about the origins of his technology. But he couldn't very well say he possessed a system. So he simply brushed it off. Is that so? Sashi nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Now it was Yu Xiao's turn to ask, by the way, does anyone else know this information? I haven't told anyone else. But if this can serve as evidence to persuade everyone, I'd be happy to do so. Sashi sighed. Is that so? Yu Xiao nodded, not pressing further. From the conversation, he understood that Sashi's stance was undoubtedly one of support for Ryugu Island joining the Mithril organization, and for Mithril's planned operations. And that was enough. As long as this young man was on his side, the subsequent negotiations would likely proceed smoothly. And indeed, that was the case. Despite his youth, Minoshiro Tsuji's status, as the son of a former commander, coupled with his widely recognized decisiveness, made his words highly persuasive. Thus, after a brief discussion, both sides reached an agreement. Mech Fumihiko agreed that Ryugu Island would join the Mithril Joint Defense Association. Without compromising the island's defenses, he would provide Mithril with a certain amount of combat power to participate in the war. The selection of personnel would be arranged as quickly as possible. Therefore, Fumihiko requested that they delay their stay for a while. To which Yu Xiao naturally agreed. Then, as a token of our gratitude and to compensate for the resulting shortage of combat power, we will provide you with several mobile suits. We believe these will be quite useful to you, won't they? He also sensibly planned to use his accumulated points to exchange for several usable mechs for Ryugu Island, providing them with defensive support to fill their combat gaps. If that's the case, then we gladly accept. Mech Fumihiko smiled and nodded slightly. Then he stood up from the table and extended his hand to Yu Xiao. May your military fortunes prosper. Mr. Yu Xiao? No need to mention you. Just use us here, Commander Mech. Yu Xiao made the same gesture, and finally shook hands firmly with him. However, even though he said that, an hour later, strolling along the paths of Ryugu Island, looking at the sky where the sun was gradually setting, Yu Xiao's face couldn't help but show a hint of melancholy. He was pondering which mech to provide to Ryugu Island as aid. After all, the remaining battlefield points. Or to put it bluntly, the remaining energy within the AGE system wasn't exactly plentiful. It was probably only enough to manufacture a few more mechs before reaching its limit. But just then, a soft cough interrupted Yu Xiao's thoughts. Yu Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl sitting on a park bench. She had long, glossy black hair that reached her waist. The night breeze blew, causing the strands to sway gently. She seemed to be reading a book. Therefore, Yu Xiao decided not to disturb her, and would simply walk past quietly. However, the other girl noticed his gaze lingering on her for some time before he did. Hello? And she asked in a soft, sweet voice. What's your name? Yu Xiao. He couldn't ignore being addressed. So Yu Xiao turned his head and answered softly. Are you Mr. Yu Xiao? My name is Shoko. Uzama Shoko. It's nice to meet you. Uzama Shoko? This name stirred Yu Xiao's memories. He turned to look closely at the other person's face. Indeed, a face as delicate as a doll's, yet with a porcelain-like pallor. The other person was indeed the character from the original work, Uzama Shoko, as one of the main characters in Fafnir in the Azure, and the first Fafnir pilot to sacrifice herself. This heavy fate would soon befall her. Thankfully for now, she seemed completely unaware of all this. Shoko, a very nice name. So Yu Xiao simply nodded. He already had a pre-existing assessment of the name he already knew. Really? Thank you. Looking into the distance with a wistful gaze, Xiangzi said softly. Mom would be so happy to hear this. However, there was a hint of melancholy and self-deprecation in her voice. Perhaps this sounded a little puzzling. But Yu Xiao understood. Xiangzi's name was given to her by her mother. It was a beautiful wish that she would one day spread her wings and fly high. However, perhaps due to genetic adjustments, the girl suffered from a serious liver disease. Let alone flying, even stepping out of the house required considerable physical exertion. Are you new here? Xiangzi continued. I never seen you before. Yes. Yu Xiao nodded, then pondered for a moment. I came here as a tourist. From? Right. From Kyoto, Japan. He decided to tell a lie after all. Oh, Kyoto. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes. It must be very lively there. But it's also very noisy. That's why I don't like big cities. Is that so? She smiled. But it's really something unfamiliar to me. If I could, I'd like to. Aw, is it time? I'm sorry. But I have to go now. She stood up. Ah. Right. But before leaving, Xiangzi closed her book, whispering at the end, Please don't tell anyone else that you saw me here. Okay. Yu Xiao understood this request. The girl's frail health meant she wasn't usually allowed to move around much outside. This time, she probably sneaked out for some fresh air. That's why she asked Yu Xiao to keep it a secret. I understand. So Yu Xiao simply nodded, watching the girl's figure recede into the distance. And at the same time, a solution quickly appeared in his mind. I really have to thank fate for this encounter. Looking up at the sky, Yu Xiao thought with a soft smile. Chapter 312. And soon, it was nearly night. At this moment, when most people were already asleep, something silently appeared on the waters near Ryugu Island. That was the L ship. The internal structure of the Alvis was designed with the premise of separation and escape. By utilizing this feature in reverse, similar components could be easily installed on it. A moment later, the L ship from Pomlai Island and Ryugu Island completed a series of procedures including dewatering, docking, and linking. This was also in preparation for what was about to happen. In the now-linked hangar passageway, something was being moved. It was two gray-blue mechs that seemed somewhat out of place with their surroundings, their armor surfaces bearing striking, insect-like biological features. Aura Warrior Danbine. This initial mech from Aura Warrior Danbine was the support mech that Yu Xiao had chosen to provide to Ryugu Island. The basic performance of this mech might not be particularly outstanding compared to other supernatural beings. Its armament is also mediocre. To put it simply, it is only a gun and a sword. Therefore, the cost of manufacturing it was still within Yu Xiao's acceptable range. However, it possesses a characteristic that other mechs can only dream of. That is, the ability to unleash the latent energy within the human body, spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can not only be used to enhance the abilities of the human being, but it can also be manifested in the Aura War Rider itself. It can amplify various performance aspects of the mech, or be concentrated into weapons to unleash ultimate attacks like the Aura Slash, and so on. In other words, the strength of this mecha is entirely dependent on the pilot's own abilities. However, finding a pilot with strong spiritual power is naturally very difficult. Just like in the original work Aura Warrior Danbine, those who can truly become powerful Aura Warriors are actually very few. But Yu Xiao is certain. On this Dragon Palace Island, there is indeed one person who has the qualifications to become an Aura Warrior. That is the sickly girl, Hazama Shoko, whom he had met not long ago. This is also a reference from Super Robot Wars UX. In the original work, she was supposed to perish together with the enemy after activating Fenrir, but if she fulfilled the hidden conditions, she would be transferred to the underground world of Byston while an Aura Warrior Danbine during the explosion. There, she awakened the spiritual power within her. While becoming an Aura Warrior, she also healed her illness. When fighting enemies from the Danbine series, they would even shout lines like, "How dare you call yourself an Aura Warrior?" which became a source of amusement for a time. Anyway, as long as that sickly girl could board this machine, everything would be alright. Yu Xiao silently reassured himself. Then he turned around and asked, by the way, Mei, how much energy does the AGE system have left? Mei? But then, he was surprised. Because he realized that, at some point, the mobile suit that had come to the hangar with him to operate the AGE system had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of Ryugu Island, before the gate to the goddess's cave, where fragments of the star core that power the island are stored. Here lies the Brynhild system, a crucial facility controlling the operation of Alvis. Therefore, entry is usually forbidden, and the entrance is deserted. But today, a figure stands before its gate. It is not human, but a tiny doll, no more than 15 centimeters tall. It is Mei. It seems she left Yu Xiao and came here. But why did she come here? No one knows. Mei looked around, nimbly leaping over obstacle after obstacle, until she reached the heavily secured door. Logically, only by simultaneously verifying with fingerprints, iris scans, and a physical password could the lock be unlocked. But just as Mei's gaze brushed past the camera, the door suddenly flung open, and the entire scene was revealed before May's eyes. Aside from the surrounding dense array of electronic devices and the surging, strange waves, only the oddly shaped jar filled with crimson liquid standing in the center was particularly striking. Just as I remember. Just like before, she murmured softly. Then she stepped inside. At the same time, as if responding to her movement, the central jar opened. With the overflowing, deep red condensation, what gradually emerged was a human. More precisely, a petite girl with long, black hair. She wore strange clothing unlike anything seen in everyday life, covered entirely in electronic devices. She opened her eyes. Her still half-closed amber eyes darted around with a hint of bewilderment, as if the long dream was still unfolding. "Long time no see, Otoheim," May called softly, bringing herself close enough for the other to hear. Yes. This strange girl was the daughter of the former commander-in-chief, and the blood-related younger sister of Minichiro Soshire. She was also the result of a fusion between a human and a core-type fistrum, a fragment of a star core, and the true controller of the Brunhild system. She could be considered the owner of this Ryugu island. Minichiro Otoheim. Long time no see. Looking at the unreal, petite doll before her, the girl, Minichiro Otoheim smiled serenely, as if she had known all along that the other would come. "You're different now than before. How should I address you?" "May. Just call me May." "I understand, May. How are things this time?" "Not good." Hearing this, May's expression showed a rare hint of melancholy. "Not long ago, I met a time traveler from the past in the timeline. According to him, the future of this world will still see the birth of terrifying calamities." "Is that so?" A fleeting look of worry crossed Otoheim's face. "You don't seem to have any particular feelings about it." "Because I'm used to it," Otoheim said calmly. She stood up, stretching her body, which hadn't really moved since birth. Then, she started walking. "Where are you going? Do you even need to ask, May?" Otoheim chuckled. "I want to see him. I can sense. He's in the hangar right now, isn't he?" May nodded. But then she shook her head. "That's true. But he still doesn't know you. Just like always." "I understand." Otoheim nodded gently. "That's precisely why I'm going. To see him. After all, I gotten used to it." Then she stepped outside. Having just awakened, she seemed a little unaccustomed to walking on solid ground, but even so, she walked each step with unwavering determination. Chapter 313. The focus returns to the hangar. After moving the Dambian into the Ryugu Island side's hangar, Yu Xiao manipulated the AGE system, using his remaining points to produce a new mecha. It was a mecha with sharp eyepieces, its colors a vibrant red, blue, and white. A prototype production model of R1, the first mecha in the SRX project, which appeared in the Super Robot Wars OG series. Our Blade, in the original work. Part of this mecha was used by the Shadow Mirror forces, renamed R-Eins, and deployed in battle. And obviously, this was the mecha Yu Xiao had prepared for Michael. During the previous consultation, when he learned that the other party piloted the R-Blade, he was initially somewhat surprised. After all, the timeline he came from was primarily based on the Alien Fighter series worldview. So he initially thought the other party's mecha would be something like the R9A Arrow. But then he understood. After all, the fighters appearing in Alien Fighter mostly have serial numbers starting with R. Perhaps this coincidence is the reason why these two worlds were merged, he thought. But then, his thoughts were interrupted. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Yu Xiao." He was interrupted by a gentle yet youthful voice that rang out from behind him. Yu Xiao turned around and looked towards the source of the voice. Standing there was a cool-looking girl with long black hair. "Minichiro Otoheim?" Yu Xiao rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe that this girl, who could be considered the Lord of Dragon Palace Island, was actually standing before him. After all, shouldn't she be still asleep at this point in time? Perhaps the timeline of this world is different. In any case, Yu Xiao thought, trying to answer his own doubts. "Yes. It's me. Are you surprised to see me?" "Not at all." Yu Xiao subconsciously took a few steps back. "It's just, I really didn't expect to see the humanoid star core of the island here. Nice to meet you." In his words, he consciously maintained a respectful tone towards this non-human girl. It seemed as if he was afraid that the series of lies he had woven would be exposed at any moment. "It's kind of you to come all this way. Surely you didn't just come to say hello. If you have questions about the Mishima Alliance." But to his concern, Otoheim simply smiled playfully. But what if I said I really just wanted to see you?" "Then, I can only say I'm deeply honored." "Is that so?" "No need for that. Even though I'm the core of the island, I'm just another being like you. Never mind that. I do have something to discuss, which is why I came to see you, Mr. Yushao. Otoheim cleared her throat. Next, I need to find someone else. Since it's probably our first meeting, I should dress more formally, right? So I'd like to borrow something from you. As she spoke with a slightly apologetic tone, Otoheim spread her arms, as if to show Yushao her attire. To be honest, there's nothing special about her, nothing particularly interesting. But indeed, her current clothes are a huge problem. Yushao thought, resting her chin on her hand. After all, she's primarily seen as an entity intimately connected to the island, rather than a single human being. Therefore, the clothes she's wearing, necessary attire directly linked to the Brunhild system, prioritizes practicality over aesthetics. Aside from the textiles and mechanical parts that symbolically cover certain areas, large swathes of skin are directly exposed to the air. It would certainly feel inappropriate to meet people like this, but she was clearly talking to me in the same way just now. Could it be that it wouldn't be a problem if it were me? Yushao wondered curiously. We were meeting for the first time, weren't we? But this thought only lingered in her mind for a few moments. I understand. Knowing that the actions of this girl, radiating an incredible aura, were unpredictable, Yushao simply nodded, then took off her shirt and draped it over the girl's shoulders. Fortunately, Otoheim's physical age had been fixed at a relatively young age after merging with the fragment of Fistrum star core. Therefore, her petite, seemingly fragile body only needed Yuxiao's jacket to completely conceal her exposed fair skin. But it seems I changed into a lot more clothes for others today. Yuxiao thought with a hint of frustration. You said you wanted to see someone. But here, I'm all alone. And so, walking with Otoheim through the empty hangar, heading towards an unknown destination, Yuxiao asked this question. But the black-haired star core girl only responded with a quiet, silent smile. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Theoretically, this was where the person Otoheim hoped to speak with was. But there stood only a large MS exceeding 20 meters in height. One of the main mobile suits in Yuxiao's unit. Isn't this Amakusa? Subconsciously, Yuxiao spoke. Yes. Is that so? This child's name is Amakusa. Otoheim nodded. However, her gaze never left Amakusa's body. But this isn't your real name. Or your posture, is it? She spoke to someone else. Otoheim revealed a serene smile. Then she took a few steps forward and placed her hand against Amakusa's cold body. Wait a moment. I will now free your existence from this body that binds you. Then, in a short while, emerald green crystals erupted instantly from the point where Otoheim and Amakusa met. They then spread throughout the unassuming, massive, earth-brown machine, enveloping it like a silkworm cocoon, transforming it into a beautiful and dazzling sculpture. But this creation only brought a few doubts to Yuxiao's heart. The Island Lord? Otoheim Minashiro. What exactly is she planning to do? Fortunately, the answer to this question was soon revealed. In a short while, the cocoon of assimilating crystal shattered. Amakusa's massive body also vanished at the same time. There stood a man standing in place. His face looked to be in his late 20s. The age of a mature and worldly wise man. Despite this, his eyes, beneath his short, curly brown hair, revealed a weathered and composed depth. But deep within them, a glimmer of unwavering and sincere light could still be seen. However, none of this mattered. Because the instant she saw him, Yuxiao understood who Otoheim wanted to see. It was this man before her. The undisputed main protagonist of the Mobile Suit Gundam series. The White Devil, the White Unicorn, the legendary pilot of the Universal Century. Amuro Ray. Chapter 314. Hey, Lady Otoheim. Let me tell you first. I don't have any clothes left to take off. However, the excitement of seeing Amuro was quickly overshadowed by a strong sense of crisis. While saying avoid to avoid him, Yuxiao subconsciously shrank back. Although she didn't know what power Otoheim had used to directly recreate Amuro's body from Amakusa's bio-brain. Perhaps it was the power of Fistum granted by the Star Core fragment. But in any case, Yuxiao was now only wearing a tank top. If she had to be borrowed again, and then take this off too, she would be truly doomed. Don't worry. As if her bright eyes could see through Yuxiao's thoughts, the somewhat weak Otoheim whispered, it won't happen. That kind of thing. And sure enough, Amuro's figure appeared where he stood. Indeed, he was properly wearing a neat uniform. It was the uniform of the Londo Bell team. Amuro before her appeared to be in the state of 0093. Having been revived in the world by Otoheim, he didn't seem to react much unusually. He simply looked at his palm and spoke softly. Thank you, Miss Odoheim. I was quite surprised when we reached an agreement. I didn't expect that even something like this could be done in this world. It sounded like his consciousness had existed here from the moment Amakusa's bio-brain was implanted. Yu Xiao wondered to herself. And, is that red number 1 there? Thank you for your care during this time. Amuro's words indirectly confirmed Yu Xiao's guess. That's right. But before Yu Xiao could respond, a voice echoing from another corner of the hangar answered the other's question. Yu Xiao said, somewhat bewildered, Mr. Kovatro? Why? I felt it, Amuro's feeling. To this, the newcomer, Kovatro Bagina, simply nodded slightly. NT's chat rooms are really convenient. Maybe I should find a way to get them to pull me in. Yu Xiao thought. Then he saw Kovatro turn his head. Was it from that steel shell that you were freed? By your own strength? No. Amuro denied. This was something that could only be achieved by relying on that person's power. I see. What an incredible lady. Hearing this, Kovatro bent down, shrinking himself to the same height as Odoheim. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes scrutinized Odoheim's face. You look quite young, but I can see a radiant maternal glow. That aura so similar to Lala's. It really is you. He then spoke with genuine praise, though his words sounded somewhat strange. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. Odoheim nodded gently. However, I shouldn't linger here any longer. Mr. Char, Mr. Amuro, this is your stage now. After leaving behind these words, her figure flickered and vanished, disappearing from her original spot. That was Thistrom's spatial teleportation ability. Yu Xiao guessed that perhaps she had gone to see her brother. Or perhaps she had returned to where she was. She came and went gracefully, leaving no trace except for the resurrected being. The Star Core girl named Minashiro Odoheim truly resembled a small god dwelling on Ryugu Island. And regardless, the words she left behind before parting were undeniably true. Two sworn enemies whose fates had been intertwined since ancient times, now finally faced each other again, just as they had at the beginning. Now, nothing and no one else could stop this long-awaited reunion. The two turned their heads, facing each other. Amuro. Char. I'm using the name Kovatro Bagina now. No. Never mind. Kovatro removed his sunglasses, revealing his sharp, azure eyes, which he had been deliberately concealing. You're the only one qualified to judge me. In front of you, no amount of hiding will change anything. With a sigh, Kovatro continued. You're right. I am Char Aznable. Amuro. So what are you going to do? Kill me here? Or give up so easily? Amuro frowned. Don't think you can fool my eyes. I witnessed everything you fought since you arrived in this timeline, but now you... That was to escape my past sins. But those sins have caught up with me. Kovatro shook his head. Besides, you are more suited to guide humanity than I am. The miracle of Axis is the most powerful proof. The times no longer need clumsy imitators like me. Is that your answer, Char? Yes. Then, bang. Suddenly, something made a loud, dull impact. It was the sound of Amuro's fist striking Char's face. A man like you, how can your heart be so narrow? Humanity cannot move forward if it cannot escape the cycle of sin. You committed sins because you were too fixated on that. Do you still want to repeat the past, Char? Amuro. Kovatro murmured. He covered his slightly swollen face and looked back in Amuro's direction. I didn't come here to hear a man's spineless words. If you were Char Aznable, you should know what to do. Then silence. A very long silence, yes. Indeed, that's how it is. Until Kovatro spoke again. Looking at Amuro, he smiled wearily. I've been running away for too long. I even forgotten how to move forward. So now, let's cooperate again, Amuro. I will be your strength, and continue to be Red One's strength. Just like what we did on Earth in 0087. That's good. And finally, the emotions that had been building up on Amuro's face dissipated. He reached out to Kovatro, his lifelong nemesis, and finally clasped his hands together. Looks like a good ending. At that moment, someone beside Yu Xiao offered a soft comment. It was Mei. She had somehow returned to Yu Xiao's shoulder. Probably with Odoheim, but then, looking in Yu Xiao's direction, she frowned in confusion. But why are you crying, Xiao? Shouldn't this be a harmonious scene? Huh? Ha ha ha. Yu Xiao wiped away her tears. It's because I'm happy. Humans sometimes cry when they're happy. There's nothing I can do. As a longtime fan who had witnessed the story of these two nemesis from the beginning of the Universal Century to the end, seeing them reconcile was indeed incredibly joyful. Is that so? Humans are truly hard to understand. Mei sighed softly. But I regret to inform you that I may not be able to remain in this state of mind for much longer. Not be able to remain in this state for much longer? Yu Xiao murmured. At the same time, a sense of danger swept through his heart. Could it be? Yes. Mei answered decisively, acknowledging his suspicion. Tekaden, something happened. Chapter 315. Then, Mei gently raised her hand. A diffused light screen appeared before her. What appeared before Yu Xiao's eyes was an aerial view of the Tekaden base. The troops guarding the base consisted of fewer than 10 humanoid weapons. With Kronk's Greys in the center, several 105mm daggers equipped with artillery were scattered along the battle line, serving as gun turrets to defend the base. In front of them were several mobile engineers spread out in a line. Equipped with only one live-fire cannon, their individual combat strength was negligible, but their numbers made them a main force against the enemy. However, this numerical advantage seemed somewhat pale in the face of the enemy they were about to face, because the enemy they faced was obviously an EU force. Their sheer number of mechs was more than twice that of all the weapons on this side. Arranged in a tight square formation, they stood menacingly near the Tekaden headquarters. At the forefront were the shield-wielding Gretz, equipped with heavy shields and battle halberds. They stood in orderly columns, wielding their golden spears, ready for battle. Behind them were several mobile suits Yu Xiao had seen before. Black modified versions of the Jetek heavy machine Dailanza, equipped with support missile bays and heavy weaponry. On the flanks of the formation were several white mobile suits. EF-2000s. The Rafale tactical mobile suits, renowned for their maneuverability and melee capabilities. Yu Xiao knew its name. But in this world, he had only heard that it was still under development. Unexpectedly, not only had it completed mass production, but it had also been deployed to the troops attacking him. And what caught his eye even more was the figure of a bright red machine standing proudly at the very front of the formation, wielding a giant spear. Its design style was somewhat similar to the Dailanza. However, every aspect indicated that its strength was no less than the former's. And looking at the weapon it held, it was a beam weapon. The Rompala Corporation behind E.U. Just how much power have they been hiding? They clearly possess such power. Why hide it all this time? Are they only going to use it as a trump card when fighting humans? Really, how foolish can they be? Yu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh softly. But then, he turned his head away. When did this standoff begin? 3 hours ago, Mei said. They seem to have approached here under the guise of conducting military exercises. During this time, they've been attacking the base with live ammunition, though not explosive. They're probably trying to provoke us and gain a legitimate reason to declare war. They really can't bring themselves to do it. But judging from this, their plan has failed, hasn't it? That's right. Tekaden has chosen to remain patient, preventing them from having a reason to attack, but that's where it ends. Ends? Why? It's the radio signal, Mei indicated. Communication with the outside world, which had been unimpeded until now, has been deliberately interfered with. They're prepared to abandon their pride and attack you. And if they really do it, I understand. We lose. Yu Xiao sighed, looking again at the sand table-like overview before him. The enemy's formation was clearly one of poised attack. Once the battle began, the tactical mobile suits on both sides would flank them like scissors, disrupting Tekaden's defenses of headquarters. Meanwhile, the shield-wielding Gretz in the center would coordinate with the heavy armored Dailanza, slowly advancing until the enemy formation was crushed. As for the crimson mobile suit at the very front of the formation, although Yu Xiao didn't recognize it, he guessed that its prominent position meant it was probably the enemy's most confident and sharpest weapon, intended to pierce Tekaden's heart. Given their overwhelming numbers, this formation was undoubtedly the most composed and efficient tactical approach, and the most effective way to achieve victory. However, since that's the case, Kovatro, may I call you Char now? If you think so? Kovatro, no. Char nodded. That's great, Mr. Char, Mr. Amuro. Yu Xiao approached them. There's no time. I need you two to fight with me. Could you lend me your power? Actually, this question didn't even need to be asked, because the other party's response was obvious. Of course, please do my best. Just like that. The two spoke in unison. But in reality, right now, there's more than one person worried about the situation of Tekaden. Meanwhile, at the Yuyanzhou base, Colonel Baduin, the young man, rushing into the base's command room in a flustered manner, unlike his usual self, was none other than Ein Dalton. And the person he was looking for was here. Galio Baduin, without even looking up, answered as he tidied the scrolls and documents on the desk. Is this Ein? I know why you're here. I heard the report. I didn't expect Lestal to actually intend to force them to turn back and rescue us by attacking the Tekadon headquarters. This besieging way to rescue Zhao tactic is quite effective. Do you think they come back? It's difficult, Galio said wearily, seemingly having been busy dealing with paperwork since his close friend left. If I'm not mistaken, those guys, even if they're wiped out here, they'd probably grit their teeth and not tell the members heading to Huffman Island. In that case, let us rescue them, Third Colonel. As long as we send troops. That's difficult too. Although our ideological differences are well known. That's not the same as having a direct confrontation with them. It's clearly unwise to provoke a conflict before gaining the support of the entire Yin continent, isn't it? Galio turned his swivel chair towards Ein, resting his chin on his hand as he explained. So we won't take any action. No matter what. But even with this response, Ein still seemed unwilling to give up. But? No need to say anything, I know. You're worried about that soldier, Cronkchant, right? He's in that base too. You suggested sending troops to rescue him, because you were afraid he'd be defeated, didn't you? Until Galio's words cut him off. Yes. As you said. I'm sorry, Third Colonel. My judgment was clouded by personal feelings, so no need to apologize. Galio stood up. Contrary to Ein's expected reproach, he simply chuckled and walked forward, then patted the other's shoulder. This feeling, that's what makes us human. And it's precisely because of this, he said seriously. That's why I have a special mission for you. As Ein Dalton. Alright, come with me. I show you something amazing. Chapter 316. Even though Ein wanted to refuse, it wasn't so easy to shake off Galio's arm. So, half pulled, half dragged, the two finally arrived at the base, in a hangar that seemed quite hidden. We're here. Look, Ein. This is something McGillis entrusted to me before he left. It seems he obtained the mobile suit from the research team through connections. Upon arrival, Galio pointed inwards, gesturing for Ein to look closely at what was before him. This is. Upon seeing what was before him, Ein's pupils constricted sharply, a Gundam. Indeed, the mobile suit before him had a jet-black hue and a sharply defined exterior. And on its face, the double eye-shaped monitors and the V-shaped antenna on its head were particularly striking. It was a mobile suit based on one of the 72 Mazinger Pillar Gundams, the Gundam Seminli, with improvements. Gundam Vidar. Yes. According to him, this was my ancestor's vehicle during the ancient Calamity War. Even so, it's quite an antique. So it underwent a complete overhaul. As a result, apart from the frame, this thing is completely different from before. Looking at the mobile suit before him. Gundam Vidar, Galio explained, hands on his hips. That's why. This mobile suit, currently, is one that absolutely will not exist in anyone's memory or impression. He turned his head and added, because its own yacht power unit interferes with the normal operation of electronic equipment, it will not leave any combat records. Do you understand now? Could it be that I'm to pilot this machine? Ein asked, suddenly realizing. That's right. Galio smirked. A mysterious, masked visitor who rescues people from dire straits. Isn't that kind of cool? But is it really alright? Logically and morally, this machine should be piloted by you, Third Colonel. What are you saying? Logically and morally, this machine should be given to you by me. Alright. I, in the name of Galio Baduin, command you. I'm Dalton. No Vidal. Assault now. Yes, sir. Since it had come to this, I couldn't refuse. He gave his superior a solemn salute, and smoothly boarded the machine. As he watched the hangar slowly open, and Vidal emerge from the outside. Heh. Really? When was I supposed to be the one impulsively piloting my machine into battle? Now I'm the one solemnly comforting this kind of person. This joke has really gone too far. Galio murmured with a wistful smile. Someone should take responsibility for making me like this, don't you think so, McGillis? The actors were all ready. One command was all it took for the play to begin, but on the stage, an oppressively silent atmosphere reigned. Lord Lestal, I can't endure this any longer. Please let me fight. I will surely behead those traitors to punish their sins. Seated in the center of her mobile suit at the forefront of the battle line, Julia gritted her teeth, snarling at the image on the screen before her. Her eyes burned with the flames of hatred. But it wasn't her fault. After all, the person who had practically given her a second chance. That bearded man, Garen Mosa. Right before her eyes, he was killed by members of Takadan. After that, Julia seemed to have only one thing on her mind: to seek revenge against Takadan. So, following Garen's instructions, she re-established contact with Rysdell and was incorporated into his unit. Rysdell had always admired her skills. Therefore, he not only promoted her to combat captain, but also gave her a brand new mobile suit. This is also her current ride. Equipped with new beam melee weapons and an auxiliary AI system, the Daryl Balder. With her skills improving daily, and this mobile suit assisting her, it seemed that revenge against Takadan was inevitable. Julia even imagined herself beheading her enemy's mecha, impaling it on a sword and displaying it to the heavens. But, permission denied. We cannot act now, Julia. Only Rysdell's words of rejection echoed in her ears again and again. In truth, Rysdell was equally troubled. He fully believed that these inexperienced young soldiers would easily lose their composure and launch an attack with the slightest provocation. Then, he could simply overwhelm them with superior combat strength, and with a little manipulation of propaganda and public opinion, they would be transformed into mentally deranged terrorists. And if the enemy couldn't withstand such pressure and requested reinforcements from the Takadan's dispatched members, forcing them to retreat, that would be even better. His fleet was positioned on their inevitable route home. Once within combat range, his fleet could crush them. Who would have thought the enemy could endure until this point? Dumb shells were almost landing in their base, yet they managed to refrain from overreacting and only fire back, without sending out any requests for reinforcements. This didn't seem like the judgment of reckless young soldiers. Perhaps there were some seasoned veterans among their ranks. Lysel deduced. Conduct another probing bombardment in 30 minutes. If there's still no response, then... But his voice, as he was making his strategic plans, suddenly cut off. The reason was that he had discovered a problem. Communications seemed to have been interfered with. Jelida saw the same thing. Only, unlike Lysel's situation, her communications, after a brief period of screen glitches, were restored. Rysdell's figure reappeared before her eyes. I understand. You are permitted to engage, Julia. Don't disappoint me. However, the voice that came through, both its sudden change of intention and its somewhat eerie tone, seemed rather suspicious. Perhaps this was some elaborate AI-generated image created by someone, only to be played now. But Julia had no time to care. The instant she heard the words, a fierce impulse filled her mind. Finally, she could attack. Finally, she could personally avenge the bearded man. After a surge of ecstasy, she gripped the control stick and simultaneously turned to issue orders. Notify all units. Lord Rysdell has ordered a general attack. Proceed according to the prearranged battle plan. Tactical units will encircle the enemy. Gret's units follow me. It seems May's assessment of the battlefield situation was half correct and half wrong. It was someone else's doing. To make them misjudge the situation. To provoke them into a reckless, undeclared attack. But whatever. Having received Jelida's orders, and despite some doubt, Lysel's troops, driven by absolute loyalty to their master, decisively carried out the operation. Then, like a raging flood, they surged down. Chapter 317. There's movement in the enemy's position. They're attacking. Upon seeing the enemy's movements, the scouts in the Takadan's position, who had been observing the enemy's movements since the beginning of the battle, were the first to sound the alarm. What? What's going on? Didn't Mr. Kronk say that we could resolve this if we just endured this period? If so, what was the point of all this patience? Oh no, Mikazuki and Akatsuki and I aren't here? Can we win with just us? We should have asked them for help. What? A cacophony of voices echoed through the position. Child soldiers are child soldiers after all. Even if they were prepared for armed conflict, dealing with a battle with such a large numerical disparity inevitably led to panic. Fortunately, some calm opinions were raised among them. Everyone, calm down. For example, the boy Yushao had saved, Danji, who was stationed at the base. Takadan isn't something that can be sustained solely by Mikazuki and Akatsuki, is it? Perhaps it was because he had once faced certain death. Even now, there wasn't a trace of panic in his voice. Do you remember what the leader said? Takadan is our home. So, when the adults in our home are out working, it's even more important for us to protect their home, isn't it? Silence filled the communication channel. And from that silence, a burning flame of fighting spirit was born. Yes, Danji is right. Back when those adults were beating us up, it was always Olga and the others who protected us. Now it's truly our turn to protect their home. Morale rose again. Facing the surging enemy, the young soldiers decided to fight once more. Danji turned his head. The Alea consciousness system reflected his every movement, and the short sword's gaze fell on the machine standing at the head of the formation. Mr. Kronk, please give the order. Thank you, Danji. Kronk nodded, thanking him for stabilizing morale. Since the enemy intends to disrupt our formation, let them fail. All machines, change formation. Then, he methodically gave his commands. Abandon the defensive positions, advance. All aircraft. With this unit as the lead, mobile engineers flanking the flanks, and artillery daggers providing central support. Charge towards the enemy's center. We are indeed outnumbered, but if we concentrate our forces in one point. His intentions were clear. The enemy's formation allowed them to maximize the effectiveness of their large forces. However, this also created weaknesses in their overall defense. If they could take advantage of the enemy's encirclement and break through the center, the Tekkadan would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. After speaking, he took the lead, piloting the Grey's Kai and charging forward. Oh! Let those guys see what happens when you underestimate us. The other members shouted, forming an arrowhead formation and advancing rapidly. This move caught the EU army completely off guard. The EP301 tactical mobile suit unit, which had originally planned a flanking maneuver, lost its objective due to this sudden change. Furthermore, because they had already dispersed, they were unable to provide timely support to the center. This resulted in the main forces of the EU and Tekkadan clashing directly in the center of the battlefield. Damn it! Such a trick. From the Crimson mobile suit, Daryl Balder, serving as the vanguard, came a somewhat resentful voice. Driven by this emotion, Grey's Kai became the primary target. Boosting its speed with jet propulsion, it swung its beam spear and thrust straight at Grey's Kai. Ugh! Kronk parried the attack, barely blocking it with his shield. Mr. Kronk. Danji, piloting the 105 short sword, shouted, seemingly intending to provide support. Never mind me, charged forward. This machine must be their ace. If I can hold it off, it'd be worth it. Forward, Danji. But this proposal was rejected by Kronk. Danji gritted his teeth, piloting the 105 short sword, wielding his massive anti-ship sword, and fiercely charged towards the array of shield-type Grez before him. And Daryl Balder, having missed his first attack, didn't give up. You're the traitor. To actually pilot a machine symbolizing the EU, to fight in the Grez, you shameless bastard. If you have even a shred of soldierly spirit left in your heart, then die right here. Julieta shouted angrily, her spear continuing its relentless thrusts at the Grez modified. But Kronk could only manage hurried dodges. After all, this unfamiliar machine, in terms of both power and armament, far surpassed the Grez modified. And her fiercely attacking words were also a weapon in itself. You're right. Perhaps I long since cast aside my past dignity. From the moment I was assigned to that unit, I became someone who could no longer claim to be noble. But that alone wasn't enough to make him admit defeat. Kronk gritted his teeth. But, even if I bear any guilt and humiliation, I will live. In the midst of his repeated dodges, he finally caught the breaking slash. With his shout, the Grez modified slightly shifted to the side. This caused Daryl Balder's seemingly inevitable, powerful slash to barely sever half of its arm. Then, it slightly bent forward, and suddenly lunged forward, delivering a shoulder-ramming blow with its damaged shoulder. Live on, and then! Witness the hopeful world these young people have created. This series of attacks caught Daryl Balder off guard, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Taking advantage of the opening created by this movement, Grez drew its battle axe and regained its footing. Then it advanced, seemingly intending to strike. Seeing Daryl Balder's predicament, the shield-like Grez around him seemed to be trying to provide support. How could we let you succeed? However, they still underestimated the situation. The explosive explosion of the clashing beams shook the sky. Wielding his beam-slashing sword, Danji, piloting the 105 short sword, tore through the enemy ranks like a tiger. His relentless attacks and slashes felled his enemies like scythes. But even the fiercest offensive eventually runs out of steam. After felling countless mobile suits, one Grez finally found an opening. Swinging its battle halberd, it aimed straight for the 105 short sword's cockpit. And Danji, having just unleashed his first strike, had no strength left to retaliate. Was this where it was going to end? Danji thought, closing his eyes. But deep down, there was no regret. Because he had fought for his organization. For his family. That was enough, wasn't it? But, even though he had resigned himself to this fate, death had yet to strike. With a hint of surprise, he reopened his eyes. Looking up at the clouds. A striking red, white, and blue machine stood atop them. The railgun in his hand fired with deadly accuracy, destroying one shield-type grunts after another that approached him on the ground. It was reinforcements, without a doubt. But how could this be? Danji's pupils dilated involuntarily. Because in the sky, the appearance of that machine. Wasn't that one of the machines from Red Number 1 that he remembered? Chapter 318. Ha, ha ha, it's true. It's real. And he appeared right in front of me, Brother Xiao. Did you see him? Danji repeated himself over and over, even as his words became fragmented. A wide grin spread across his face, and 2 streams of tears flowed involuntarily from the corners of his mouth. This was both the excitement of escaping death and the thrill of seeing his idol. And just as he said, by the last second, we made it. Now piloting the Ryuki one was Yu Xiao, who had traveled a great distance via the space bridge to avert the crisis facing Tekaten. After all, the Epion Gundam was lost in the operation against the Nest. The other fully armored Gundam he piloted was given to him to pilot because Amuro, who had recovered from Amakusa, didn't have a mobile suit. While precisely striking the enemy ground attacks aimed at friendly forces, he exhaled deeply, as if releasing pent-up pressure. His mind was now half awake and half dizzy. The teleportation via the space bridge seemed a bit too violent. Although it was only for a moment, it left him feeling as if he'd been tossed around in a washing machine several times. I really don't know how his teammates managed to withstand the teleportation. Yu Xiao thought to himself. He had actually heard Danji's words as well. After all, after learning the truth, he had removed the signal shielding device from his mech. But this red one, it's probably best not to communicate with it at all. That way, its value can be maximized. Moreover, the other party was someone he recognized. Communicating with them might easily be detected. That was his consideration. So in the end, he manually shut down all communications for his machine, only after dealing with a few enemy machines that posed a threat to Danji, and waiting for the enemy to recover and return to the front lines. He then turned his attention to other corners of the battlefield. And what first caught his eye was the Crimson Machine engaged in combat with Grez Kai, in the direction of Daryl Balder. Kronk, piloting Grez, was incredibly valiant. After using a brutal tactic of trading arms for an opportunity, he swung his battle axe downwards with a fierce slash, intending to cut his opponent in two. Even Yu Xiao felt that it was impossible for this move to miss. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Faced with Grez's fierce attack, Daryl Balder simply raised his hands. The movement itself was, of course, utterly harmless. But the next second, its 2 arms shot out like venomous snakes. This was an objective statement, without any exaggeration. Like the wire-controlled mega-particle cannon of the Zeon, Daryl Balder, wielding his sword, swept across Grez's body with an almost imperceptible speed, severing both of his arms at their very root. In this way, no matter how powerful the attack, it could no longer be unleashed. Floating weapons? Yu Xiao frowned, uttering a soft exclamation. Floating weapons weren't actually strange. What was strange was, in this world, it should still be a technology that hasn't been mass-produced yet. He hadn't heard McGillis mention any related technology research from EU before. Could this machine? Is it a product of the Victors? Termination Spear technology? He estimated. However, the current battle was urgent. After launching its floating arms, Daryl Bald kicked off the ground. The white feet instantly transformed into claws, trailing ropes as they shot out. The claws instantly locked onto Grez's waist, violently throwing him outwards. With a deafening crash, Grez, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground. Retracting its claws, Daryl Bald took another step forward. Reattaching its 2 floating arms back to its hands, it brandished its reconstructed cross-shaped spear, attempting to deliver the final blow to Kronk. But how could Yu Xiao let her succeed? Don't even think about it. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been piloting Dragon Knight 1 towards his opponent. And now, he had reached his limit. Drawing the twin swords from his waist, and combining them into a single 2-way long sword. He seized the opportunity, thrusting the lightsaber into the gap in his opponent's attack. Amber and emerald green. 2 different colors of light particles swirled in the atmosphere due to their violent collision. The resulting blinding light illuminated the faces of the 2 battling mechs. Of course, Yu Xiao wasn't the type to simply and foolishly remain in a stalemate with his opponent. Seeing how hard you fought, here's a gift for you. Dragon Knight 1's free left hand reached for his waist. A moment later, he pulled out one of his standard weapons, a high-powered disc bomb. With a subtle push, the magnetic attraction function, which hadn't worked in the beta battle, now shone brightly, making it easily adhere to Daryl Bald's abdomen. Accepted gratefully. Go! Then Yu Xiao shouted sharply. Dragon Knight 1's movements changed simultaneously. Raising his knee, He delivered a sharp knee strike at close range. The strike landed squarely on Daryl Bald's fuselage, forcing him back a considerable distance. Not only that, Yu Xiao also pressed the detonation button for the disc bomb. A deafening roar. A fierce explosion erupted midair. But on Yu Xiao's face, there was no joy. He piloted the Dragon Knight 1, raising his arm to shield the monitor from damage by debris from the blast. He murmured, the explosion was closer than expected. So, he saw through me after all. And then, just as he predicted, emerging from the flames burning on the ground, was the fiery red machine. It seemed the opponent had seen through his trick at the last second, removing the explosive charge and throwing it away. It's you, it's you. And that wasn't all. Yu Xiao also heard a furious roar through the communication channel. It was a female voice he recognized several times. Jelida Julis. Come to think of it, I didn't manage to shoot her down last time. What a twist of fate. He frowned and clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, on the communication channel, the other party's voice grew increasingly heated. The BS who killed the bearded man. Shameless leader of the Tekaten, a traitor to our beloved sect leader. I don't know how you figured it out. In the name of Lord Rystao, today I will. But since you know their true identities, acting on behalf of heaven, prepare to die? I can't let someone like you live any longer. The words fell at the same moment. The mobile suits accelerated at the same moment. Weapons were brandished at the same moment. A battle to the death was about to begin. Chapter 319. First, my hands. The double-edged lightsaber whirled like the wind, dodging the opponent's thrusting lance, and Dragon Rider 1 charged forward. A surefire strike, precisely aimed at Daryl Bald's wrist. Instantly, its wrist was severed by the light blade, and along with its fist, the lance fell to the ground. But, is that all the attack you got? The next second, a purple light blade shot out from Daryl Bald's arm. Taking advantage of Dragon Rider 1's close proximity, she launched a horizontal slash. What? This hidden ability was completely unexpected for Yu Xiao. Fortunately, his on-the-spot reaction allowed him to react instinctively. Dragon Rider 1 instantly withdrew and took to the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Daryl Bald also picked up the lance with her other hand. It seemed that severing the fist to disable the opponent's floating arm was impossible. Yu Xiao frowned, thinking. Furthermore, focusing his attacks on the opponent's arm would limit his field of vision. Then, he might as well launch a flanking attack from behind. The thought formed, and the action was already taken. Dragon Rider 1 spun half a circle in the air, instantly closing in on Daryl Bald's back. Just as the double-edged lightsaber was about to strike again, Daryl Bald devised a new countermeasure. Behind him, something connected by folded mechanisms instantly rose up. Yu Xiao saw it clearly. It was an arm. More precisely, a melee weapon unit connected to the purple lightsaber. As if it had eyes of its own, it automatically activated and crossed itself, blocking the Dragon Knight 1's sudden attack. At the same time, its floating arms flew out. One wielded a spear, the other spat out a lightsaber, shooting straight at the Dragon Knight 1. TCH. Knowing that continuing the fight would only result in being pierced by the opponent's attack, Yu Xiao decisively abandoned the stalemate. After disengaging, he first launched missile pods from his shoulders, forcing the opponent to retract its pursuing floating arms with a barrage of bullets. Then, he seized the opportunity to draw his railgun from his waist and began firing in rapid succession. But to this, Daryl Bald's shoulder shield suddenly detached from its main body. It blocked in front of him, deftly deflecting all of its attacks. Not only his hands, but even his shoulder shield is a floating weapon. This is truly a luxurious configuration. Yu Xiao explained in amazement. Surprised? This Daryl Bald is a power bestowed upon me by Lord Rystao. This power is my loyalty and righteousness, and it cannot be lost to a villain like you. So now prepare. Ugh, so annoying. Ignoring the other's taunts on the communication channel, Yu Xiao simply turned off all receivers, allowing himself a moment of peace. However, this naturally couldn't address the situation at hand. Seeing their attacks repeatedly fail, Juliana seemed even more smug. The floating arms on her back also detached. In an instant, 3 swords and 1 spear, floating weapons, changed trajectories, and took turns attacking Yu Xiao and Dragon Knight 1. In response, dodge left, dodge right. Dragon Rider 1 weaved and twisted in midair, dodging Daryl Bald's hovering arms that pursued its trajectory. When faced with attacks that were difficult to dodge, it would parry with its double-edged lightsaber. Its nimble responses, combined with its aerial advantage, made it difficult for Daryl Bald's seemingly unstoppable attacks to gain any advantage for the time being. However, Yu Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of counterattacking. After all, he was still pondering the truth behind the hovering weapon used by his opponent. Speaking of that butterfly woman, she doesn't possess any new type abilities, right? Even the victor only managed to use the Terminator Lance thanks to my XR ability. A moment later, he got his answer. So, it used an auxiliary AI. And if that's the case, then the weakness is Willpower Extension AI. That was the full name of the new technology employed by this Daryl Bald. It can automatically analyze and identify necessary actions based on the battle situation, and can also independently control the floating weapons to launch attacks. The reason the opponent was able to block his attack with the twin swords on its back without turning its head was probably due to this reason. Yu Xiao also noticed it. This machine has black, circuit board-like objects on its body, distributed on its shoulders and thighs. Whenever the floating weapons change direction, these objects flash correspondingly with changing patterns. So, this is probably the location of its AI device. Then, just destroy that place first. No! Yu Xiao muttered to himself. Immediately, Dragon Knight 1 abandoned its evasive maneuver and suddenly accelerated into a dive. At the same time, the two wing-mounted missile pods opened fire with all their might. However, Yu Xiao had set their aim quite strangely. First, they aimed at the AI's main control devices on the limbs of the main body. But then, he made these missiles change direction mid-flight. From Daryl Bald's main body, they shifted to the scattered floating arms. And then, they exchanged targets up to 4 times. Finally, they turned and flew towards the surrounding ground, not intending to attack any other parts of the main body. The intention, naturally, was to disperse the AI's lock-on. And sure enough, when they sensed that the missiles were going to attack the AI devices on the limbs, out of self-defense, they first converged and launched a slashing interception attack on the missiles. This was exactly what Yu Xiao had expected. The missile suddenly changed course, turning towards the hovering arms that were almost within reach. The expanded AI, however, failed to immediately grasp the actions of these high-risk targets. It continued forward, intending to intercept them. But the missile's trajectory became increasingly erratic. This caused the AI, operating according to its built-in program, to momentarily lose control. No! Something's wrong. Come back. Juliana understood the enemy's intention perfectly well. While frantically speaking, she gave the order, maneuvering the hovering arms back in her direction. But it was too late. Like ancient winged hussars, Dragon Rider 1 descended from the sky, wielding a double-edged lightsaber. Then, without any flashy maneuvers, without any remarkable techniques, without any superfluous pity, that sharp, double-edged lightsaber emerged from Daryl Bald's abdomen. Through his back, the flying hovering units also plummeted to the ground. Just like a butterfly with broken wings. Chapter 320. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the two mobile suits that arrived with Yu Xiao became crucial combat power in helping Takadan resolve their problems. Unlike engaging in close combat with the enemy's AC mobile suits, clearing out the grunts was undoubtedly much easier. Therefore, these two super ACs, whose piloting skills were in no way inferior to Yu Xiao's, found their battle in this other world to be extremely smooth. Unlike Yu Xiao's Ryuki 1, they first appeared behind the enemy lines using the teleportation function of the space bridge. This sudden appearance immediately threw the EU forces into disarray. Not to mention, their subsequent actions were nothing short of terrifying. On the battlefield, a white tactical mobile suit, the F-2000 Typhoon, overtook its fallen comrades, charging straight towards Char and his Hayakushi with its jump unit fully activated. Realizing that long-range shooting wouldn't yield a result, I opted for close combat. A good judgment. In the cockpit of the mass-produced Hayakushi Kai, Char muttered calmly to himself. Around him lay countless burning, shattered fragments. A testament to how long he had been fighting. But if the attack misses, it's utterly useless. The Hayakushi Kai sprang to its feet, dodging the F-2000's long-handled melee weapon, the BWS-8 combat sword. Before unleashing a spinning kick, before it could even stop its momentum, the F-2000 staggered and lost its balance under the blow, hurtling uncontrollably towards a nearby friendly unit. The other unit, with the same intention, brandished its long sword, also planning an attack. Bang! The two tactical mobile suits collided. Char wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. The mass-produced Hayakushi Kai slightly lowered its center of gravity, and its 6-tube green beam launcher on its shoulder opened fire in rapid succession. The golden particle beams that shot out became deadly weapons, piercing through the two unresponsive mobile suits before they returned to dust in a violent explosion. Watching this scene, Char let out a soft breath. The long-awaited human combat filled him with a sense of awe. But it was alright. Since the Battle of Lum, having become the Red Comet, he had abandoned all mercy on the battlefield. So the mass-produced Hyakushikai simply turned easily, focusing its gaze on the enemies behind it. But more than himself, he was worried about his best friend, his nemesis. Amuro Ray. Amuro. How are you? So he opened the communication channel. He inquired softly about the other's condition. Me? To be honest, I don't think I'm doing too well. Faced with Char's question, Amuro, sitting in the familiar, partially enclosed cockpit of the full-armor Gundam, put away the observation equipment and sighed softly. Around him were countless wrecked mobile suits. Upon arrival, in coordination with Char's attack on the enemy's flank, he began his assault on the cluster of black Dylanza mobile suits. Both were heavy-armored mobile suits, but the difference in pilots determined their disparity. After a fierce battle, the Dylanza were almost completely wiped out. But the full-armor Gundam? It was virtually unscathed. But the enemy outnumbered them. Despite their perfect accuracy, their ammunition and energy reserves were running low for a prolonged battle. It hasn't been long since I last held a control stick. And now? So, with a clanging sound, the additional armor on the full-armor Gundam crumbled to the ground. Seeing that the enemy had few remaining ammunition, and not intending to let such a precious opportunity slip by, a shield-type Grince raised its shield and surged forward, seemingly intending to break the enemy's balance with a full-force attack, but it was terribly mistaken. The Gundam simply turned its head silently. The 50mm Vulcan cannons in its head fired in rapid succession, aiming directly at the enemy's feet. The only gap exposed between the raised shield and the ground. Generally speaking, this was difficult to hit. After all, to penetrate it, one needed to constantly monitor the enemy's ever-changing direction and devise the most precise prediction and trajectory. Unfortunately, Amuro was no ordinary pilot. After a series of volleys of bullets, the Grez's hull was riddled with holes. It then crashed to the ground with a thud, looking rather comical, as if it had tripped over its own feet while charging forward. Amuro silently advanced. Once it was almost within firing range, he restarted the Vulcan cannon. A barrage of fire pierced the enemy's cockpit. A rare testament to the weapon's effectiveness. But Amuro didn't seem happy. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he said. Look. If it were me in the past, it wouldn't even take a minute. Now, even you can't match my efficiency. I guess I'm still not cut out for military service. Hey, you really are. What's wrong? Nothing. Just as pure as ever. Char replied, half helplessly, half with relief. No matter what, this aspect of the other hadn't changed. It was an infuriating humility. Perhaps. But it was precisely because of this that Amuro had become his longtime rival. Char thought. Pure, huh? Right, Char. I think. I know. Before Amuro could finish speaking, Char nodded. Years of experience as adversaries, and the keen perception between new types had long since allowed them to understand each other implicitly. The mass-produced Hyakushikai detached something from its weapon rack on its back and tossed it to Amuro. That was the weapon of UC-0087, a standard-issue shotgun. It could also be said it was Amuro's favorite type of weapon. Thank you. Amuro, piloting the disarmed Gundam, leaped into the air and caught it safely. In midair, he used a brief moment to turn his body. After landing, he immediately assumed a standard firing stance. Using this, maybe I get a feel for it. The gleaming muzzle of the shotgun was pointed into the distance. He was about to pull the trigger. But Amuro looked around. There wasn't a single mobile suit left to fire. Suddenly, they either scattered and fled or abandoned their machines. It seemed they had completely lost the will to fight. If that's the case, was the commander unit destroyed? Amuro murmured. It seems so. Char Aznable, piloting his mobile suit, arrived beside him. Aren't you going to chase after them? Are you kidding me? What about you? Me too. Well, thanks then. Why did you have to ask that? To mock you. You? And it seems these destined rivals still have a rather poor understanding of each other. Chapter 321. That's it, another one taken care of. Seeing that the machine before him was powerless to resist, Dragon Knight 1 pulled the light blade from its body. The previously unstoppable Daryl Bald collapsed limply. But Yu Xiao didn't seem satisfied with this result, or rather, simply defeating the enemy's ACE machine wasn't just about taking lives. He had another purpose, that was to demoralize the enemy. So he bent down. A combat dagger, concealed in his heel, popped out and was firmly grasped by Dragon Knight 1. There was only one reason for choosing this emergency physical combat weapon, that he wanted to decapitate the enemy machine. In any case, as long as the fact that the enemy's elite machine had been destroyed was announced, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to their morale. Yu Xiao thought this, and he did it. A gleaming blade, revealing Daryl Baldr's once imposing but now riddled with hole form, was raised high. In the fading light of the setting sun, the Dragon Knight 1 gleamed with an ominous light. Seeing this, a commotion indeed arose within the EU forces. How could this be? Lady Julieta was defeated? Who are those guys? Haven't you heard? That's the legend of the Human Reform League, Red Number 1. Since it has the ability to defeat Lady Julieta, it's absolutely true. What, you mean, we've been fighting against humanity's heroes all along? I suspect that's quite possible. Although I don't know the reason. I know. That Sir is an ally of the weak. Before he was? No. Perhaps it was more like chaos. A flurry of speculation and lamentations arose. Those who had been defeated were, of course, out of the question. Among the remaining soldiers, endless arguments and fear erupted. Damn it, they told us we were fighting for justice. Have we become enemies of humanity now? What, are you kidding me? Even if Mr. Lestal has been kind to us, I can't do this anymore. I'm retiring after I go back. Going back to the countryside to farm. I saved enough for my retirement pension. How could I possibly risk my life for this again? Several surviving Mechs turned their guns around and fled in panic along the way they had come. Damn it, you cowards. Don't run. Have you forgotten Lord Lestal's kindness to you? Even though there were still Lestal's loyal henchmen trying to stand up and turn the tide. Who cares? You're standing in front of us. What are you trying to do, standing in front of Red One? Oh, I see. You're a beta subservient follower. Or a fistum. I heard they assimilate humans. Everyone, charge forward. We cannot be enemies with Red One. But we must defeat the traitors of humanity. Yet they too ultimately became the object of hostility. Intertwined suspicion, worship, and fear transformed into iron hooves, mercilessly crushing the bodies of those who were once comrades. Ah! Looking at the chaos before him, to be honest, Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. He had thought that at most he would just force the enemy to retreat. He never expected it to turn out like this. And so, he failed to notice a fact. The black panel surrounding Daryl Bald, battered and bruised, flashed for a moment. Using this temporary chaos, it escaped. Clearly, this couldn't be done by a machine with its cockpit pierced. It must be piloted by that consciousness-expanding AI. Ignoring for now why this machine had returned. As Yu Xiao's gaze swept across the battlefield, he suddenly realized something. This is bad? He muttered. While he was fiercely fighting Daryl Bald, he had forgotten. The Greskai piloted by Kronk. Wasn't it previously knocked to the ground unarmed? That should be fatal on the battlefield. Where is it now? Finally, after scanning the battlefield, he found the answer. An answer that could put his mind at ease. How much time has passed? What's the situation on the battlefield? How far can those teenagers fight? Before he passed out, he saw a familiar machine coming to his aid. Who was it? No. After all, am I still alive? As this thought flashed through his mind, Kronk's consciousness, which had been somewhat hazy since the beginning, finally returned to normal. It's no wonder. The series of impacts and collisions had left his head still smeared with bright red blood. But he looked around. He was still alive? After collapsing on the battlefield, no one had come to attack him. Was this a blessing from heaven, or... You're finally awake. Kronk too, cough, Kronk chant. Just then, he heard a strange, chilling voice, altered by a distorted tone. Looking up again, he saw a mobile suit standing before him. A blue-gray Gundam. It was covered in dust, bullet holes, and leaking oil. Clearly, since he had lost consciousness, this mobile suit had been protecting him. It had probably taken a lot of damage to cover his immobility. Otherwise, given the mobility of the Gundam frame and Kronk's memory, the enemy mobile suit's presence shouldn't have been damaged in the slightest. As for why it did this, that question didn't even need to be asked. Because Kronk knew the other's identity. That guy was someone he had personally trained. His posture when not fighting, his way of operating the mobile suit, and even that incurable way of addressing him. Is it Ein? And, most importantly, he actually used his own mobile suit to shield someone from bullets. He would do something so foolish. In this world, perhaps only his own disciple could be like this? But, no. You mistaken me for someone else. This guess led to a decisive reply. Beneath the sharply styled mask, Ein answered in a muffled voice. I am Vidal. But as he said this, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. After all, to be honest, he really wanted to confess his identity to Kronk directly. But he couldn't put his current superior, Galio Baudouin, in a difficult position. So even if it meant telling a clumsy lie, he had to keep his identity a secret. I see. Kronk remained silent for a long time. But then, he smiled with relief. Well, this young visitor whose true face I don't know. Look at me, this old body of mine, no longer adept at war. I've been beaten to this state. Could you help this useless old man a little longer? Just a little support until I can return to base. Is that all right? How could I refuse? Aw, no. Since that's your request. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Gundam Vidal gently bent down. He hoisted Gretzky's battered body and walked step by step towards Tekaten headquarters. Chapter 322. Several hours after the raid on Tekaten headquarters ended. Standing in the infirmary, a place he rarely visited, Raistel's face was as cold as ice. Before him was a strange, capsule-like device. Inside was a strange, emerald green liquid. Immersed within was something that had been called Gelita Julis in the past. Her body had shrunk considerably. All her organs below the waist had disappeared. Her hands were twisted and contorted, tightly glued to her body due to the solidified burns. The girl's face was scorched beyond recognition by the intense heat. Gone was her original beauty. She had become almost skeletal. But even so, she was still alive. To be precise, with the help of EU's advanced medical equipment and restorative fluid, she was barely maintained in a state close to survival. His hand gently stroked the glass casing of this medical device. After a long silence, Lesal finally uttered a soft voice. Is this the result of being blinded by hatred? How foolish. This was indeed his true thought. Despite having their communications blocked by someone unknown, his loyal subordinates couldn't distinguish the image masquerading as themselves. They recklessly followed the false instructions and launched an attack without strategy. Not only did this severely damage the EU's public image, but the fact that such a massive loss of combat power occurred during the all-out attack. Furthermore, the intervention of what appeared to be the former Red One forces had caused morale to plummet to the brink of collapse. These few points were enough for Lesal to berate her behind her back for a long time. But rebukes aside, since she managed to return with a breath left, he needed to consider how to maximize her value again. Lesal lowered his head in thought. After all, he would never give up any player he could acquire. After a moment's thought, he had an idea. He clapped his hands, gesturing to a technician nearby. That machine developed for research on Gun technology. How is it? He then inquired. That machine? I heard from the head of Per Technologies that its development and testing are complete. However, the pilot is still. Could it be? The technician's pupils dilated violently at the thought. You intend to give Julia to? That's right. Lesal nodded. We don't have much time. If we don't act quickly, Julia will likely die soon. This is the only way to save her life, isn't it? But, faced with the technician's continued refusal, Lesal said sternly, no buts. I understand your concerns. But even if Julia were still conscious, let alone now that she's in critical condition, she would agree to do this. Because she is my most loyal knight, you understand? I understand. I go and notify the medical staff. Have them prepare for the surgery. The technician was eventually persuaded. He bowed his head, uttered words of obedience, saluted, and turned to leave. Lysel remained standing silently, pondering who could have orchestrated such a carefully calculated situation against him. At the same time, EU Canal military base. A man named McGillis Farid was here. In Galio's imagination, he was probably living a decadent life with Carta. But the reality seemed to be quite different. This battle has resulted in the loss of one of your new mobile suits. I am truly sorry. He was alone in a secluded room, communicating with someone through a projected communication screen. However, please understand. After all, for the sake of victory, the tactic of playing a disguised image was indeed necessary. These words were earth-shattering. It seemed that the one who set up the communication blackout and played the fake image was none other than McGillis Farid. And that's not all. His next words were even more surprising. A flattering smirk played on his lips as McGillis continued, and I'm even more convinced that Mr. Jecker won't mind. Right? After all, you're a man of such extraordinary character. As he said, The red-haired middle-aged man on the other end of the communication line was indeed Vim Jekker. Yes, yes. That's right, that's right. After all, those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. Ha. Seemingly pleased by McGillis's flattery, he laughed as he spoke. But how could this be? Wasn't he one of the EU's leaders in the Yen continent region? He had previously launched a radical proposal to annihilate the Tekkadan group. And he even provided weapons to Lestau. How could he suddenly become an ally of McGillis's group? The answer is actually quite simple. Because, fundamentally, he is a businessman. If the price is right, they can even sell ropes for hanging themselves. Moreover, the price McGillis offered to bribe him was considerable. But, can you really make me the king of Yen continent? A greedy smile bloomed on Vim's face. He said this in a negotiating tone. Becoming a king. This was originally a pretext he used to lure the Tekkadan group in the original work. But in this world line, it seems to have become bait prepared for Jetek. Of course. McGillis wore a benevolent, non-threatening expression. After it's done, we won't harm Jekker Heavy Industries' interests in Yenzhou in the slightest. He stated slowly and deliberately. On the contrary, all your competitors will be eliminated. Free from the interference of the Romphila Consortium. Under these circumstances, with your skills, gaining complete control shouldn't be difficult, right? Oh, that's wonderful. Vim said with a beaming smile, as expected of the young hero of the Farid family, McGillis. You and Lessel and Derringer have completely different demeanor. In that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. He then cheerfully ended the communication. Facing the gradually darkening communication screen, McGillis's expression quickly turned cold. What a vulgar man. But that's precisely why he's easy to control. Oh well. More pawns to use now. Clearly, he didn't intend to take the promise seriously. He merely wanted to use this empty promise to gain the other party's trust and cooperation. After all, what he wanted wasn't Yenzhou. Nor was it Idachu. The blonde youth's gaze was fixed on the direction of the entire world. So, McGillis murmured. Red One has finally truly taken action. Now that he's stirred up a storm in this boring world. Huh? How will the world respond to him? He looked at his palm. And the change I longed for. Will it soon be brought to me by you? I never thought I'd be so captivated by someone else's ideals. Chapter 323. And as McGillis said, a storm quickly spread throughout the world. Perhaps it all started with a casual snapshot taken by a Tekkadan member who loved sharing short videos. He probably initially just wanted to record the scene of what might be his last battle. But in any case, a video summarizing the entire battle spread directly and rapidly across the internet through the convenient tool called the internet. By the time major video websites were forced to block and delete the video from the internet under pressure, it had garnered a staggering 900 million views, along with countless shares and reposts. The ensuing debate was naturally endless. First, many were outraged by the EU's sudden attack on civilian facilities. Thus, various forces in the Yenzhou region, already dissatisfied with the EU, naturally seized the opportunity to intervene. In an instant, countless short articles and reports spread widely throughout the world, making people, already exhausted by the war against extraterrestrial life, realize once again that, in a vast region of the world, people were suffering such injustice and atrocities. Even though the EU government produced several clarification articles overnight, it could not quell the anger and doubts among the public. One of the most undeniable reasons was, even Red One is your enemy. Now, what excuses do you have? It seems that, deep down in the hearts of the people, the being known as Red One has been regarded as the weak, or rather, as humanity's partner. Anything he questions or intends to oppose is considered highly suspect. The EU has failed to provide a satisfactory explanation for this. This has led to a gradual decline in the Red One's influence and authority worldwide. But the EU is not the only one deeply concerned about this. I didn't expect him to actually return. That Red One. Sitting at her desk, her scallop frowned as she looked at the screen playing before her. The report from the last battle had already shown them that Red One and the target they wanted to annihilate, Alvis of Project Paradise. They had a relationship that went at least beyond cooperation. This is indeed a headache, said Mitsuhiro Batland, the middle-aged man standing beside her. However, we don't need to fear him now. Fafnir Void is complete. Freedom is almost finished. Next, if we can complete justice, we can fight any enemy. I only worry. Mitsuhiro paused for a moment, then continued. Miss Hurst, what do you mean? Is it necessary for us to continue this war? Continue or not, if that's what you're asking, I can only say, of course. Her said in a deep voice. Her wrinkled hands gripped the chair tightly. My choice cannot be wrong. We must firmly grasp the power to defeat the enemy in the hands of humanity itself. It seemed she remained steadfast in her opposition to Red One and her stance on the Paradise Project. You and Yusen. Now both are enemies. Although Red One's influence is immense, this is tantamount to simultaneously antagonizing two of the three major powers. The upcoming battles will undoubtedly be extremely difficult. And, during this same time, somewhere in China, someone is watching this battle. A video call is also underway. It's a young man in military uniform, with blue hair and a stern face. He is the chief of staff of the Human Reform League, Ikaruga Taketsugu. The great victory of Operation Sakura has become a stepping stone for this young man's rapid rise. However, today, he doesn't appear in this guise. On the other end of his communication is a silver-haired young man with a gentle smile. It was Leonard Testarossa. Mr. AG, a high-ranking member of Amalgam. So, Mr. O, are you sure? Are you really going to assist that girl in completing her plan? His words directly revealed the true identity of Ikaruga, one of the two top leaders of Amalgam, now controlling nearly half of the organization's power, Mr. O. No wonder, when Leonard heard about the USN's plan to attack Paradise, he intended to conceal this information and bluntly stated that it would cause trouble for Mr. O. After all, Project Paradise is inextricably linked to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Of course. To Leonard's question, Ikaruga simply nodded expressionlessly. This is, in my opinion, the most appropriate decision at present. Besides, Red One is also their supporter. But for the organization, wouldn't it be more beneficial to the organization to abandon this disobedient pawn and create chaos in the EU? But Ikaruga coldly interrupted Leonard's explanation. Don't use the organization as an excuse. You and I both know that, don't we? The current Amalgam is no longer what it was when it was first created. It's just a convenient tool. Huh? Hearing you say that is quite surprising. So you're finally going to drop the pretense? That's right. You're doing this for your ideals. I'm doing this for my country. We have no common interests to speak of, and now, I can't possibly agree to your proposals. Please leave. I understand. Leonard nodded slightly, though the smile remained on his face. A distinctly dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. In that case, please allow me to use some personal methods to resolve this issue? Ha, if you think you can do it, then so be it. With that, Ikaruga ended the communication. He sighed as he leaned back in his chair. He once believed that to protect the land of his birth, he would spare no effort, even if it meant utilizing forces hidden beneath the surface. But now it seemed he had become too immersed, swept up in the whirlpool. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the empty room, falling into a brief silence. But this didn't mean his thoughts had ceased. A moment later, he pressed a button beside him, summoning one of his trusted confidants. And a moment later, what is it now? The man who stepped into his doorway had long, brown hair cascading to his shoulders. Wearing a black military uniform, his features were undeniably approachable. Yet his expression held an aloof indifference that kept everyone at arm's length. I need you to go to Huffman Island to escort our special envoy and Negudelia Lana Bernstein. They're probably being watched. I understand. Anything else? I will also send Wu Yulei there under the guise of testing a new machine. I hope you can perform exceptionally well with this machine. Ikaruga lowered his head. Seemingly more weary than ever before, he murmured. I'm counting on you. Shirogane. Chapter 324. However, despite the turbulent situation in reality, the vast Pacific Ocean was unusually calm. Sailing out from the canal area, gradually moving further and further away from the EU. Military base behind them, that was the flagship of the Tekaden group, the Firework. Their passage was naturally thanks to Tekaden's inside man. Namely, the assistance of McGillis Farid, who was currently present. Although many members wanted to thank the assistant Yu Xiao had mentioned, Yu Xiao refused them one by one to keep his true identity a secret. At this moment, on the deck, looking at the seagulls gliding across the horizon, Yu Xiao recalled what had happened earlier. The fierce battle at Tekaden headquarters, after the dust settled, finally reached the ears of the members who had set sail. No one died. However, over a dozen members sustained injuries of varying degrees in the battle. Some were even affected by their Aleyevich Nana systems. This meant that they would likely struggle not only to fight, but even to maintain a normal life. Even so, Olga, as their leader, had no intention of abandoning them. Instead, he planned to continue supporting them using the organization's income. After all, It's precisely because there are places we must reach at any cost that we must be mindful of our companion's well-being. That's what he said when Yu Xiao asked him for his reasoning. This further convinced Yu Xiao that his decision up to this point was correct. And although the global discussion sparked by Red One was somewhat unexpected, Tekaden didn't give up on this opportunity. Currently, the world is voicing support for the liberation movement in Yanzhou, led by Chrissy. Therefore, not only the People's Revolutionary Alliance, but even the Yusin, which had previously adhered to isolationism, has expressed its willingness to openly support them. Thus, what was originally intended as a short visit to Huffman Island has turned into a lengthy negotiation. According to Gudelia, the process will likely last about a week. The discussions will cover upcoming material support, diplomatic measures, and, if necessary, the possibility of assisting the countries of Yanzhou in armed conflict. During this time, their troops will likely provide protection. Therefore, the Tekaden can move freely on the island. But for some reason, Yu Xiao always feels a sense of unease. It seems that something bad is about to happen. This feeling has been constantly swirling in his mind lately, making it difficult for him to calm down even when gazing at the calm, azure ocean. Until, Mr. Xiao. A clear voice called out from behind. Yu Xiao turned around. It was Rim. But it wasn't just Rim. Her hand was also holding another small hand. It was Shinonome Chia. Now looking like a child, she had been entrusted to Rim's care by Yu Xiao, who had relatively little free time. Although she rarely interacted with anyone other than her father and brothers, she seemed quite adept at caring for children. Perhaps this was a girl's natural talent. Although, strictly speaking, the child before her wasn't really a child. What's wrong, Rim? Even so, Yu Xiao asked. After brushing her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear from running, Rim finally spoke. Nothing. Ah, no. Actually, there is something. Then tell me. Yu Xiao nodded, not commenting much on what she had just said. After all, he was getting used to the somewhat eccentric way this naive young lady from the research team spoke. I'd like to trouble you to look after Chia for me. I received a message from my brother. It seems my mecha will be transported over soon. I need to coordinate things there. Rim said, releasing Chia's hand, who seemed somewhat reluctant to part with her. Rim, your mecha? Is it that Thunder Witch? Yu Xiao pondered. This was indeed good news for him. After all, this meant his victor could combine into the even more powerful God-Slayer giant. His combat power would receive an unprecedented boost. So he nodded, understood. Leave it to me, Rim. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. Get along well with Mr. Akatsuki here, Chia. After saying this, Rim turned and ran off. Yeah, I'll wait for you to come back, Rim-nichan. Goodbye. Looking at the gray-haired girl waving goodbye to Rim's retreating figure with that innocent and naive air, Yu Xiao was speechless. After a long while, he was able to murmur, Thank you for playing the little brat all this time, master. You seem to be really enjoying it. Hey, what are you saying? I always been young, you know. Where did the word playing come from? But when she turned around to answer Yu Xiao's question, the other person, Higashikawa Chia's tone had become old-fashioned again, just like when she was still the wise old woman. Her ability to say whatever comes to mind was as superb as ever. Yu Xiao thought to herself. Okay. I understand. Master, you're not pretending to be a brat. Master, you are simply a brat. Heh. Although you're obviously insulting me, I won't mind. It's good that you know. Chia put her hands on her hips. At this moment, her tone changed, but you really did a good job. Foolish disciple. Contacting the inside man, facilitating the agreement. I really didn't expect that the wandering boy who looked like a little stray dog back then could now do this much. Thank you for your praise. Yu Xiao bowed slightly in thanks. But when he looked up again, what he saw was a strangely posed Chia, her back straight and arms outstretched. Master, what is this? He asked tentatively. Need I say? Chia's reply was matter-of-fact. It's a reward hug. Words alone aren't enough. Come here, let your master praise you properly. Huh? Ah, no need for that. Look at me. Yu Xiao subconsciously took a step back. What's wrong? Clearly displeased with Yu Xiao's behavior, Chia pouted. As your master and an elder, seeing my disciple, can't I even feel gratified? Even so for me, and you just said you were young, you. Oh dear, is that so? I'm truly sorry. After all, old people's memories are just so bad. Chia shook her head with a smile. But it's harmless, come on. But her actions only pushed him further, forcing Yu Xiao against the deck railing. He had nowhere to retreat. Seeing this, Yu Xiao had no choice but to steel himself. He bent down and embraced the youthful-looking elder tightly. The delicate scent of sandalwood wafted into Yu Xiao's nostrils from Qianhui's hair. Feeling the warmth of the small body in his arms, more like he was embracing her than holding him. Master. Yu Xiao finally spoke softly. Driven by an irrepressible impulse, he blurted out the words he had kept hidden in his heart for so long. I feel really tired. Chapter 325. No need to say anything. I understand. That's why I'm doing this. There wasn't much surprise. Chia simply smiled serenely, gently patting Yu Xiao's back. Otherwise, you see, you wouldn't be able to say that, would you? Yes. So, that's your weakness, you silly disciple. Chia whispered close to Yu Xiao's ear. Listen carefully. Maybe you're fighting somewhere I don't know. But you absolutely mustn't push yourself too hard. Understand? Rest when you need to. And occasionally act cute with me. I allow that, okay? Thank you for your kindness. But that kind of thing isn't necessary. Really? But you're hugging me right now. Using that little devilish way of hugging a pillow to fall asleep. It feels like we could take it a little further. Like letting me clean your ears, letting you rest your head on my lap, or lulling you to sleep. Those things aren't out of the question, are they? I don't care about that kind of thing. After all, this isn't something you suggested. Relax, relax. It was just a joke. For some reason. Although she seemed quite anxious, Yu Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of relief. And just then, Mr. Xiao, I'm back. What are you all doing? For the second time, Rim ran out of the cabin. But seeing the two embracing, her expression turned somewhat strange. Needless to say, Yu Xiao and Qianhui then separated as well. I was just playing with Brother Xiao. What's wrong, Sister Lim? Chia instantly switched to her innocent, harmless demeanor. It was an acting skill that was almost too good to be true. No. It's nothing. Perhaps feeling ashamed of judging this girl from an adult perspective, Lim quickly shook her head in denial. It's just that I'm really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Xiao. Let's go, Chia. Okay. Watching the two leave again, Yu Xiao intended to log out at that moment. But the vibration on his communication terminal made his expression stiffen. That was from Amalgam. Or rather, a contact from Leonard Testarossa. Considering that the other party was, after all, one of his collaborators, he didn't want to neglect her. Yu Xiao had no choice but to return to the command room on the bridge. After confirming that no one was around, he opened the comms and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Leonard." Straightening his collar, Yu Xiao cautiously inquired, "What brings you here today?" The silver-haired man on the other end of the line simply nodded in greeting and said, "Not exactly what I'm asking for. Just, in short, as a partner, I have a condition. A request." "Go ahead," Yu Xiao nodded, indicating that the other party could speak. But no matter what, he hadn't expected, "I hope that during your return journey after the three-way meeting, the other party would utter such words. You can help us punish Gudelia Lana Bernstein." This abrupt proposal shocked Yu Xiao considerably. It probably silenced him for about 3 seconds. Why? Then, he lowered his crossed legs, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently into the other's eyes as he asked. "Because sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living," Leonard replied steadily. "A living Gudelia would bring an awakened, independent Yin continent. But a dead Gudelia brings only anger, and a Yin continent lacking a leader. This can be done with a little intelligence processing. Whether it's an assassination or an accident. So, you intend to bring Yin continent's power under your control?" Yu Xiao murmured. "That's right. After all, this is beneficial to your Takadan, isn't it? Originally, she relied on your military power. But once she's freed from her constraints, you can use the righteous cause of revenge to gain the upper hand in the war against Itachi. Then, wouldn't you also have a share in the power to rule Yinzhou?" Leonard's face wore a calm smile. "I see. A great idea." After digesting the other party's intentions, Yu Xiao nodded. "That's wonderful. Then But unfortunately, as a human being, my most basic morality and conscience won't allow us to do that." Yu Xiao stood up. "You actually want us to betray our partners? How could you even think of such a thing? And say it so openly. Honestly, it really refreshed my understanding of the lowest level of your character." Speaking maliciously, Yu Xiao expected the other party to naturally show displeasure. But Leonard, being a seasoned veteran, remained calm and composed. "Your response was exactly what I expected. Since you knew that, why continue talking to me? Because I believe that with such noble sentiments, It's impossible for you to ignore the 100,000 inhabitants of Huffman Island, is it? Leonard chuckled. You know about the G-bombs that destroyed the small Pacific nation of Reminiscia a long time ago, right? Unfortunately, we happen to have some of those in stock. And they even been fitted with ECS. In other words, they can be launched undetected to any corner of the world. If you don't want to agree, we have no choice but to resort to this. Not only Miss Gudelia, but also the lives of the inhabitants of Huffman Island will be lost. It might even force the UN and the Human Reform League to directly participate in this battle. Are you threatening me? Yu Zhao's face darkened. No, I just wanted to show that we would do this if absolutely necessary. Yu Zhao drew out the last syllable, giving himself some time to think. Then he smiled. Clearly, he had already decided whether the other party's words were true or false. Then it's up to you. What do you mean? I mean, if you can press the button, then just press it. The organizational structure of Amalgam, do you think I don't know? Even though you're nominally in the upper echelons of the organization, you're really just a collective opinion leader. Maintaining the status quo is fine. You shall spread her hands, but if you offend the other members, getting their consent will be difficult, won't it? And Huffman Island is a rare commercial port and city. I guess, given the shrewdness of the Amalgam personnel, no one would be so prudent as to not own personal property there, would they? At this point, a fleeting seriousness appeared on Leonard's face. The smile vanished from his face. Clearly, Yu Xiao's guess was spot on. In the end, it doesn't matter if you do press it. But Yu Xiao still wore a half smile. Clearly, the happiness hadn't disappeared. It had simply transferred from one person's face to another's. I bet. Red number 1 will make a move then. Right? Chapter 326. Red 1. This was hardly a reason or excuse. But Renard, his face grim, couldn't find any words to refute it. Because it was the same as what he had done before. It was simply a threat. And a threat many times more terrifying than the G-bomb. As the hero, who had taken the lead in the joint operation between the two countries to decapitate the Beta's lair, Red One's presence, in terms of both combat power and reputation, was terrifyingly immense. And Renard couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Moreover, it seemed that Red One's unit had indeed made a high-profile display of its presence with a counterattack against the EU forces. So what could he say? Okay. He could only nod helplessly. Since you insist, then let's wait and see. That's enough, Mr. K. I couldn't be happier. And I hope you won't call me by that name anymore. It only disgusts me. On the other end of the communication, Yu Xiao nodded. After all, he had regained the resources for the real battlefield mode. He also had the AG system, capable of freely producing mechs. So now, Leonard and the Amalgam were, in other words, practically useless to him. Then he cut off the communication. And to prevent his dedicated communication device from eavesdropping on his information or having any countermeasures, Yu Xiao then got up and threw it into the sea. Watching the object rise and fall with the waves, Yu Zhao's feelings were complex. She wondered what Tessa would think after learning about her biological brother's current situation. Meanwhile, Leonard's situation wasn't as good as Yu Zhao's. He gripped the precision instrument tightly in his hand with a force that almost crushed it. If he weren't careful not to lose his composure, he would have loved to put on a performance of the Führer's rage. After all, he had been rejected and declared war twice in one day. For someone who had always believed he could control everything, this was almost unforgivable. After a long while, his emotions returned to normal. A confident smile appeared on his face. Only this time it carried a hint of detached madness. Sabina, he called out. Yes. What is it? And his loyal secretary appeared before him just in time. Help me contact the mentor. Tell him we need his. No. To be precise, we need that lady's cooperation. The mentor is a dangerous figure who supports terrorist activities around the world. Renard had previously cooperated with him, testing the performance of his new mechs by supporting the Small and Medium Enterprise Liberation Front's activities. It was that battle that allowed Yu Xiao to join the Amalgam organization. Now, just as their cooperation had ended, Renard was seeking his help again. This was undeniably somewhat disappointing. Upon hearing this, Sabina reflexively frowned. I understand. But, do you really think she agree? Why not? Leonard picked up the glass that had been beside him since the start of their conversation, taking a sip. Something this fun should win her over. Besides, the opponent is that Red number 1. Seemingly imagining a future scenario, Leonard smiled again. Don't blame me, Mr. K. Since you're planning to use human heroes as a shield. Then let me use monsters that threaten humanity as leverage to fight you. Monsters that threaten humanity. That's quite intriguing. Currently, the only beings capable of threatening humanity are the Fistterms. But if anyone in this world could use the Fistterms, that would probably only be the US, and daring to say so. And those days probably won't last long. Inside a US coastal military base, in the center of the spacious hangar stood 3 mechs at different stages of completion. The mobile suit on the left is entirely blue, white, and red, a classic Gundam protagonist color scheme with distinct contrasts. Its sleek design features folded wings on its back, and 4 long-barreled heavy cannons folding at its waist and back. That's a mobile suit reverse-engineered by the US and using data from the recovered Savior Gundam. Named after the ideals promoted by the United States, in this parallel universe, it retains its original name, Freedom Gundam. The mobile suit on the right, however, is entirely crimson. Although its external armor was incomplete, its body was sculpted with extreme sharpness, like a razor-sharp blade. It was a contemporary of the Freedom Gundam, a machine recreated in this parallel universe, the Justice Gundam. But compared to these 2 mobile suits, the one in the center was far more eye-catching. That jet-black machine possessed a colossal form nearly 40 meters tall. Strong arms were attached to its slender, alien-like body, and a pair of striking wings sprouted from its back. Its name was Savior Type Fafnir. Fafnir Void. After a long period of independent research, this USN's decisive weapon was finally completed. Unlike the human Reformation's half-finished machine, this behemoth, freed from all limitations and named Void, would likely inflict terrifying casualties if deployed to the front lines. The end of Fistrum was fast approaching. And then? So the enemy will be humans? Standing beneath the massive steel behemoth, the blonde girl, Virginia Greenberry, appeared somewhat diminutive, muttering to herself with a touch of melancholy. She wasn't wearing the Guardian's enhanced gear for piloting her tactical machine today. Instead, she was wearing a daringly tailored assimilation suit with exposed shoulders and thighs, the clothing necessary for neural linking with Fafnir. This was proof that she had been chosen to pilot the dark children of nothingness before her. "Good afternoon, Lieutenant. You look a little pale. What happened?" Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Startled, Virginia turned around. "Fied?" she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Shouldn't you be here? Receiving treatment at the hospital? How come?" Really? You must be mistaken. There haven't been any combat operations lately. How could I be injured?" "Ah. Yes. How could I be mistaken? I guess I've been too busy, haha." Virginia realized what was happening. She laughed it off, covering up the incident. It seemed that Mitsuhiro ultimately didn't choose the risky option of erasing his memory. Instead, he chose to continue rewriting Fide's past experiences with false memories, forcing him to forget his reunion with his teammates in the previous battle. But this time, he could let it go. But what about next time if the problem wasn't resolved? Looking at the young man smiling innocently before her, Virginia didn't dare to think about it. A mere tool for combat. Now, she couldn't look at him that way anymore. "Speaking of which, Lieutenant, this machine is yours." Fidel stepped forward, gazing at the machine before him, his chin resting on his hand in deep thought. "Yes, my new machine, Fafnir Void." "Is that so?" Fidel frowned. He uttered words that sounded somewhat dangerous to Virginia. "It feels a little familiar. Is it just my imagination?" It seemed his experiences fighting in Red 1 unit were resurfacing in his mind. If Dr. Mitsuhiro heard this, it would be terrible. Just as Virginia was starting to worry. Intruder detected at the base. Intruder detected at the base. Warning, this is not a drill. A sudden alarm sounded out of nowhere. And the next second. "Since that's what you think." She heard it behind her. "No." It sounded like words coming directly from her mind. "Why don't you do what you think is right?" Chapter 327. A chill ran through Virginia's heart in an instant. Not because someone had silently appeared behind her, but because the other person had directly revealed her hidden thoughts. The one who could do that, no matter how you look at it, was Fistrum? Not daring to make a move, she only slightly turned her gaze away, observing the reaction of the person behind her. Perhaps. But the other person only nodded, their answer rather ambiguous. "The intruder is there. Report at the machine." The shouts of the staff who had been on site rang out beside her. But they stopped abruptly after a moment. Looking closely, they were all lying on the ground, seemingly struck hard on the back of the head by something. Sure enough, it was an application of Fistrum's assimilation ability. "Stop. Don't add any more casualties." But looking over, The person who had been muttering to themselves had only raised their hand. At this moment, Fidel also took action. "Lieutenant! You, stay away from her." Drawing his pistol from his waist, and assuming a firing stance, he stared intently at the figure before him. It was a handsome young man with brown hair and purple eyes. That wouldn't be surprising. However, in Fidel's eyes, have I seen this person before? His face seemed vaguely familiar. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, those related memories were like a fog. And this recollection had consequences. A familiar pain tore through his mind, almost shattering his skull. Otherwise, TSK. I shoot. He clutched his forehead with one hand, desperately trying to suppress the pain. But Fidel's other hand, still trembling, gripped his gun tightly. So, you're in pain too. Seeing his opponent like this, a hint of pity appeared in the boy's eyes. Speaking incoherently, his figure appeared behind Fidel like a ghost. Bear with it for a moment. I free you from your restraints. He then raised his hand, and gently placed it on Fidel's shoulder. The action carried no danger. Only a nostalgic feeling washed over him, followed by the spread of green crystals in his palm. Perhaps due to the pain, Fidel's brows suddenly furrowed. A flash of golden light flickered in his open eyes, then turned crimson. But then, as his expression returned to normal, his pupils gradually returned to their original color and became clear. A brief silence. Are you Kira Yamano? Following this, accompanied by cold sweat trickling down his forehead, Fidel spoke in a deep voice. Yes. But despite this name, I'm probably not the person you imagined me to be. The boy who called himself Kira Yamato, yet seemed quite different from the protagonist of the original Gundam Seed World, replied calmly. Anyway, I can explain later. Time is running out. Even just now, could you help me a little? To stop the impending conflict, I need the power here. Otherwise... Very well. Fidel nodded. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Lieutenant. I hope we won't meet again. But at the end, he turned and whispered a farewell to Virginia. Then, the two went their separate ways. For some reason, Virginia didn't want to stop him. Perhaps she knew she couldn't. In the end, the girl could only watch helplessly as Kira boarded the Freedom Gundam. With the railgun he was equipped with, which was supposed to annihilate the Festum, he forcefully blasted open the hangar door. Then, he spread his wings and soared away. Following him, Fidel's Vanguard Savior Gundam also transformed into its mobile armor form and flew into the sky. It was at this moment that the soldiers who had received the incomplete distress signal finally arrived at the hangar at the target location. Upon arrival, they found only Virginia standing there, frozen in place, and the missing Freedom Gundam. Damn it. They actually stole a weapon symbolizing the ideals of the United States. That Festum. Therefore, they quickly grasped the situation and rushed towards their mobile suits scattered throughout the hangar. No! However, their actions were stopped by Virginia, who had seemed still in a daze. Huh? Why, Lieutenant? The enemy is already quite powerful. Besides, they've stolen the Freedom Gundam. They're not an opponent you can handle. Well, we can't just stand by and watch. Of course. Virginia responded with apparent decisiveness. However, what she followed was a complete lie. So, Lieutenant Fidel, Copycat 001 has already been ordered to pursue him. If even he can't defeat him, you only be throwing your lives away. Understand? The soldiers looked around. It seems that's all we can do. As if realizing the truth of her words, they finally dispersed. Fidel. Only Virginia remained, watching the Vanguard Savior's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Like watching a bird freed from its cage, flying into the distance. Have a safe journey, she murmured softly. And in the distant sky, you worked hard. Is the memory fusion stable? Kira asked his wingman beside him from the soaring Freedom Gundam. The Freedom Gundam's cockpit was now filled with emerald-colored crystals. Clearly, this was proof that he had manipulated the machine using assimilation. Barely. At least now I know who I am, Fidel replied in a muffled voice. Although he had erased the false memories that Mitsuhiro had repeatedly implanted in his mind, accepting his true experiences after his resurrection took considerable time. I never imagined I'd be facing Mr. Law on the battlefield. I don't know how to face the past. Let's not talk about this, Mr. Kira. He composed himself. Where are we going? Shinjo. The primal nest on the western plateau, Kira answered calmly. H01? How could this be? Fidel frowned reflexively. The news reports clearly state that this source of evil was eradicated through the combined efforts of Red One, the Human Revolutionary Alliance, and the USIN. It should be a USIN G-Factor mine by now, shouldn't it? That's how it should be. But I'm afraid some people aren't satisfied with the status quo, Kira said gravely. I won't say more. You understand when we get there. He added at the end, besides, your true comrades should be there too. Chapter 328. Then, the focus shifts back to Ryugu Island. The sun had risen. A new day had dawned, and the members of the unit were out and about, and so, in the hangar of the L ship, a predictable interlude unfolded. A Muro ray? A Muro from the future of the 1-year war. Really? A trembling finger extended. An expression more of joy than surprise. And a twitching corner of the mouth. The one displaying this expression towards a Muro in the corridor was none other than the ever-present, unchanging Luo Dongchuan himself. After all, for every Federation soldier who participated in the 1-year war, the name of the White Demon Amuro Ray was practically legendary. His name frequently appeared in our reports. That name, whenever it appeared, was often linked to the downing of enemy ACs. And in Xeon propaganda materials distributed to the Federation, stories of Gundams being shot down were frequently mentioned, attempting to demoralize the enemy. Luo Dongchuan remembered that once in just 1 month. In the propaganda materials, Amuro Ray and the White Horse team were depicted as being completely wiped out by Xeon 3 times, in different places and at different times. This naturally became a topic of amusement on the battlefield afterward. It's me. What's wrong, Luo Dongchuan? Based on our birth dates, I should probably call you sir. But, what's wrong, Luo? Anyway, Amuro looked at Luo Dongchuan, who seemed ready to pounce at any moment, and asked hesitantly. Nothing. Wait. That white devil. What's wrong with you? At first, Luo Dongchuan just laughed it off. But he quickly seemed somewhat shocked that the young hero had actually acknowledged him. How could I not know? You've been staring at me with that strange look since just now. Even an ordinary person would notice, let alone me. No, that's not what I meant. It's just... Luo Dongchuan stammered, taking a step back. Yeah. Unexpectedly, the little boy who was usually close to him chimed in. Uncle, you don't know this, do you? Mr. Amuro. He's a cosmic-level womanizer who changes girlfriends every week. Baruti chuckled. Even a pretty girl like me doesn't have the confidence to get close to an adult like you. You're a man, and a middle-aged man who's long past his prime. You should stay away. Oh, is that so? What? Wait. Why are you keeping steering the conversation that way, Baruti? Let me tell you, I'm not. Not what? Not. What you're thinking. What I'm thinking. Is that so? Actually, what I'm thinking is... Alright. You too. In the end, it was Amuro who stepped in to mediate their usual bickering. Anyway, this kind of topic. Let's not talk about it. He then smiled wryly. After all, those days of being under house arrest by the military might sound enviable to others, but in his memory, it was like hell. He just never expected that this topic would become gossip material decades later, and that even the girl in front of him would know about it. We are now comrades. There's no need to distinguish who's superior. From now on, all we need to do is fight side by side on the battlefield. Isn't that enough? A small interlude ended there. Meanwhile, on the other side. Our Eins, no. Our Blade. Standing before the PT, Lone Ranger, machine, its red, blue, and white colors blending seamlessly, the strange man still wearing a helmet murmured to himself. The machine before him was the Our Blade, which Yu Xiao had modified a second time using his remaining points. Or rather, it should now be called the Our Blade Special Edition. With the addition of more fixed weapons, it now possessed performance comparable to the prototype R1. Taking a few steps forward, placing his hand close to the machine, Mikhail remained silent. He recalled the faces of his comrades from Granzera, Colonel Windrew, and Captain Axel, who gave him the helmet. He was now going to fight alone in the future. He wondered if they could sense it. The silence only ended when a blonde youth suddenly walked over and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? You look a bit melancholy, helmet bro? Michael turned to look. It was John Ford. Like him, he was also a new member of Mithril. Really? I'm just a little happy to be fighting alongside this old friend again. He shook his head. Then, abruptly, he said, By the way, Johnny. My name is John. Realizing the other person had probably misunderstood his name, John corrected them. Sorry. Joe. Never mind. John rubbed his head, a slight headache coming on. So? Is there something you want to tell me? How's your machine? Michael finally asked. My machine? Over there. John pointed to a tactical aircraft standing in the distance. That was an F-22 Raptor, or more accurately, a modified version. After all, after the battle, Yu Xiao realized he didn't have enough funds to exchange for a machine from the original work. And even if he did, it wouldn't be able to use the new energy source Nu alone, which had spread globally at the time. As a power source like in the original work, its performance might not be much better than a regular fighter jet. So, after a brief consideration, Yu Xiao exchanged for a lot of usable parts to restore and modify the wreckage of the F-22 he had recovered in the battle. The appearance wasn't significantly altered. The main enhancement lay in modifying the power unit's output, enabling it to use beam weapons, laser rifles and lightsabers stored in its wrists, in combat. This rendered the weapon racks on its back meaningless. Therefore, Yu Xiao replaced them with additional jump units to provide extra power. Finally, to counter the threat of future beam weapons, the entire machine was coated with a bright silver anti-beam coating. Thus, although the modifications weren't drastic, the final result was that this F-22 achieved significant improvements in attack power, defense, and mobility. In the end, Yu Xiao entrusted the naming of the machine to John himself. He then named it Black Fly, after his fallen friend's nickname. From a certain perspective, it was a rather coincidental naming. However, thinking about this, John realized a problem. After entrusting the machine to him, Yu Xiao seemed to have left. He hasn't returned since. Where is he now? Chapter 329. Fortunately, the answer to this question was quickly found. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Entering through the automatic doors from outside the hangar, Yu Xiao looked somewhat tired and hurried. Why did he look like this? This question could be answered by looking at the people following behind him. Wearing the white and blue uniforms of the Alvis, they had faces that the people on the L ship weren't very familiar with. They were the dispatch force from Ryugu Island, going to participate in the Mithril operation. Clearly, Yu Xiao had previously gone to Ryugu Island to discuss personnel and supplies. The dispatch personnel from Ryugu Island have all arrived, he announced to the troops. From now on, you will all be comrades who will face life and death together. From now on, let's get along well. He then slightly stepped aside to make way. He was probably indicating that they should introduce themselves. That's certainly necessary. My name is Minashiro Tsuji. I'm in charge of controlling and operating the Siegfried system. When Mr. Yu Xiao is away, I be in charge of the troops. That's it. The flaxen-haired boy at the front of the line. Minashiro Tsuji sensibly nodded and stepped forward to give a brief self-introduction. As he said, after joining Mithril, he would be responsible for operating the Siegfried system, replacing Yu Xiao's original position. This was naturally a good thing for Yu Xiao, so he readily agreed. After all, compared to the headache-inducing tactical planning, it was much better to personally pilot the machine and fight alongside his comrades on the battlefield. After making this introduction, Soshir decisively stepped forward. The boy following closely behind had neat, short black hair. If you listened carefully, you could hear him softly murmuring the other's name as Soshir introduced himself. Soshir! This boy was none other than Kazuki Mech, the protagonist of Fafnir in the Azure. Like Shoko Hazama, whom Yu Xiao had met that day, he was a boy who hadn't yet learned the truth about the island. Even his father, the current commander, Fumihiko Mech, was initially unwilling to let him participate. But ultimately, at the request of his close friend, he was included in the plan. After all, he was currently the most compatible match for Fafnir on Ryugu Island. After the hidden memory shifted, Yu Xiao remembered him remaining silent for a long time. But in the end, he decisively agreed to Sushi's request. When asked why. Because it's a friend's request, he said. These words sounded somewhat light-hearted. But they were a testament to the profound weight of their friendship. Enough of the digressions. Now, it wasn't until everyone's gaze was fixed on him that he finally snapped out of his daze. "Aw, no, I'm Kazuki Mech. I'm the pilot of Fafnir Divine Sword Type 11, nice to meet you." After a hasty bow, Kazuki followed Soshir away. Judging from the boy's somewhat confused and uneasy demeanor, it's hard to imagine that he would one day become the true pilot of that Fafnir existence. Finally, it's my turn. I'm Mizuguchi. Mizuguchi Kayasuke. The mature-looking man, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward and greeted him. Unlike the kids, I'm a Marine belonging to the infantry unit. Although I served as a tactical aircraft pilot, I'm a bit rusty now. My usual duties are security and guard duty. He glanced around. Even so, I guess I can be a cushy job here forever, haha. With a laugh, the seemingly frivolous man drifted away. Perhaps others wouldn't accept him, but Yu Xiao had complete faith in him. Contrary to his appearance, in the original work, he was actually a very mature and reliable character. After another round of self-introductions, it was finally time to go to the end of the line. The person who stepped forward, to be honest, it was someone Yu Xiao hadn't expected. The boy with crimson eyes stepped forward, stopped, and spoke briefly. Shin Asuka, pilot of Fafnir Unit 1. That was indeed Shin Asuka, who had truly become a senior figure among the boys of Ryugu Island in this timeline. And the pilot of Fafnir Unit 1. Yu Xiao remembered that in the original work, this unit was originally intended for Minashiro Soshiro. However, because he was blind in one eye, he was unable to pilot it, so the unit was sealed away. It seems that in this timeline, its pilot naturally became Asuka. At the meeting, Yu Xiao had also asked him why he volunteered to join Mithril. After all, he had already shown symptoms of the late stage of assimilation. If he continued piloting Fafnir on this basis, he might one day lose his life. Yu Xiao wanted to know what the obsession driving the other was. But Asuka simply remained silent. He only vaguely mentioned at the end, it's about putting an end to something with someone. Knowing that this was probably related to his past, Yu Xiao didn't feel comfortable asking further. But in the end, he agreed to the other's request. After all, it was the same old story. The more combat power he had, the better. At worst, when he had gathered all the materials and energy to build the machine again, he could use the AGE system to transform the DI dagger, which had been left unmanned since Fidel's departure, into the Destiny Pulse Gundam, which had a connection with him in the Seed world. Although he didn't know if the other could even operate it. Yu Xiao thought to himself. However, Fidel. Just thinking of that name filled him with a touch of melancholy. At that time, he was completely absorbed in the game, and didn't pay much attention to his passing. After world peace, perhaps he should find a way to commemorate his contributions. Just as he was pondering this, is everyone gathered? Good. From the crowd, a small figure jumped out. It was Mei. Previously, Kovatro had publicly declared that this was a smart terminal containing fragments of the core of Poseidon Island. Therefore, her presence was quickly accepted by everyone present. And her choice to appear at this time. Was there something important? Yu Xiao frowned in thought. And then, his premonition proved correct. Although it's regrettable to interrupt everyone, we have important matters to attend to. Mei gently raised her hand. Then, a recording of something was projected from it, and if Yu Xiao remembered correctly, that's an aerial view of the original lair, H01? Chapter 330. In the western plateau of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, within the G-Element mining plant. This place was originally the lair of the terrifying monstrous insects known as Beta, who wreaked havoc on the region. However, since a hero wiped them out, it has become a site for human resource extraction. According to the treaty, the control of this place is currently temporarily leased to the USU. Because the terrain and environment within the lair are too complex, it is impossible to directly use fully AI-powered machinery for mining. Therefore, a large number of refugees and a number of volunteers were deployed. After brief training, they began the long mining operation using modified engineering mobile suits. And in this bottomless pit, 1 2 1 2 good! Amidst the resounding work chants, a yellow-painted engineering mobile suit, with a thunderous roar, extracted a piece of G-element crystal fixed to the ground. Hey! This is quite a bumper harvest. That should be enough for today's quota. Seeing this, the foreman directing the work nodded in satisfaction. They knew the work wasn't directly related to their own interests. Therefore, completing the daily excavation quota assigned by their superiors was sufficient. Alright, Bob. That's enough for today. Let's go get our lunch. He then raised his communicator and shouted to his colleagues. Upon hearing this instruction, the cockpit of the engineering mobile suit opened. So early? Even faster than before. Are you kidding me, foreman? Stepping out and speaking loudly to the people below was a young man who didn't look very old. He had a dusty face and bronze skin, his eyes revealing a mixture of weariness and satisfaction. Although his helmet had flattened his hair, the faded but still striking magenta highlights in his dark hair were still visible. This young man had only recently started working at the mine. The foreman only knew his name was Bob. He looked dejected when he arrived. But his driving skills were undeniably excellent. Therefore, even without on-the-job training, he was still assigned the driver's position. And during this time, Bob's mood seemed to be returning to normal. Of course not. Damn it, are you pretending? Don't you know how badly you're doing? Right now, he even had the leisure to engage in casual conversation with the foreman. And the foreman laughed and scolded his seemingly self-aggrandizing, pretentious display of knowledge. Let's hurry up and get out of the well to eat. We should still be able to get some meat now. Okay, I understand. Bob replied. He then slid down the rope inside the well. The two walked side by side until they reached an intersection. "What are you doing, foreman?" the boy, who called himself Bob, asked, watching the foreman suddenly turn and leave. "Going to relieve myself. I'll be back in a bit." The foreman chuckled. Then he turned and walked away without looking back. But after he left, his expression changed from a smile to silence, and then to sadness, as he loosened his belt. He didn't know what had happened to the boy before him. But he knew this kind of place was absolutely unsuitable for someone like him. He couldn't possibly be 18 yet. He should be in a classroom, studying, carefree and striving. Now, he had to struggle in this endless maze for a meal. If he wasn't at fault, then who was? Sigh, this world. In the end, the foreman sighed helplessly. He took out a cigarette from his pocket. He put it in his mouth and lit it. This wasn't a coal mine after all. The stability of G elements was frighteningly high, so there was no need to worry, but what he hadn't expected was, although G elements wouldn't explode from a mere flame, a creature with an extremely keen sensitivity to such reactions, and more deadly than anything else, had unknowingly lurked here. Before his eyes, several rocks suddenly jolted. The foreman, curious about what it was, leaned closer, and the rock wall ripped open. Suddenly, a gaping maw appeared before him. "It's them? How is this possible?" For a moment, the foreman's mind was filled with horror, unable to think clearly. But his muscle memory faithfully reacted. He pressed on something at his waist, and then pressed it. It was an alarm system to immediately alert everyone to danger. It was something prepared to prevent mine disasters. Unexpectedly, the training he received in the army back home still remained. And the foreman, who had long wanted to face these damn monsters, realized what he had done, and closed his eyes with a hint of relief. Then, the alarm blared instantly, perfectly drowning out the cracking sound of a head being crushed by something echoing through the corridor. Meanwhile, on Ryugu Island. What, the beta actually revived? And in the already suppressed H-01 nest, aren't there still quite a few civilians there? Looking at the flickering red light before him, and the data coming from May's side, Socher frowned, muttering to himself. After all, he had personally witnessed the annihilation campaign launched by Red One and the Human Reform League against the Betas. He knew it was absolutely true. The Human Reform League wouldn't risk their lives just to save face by telling such a big lie. Therefore, the scene before him was even more astonishing. But whatever. His innate calmness allowed Socher to stop his agitation within seconds. Meanwhile, a dark thought also arose in his mind. Should they really attack now? Undoubtedly, the enemy was threatening humanity's safety. But those humans were the ones working for the USN. If they were wiped out here, the United States of the New World could cease receiving its G-series supplies. In this situation, wouldn't it be better to remain inactive for now? Mr. Yu Xiao? Now? He hesitated. Turning his gaze to Yu Xiao, Socher spoke in a deep voice. Undoubtedly, he intended to seek the other's advice, but he was met with Yu Xiao's calm, almost unsettling gaze. It was as if the other had seen right through him. "It's up to you, Socher," he said. "On the battlefield, I'm just a soldier. In the current situation, you are the commander, aren't you?" These words were an expression of utmost trust. Socher lowered his head, remaining silent for about 2 or 3 seconds. "I understand." He nodded, then turned to the crowd, gazing at the scene before him, and gave his orders. "Gentlemen, the Beta have resumed their activities, and are threatening the safety of all humanity present. Even though they are members of the USN, the same group that has repeatedly coveted our power, we cannot ignore them. From now on, prioritize the disaster relief mission. The force will split into 2 groups. Specific actions will be under my command, but in necessary situations, your on-the-spot judgment will take precedence. Is that acceptable? Chapter 331. Then, the operation was swiftly executed. This is truly an excessive sight. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, suspending his large mech, the Fire Dragon wing-type aircraft created by Alvis, looking down from the sky at the scene before him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. The outer shell of the nest that he had once severed in 2 still lay on the ground. But today, what surged forth from it were the abhorrent swarms of insects he thought had long been eradicated. Who had allowed them to revive? And what were they doing? These questions were important, but Yu Xiao had no time to ponder them at the moment. For him, the most important thing now was to analyze the current situation. Yu Xiao surveyed the battlefield. There were also quite a few mobile suits deployed around the mine for surveillance. These were all early-type joint training units, or F-4 Phantom tactical aircraft, and could be considered units with some combat capability. However, those machines, facing a beta force several times their size, were caught completely off guard. Therefore, they had no time to react and were instantly swallowed by the Crimson Tide. In the end, they could only maintain a certain defensive line on the perimeter, preventing the beta from breaking through. But this probably couldn't last long. Logically, they should have taken the initiative at this point. But Yu Xiao hadn't acted. This was quite rare for him. But the reason could be understood simply by looking at the machine he was currently piloting. That wasn't any mobile suit he ever piloted before. It had a short, stocky appearance, green paint, and unique eyes that resembled a laboratory microscope. Now, it sat curled up in a strange, box-like posture, waiting in ambush. That was the spectacled hound from Armored Trooper Votoms. More precisely, its modified version, the Spectacled Hound Turbo Special Type. It was a mobile suit with added shoulder-mounted missile launchers, a waist-mounted Gatling gun, and enhanced propulsion capabilities, based on the original. Yu Xiao had obtained the blueprints for this mobile suit as early as when he started the simulation career mode. However, only today was it truly usable. Not because of its performance advantages. The reason was simply its size. This Armored Trooper was less than 4 meters tall, making it best suited for tunnel terrain like this. After all, in a breakthrough operation, the only consideration was how to reach the core as quickly as possible. Therefore, it could proceed through wide main roads. However, the rescue operation had to consider all the people scattered underground. They weren't necessarily located in the main road. Instead, they were more likely to have scattered into various small, confined areas to escape the insect swarm. This made it difficult for large mechs to maneuver. After much consideration, only a small mech like the Spectacled Dog could handle the task. And in the battle plan, Yu Xiao's aim wasn't just to use this mech to defeat the enemy. More importantly, using the Spectacled Dog's inherent mobility, he could quickly reach the vicinity of the personnel and anchor himself in the surrounding space. This way, the trapped miners could be rescued via the space bridge. Although it was unknown how much pressure accepting such a large number of refugees would put on the L ship. But for now, this was the only option. Sitting in the cockpit of the Spectacled Dog, Yu Xiao, dressed in a bright red armored cavalry pilot's uniform, gripped the control stick. Then, the space around him suddenly distorted. Clearly, the later arriving forces had finally arrived at the scene via the space bridge. All units, battle formation. We must clear a path for Mr. Yu Xiao and rescue as many lives as possible. And the familiar voice of the young man rang directly in his mind. Clearly, this was the Shogun entering the Siegfried system and directly initiating tactical command through a neural link. Use the Fafner unit as the vanguard to draw the enemy's attention, while the V-GM Sniper K9, Hayakushi Kai, and full armor Gundam form the rearguard. Once the enemy gathers, annihilate them with superior firepower. The remaining mobile suits, led by the Talgis. While the betas are still establishing their positions, launch an assault on the enemy's beam-class positions. Once the enemy's formation is disrupted, a breakthrough will be created. His command was indeed the best choice made after analyzing the characteristics of each mobile suit. Although if Yu Xiao were in charge, he would make some improvements to this plan. Like Char and Amuro, they shouldn't be in rear support positions. In their hands, even those mid to long range support mobile suits are no less effective in decapitation strikes. But this judgment was made only after prior understanding. In terms of on-the-spot decision-making, Socher had done a good job. Understood. The morale of everyone present was high for this long-awaited battlefield. After a brief exchange of responses, each machine was deployed and began its operations. Instantly, the sharpness of physical munitions and beam weapons clashed across the battlefield, sweeping away the lives of the betas like a whirlwind. The assault team led by Tarukis also displayed fierce bravery, quickly clearing out the beta's newly constructed beam-class positions. The opportunity has arrived. Now! Charge, Admiral! Wolf shouted. And how could Yu Xiao miss this opportunity? Piloting the Fire Dragon Wing, he suddenly swooped down. With the beam-class ships that had escaped already wiped out, the betas were powerless to intercept him. Everyone in the maintenance crew. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do something that will make you angry, he muttered to himself. Then, Yu Xiao's Spectacled Hound separated from the Fire Dragon Wing. Then, under Yu Xiao's remote control, the massive aircraft crashed into the densely packed enemy ranks with a deafening roar. The resulting explosion instantly cleared a safe landing spot on the ground. The Spectacled Dog seized the opportunity to land. Assisted by its shock absorbers, its legs first deformed dramatically forward, then retracted in an instant. Immediately afterwards, hidden mechanisms on the back of its lower legs unfolded, and its turbine thrusters erupted in intense flames. The resulting thrust propelled its wheels to spin rapidly, launching the spectacled dog forward with astonishing speed. Yu Xiao silently watched the scene unfold, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Almost simultaneously with landing, he began firing, carving a bloody path through the tank-like formation before him, while the spectacled dog charged towards the interior of its lair. But this time, it wasn't to defeat anyone. It was to save more lives. Chapter 332. While Yu Xiao advanced, the battle on the ground naturally continued. In fact, to achieve their initial objective, they were destined to continue fighting here. The exhaust plumes from the jump unit drew dazzling contrails in the air. That was John's F-22 mod, Black Fly. This flamboyant maneuver naturally attracted the attention of many betas on the ground. But whenever a Ray-class unit turned around, attempting to irradiate it with its own organs, Black Fly's laser rifle always managed to pierce and melt them even faster. Phew, just like a cowboy in a western. After a series of high-speed maneuvers, Black Fly finally landed. Looking at the countless corpses created by his actions, John nodded in satisfaction. Wasn't that a bit too cool? But, and just then, whoosh! A startling sound, accompanied by a fleeting afterimage, flashed behind Black Fly. A resounding crash followed. It was a surviving, not quite dead, heavy-duty machine. Its body had been sliced in two by something, falling to the ground in two. Just now, it seemed to have been lurking among the corpses, attempting a surprise attack on the Black Flies. This was quite intriguing. After all, betas were supposed to be mining tools lacking any individual intelligence. With the mainframe, the heavy brain class, decapitated, nothing could possibly compel them to act so shrewdly. In other words, perhaps someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes, leaving those topics aside for now. The one who made that split-second decision was the R-Blade Special Edition. Using the Tesla drive mounted on its body, it pushed the speed to the limit, then swung its crutch blade, swiftly severing the critical-grade weapon. Phew, that was close. Thanks, Helmet Bro. After realizing what had happened, John addressed its pilot, Michael, quite frankly. However, Michael simply shook his head and said, "No need to thank me. Even without me, you could have handled it, right?" "Heh, who knows?" John smiled slightly. During this brief exchange, more betas swarmed in. But facing this overwhelming, seemingly endless army, neither of the two warriors showed the slightest fear. "Speaking of which, you're quite used to this kind of situation, aren't you?" John asked one last time through the communication system. "Pretty much the same as you," Michael replied in a muffled voice. "Is that so? In that case, let's go! Let these incorrigible scum learn who's on this turf." "That's exactly what I'm thinking." The two machines separated instantly. Black Fly's laser rifle fired again at high speed, while the diffusion beam cannon on the back of the R-Blade Special type blazed brightly. These betas who had somehow revived were likely facing another end. The battle was going well for the two newcomers. But in another corner of the battlefield, something ominous seemed to be happening. Those were the GM Sniper K9 providing support from the rear, and the area surrounding the V-Gundam. These! Why? From inside the V-Gundam's cockpit, a young girl screamed in despair. Her voice was less filled with anger and more with the sound of sobs. But why? Her comrades were right beside her, and the situation wasn't exactly dire. The answer to this question became clear from her next words. "It's one thing to survive like a cockroach, but there's no need to look like this." And indeed, it was as she said. Most of the betas before them were not actually unharmed. Most were severely wounded. Not only were they missing limbs, but many had multiple holes in their bodies, their layers of tissue exposed, and many were still frantically crawling and pushing. Therefore, the already bizarre B-movie style scene was now further enhanced with strange zombie elements. This was perhaps the real reason why the girl was so devastated. However, these things were nothing to the person on her team. "Calm down, Faruti. These guys are just a little injured, right? Just like before, take them out, okay?" Controlling the GM Sniper K9, accurately taking down several betas that pounced on him, Luo Dongchuan advised with a somewhat helpless tone. After all, on the battlefield, even the slightest emotional fluctuation can affect the outcome of the battle. These words were a summary of his experience as a sniper during the one-year war. "I understand, Uncle. I understand. But it didn't seem to have any effect. But it's really disgusting. Ugh. So annoying. I wish they were all stars." Shouting words that seemed a bit out of character, Faruti randomly pulled the trigger. Instantly, The 3 beam cannons on V- blazed brightly. With an unstoppable force, a roaring whirlwind of fluorescent pink swept away all the betas in front of it. As for the result, the trajectory of this map weapon didn't deviate at all. It even seemed to have deliberately enveloped the beta's paths. Perhaps this is what they call problematic soldiers producing elites? I really don't know whether I should lecture her or not, Luo Dongchuan thought to himself. But compared to that, the enemy in front of him was more worthy of his suspicion. Despite being so severely injured, it still insisted on counterattacking. This didn't seem like a resurrection. It was more like a desperate last stand forced upon it by someone, Luo Dongchuan wondered. But as alien insectids, who could, or rather, control them? Just as he was racking his brains trying to find an answer, the earth began to shake again. The ground cracked open with a deafening roar, and emerging from it was a massive, purplish-red body, covered in countless wounds. Enhanced attack level? The troublesome one's out too. Faruti! Frowning, Luo Dongchuan shouted to his companion behind him. His intention was naturally to prepare his comrade for a joint attack. But, huff, huff, I know, uncle. Huh? V- had just finished turning around when his entire body slumped. Gundam? Move. Why isn't it moving? The observer sees more than the participant. With just one glance, Luo Dongchuan knew. The intense radiation from before had caused the machine to overheat temporarily. Unexpectedly, it happened at this moment. Luo Dongchuan clicked his tongue. Although he wasn't without options, the guy in front of him, alone, would still be somewhat troublesome. One-on-one, huh? To be honest, I'd rather have a large group like you guys, Luo Dongchuan said seemingly casually. But his heart was anything but relaxed. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. But just then, he saw a beam of light pierce the sky, striking directly at the location of the enhanced, critical-grade machine. However, the color of that beam wasn't the fluorescent pink of the megaparticles, but rather a pure white mixed with a streak of bright red. Chapter 333. In Luo Dongchuan's memory, only one mobile suit could unleash such a beam of light. That was Fidel. And his savior Gundam. And in the distance, the blue-white fighter jet piercing the sky further confirmed his suspicions. Seeing this scene, his heart tightened. This is USN territory. Could it be that they sensed what was happening here and sent reinforcements? The enhanced strike class in front of him was pierced through by a sudden attack. But it still didn't stop moving. But the Vanguard Savior Gundam in the air instantly transformed. Simultaneously, it drew its light blade and slashed a fatal, crisscrossing attack at the enemy before it, instantly ending the life of the still-breathing enhanced strike class. The Vanguard Savior sheathed its sword, landed, and turned. Fidel? You? Luo Dongchuan looked at the mobile suit before him, muttering uncertainly. He raised and lowered his gun. He wasn't sure whether to show camaraderie or hostility towards his former comrade. It's me. I'm here. But Fidel's attitude was quite clear. Not too late, are you Mr. Luo? He replied loudly, his voice not much heavier than before. You? Luo Dongchuan was also startled, using that familiar form of address. Could it be? Yes. Fidel Yashima. From now on, rejoin Red One. I'm truly sorry for what happened before. I explain the reasons later. In short, I will work doubly hard to make amends. Please watch closely. Heh. Luo Dongchuan finally smiled with relief. That tone, those seemingly idiotic words. They really were his comrades from his memories. You brat. Didn't I tell you? Effort is fine as long as it's limited to completing the mission. He chuckled, masking his excitement and joy. But let's not talk about that today. Let's wipe out these guys first, Fidel. Understood, comrade. The two Mechs charged forward side by side. Wielding their light blades, they pounced on the swarm of insects, just like always. During the battle, Fidel recounted everything to his comrades. Why he was resurrected, what had been done to him, and then, how he regained his memories. Quite a convoluted experience. Luo Dongchuan nodded. Controlling the GM Sniper K9, he swiftly slashed down a poison-class enemy that lunged at him, offering his assessment. Really? I thought you'd be some kind of hot-blooded anime protagonist. But it turns out you're more like a romance manga heroine. Well, that's... Sorry. The Vanguard Savior, having dodged an oncoming assault-class bomber and destroyed its weak point with his Vulcan cannon, responded. Why are you sorry? I didn't mean to blame you. Fate is like that, unpredictable. But, Fidel, who helped you escape that state? His words are right here. Fidel pointed upwards. Luo Dongchuan looked in the same direction. From the distant horizon, another mech slowly flew in. Is it him? Who is he? Luo Dongchuan asked with some suspicion. He's one of my... No. Looking at the mech that had suddenly appeared in the sky, Fidel murmured with a sigh. Just a stranger. Perhaps. Then, from the mech came a series of resounding announcements. Finally arrived. No one wants this kind of conflict. You understand, right? The next second, all the cannons on its body opened simultaneously. But they weren't aimed at any of the Mithril troops fighting on the ground. Nor did they seem to be aimed at Beta. Instead, it was facing somewhere on the horizon. Stop. Otherwise I will stop you. No matter the cost. It was as if he were confronting someone who didn't even exist here. Who is that guy? Even with the enhancement of his transgender consciousness, this doubt still arose in Buqing's mind. The mobile suit that suddenly appeared on the battlefield had a face identical to the Gundam series, and a red, blue, and white color scheme. However, unlike the Gundams he had seen in the hangar, it had rather dazzling folding wings on its back. Reflecting the blazing sun of the plateau, it even gave off a somewhat holy feeling. But what seems sacred is not necessarily humanity's ally. Through the Siegfried system link, the Divine Sword-type Fafnir was now sharing the Solomon-type radar on Ryugu Island. This is a warning radar specifically designed to counter the biowaves of the Festum. And at this moment, the joy emanating from the other party. Undoubtedly, that was the Festum's reaction wavelength. Seeing this, Buqing frowned slightly. But he didn't want to act unilaterally. After all, the other party had previously uttered some strange words. Judging from the meaning, it seemed to want to stop the battle here. Whether true or not, a Festum that would actively communicate with humans was something he had never heard of before. Most of the time, they should just be beings that constantly repeat, "Are you there? Minashiro. What should we do?" Therefore, out of caution, he opened the communication channel of the Siegfried system, seeking advice from the current commander. Minashiro Sosher through the communication, using his thoughts. But there was no response. Instead, in the moment when his thoughts were fully linked and deeply synchronized. How could it be? You? But why? Buqing heard Sushi's inner voice. It seemed that this Festum was completely unfamiliar to Pumlai Island. On the other side of Ryugu Island, it seemed to be someone quite familiar. And then? Shut up. Kira Yamato. The angry roar of a human, not through the Siegfried system, but through the communication channel, further confirmed Buqing's suspicions. That was the voice coming from his black companion. The Divine Sword-type Fafnir Unit 1. What is that? A Ba *****, who betrayed the island's trust. How dare you come out so calmly now? And you even say you're here to save the people. Stop joking. And above Fafnir Unit 1, the fluorescent blue light shone unusually brightly. It seemed to be the manifestation of the angry gaze of its pilot. A boy named Shinasaka. Tell me, who are you trying to take from me this time? Answer me. You? Murderer? Chapter 334. The focus shifted to the interior of the mine. Even though the situation seemed to have been going on for some time. His muscles even seemed to have adapted to the feeling of overexertion. But until he finally managed to get onto his makeshift engineering mobile suit and began blindly darting left and right through the dark mine, searching for a way out. The boy who called himself Bob still couldn't understand what was happening. He thought the mine was safe, the monsters should have been eliminated. Why were they resurrected here, and now in such a strange way? He didn't understand. He only knew that if he didn't escape now, he would definitely die. Without a doubt. So even with both hands pushing hard on the control sticks, the engineering mobile suit raced through the tunnel, dodging the pursuit of the tank-class vehicles that had been constantly emerging from the mine since the beginning. Unlike the refined demeanor of the machine it was wielded, the boy's condition was dire. His chest heaved, he gasped for breath, his face pale. Tears welled in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed incoherently, cursing someone he didn't recognize, as he fled, his mind drifting back to the past. Before he adopted the alias Bob. Before he was called Gale Jecker. Back then, he was full of vigor, feeling invincible. Power, wealth, even women, all could be obtained through battle. So, what's wrong with me now? Gale couldn't help but reflect. Not only were his legs weak, but his hands were also trembling uncontrollably. Even running away, something he used to despise, now was anything but smooth. Even worse. While moving forward, he tripped over something again, falling flat on his face. Ugh! His forehead slammed heavily against the dashboard in front of him, swelling up into a rather unsightly bump. But more shocking than the physical injury was the scene before him. Countless red waves surged towards him. Ugh! Gale couldn't help but let out a weak cry. Is this the end? Gale wondered. Several tank-class mechs had already climbed onto the body of the machine he was piloting. They opened their gaping maws, frantically devouring the steel that formed the hard outer armor. Gale's emotions shifted from panic to despair, and finally to a detached calm. He even began to imagine how people would narrate his life if his body were discovered in the not-too-distant future. Probably, he'd be portrayed as a spoiled, willful young master who ran away from home under mysterious circumstances, and died under equally mysterious circumstances. And then, his father, Vim Jetker, would probably hold a funeral for him. Although he usually used him as a tool for gaining fame and fortune, he certainly put on a good show. And at that time, the red-haired girl who haunted his dreams would probably be there. Would she cry? Because she has a kind heart. So probably she will, Gale imagined. A few tears would fall, holding the hand of the white-haired girl who was once his fiancée. He clearly decided to train himself because he absolutely didn't want to see such a future, but did he have to face this ending? How pathetic. Thinking of this, Gale murmured unwillingly. I clearly decided to become someone who could make her. But at this moment, a rough and stimulating sound rang out simultaneously. What was that? The sound of something flying across the ground? Before Gale could finish analyzing the auditory information, the reality projected onto his retina accurately told him the answer. A small, unremarkable machine, entirely military green, swept past him. The wheels beneath his feet traversed the uneven ground, stirring up sparks that flickered in the darkness. This thing was completely different from the flamboyant style of his preferred red paint job. In the past, it would have been something he would never have given a second glance. But this very machine was behaving and reacting in ways that Gale hadn't anticipated. Even with the bumpy road, its aiming motion seemed completely unaffected. On the contrary, it was remarkably steady and precise. The rifle in its hand fired in single bursts. And then, one after another, several tank-class battleships that had been clinging to Gale's machine were pierced through by the bullets. Fragments of blood and flesh splattered onto the screen. This surreal scene reignited the urge to vomit that Gale had barely managed to suppress. But was he saved? Gale wondered. But then, a strange entity crawled out from the other end of the tunnel. It was a strike class. This monster was several times the size of the machine before him. He was doomed, Gale thought despairingly. But clearly, the tiny military green fighter before him wasn't going to give up. Facing this strike class, it first performed a high-speed circular maneuver. The strike class was also drawn to this action. Instead of pursuing the fallen Gale, it chose to target the machine. And it swung its giant scythe at his wrist. But the attack was met with a deafening explosion. A brass-colored shell casing ejected from the green machine's large arm. And its fist had already deeply penetrated the strike class's body. No. It had pierced through it from behind. Gale understood. This was probably a close combat weapon that used gunpowder to launch an explosion. Despite understanding, he didn't believe he could achieve the same result if he were piloting it himself. Dodge enemy attacks, seize the opportunity for close-quarters combat, and deliver the final blow. This fluid movement revealed a significant difference in style. He had never seen such a powerful pilot during his time studying in Escatisia. Perhaps only his former teacher, Aniakel, with whom he had once shared a relationship, could achieve such masterful piloting. You are? Gale asked in disbelief. The response was, click. A resounding clang. Turning its head, the visor on the green mech's surface clicked. It seemed to be trying to confirm the situation. But even this seemingly insignificant movement gave Gale a strange feeling for some reason. It was a feeling that only arises when a human is concerned for another human. Who are you? Gale whispered with difficulty. But his words received no response. Then, the next second, he felt the world suddenly spin around him. Following that, what appeared before him was a cold, but clearly artificial, compartment. Chapter 335. And quite obviously, piloting that military green mech, the spectacled fighting dog turbine special type, was Yu Xiao, who had stormed into the lair. He had been repeating this action since the beginning, finding the victims trapped in the mine pit, then rescuing them using the space bridge. The strangers were just one of them. May. How many are left? Without much hesitation. After visually confirming that the other party had been transferred away using the space bridge, Yu Xiao sharply asked the doll on his shoulder. One last place. May answered fluently, projecting the radar image onto Yu Xiao's eyes. About 30 miners are gathered there. They probably used this place as a temporary refuge. It showed a location that, in a straight line, wasn't far from Yu Xiao's location. Despite this, Mei's tone held a hint of hesitation. But Yu Xiao understood the reason for the but. At our current speed, if we take the usual route, we won't be able to reach them before they're all wiped out by the betas, right? He murmured thoughtfully, his gaze never leaving the terrain analysis projected before him. That's true. Then, in that case, Yu Xiao murmured. The spectacled dog began to glide. However, it didn't accelerate to its limit. It seemed to be searching for something. I guess I have to take a shortcut. Finally, he found what he was looking for. It was the weakest point in the structure between the upper and lower rock walls. Boom! Before reaching it, Yu Xiao pulled the trigger. The few remaining missiles in his shoulder-mounted missile bay were unleashed simultaneously. Stallions, trailing flames, hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy, exploding with a deafening roar. Following the missiles that shattered on the ground, the spectacled dog slid forward. And then, it slammed its armed punch into the ground. The heavy fist, billowing black smoke, slammed into the ground, creating cracks and fissures. Then, with a resounding clang, the ground collapsed. The spectacled dog crashed to the ground. Thanks to its unique shock-absorbing mechanism, its body wasn't seriously damaged. However, Yu Xiao was momentarily dizzy from the impact. Even so, he gritted his teeth and signaled Mei to proceed with the next step of guidance. Mei, recalculate the path. Using this method, you really haven't changed. Just like before. The small doll on his shoulder, upon hearing this and seeing this scene, unusually showed a pleased expression. The current distance is more than enough to reach there. Proceed in the direction I indicate. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside, facing the unidentified enemy appearing in the sky, the Freedom Gundam, which had now been forcibly taken by someone seemingly named Kira Yamato, roared. Shin Asuka, piloting the Divine Sword-type Fafnir Unit 1, seemed unwilling to give up so easily. Damn it! He unloaded the Fafnir standard longsword from the weapon stretcher on his back. Grasping it with both hands, the thrusters on Fafnir Unit 1's back instantly activated. Burning forth a blinding flash of light and incredible speed, it hurtled straight towards the Freedom Gundam in the air. This intense hatred. Shin. Is it you? Faced with this attack, Kira, sitting in the Freedom Gundam's cockpit, momentarily showed a pained and frustrated expression. But then, that emotion vanished. It seemed he would have to deal with Shin Asuka's attack properly. Facing the Fafnir's lightning-fast slash, the Freedom Gundam used its smaller size to maneuver and evade in midair. The blade narrowly missed Freedom's body, but didn't harm him in the slightest. Kira Yamato's piloting skills seemed as exquisite as in the original work. Sensing the change in the situation, the Sashi in the Siegfried system couldn't sit still any longer. What are you doing, Asuka-senpai? Let's put Kira Yamato's matter aside for now. Even if we don't understand his motives, the priority right now is dealing with those betas. There will always be a way. More important than this. I want to. But this perfectly reasonable advice seemed unable to reach Shin Asuka's ears. He simply piloted his Fafnir Unit 1, continuing his increasingly fierce attacks on the Freedom Gundam. Hey, can't you stop him, Minashiro-kun? Seeing the situation on the battlefield turn out this way, even Wolf, far away, couldn't help but rub his head in exasperation. His movements as he piloted the Tarukis to hunt down ground betas had become somewhat sluggish. After all, he had initially admired this young man when he witnessed his combat skills. But to do something like this, even someone as carefree as him couldn't quite accept this situation. Sorry. I tried too. But Asuka-senpai's gender-swapped consciousness is anger. Soshiro shook his head helplessly. Even if we were to forcibly shut down the functions, the timing of the attack was far too rushed. We didn't even have the necessary authorization to head towards Ryugu Island. So, they can only rely on themselves? TSK. Wolf clicked his tongue. But then, he continued to perform the duties of a combat captain methodically. Then I asked Minashiro to inform everyone not to worry about the battle over there. Focus on eliminating the enemy in front of us. As for Asuka-kun's situation, I slap him after the battle is over. I understand. Suji obediently agreed with Wolf's suggestion, transmitting the order to the entire team via the Siegfried system. Of course, his last sentence was omitted. Thus, strangely, only Shin Asuka's Fafnir and Kira remained locked in battle in midair. I understand your anger, but Shin, this is not the time for you to fight me. Right now, I just want to. Kira said heavily, dodging Fafnir's attacks. But these words were ruthlessly interrupted by Shin Asuka. Enough nonsense. You killed him, you. Controlling Fafnir to continue the pursuit, Shin Asuka's crimson eyes grew increasingly murky. If you want me to stop fighting, then give me back my you. Give me back my you and the others. Chapter 336. As he spoke, familiar scenes flashed before Shin Asuka's eyes. Yellowed family photos, a pink cell phone with a pendant. And that cell phone number, no matter how many times he redialed, was now disconnected. From that day on, he felt like he was living in a dazed hell. The culprit behind all this was this seemingly respectable man before him. So, even for them. Kira Yamato. I will defeat you. Today here. Roaring, Fafner's black eyes flashed suddenly again. She drew another Ruger spear from the weapon rack on her back, assuming a dual-wielding stance, unleashing an even more dense barrage of slashes. This series of actions actually cornered the Freedom Gundam. It seemed that while impulsive emotions had clouded his judgment, they had ironically enhanced his combat skills. This was perhaps a trait only found in young people. Although I truly didn't expect you to be here. But, am I forced to fight? Seeing the attack grow even more ferocious, Kira's face finally showed some hesitation. The next second, he silently gripped the control stick. Golden light reflected in his eyes. And in an instant, emerald-colored crystals covered the cockpit. Then, the Freedom Gundam's movements became twice as agile. It seemed that only now was Kira beginning to use his true abilities. Steadfastly dodging the opponent's slashes with double the speed, the Freedom Gundam drew its lightsaber from its waist. As Fafner's attack missed, and she herself was unable to extricate herself from the attack, the Freedom Gundam, following the evasive path, moved behind Fafner. Then, it swung its blade down. In an instant, Fafner's massive arm was severed. Drawn by the flowing azure energy within it, it crashed heavily to the ground. Shin Asuka couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Through the Nibelungen system, Fafner pilots enjoyed seamless human-machine control. But this convenient control system, at this moment, turned into a backlash that inspired curses. A pain as if his own arm had been severed quickly crept up Shin Asuka's body through the Nibelungen system. Gurgle. Arm segment, detach. But he then gritted his teeth. Shin would never allow his pathetic cry of pain to reach the ears of this detestable enemy before him. After severing the left arm of his Unit 1 from his body, and severing the Nibelungen system's connection, he landed unsteadily. Unexpectedly, the Freedom Gundam didn't pursue. Instead, it too, wielding its lightsaber, stood firmly on the ground, facing its opponent. That's enough. Stop, Shin. Kira spoke softly to its opponent, still with a calm, seemingly compassionate tone. Shut up. Don't order me around. But Shin's rage only intensified. Gripping its sword tightly with its remaining hand, even with its balance compromised, it continued its attack. Faced with this murderous intent, Kira merely frowned as if making a profound decision. The Freedom Gundam also sprang into action again. Facing Shin and his Fafner, who had lost their balance and were completely consumed by rage, counterattacking was not too difficult for a pilot of Kira's caliber. A swift movement, a single slash. Fafner's right leg snapped off. Losing balance on one leg during the attack caused the divine sword to completely lose its footing and collapse to the ground. But Shin still struggled desperately, rolling on the ground, seemingly determined to bring down the blade in his hand. He had no choice but to strike a second time. He severed Fafner's other hand, the one holding her weapon. It collapsed to the ground. Even so, Shin still struggled fiercely, maneuvering Fafner to raise her leg. The folding storage mechanism in the lower leg instantly unfolded, revealing a hidden explosive dagger. Using the internal ejection mechanism, he launched it, and the next second, he kicked the dagger, sending it hurtling towards the Freedom Gundam, but only in direction. This desperate counterattack posed no real threat. The Freedom Gundam didn't even dodge, the thunder blade slashed past it. But this made Kira realize that unless every single weapon on its body was completely stripped away, Shin wouldn't give up attacking him. This was truly a rather intense hatred. Kira couldn't help but smile bitterly. But his actions didn't falter in the slightest. Stepping forward, he unleashed a further, more ferocious slash. Left leg, head, waist, hips, until only the cockpit section of Fafner remained. Only then did he stop his attack. Sorry, Shin. Facing the mangled body of Fafner on the ground, he spoke softly. However, as he spoke, he shut down all communications to prevent his voice from reaching the ears of the enraged Shin. Hate me. And take my life. You certainly have that right. You can kill me as many times as you want later. Kira's voice trailed off. But? At least not now. The Freedom Gundam then sheathed its lightsaber, unfurled its wings, and soared upwards. Or rather, towards the interior of the nest. Asuka-senpai? Asuka-senpai. How is it? Answer me quickly. Sushi's anxious voice echoed through the Siegfried system. Shin Asuka stood there, head bowed low. After a long silence, he suddenly clenched his fist. Damn it. Mayu? Damn it. After slamming his fist against the dashboard, he curled up and hugged his shoulders. The cockpit was then filled only with echoing sobs. It seemed that the psychological pain inflicted by this crushing defeat was far more tormenting than the physical pain. Asuka. Senpai. Looking at Shin Asuka in this state through the Siegfried system, Soshiro couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. He had known Shin and Kira for a long time in Alvis. Therefore, he could quite understand the scene before him. But he truly didn't know what to say. And at that moment, a memory surged into his mind. It was from his childhood. A memory of playing with Iki and the others, when he was almost assimilated by Fistum. Fortunately, Iki impulsively stopped him in a rather brutal way. Otherwise, if I had taken a wrong step back then, things would have turned out the same between you and me. Ichiki, thinking this, the wound on his face, which he thought had long since healed, began to throb faintly. Chapter 337. While the battle outside had ended, inside the G-Element mining site, Yu Zhao's operation was finally nearing its conclusion. Advancing at high speed along a planned route, he swept away any betas appearing along the way as he glided towards his target location. Finally, he successfully rescued the group of trapped disaster victims. Upon closer inspection, their total number far exceeded Yu Zhao's expectations. The L ship alone probably couldn't contain them all. Perhaps he should negotiate with Ryugu Island later, asking them to consider the containment of these people, in any case, seeing the gratitude on their dust-covered faces. Yu Zhao felt that his actions were absolutely correct. He maneuvered the spectacled hound to turn, intending to disengage from the battlefield. The space bridge also began warming up, preparing to transfer the people in front of him to a safe place. Great, we're saved. Aye, buddy, do you know who that was? Need you even ask? I bet it was Red One. He knew we were being attacked by monsters here, so he came to rescue us. When we arrived, those officials said our safety would be guaranteed. And what happened? We still have to rely on that great hero to save us. Yeah. And, finally, we can leave this hellhole. Hey, buddy, why do you seem so dazed? I know you're the supervisor here. You're not telling me you're reluctant to leave, are you? Me? Ha. It's nothing. It's just that, before the accident, near where that power plant used to be, I heard. But before it was moved. Amidst the noisy discussion behind him, a sentence naturally reached Yu Zhao's ears. There were some strange noises at the location where the power reactor was originally placed. This was quite suspicious. So, his first instinct was naturally to consult the little doll beside him. After all, the doll probably knew a little about everything. May, was there anything at the location where the power reactor was originally placed? Like, survivors or something? Sorry. I don't know either. She said she didn't know. He had no choice but to find out himself. Fortunately, the core of the power reactor and the heavy brain class were not far from the underground hall where Yu Zhao was now. So, thanks to the turbo-spectacled dog's excellent mobility, he arrived at his destination in no time. After being raised by Fenrir, the environment here looked even more empty. The heavy brain class and the power reactor that converted G-elements had disappeared. All that remained was a vast plain. And the remains of a group of betas? With a somewhat puzzled look, Yu Zhao gazed at the horde of beta corpses lying across the ground. These blue creatures, each with only a single eye, undoubtedly belonged to the light level of the beta population. And their fragile bodies seemed unharmed. Instead, they appeared shriveled and withered. The spectacled hound crouched slightly, switched its head scope and observation mode, and further observed and analyzed its prey. No energy reaction. That means the G-element reactors within them have been extracted. Yu Zhao frowned. This was clearly not a defensive act by humans to protect themselves, but rather some kind of premeditated hunt. I can't understand. If someone orchestrated this incident, why would they do something like this? Perhaps their intention wasn't to resurrect the betas? May pondered something as well. But to use them. But even so, what could they possibly achieve? It was almost like a promise that would be kept. The very next second after Yu Zhao uttered those words, his vision blurred violently. It was due to a sudden tremor in the ground. And then, something instantly burst forth from the earth. It was a bizarre, gigantic beast, more than 10 times the size of a spectacled hound, its fur a deep red, yet its shape grotesque. Despite its upright body, its upper body protruded forward, revealing a bizarre dragon head connected by a long neck. This design wasn't that of a beta, it resembled a monster straight out of a tokusatsu special effects film. And indeed, it was a monster. An enemy character appearing in SSS, Gridman, seemingly designed based on Godzilla. A monster of overwhelming power, Gulgiras. Has one been lurking underground since just now? Those beta reactors were used to create this thing? Upon seeing this colossal being, a sense of danger instantly coursed through Yu Xiao's body. This prompted him to instinctively urge the spectacled hound to leap into the air. And sure enough, the next second, a fireball-shaped, scorching breath spewed from Gulgiras' mouth. It struck the ground, creating a terrifying, towering heat wave. This was Gulgiras' ability, to unleash the intense heat from within his body as an attack. If the spectacled hound had dodged even for a second, it would have been engulfed and reduced to ashes. First Fistrum, then Beta, and now even monsters? Really, out of so many planets in the galaxy, why this one of them? No, this thing. Clinging tightly to Yu Xiao's clothes to keep herself from falling, Mei stared intently at the monster's colossal form before her, shaking her head in denial. I'm afraid it was created by humans. Humans? Recalling the plot developments in the original work, Yu Xiao seemed to have a clue. But what's more concerning right now is undoubtedly the monster itself, not its origins. If he can't defeat it here, his companions fighting outside will be greatly affected. But with the spectacled hound's combat abilities, it's clearly no match for the enormous monster before them. Mei, activate the space bridge. Therefore, Yu Xiao commanded. Due to the time constraints, the command seemed somewhat abrupt. Was he going to retreat? However, Mei quickly understood his intention. I know. Input the coordinates of Ryuki 1, locate, then teleport, done. The next second, accompanied by ripples of spatial distortion, a machine instantly appeared before Yu Xiao's eyes, its cockpit wide open in a kneeling position. It was the Ryuki 1 mod, waiting in the hangar. Very good. Hold on tight. Yu Xiao nodded in satisfaction, as he moved at high speed. After giving a brief instruction to the small doll on his shoulder, he opened the cockpit. Immediately afterwards, it leaped away with all its might towards Dragon Rider 1. Chapter 338. Phew. I'm saved. And naturally, he wasn't some athletic prodigy, nor had he undergone much military training. His desperate attempt to salvage the situation, while successful, it wasn't entirely successful. As he jumped into the cockpit of the Dragon Knight 1, Yu Xiao's head simultaneously made intimate contact with the control panel. Thankfully, the sturdy pilot suit provided protection. Otherwise, he probably would have been knocked unconscious on the spot. Yu Xiao? Ah, I'm fine. Just a few scratches. I know. Huh? Then why? High energy reaction detected. We should evade. What? TSK. After a series of exchanges, Yu Xiao understood what the other party meant. Sure enough, behind him, the monster Gulgiras opened its blood-red maw and spewed out scorching fireballs again. Yu Xiao had only just landed, passed authentication, and activated his mecha's combat system. The mecha's functions hadn't fully recovered. He could probably only move a few parts with difficulty. Under these circumstances, evasion would be extremely difficult. No choice. I can only try. With a slight click of his tongue, Yu Xiao pushed the control stick. But before him, someone else reacted and defended much faster. It was a sword from the heavens. Bi-colored light shot from one side of the distant passageway. It struck the fireball the opponent had spat out, completely dispelling its power. As the Ryuki 1's performance fully recovered, the re-energized monitors instantly relayed the newcomer's image to Yu Xiao. Freedom, Gundam? He uttered the words in astonishment. The GT project shouldn't exist in this world. Then theoretically, this machine shouldn't be here. So the Yusen created this machine? Reanalyzing the captured prototype Savior Gundam, it's indeed possible. Yu Xiao thought. And its pilot, look at that familiar multicolored cannon. Could it really be Kira Yamato, the pilot from the original work? Although when he saw Shin Asuka, he was prepared to encounter this so-called chicken god somewhere. He never expected to meet him here, in this situation. But oh well. Yu Xiao shook his head, dispelling the pointless thoughts and speculations. In short, since the opponent seems to be on the same side, then all that's needed is to consider how to utilize their abilities to defeat the monster before them. So you really did create something like this. Is this your answer? At that moment, a voice that Yu Xiao could clearly hear also came from the Freedom Gundam. Judging from Hoshi Citra's typical voice, the other party was undoubtedly Kira Yamato. In that case, I guess I have to defeat you myself. The next second, the Freedom Gundam drew its twin swords from its waist, linking them together to form a double-edged sword. With its back to Yu Xiao, Kira cast a questioning glance at him. "And you over there, Red One, would you be willing to lend me your power?" As expected, his identity was discovered. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But this is for the best. Since he couldn't speak to the other party, he simply responded with actions. Dragon Knight One soared into the sky, away from the ground, scorched to the ground by Ghoul Gylas. He drew his beam saber from his waist, linking it into a double-edged sword, and then, he stood side by side, with the Freedom Gundam in midair. "Thank you for your assistance," Kira said with a slightly relieved tone upon seeing this. "I will hold it off from the front. In the meantime, please launch a surprise attack from behind. This monster's weakness is probably its neck. As long as you attack there, that will cause instability in the fire energy, leading to an explosion within its body." "I understand," Yu Xiao also whispered. Although he didn't convey it to the other party, it was clear that their thoughts were highly aligned. Therefore, the battle plan was quite easy to execute. In a flash, both mobile suits began their respective operations. First, the Freedom Gundam took flight, brandishing its lightsaber, making itself the primary target to draw the enemy's attention. Sometimes it swung its lightsaber in attacks, sometimes it deployed the turrets on its waist and back. Soaring up and down, like a bird at will, it launched a variety of attacks, successfully attracting Ghoul Gylas' attention. The battle grew increasingly ferocious, and the frequency of its flame-spitting became faster. In just a short time, the once peaceful cave was filled with scorched, molten marks. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao's Dragon Knight 1, taking advantage of the time gained by its opponent, circled around to its rear. It accelerated suddenly, dodging a tail lash that lashed out in self-defense or simply out of instinct, landing perfectly at its opponent's neck. And then, it swung its sword down towards its neck. But, swoosh! The light blade could only slice a small piece of flesh. It couldn't go any further. Yu Xiao frowned slightly. Ghoul Gyras seemed to have also sensed the attack, its instinctive rage intensifying. It turned and swung its body, seemingly ready to unleash a vengeful flame upon Dragon Knight 1. In this situation, evasion was naturally paramount. Dragon Knight 1 activated its full power, dodging along its expected range. Before departing, Yu Xiao left its opponent a special gift. It was a disc-shaped explosive mine, perfectly embedded in the wound caused by the beam saber, stored in Dragon Knight 1's waist. Boom! A few seconds after the attack, the thing exploded violently. But when the smoke cleared, the monster that reappeared seemed only slightly more enraged, without much damage. This is troublesome. Even Yu Xiao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on at this sight. Ghoul Gyras' physical structure seemed to be unique. Not only was its skin thick and tough, impervious to ordinary physical attacks, but it could also withstand high-temperature beam attacks. And indeed it should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to contain the surging fire energy within its body. In this situation, if he wanted to defeat it, it seemed that attacking from the outside wouldn't work. In other words, the only option was to attack from the inside. In that instant, a strategy reappeared in Yu Xiao's mind. "Mei," so he said in a deep voice, "activate the space bridge. I need to teleport again." Chapter 339. Please don't joke like that. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Mei's face. Her tone, seemingly meant to advise, also held a rare hint of anxiety. "You want to teleport into the enemy's interior? Plan to self-destruct? There's a very strong energy reaction inside. Even if you get in, it'd just be..." "Idiot. Who told you I was planning to do something like a suicide squad?" Seeing the little doll on her shoulder so anxious, Yu Xiao simply smiled, and gently rubbed her head with her finger. Although this action had no effect on the plastic doll, it unexpectedly calmed her down. That's true. With the impulse dissipated, she was naturally able to think more rationally. Her expression returned to its usual calm, and in her usual clear, cold voice, Mei asked, "So? What exactly is your battle plan?" It seems a bit complicated to explain." Yu Xiao scratched his head, while simultaneously pushing down the control stick with his other hand, maneuvering Dragon Knight 1 to dodge the flames spewed by Ghoul Gylas on the ground. "Anyway, just do as I say. Keep the space bridge's teleportation coordinates constantly anchored to me, the area around the cockpit. Is that possible?" "Definitely." "I see. So what you were thinking was..." Mei also showed a look of sudden realization. It seems she now understands the other party's true intention in wanting her to activate the space bridge herself. "That's right. Since we can't inflict effective damage on the enemy from the outside, we have to consider attacking from within. That kind of powerful attack must put a heavy load on the power unit. I guess, just a little overload will be enough to destroy it from the inside. Now that the other party understood his intentions, Yu Xiao had the leisure to disassemble it for her at her own pace. That be handled by Dragon Knight 1. And as long as we perform spatial teleportation at the same time, the outer shell malfunctions and explodes due to the high temperature, we should be able to safely return to the island, right? At this point, a hint of teasing crept into Yu Xiao's tone. Please. My life is entirely in your hands. Even if we're going to die together. At least let's be together in life, right? The same tasteless joke as always. But don't worry, leave it to me. Very good. Let's go! Yu Xiao nodded. Then, she decisively began the operation. Yu Xiao readjusted the instrument panel, increasing the machine's power to almost overload. So Dragon Knight 1 thrust its nozzles, once again spewing out dazzling flames, and sped towards Gul Gilas. The lightsaber in his hand was sheathed, replaced by the photon rocket launcher carried on his waist. He raised it towards Gul Gilas, but didn't pull the trigger. He simply adjusted the muzzle while shifting his position. Clearly, he was searching for an opening. An opening where he could strike Gul Gilas' vital weakness. His eyes. After all, his plan wouldn't be easy to execute. Just the idea of entering the enemy's interior. It would probably only be through the mouth that opened when the enemy unleashed its fiery breath. But if the enemy consciously aimed, it was clear that the mech would be reduced to ashes the moment they made contact. Therefore, there's only one possibility. That is to first attack the opponent's eyes, blinding them and forcing them to attack their surroundings haphazardly. Then, using this opportunity, rush into the opponent's mouth, which they can't aim at, thus increasing the already slim chance to at least a point where they can see. That move? I see. Since they made that preparation. Seeing the unusual trajectory of Ryuki 1, after a brief analysis, Kira and his Freedom Gundam understood the meaning behind his actions. So, the Freedom Gundam began to act the next second. Utilizing firepower and mobility significantly superior to Ryuki 1, it soared through the sky, using its numerous cannons to launch a relentless barrage of attacks on the monsters on the ground. First the torso, then the limbs. Although it couldn't inflict decisive damage on Verkinus, it successfully drew his attention. Roaring, it unleashed several fireballs in succession. None of the attacks hit their mark. This reckless assault ironically created an opportunity for Yu Xiao. Several crosshairs on the monitor overlapped in succession. Then fire. Instantly, a powerful beam pierced directly through Gulkinos' eye. Despite its robust body structure, the outer shell of the eyeball couldn't be that sturdy. Therefore, after this attack, its left eye, which had been hit, was charred black. Clearly, it was blind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dragon Knight 1 accelerated, flipped, and re-aimed. Instantly, the beam pierced through Gulkinos' right eye. This was a significant blow. Blinded and experiencing unprecedented, direct pain, Gulkinos was enraged beyond measure. Its movements grew increasingly violent. It not only hurled fireballs, but also lashed out with its tail, brandished its forepaws, and occasionally stomped. Attempting to shoot down these two creatures, which, in terms of size, were merely annoying little animals, without being able to see. But this was utterly impossible. Not to mention that Kira and Yu Xiao were both highly skilled pilots. Even against an average pilot, inflicting damage without any visibility was practically a pipe dream. Dragon Knight 1 and Freedom Gundam quickly found a safe zone after a brief assessment. They waited there for the enemy's attack to end. And that time soon arrived. Dragon Knight 1 lowered its stance, its jetpack at full power, its reactor overloaded again. And then, it launched its attack. Wielding its light blade, it sliced through the scorching flames, fearlessly propelling itself forward against the enemy's onslaught, until it reached the wide, unclosed mouth of the monster. Then, it charged in. Surprisingly, there really wasn't much biological structure inside the monster. Instead, it was truly an empty shell, like a leather suit. But whatever, guided by the thermal imaging radar, Dragon Knight 1 quickly arrived at the core of the monster's body, where a concentrated G-element reactor, emitting a blue light, was located. It seemed this was where the group of beam-class power reactors were placed. Just approaching the monster, the temperature inside the cabin gradually increased. Mei. Gripping the increasingly hot control stick, Yu Xiao made a final confirmation. He spoke, softly inquiring about the movement of the space bridge. No problem. Let's go! The answer was a few indirect but powerful words. Yu Xiao nodded. Then, Dragon Rider 1 leaped forward, brandishing its lightsaber, plunging it into the power reactor, delivering the final blow to this outwardly strong but inwardly weak life. With a deafening roar, the light before him gradually intensified. Yu Xiao couldn't distinguish whether it was the light from an explosion or the transfer of the space bridge. But when he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was the familiar landscape of the hangar. Chapter 340. Yu Xiao looked up to confirm his surroundings. This was indeed the hangar inside the L ship. Moreover, the hangar was filled with his companions' mechs. So they all returned? The battle outside is over. After rescuing all the survivors and confirming that no betas had emerged from the lair, I issued the evacuation order on your behalf, using the space bridge to teleport them back. Before Yu Xiao could even voice his question, Mei beside him thoughtfully explained. The Human Reform Alliance's garrison and the Yusen Emergency Response Team have also arrived. They handle the rest, right? Is that so? But perhaps what they need to deal with are the miners' problems? Yu Xiao said casually. After all, almost the entire workforce of the mine had been relocated. It would be strange if that didn't become a problem. Of course, it was the same for him. The fate of the miners who were hastily transferred to the L ship. Their fate and disposal require careful consideration. However, Yu Xiao didn't seem to have time to think about these matters at the moment. His attention was completely drawn to what was happening in a corner of the hangar. It seemed to be an argument. Yu Xiao vaguely heard words of debate. So he quickly stepped out of the dilapidated cockpit and ran to the center of the conversation. Then, he heard a crisp slap. After a brief silence, the person who had done it spoke. Anything else you'd like to say? A slightly hoarse, rough voice. Clearly, it belonged to Wolf Aniaker, Mithril's current combat captain. This was a rare sight indeed. In Yu Xiao's memory, this cheerful character rarely showed such a stern, lecturing face. So, who could possibly provoke such a man like him to act this way? Yu Xiao naturally looked down. And when he saw the other person involved, he felt a sense of relief, as if he had known all along. His cheek was swollen and bright red, and he was facing Wolf, clutching his face. It was Shin Asuka, who had only been transferred here before this battle. Unlike Makabe Kazuki, who hadn't yet received formal combat training, Shin Asuka was a veteran with combat experience. According to Soshir, he was the only survivor to return from the L project on Ryugu Island. Therefore, he was also involved in this operation. And at the start of the battle, he and Buchin used Fafner's large size as bait. So it seems their first attack here has already caused trouble. Yu Xiao thought. But this wasn't entirely unexpected. Shin Asuka was, after all, the protagonist of the Gundam series, and arguably one of the most troublesome kids. In fact, if things hadn't gone wrong, this would have been a problem. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiao, along with the others present, quietly observed the unfolding events, hoping to gather more information. However, just looking at Wolf reprimanding the other party, while none of the others seemed inclined to intervene, it was clear that Shin Asuka had caused the trouble. Facing the solemn-faced Wolf, Shin Asuka stared coldly at him. "Fight if you want," he said stubbornly. "But I won't say anything. I have nothing to say." "You mean you don't realize you're wrong? Do you know how much damage your reckless actions would cause our troops if this were a real battlefield?" This was a common reprimand. But upon hearing this, Shin Asuka lowered his head, his expression hidden in the shadow cast by his bangs. "I know." After a moment of silence, he spoke. "This is absolutely wrong. Disobeying orders, acting arbitrarily. In the end, it will only put everyone in danger." This seemingly contrite attitude surprised both Wolf and Yu Xiao. His remorse is this good? But things were clearly not that simple. Then, Shin's voice trembled again. Beyond the anger, there seemed to be an unspeakable sorrow within him. "That's why I can't forgive that guy. He gritted his teeth. He turned his head. As if not wanting anyone to see his expression, he turned and ran outside before anyone could react. "Hey! TSK, this kid." Wolf stamped his foot, but didn't choose to chase after him. After all, it sounded like what happened wasn't just a simple act of disobedience on the battlefield driven by anger. "What happened, Captain Wolf?" At this moment, Yu Xiao stepped forward and asked Wolf a question. "Oh, it's you, boss." "It's nothing, it's just..." Wolf shrugged and then recounted the events of the battle. This included the unidentified mobile suit that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and Shin Asuka's subsequent actions. "And of course, Kira Yamano, huh?" Yu Xiao murmured. His guess was correct. The one piloting the Freedom Gundam was indeed Kira Yamato. But what happened between them? He remembered that in the original work, the grudge between Shin Asuka and Kira Yamato, though sown from the very beginning, didn't erupt until Kira killed Shin Asuka's enhanced human, whom he had always considered a sister, during the Battle of Berlin to stop the carnage. But from Wolf's account, it seemed there was no such experience. It seemed the two in this world had a more complex grudge than he remembered. Yu Xiao thought. What kind of person is he? He murmured unconsciously. However, this statement, which he hadn't expected a response to, received an unexpected reply. If you ask him, I might know something. It was a young, robust voice. And Yu Xiao was quite familiar with him. With a look of disbelief, Yu Xiao turned his head. And the person he saw was indeed. It's you? A hint of joy mixed with surprise. That's all Yu Xiao said? Yes, it's him. At that moment, Luo Dongchuan, who had walked up beside Fidel Yashima, chimed in with an explanatory tone. I know what you want to say, Commander. But it doesn't seem appropriate to discuss this further here. Let's find another place. Chapter 341. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao wasn't the only observer. For example, there were two people in a corner of the hangar. Two ace pilots from the Universal Century. What do you think? Xia turned to the brown-haired youth beside him, Amuro Ray, asking with a hint of teasing. What else can I say? Besides agreeing, there's not much else to say. Amuro shrugged. A reckless youth, without proper guidance, can easily go astray. Is that so? I heard that when you were beaten like that by Captain Bright, you caused quite a commotion on the ship. That's all in the past. If I were in Captain Bright's position now, I would make the same decision as him. At this point, Amuro turned his gaze towards Xia. His eyes, however, held a strange hint of amusement. That's why you ended up like that, Char. TSK, it's unpleasant, Amuro. What's with that don't speak if you haven't been corrected look in your eyes? It seems that sometimes having too much perception isn't a good thing. Completely understanding the barb in Amuro's words, Char retorted. What? Are you saying you feel the same way? You could say that. Back in AUG, came by. Hearing Char say this, Amuro shook his head and sighed. You remember so clearly. Are you the type who remembers every grudge? Really? How can a man like you be so petty? You? Amuro. Alright. Enough joking. Perhaps it was the act of mocking his nemesis, who had caused him so much trouble, that brought Amuro a little pleasure. Finally, he smiled and stopped speaking. But then, his eyes turned serious. However, Char. That boy does seem somewhat like Camus. So you feel the same way. Then we... Char nodded. I understand. Amuro sighed. This time, we will not repeat the mistakes of the past. We must not let this era become one that cannot accommodate a boy like that. Thinking of the final fate of the boy named Camus Biden in the original world, besides a sense of sorrow, Amuro felt a renewed determination. Yes, Xia nodded in agreement, even in this already scarred world. At a meeting place whose location and code had only been revealed to members of the original Red 1 unit. Yu Xiao, who had left earlier, was clarifying the current situation with Fidel and Luo Dongchuan. I see. So they were resurrected as slave-type Festrums created from star core fragments. That's quite surprising. After listening to Fidel's explanation, Yu Xiao nodded in summary. A slave-type Festrum is a collective term for humans assimilated by Festrums, and for human bodies that Festrums would actively create for certain purposes. Generally, they act according to the will of the species that created them. However, under certain circumstances, they can break free from the shackles of that will. The young man before them was undoubtedly one of those who, under various influences, had regained their own will. Yes. Actually, I hadn't thought about what Yao said myself. And even the young man himself seemed somewhat confused about this situation. Am I still the same person I was before? When fighting alongside Mr. Luo, I couldn't help but think that way, he said with a touch of melancholy. Fide. Luo Dongchuan looked at his companion beside him, and fell silent for a moment. To this, Yu Xiao simply shook her head, firmly denying the other's idea. It has nothing to do with the form of existence. As long as you are still yourself, then you will still be our partner. That's all. Back to the main topic. Regarding Kira Yamato. Do you think he doesn't originate from the same timeline as you? Isn't the being you remember? Is that so? Since Mr. Red One said so too. Indeed, that person named Kira Yamato isn't the super coordinator I remember. That's what he stated himself. And that's why I sensed it a little. Seemingly regaining some confidence under Yu Xiao's words, Fidel spoke again at this moment. He's like me. Similarly, he's not a human being. But at the same time, he's not a complete Fistum. If you had to say, he's like a hybrid of the two. But compared to someone like me, he seems to be a bit pure. That's all. Pure. When used to describe a race, this is a difficult adjective to grasp. However, Yu Xiao nodded nonetheless. At least for now, having information is better than having none. And if Fidel, a subordinate-type Fistum, felt this way about him, and Kira could help him break the seal on his memories. Could it be that Kira Yamato in this timeline has become a Dominator-type Fistum? Yu Xiao analyzed. Dominator-type Fistums are superior beings created by the Star Core in the original work to synchronize the actions of the Fistum race. They exist in the appearance of those they have assimilated, but unlike subordinate types, because they retain a certain degree of intelligence and individuality, their actions are also influenced by the personality of those they have assimilated. For example, Makabe Kazuki's mother, Makabe Akane, in the original work. She was assimilated by a dominant Fistum, and then, through her influence, she instilled in the Fistum race a desire and intention to achieve understanding with humans. If that's the case, then Shin Asuka's anger might be understandable. Unlike the original work, Kira Yamato here might have truly committed unforgivable acts. Even if it wasn't his true intention. I understand. Having roughly grasped the situation, Yu Xiao stood up. Huh? Are you leaving already? Fidel was somewhat surprised to see Yu Xiao getting up to leave. Of course. After all, we can't just leave someone sulking around. Yu Xiao sighed. Besides, who's more prone to overthinking than me? Maybe it's him on this island. As for your true experiences, Fidel, let's keep them from everyone else for now. Just tell the other members of the unit. Chapter 342. After saying this, Yu Xiao left the conference room. Where was he going? Naturally, he was going to find Shin Asuka and have a good talk with him to understand Kira Yamato's true identity, and persuade this somewhat unruly individual to stop causing such trouble on the battlefield. However, although that was his intention, putting it into practice was quite difficult. First, after searching for a long time, Yu Xiao couldn't find Shin's current location. Finally, he was forced to activate the Siegfried system, searching the entire L ship for his whereabouts. Only then did he discover that the guy had run back to Ryugu Island through the passageway. After all, for various reasons, it still hadn't set sail. But this greatly expanded the search area. Having no other choice, Yu Xiao had to inquire everywhere, asking around. Finally, it was a short-haired, enthusiastic boy who claimed to be the local student council president. After they parted, Yu Xiao remembered that he was Kondo Kinji, who would later ride Fafnir in the original work, and said he had seen Asuka-senpai's trail. Only then could Yu Xiao follow the direction he pointed and find the real Asuka, who was sullenly alone. It was on a cliff in the middle of Ryugu Island, on a mountain in the mountains. A mountain with only one person. The black-haired boy was sitting on the ground with his legs curled up, his bright red pupils staring blankly into the distance. To use an inappropriate analogy, he was practically a statue of a woman waiting for her husband. Yo! Asuka-senpai. What are you doing here? Composing himself, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward and greeted him, as if they had just met. But, as expected of the real Asuka. What are you doing here? If you're here to criticize me, forget it. I'm tired of those lectures. He was still in a daze a second ago. But after noticing who it was, he raised his sharp, crimson gaze and coldly spoke to Yu Xiao. From his words, it was clear he had realized that seeing him here wasn't a coincidence. The boy before him was indeed as Yu Xiao had imagined, a difficult fellow to deal with. Yu Xiao smiled wryly. However, he was prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this time to have a heart-to-heart talk. No. I didn't come here specifically for something so trivial. So, Yu Xiao first waved his hand, denying the other's statement. Although he really wanted to give him a few corrective slaps. But based on his memories of the original work, Kotori was the type who only learned from mistakes and wouldn't listen to gentle persuasion. Simply waving a stick wouldn't convince him. At least some carrots will do. So, alright, I said, after piloting the Fafnir for so long in combat, and then running all the way here alone. It must have taken a lot of effort, right? As the saying goes, the more the enemy opposes, the more right you are. Seeing the other person's seemingly resistant expression, Yu Xiao didn't back down. Instead, she took a few steps forward and sat down beside him. Then she took out a box of foil-wrapped chocolates from her pocket and handed it to him. I brought you some snacks. Anyway, had this to tide you over. Of course, this was prepared in advance. It was something Yu Xiao had casually bought from the Nishio shop on Ryugu Island on the way. Shin glanced at Yu Xiao, then at the chocolate in his hand. Although his expression was hesitant, the sound of him swallowing betrayed his thoughts. He remained silent for a while. Until he was sure the other person wasn't really there for a reprimand, then he nodded. Thank you. He gently took the chocolate. After unwrapping it, he broke off half and popped it into his mouth. It was clear he was hungry. Then, he offered the half chocolate back, only to be refused by Yu Xiao. No need. I already eaten. After all, I didn't argue with my boss, so I can eat normally in the cafeteria, he said. But this was actually a lie. Yu Xiao had been running around non-stop since returning from the battlefield to find Shen. He hadn't had time to eat. But to persuade the other, he felt it was necessary. After all, winning someone's heart is the best strategy. Okay. After a moment of hesitation, Jin nodded. However, she didn't offer much rebuttal to the subtle sarcasm in Yu Xiao's words. It seemed the chocolate had indeed worked. What surprised Yu Xiao even more was, actually I know. I made a mistake before. Then Jin, bowing her head, was actually admitting her mistake. This was great news. But although overjoyed inside, Yu Xiao could only pretend to listen attentively. But if you knew, why did you act that way? Jin fell silent for a moment. But Yu Xiao wasn't in a hurry, he figured he could get him to talk eventually. So after a moment, he continued, pushing the conversation forward, you hate him that much? You hate Kira Yamato? You know? Hearing that name, Shin immediately became agitated. Standing up from the edge of the cliff, even shaking off a few loose rocks, he looked at Yu Xiao with slight surprise. A little, Yu Xiao shrugged. After all, deep in the lair, when facing a monster that appeared out of nowhere, he was the one who helped me defeat the enemy. I knew then. That guy had the name Kira Yamato. This was, of course, a lie. But to get Shin to willingly explain what had happened to him, Yu Xiao felt it necessary. I never expected to learn from Captain Wolf that he was your enemy. I was shocked. I just can't connect that image with any hypocrite. Saying this, Yu Xiao scratched his head, pretending to be troubled by something. But this can't go on. If he's really deceiving me, then this disguise is truly too clever. For our sake. For Mithril's future. I think, as a member of the decision-making body, I have to see through that guy's truth. Otherwise, one day I might be seduced by someone and make a fatal mistake. So please, Asuka-senpai. You're the only one who knows his past, right? If you can, please tell me. After saying this, Yu Xiao stared intently into the other's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shin Asuka's face first showed a pained expression of struggle. After careful consideration, he hesitated and nodded. All right. He sighed with a sense of melancholy. That guy. Kira Yaiba. He used to be my partner. And with that, Shin Asuka's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a certain time in the past. Chapter 343. That was Project L of Ryugu Island. It happened about 13 days after its execution. Huff huff. Mr. Kira. Something terrible has happened. Pushing open the dormitory door bearing Kira Yamato's name and rushing in, panting heavily, was Shin Asuka, one of those involved in the project. Back then, he was still very young. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. After all, that experience isn't that far removed from the present. But at least back then, he wasn't like he is now. His eyes were filled with a deep-seated hatred. Facing Kira, his eyes held a mixture of panic and, more importantly, respect. No wonder. In his mind, Kira Yamato had been the idol of every child on Ryugu Island since childhood. He always gave off an impression of calm and composure, yet undeniably reliable. After Shin Asuka learned of Alvis's existence and joined his sister Mayu Asuka following the death of their parents from illness, he discovered that his senior had actually been involved in the organization since childhood. Based on this, he held Kira Yamato in even higher esteem. What's wrong, Shin? I remember the Fistum strategy was to attack only once every 2 days. Has their strategy changed? However, the respected figure appeared to have just woken up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Huh? It's not that. Then don't bother me. I was planning to sleep until after 8 o'clock today. You ruined all my plans. Huh? Mr. Kira? I was just kidding. Finally, seeing Shin's anxious expression, Kira couldn't help but chuckle. So? What is it? After getting up and getting dressed, his expression finally turned serious. This is hard to say. But Shin seemed troubled at this point. Anyway, come with me. You understand when you see it. Grabbing Kira's sleeve, the two quickly arrived at a location. It was a corner of the preparation room. A place that should have been empty, with only metal walls. In the early stages of Project L, to liven things up, everyone wrote a small note with their wish on it and pasted it there. Like a wishing wall in a bubble tea shop. But now, only one line of bright red writing remained, a chilling sight. Everyone's going to die anyway. Kira squinted, pondering as he looked at the words. Clearly, this was the work of someone blinded by fear and utterly despairing of reality. That's right. Someone actually did something like this. Isn't that outrageous, Mr. Kira? Is that so? Unlike the furious Shin, Kira simply walked up to the line of writing, his hand gently stroking the steel wall. Clearly, Shin couldn't understand why the other party reacted this way. Mr. Kira, why are you so nonchalant? Someone's done something like this. So he took a few steps forward, somewhat annoyed, and said, How should I put it? Kira scratched his head. Then, somewhat casually he asked, Think about it, Shin. Someone wrote this. But will you really die? Shin's expression was initially one of surprise. Huh? This? Definitely not. We definitely live. Wasn't that the agreement from the beginning? But in the end, he honestly answered the question. See, that's how it is. Having received this answer, Kira shrugged leisurely. Since you know it's just a pointless outburst, why bother caring? But Mr. Kira, calm down. Don't let others affect your mood. Kira looked up, returning his gaze to the line of bright red text before him. The person who did this graffiti was just blinded by rage. But once this despair and anxiety create an atmosphere, that's when it's truly beyond saving. Understand, Shin? I see. So, we need to use our actions to make the guy who wrote this understand the truth, right? Yeah. Let's say that. Kira nodded reluctantly. Anyway, listen carefully, Shin. However, his tone unexpectedly turned serious again. We have to survive. No matter the cost. Understand? What did this sentence mean? How heavy was it? At that time, Shin Asuka didn't understand. 15 more days passed. In these short 2 weeks, things were very different from the hopeful vows made earlier. On this seemingly endless road, one person after another fell. Maintenance crews were swallowed by black holes at their work sites. The commander was obliterated by the incoming beam of light on the bridge, where only one person remained. Pilots in the Fafner's cockpit were reduced to scattered fragments by the backlash of assimilation. And finally, this fate of sacrifice was finally borne by the remaining survivors. The remaining survivors was actually just the last 3 people fighting desperately aboard the wrecked L ship, aboard Fafner. Huff. Huff. Ugh. Shin. Brother? Where are you? Through the Siegfried system built into the mobile suit, Shin could hear a faint cry, the voice of his younger sister, Mayu Asuka. She was supposed to be just a reserve soldier in this operation. If everything had gone according to plan, she wouldn't even have needed to pilot the mobile suit herself. Now, not only does he have to rely on Fafner for combat, but judging from her words, it's clear she's reached the final stages of assimilation. Her eyes can no longer see clearly. That's proof of it. Mayu? Damn it, we held on until now. How can I just watch you die in vain? He roared. His mech, the Crimson Giant, Fafner Titan, seemed to unleash an unprecedented power due to this action. Ha! Wielding his prototype luger spear, he sliced the several sphinx-like creatures, which he would normally struggle against, in two. Wait, Mayu. I'm coming to save you. But even so, there was still a long way to go between him and Mayu. Another sphinx appeared, blocking his path. Would he just helplessly watch her die? Just as he was thinking this with resentment. The Siegfried system, however, relayed a signal from another mobile suit. That was Mr. Kira's mobile suit? Chapter 344. That's right, that mobile suit was Kira Yamato's Fafner beast. As a veteran pilot with far more experience than Shin Asuka, he was naturally far more agile and skilled in combat than Asuka. Great. So when he witnessed and confirmed his arrival, he was overjoyed. Mr. Kira. Please save Mayu. She's severely injured and affected by the assimilation phenomenon. She's almost gone, he shouted. But strangely, there was no response from the mobile suit. Could it be that the Siegfried system was damaged in the battle? He considered the worst-case scenario. But the mobile suit was indeed moving towards Mayu. Holding the crimson prototype luger spear, the giant's peculiar gait was powerful and imposing. Whether intimidated by the opponent's imposing aura or something else, the sphinxes along the way surprisingly refrained from attacking Kira's machine. Instead, they scattered, clearing a path for him. Even the sphinxes that had previously besieged Mayu dispersed. Kira, brother? Is it Kira, brother? Even though his vision had been severely impaired by assimilation, Mayu still sensed Kira Yamato's presence under the influence of the Siegfried system. Yes, Mayu, it's him. We can survive. Shin acknowledged this through the Siegfried system. And at the same time, His attacks became increasingly fierce. In a short while, he cleaved the Sphinx in front of him in two, turning it into a black hole that bloomed in the void. Immediately, Shin maneuvered Fafnir forward to the two. "Let's go, Mr. Kira Mayu. The agreed-upon time for the operation has arrived. Now, if we board the escape ship prepared underwater, we can return to the island." However, his proposal was ruthlessly rejected by the person before him. "No." Kira from the Siegfried system spoke coldly. "Huh?" Not only was the meaning strange, but the tone was also icy. This caused Shin to exclaim in surprise. "Do you remember what I said to you before, when we saw the graffiti on the wall?" "I remember. We survive by any means necessary, right? That's why we have to fight tooth and nail to survive now, Mr. Kira. Let's go, as long as we get on that ship." "Getting on that ship won't help." Kira shook his head. "You know that too. This escape plan was based on the assumption that the enemy couldn't move in water. But you should know from the battles these past few days, right? The Festoms have evolved. They can now move freely in water they weren't used to. The enemy is learning too. From us." Shin Asuka fell silent. How could he not know that what the other said was indeed true? His previous words were nothing more than a gamble with his life. Those on the verge of despair always need a lifeline. But even so, we have to think of something, right? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? That's not true. Kira firmly denied it. I said it before. No matter the cost, we must live. As he spoke, Fafnir Titan casually raised his hand. Shin Asuka would never know that not stopping this action would later become one of his most regretted moments. And I have made my choice to live. The moment his words fell, the situation abruptly changed. Kira's Fafnir raised the prototype Luger spear in its hand. And then, incredibly, plunged it straight into the chest of the machine containing Mayu. The cockpit. Huh? Kira and I? He barely managed a slightly surprised reaction. Then, Shin could feel the crosslink he had maintained with his sister Mayu within the Siegfried system. Now severed. Crimson liquid gushed from the pierced chest, dripping down the blade of the Luger spear. For Shin, this was clearly unbelievable. Incredible. And, Kira, mister? You even. Unforgivable. What have I done? He roared. Anger, astonishment, hesitation, madness, despair. A multitude of emotions swirled together, making Shin's tone incredibly complex. What have I done? Just as you see, Shin. In contrast, Kira's tone was terrifyingly calm. Though his voice was flat, the meaning within was chillingly menacing. Faced with an enemy like this, we absolutely cannot survive. So, I chose to join them. As he spoke, Kira even showed off his mobile suit to Shin. A ring of emerald-colored crystals appeared around his cockpit. So, he had been assimilated by the enemy? It's not so bad. And this way you can survive. So, Shin? It's not too late to join us now, is it? Kira said this, his tone carrying a hint of compassion, as if he were saving someone. But the only response was Shin's furious roar. You call this living, Kira Yamato? I kill you! Then, he piloted his Fafnir, abandoning all defense, and lunged at Shin Asuka. I knew I couldn't communicate with you. In that case, I just have to eliminate you, Shin Asuka. However, an attack driven by emotion was clearly no match for the now mechanically efficient Kira. With mobile suits of similar models, Shin was defeated in just a few minutes. Fafnir Titan had its limbs severed. The remaining fragments were carelessly kicked aside by the L ship. Cough, cough. I will never forgive you, someone like you. Even as the pain coursed through his body, Shin still raised his angry gaze, speaking resentfully to Kira. His Fafnir Titan remained silent. He seemed to have no intention of pursuing. Until Shin saw him eject a cable, connecting it to the ship's main body. Immediately afterward, a new notification sounded from Shin's Fafnir Titan's cockpit. Fenrir, activate authentication. A cold female voice announced. He activated the vaporization bomb hidden within the L ship? How could this be? Was he going to destroy him, along with this shattered island? Kira Yamato. Shin roared in despair. But it was too late. The next second, a dazzling white light enveloped his entire body. Chapter 345. I thought my life would end then. His gaze returned to reality. Shin uttered these words in a low voice, tinged with a curse. Just now, he had recounted to Yu Xiao almost verbatim his experiences during Project L. And now, the story was nearing its end. The result? I never expected that I would survive that explosion. And miraculously, propelled by Fenrir, I followed the ocean currents back to Ryugu Island. He looked at his hands, his voice heavy. It seemed he was back in that day's scene. Irony, isn't it? When I still had something I wanted to protect, I desperately wanted to live, yet I almost died. But when even that was lost, I, an empty shell, managed to survive. Then Shin clenched his fist and murmured deeply. So from that day on, I decided. I must take revenge. Against him. For that, I'd pay any price. That's why you were so agitated on the battlefield today. Is that it? You could say that. I don't expect your understanding. But since you asked, I just state it as it is. Is that so? By the way, have you told anyone else about the whole incident? No. At this point, Shin's gaze darkened slightly. I only told him. About Kira Yamato's betrayal. His reaction was understandable. After all, a ship full of people set sail, and only one person returned, barely alive. Thinking about it, that painful memory would instinctively make one want to avoid it. I see. To soothe his dejected mood, Yu Xiao adopted a composed demeanor and patted his shoulder. But now I'm the second person to know about this. Even though halfway. Never mind. Anyway, I won't let you carry this heavy past alone, Asuka-senpai. You, what do you mean? He turned around hesitantly. It means I will help you, Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. Whether it's a weapon for revenge, or fighting to defeat the enemy, if you need it, I can provide it to you. Oh, really? Yes. And the price is, in future battles, you must obey the unit's commands. Yu Xiao's gaze swept over his still somewhat surprised face. You said it before, didn't you? You stop at nothing to defeat the person you hate. You can manage this little thing, right, Asuka-senpai? It's a deal? After a moment of contemplation, Shin Asuka looked up and asked tentatively. It's a deal. Yu Xiao nodded, making his promise. And so, the riot caused by the disobedient soldiers came to an end. Shin promised to return to the L ship and apologize properly to Wolf and the others. However, Yu Xiao wouldn't be able to go back so soon. After all, he still had another problem to deal with. The minor refugees rescued by the space bridge. They're probably taking refuge in a cleared area on Ryugu Island now. But the exact situation is unknown. As a nominal high-ranking member of Mithril, he felt it necessary to communicate with them and arrange for them to return to their hometowns or jobs. Walking along the paths of Ryugu Island, Yu Xiao recalled his earlier conversation. At the end, he consciously withdrew a comment. The unspoken word was suspicious. Yes, very suspicious. But not referring to Shin Asuka's account, but to Kira Yamato's behavior and motives. According to Shin Asuka, he claimed that he joined the Fistum out of fear of death, allowing them, assimilated, to control his body. But is that really true? Logically, assimilated humans shouldn't possess such a high level of self-awareness. And in the end, facing a defenseless Shin, he didn't choose to end his life directly. Instead, he chose to activate Fenrir, buried deep within the L ship, a move that, rather than killing the enemy, was more likely to endanger himself and the Fisturms around him. In the end, he couldn't even harm the heavily damaged Fafnir, instead becoming an asset to it. This allowed him to drift back to the coast of Ryugu Island with the ocean currents, bringing back information about the Fisturm's evolutionary level to Alvis. While this perspective is somewhat consequentialist, what if Kira Yamato's true objective was this? Never mind. Yu Xiao shook his head. After all, the evidence was still too scarce. Given that the other party had indeed committed a betrayal that would be etched into Shin Asuka's memory, he couldn't possibly expect the other party to let go of their hatred based on mere speculation. As for the truth behind it all, he'd have to figure that out himself. After all, he would likely encounter the other party again on the battlefield. Then, he could interrogate them in detail about their true motives and desires. While pondering these things, Yu Xiao finally arrived at the underground shelter in Alvis. This place, usually deserted, was now filled with occasional bursts of noise. Without even thinking, he knew who was inside. Mr. Yu Xiao? You arrived. At that moment, a perfectly timed voice rang in his ears. It was Suji. The usually calm, even somewhat aloof, young man maintained his composed demeanor. But, oh, it's so sure. Judging from your expression, is the situation rather bad? From subtle details, Yu Xiao could tell that he was actually quite anxious. You noticed? But it is. I understand. They probably can't grasp the situation immediately. Yu Xiao rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Then let me go tell them. Since we were able to bring them here for refuge, we naturally have a way to bring them back. They don't have to worry about being stuck in this foreign land forever. No. To be honest, the problem isn't here. But Socher gently wiped the sweat from his brow before speaking again. Isn't that right? Then where is it? The problem is, those refugees, they don't seem to want to go back. Chapter 346. Our treatment there was worse than that of slaves. A trembling voice came from the sobbing of a miner before Yu Xiao. He looked to be around 30 or 40 years old, though his actual age was likely much younger. Like most people here, he had an Asian face that Yu Xiao was quite familiar with. Between his deeply lined face were a pair of somewhat withered eyes. Compared to those who lived on the Yen continent that Yu Xiao had also seen, his eyes held less of the fearful evasion. But more than anything, there was a deep despair. Even if we go back there, we have to do the same thing. Work in bottomless pits. Even if this digging work is finished, we'd be thrown into some unknown place. It was clear that he was from some unknown country. Perhaps even a former territory of the Human Revolutionary Alliance. A refugee who had been destroyed by alien attacks and had wandered to the New World. Then, using the promise of a normal life as bait, they exploit this opportunity as cheap labor, driving them around regardless of their well-being. It has to be admitted, this is a cheap and efficient method. If his old friend's father didn't have some special work background, he would probably face the same fate, Yu Xiao thought. But even so, what about your families? Are you just going to ignore them like this? At this moment, the Suji behind Yu Xiao also asked. Yu Xiao didn't know why Ryugu Island had sent him to handle this matter. Perhaps because they had confidence in his abilities, or perhaps because they felt he had more authority to speak as an assistant from Pumai Island. But in any case, what he said at this moment was clearly not a good proposal. Although Yu Xiao knew his intentions were well-intentioned, after all. Family? Hearing this, the miner's face, pale from long periods without sunlight, broke into an even weaker smile. Ha ha, there were 13 of us who came to the Yusen with me. Now, I'm the only one still alive. There's nowhere left for us to go back to. That was the truth. If these refugees hadn't been desperate, they wouldn't have come to the Yusen, willing to be slaves and seek asylum. Talking about family in this situation, it was all futile. Is that so? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Suji fell silent. This wasn't irresponsibility. Yu Xiao knew he was probably considering how to apologize, but couldn't think of the right words. All right, Chief. He gestured to them that there was no need to rush into these trivial matters, and instead continue discussing the immediate issue. So, you mean, you don't want to go back to that mining area? He turned to the people before him. Yes. And even if Yanzhou is in such a mess right now, please move us to a place far away from our original location. Far away from the US and anywhere is fine. The miners lowered their heads in silence. Then, they spoke pleadingly. I don't want to continue being manipulated by those people like this. You are Red One, aren't you? Then, please grant us this humble request. I understand then. Yu Xiao nodded. Immediately afterward, an idea surfaced in his mind. So he turned his head. Suji. What is it? Could I trouble you to negotiate with Mr. Shi Yan and the others again? Regarding the current matter. Go talk to Commander Mech. Could it be that you intend to? Yes. Yu Xiao nodded frankly. I hope, no. I request that the island accept them. Although it would be presumptuous of me to do so, sending members to participate in Mithril would create a shortage of manpower on the island, wouldn't it? Then he stated his reasons. Of course, this wasn't what he truly thought. To say his real thoughts was perhaps just a kind-hearted not wanting to see his compatriots suffer. But right now, to persuade the other party, and to get them to persuade him in return, he had to find a way that sounded convincing enough. This gap, let them fill it. Isn't that just right? All right. I try to negotiate with Commander Mech and the others. At most 12 minutes. I'll be back shortly. After a moment's hesitation, Suji nodded in agreement. He then turned and left, using his personal communicator to negotiate with Mech Fumihiko. But judging from his quick steps, he wasn't as unhappy as he appeared. And indeed, as he said, 12 minutes later, he slowly returned from outside. What was the result? Yu Xiao asked bluntly. The officer nodded in response. Commander Mech agreed. They can live on this island from now on. Hey, did you hear that, everyone? Yu Xiao then turned to look at them. Clearly, the miners present still seemed confused, somewhat stunned. So Yu Xiao repeated himself. Since you can go anywhere, then you can stay here. From now on, please live on this island. Are you serious? The leading miner finally reacted. Approaching Yu Xiao, his voice trembled slightly as he asked. It's true. Yu Xiao nodded. This simple action, the next second, triggered a tremendous cheer and shouts of joy from the crowd. Thank you, thank you. To go to such lengths for people like us, we don't know how to thank you enough. The leading miner said to Yu Xiao, tears streaming down his face, his gratitude overflowing. Sigh. Don't say things like us. However, Yu Xiao simply shook her head gently. You're just like us. Just ordinary human beings. Since we're all human, then there's no difference in status or wealth. From now on, please take care of this island as if it were your own home. Yes. I understand. I understand. Wiping away his tears with his dirty sleeve, the miner nodded hurriedly. Logically, things should have ended happily here. But Yu Xiao's gaze caught sight of a corner in the shelter. There stood a young man with a magenta highlight on his forehead. And in his expression, there seemed to be a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Chapter 347. What's wrong? You look so troubled. If you have any requests, just say so. I try my best to fulfill them. So, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward and spoke with some concern. After all, although most of the laborers here didn't have any complaints, what if this person was the exception? Upon hearing this, the young man before him, Gale Jecker, using the alias Bob, subconsciously swallowed. For some reason, he felt that this person before him should be just his age. Yet, there was a distinct difference emanating from him. That must be the difference between a true warrior who has experienced real combat and an apprentice who only knew theory. Gale had experienced twice in a single day something his past self could hardly imagine. And indeed, deep down, there was an impulse. An impulse related to this other person. I don't want to stay on this island. So, upon being asked this by Yu Xiao, he almost instinctively blurted out his thoughts. Yu Xiao nodded, gesturing for him to continue. So where do you want to go? While I may not be able to get you there, I will try my best. I want to fight alongside you, the famous Red No. 1. Saying these words seemed to have exhausted all of Gale's strength. After a long while, he opened his eyes, trembling slightly, awaiting the other's pronouncement on his fate. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiao simply nodded. After all, he had anticipated this possibility long ago. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the significance of Red No. 1 in today's world. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for young people to impulsively consider joining. However, while Yu Xiao also felt it necessary to strive for every possible force, whether or not to let the person before him join was definitely a question mark. What's your name? So he spoke first. My name is Bob. No. Gale shook her head, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Gale Jecker. That's my real name. So Gale. Then why? He then questioned her directly. After all, Mithril's operational policy, while aiming to create a hero, didn't mean it was just a simple hero game. On the contrary, it's more often a desperate and perilous situation where the few defeat the many. If the other party's decision to join was a spur-of-the-moment one, then he would certainly decline. After saying this, Yu Xiao quietly awaited the other party's response. He wanted to see what had driven this unfamiliar young master to make such a decision. Because Gale clenched his still trembling fists and closed his eyes. At first, his words were somewhat hesitant. But then, he shouted as if venting his frustration. I have a girl I like. This was Gale's true feeling. Unable to find an excuse to hide it, he simply blurted it out. And it was only after he uttered those words that Gale realized just how fatal his statement had been. To like a girl and then plan to improve himself, become powerful enough, and then go back to confess to her again. In a typical school play, that would certainly be a common idea, but to say that for that, he would have to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's most prominent figures. That's just too absurd. Let alone Red No. 1. Even a job interviewer after graduation would probably want to immediately reject someone who uttered such a statement. I'm sorry. Gale murmured helplessly, head bowed. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiao responded with a long, thoughtful sound. Then, he spoke decisively. Well, it's decided then. Pack your things first, and report to me tomorrow on the L boat. The place you can reach from here in a short distance. If anyone asks, just give my name. Yu Xiao. That's all. Yu Xiao patted him on the shoulder, then turned and gracefully left. It actually worked. Gale was left standing there, stunned. He looked up in disbelief, still unable to believe what he was seeing. So he simply slapped himself. Just like his father would sometimes do to him. The crisp sound echoed in the now somewhat empty room. It was only then that the ecstasy buried deep within the boy's heart erupted forth, along with the searing pain. Meanwhile, the two walking side by side outside continued their discussion about the unexpected incident. Why? Did you agree to that proposal? Suji raised his delicate eyebrows, asking with a rather puzzled tone. To this, Yu Xiao calmly replied, because I wanted to take a gamble. A gamble? That's right. Saying there's a girl you like. Hey, guys who say things like that usually either die a horrible death, or they're bound to achieve something great. At this point, Yu Xiao couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. And he survived that nightmare not long ago, didn't he? Hearing this, Suji sighed and said, but it's all thanks to your hard work. Oh well. Since it's your decision, I have no complaints. Oh. I'm glad you can accept it. Actually, besides this, Yu Xiao had another reason he didn't say. Jetek. He remembered it. It was the name of a force he had heard of several times in Yenzhou. And Gale was the name of the young master of that heavy industry company, who had disappeared for some reason. And recently, Magilla seemed to have somehow managed to win over its leader, Vim, to his side. In other words, they were now practically partners with shared interests. However, the other party was, after all, a businessman. He might betray him for a higher offer at any time. If that happened, this boy named Gale could become a crucial bargaining chip. Thinking about this, even Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised that he had such thoughts. However, perhaps this was simply what the times demanded. He thought. By the way, Sashi, tomorrow is the official departure day, right? Another pressing matter surfaced in his mind at this moment. So Yu Xiao stopped and turned to Sashi to ask. Yes. We were originally planning to set sail tonight. But it was postponed because of dealing with these refugees. What's wrong? Nothing much. It's just, there's someone I'd like to see right now. Could you please introduce me? Chapter 348. About half an hour later. On Ryugu Island, at a seemingly ordinary residence. An unlocked bicycle was parked in front. The nameplate on the door bore the elegant calligraphy of Hasama. This small house suddenly welcomed several new visitors. A middle-aged woman with short, light brown hair, the current owner of the house, Hasama Yoko, quickly rose to greet them upon hearing the doorbell ring. Upon opening the door, she saw two young men standing outside. Two boys who were neither exactly familiar nor complete strangers. Oh, Minashiro-kun? And this is Mr. Yu? She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because in Hasama Yoko's memory, the boy named Minashiro Suji, while possessing exceptional professional skills, was definitely not the type to wander around. The person beside him, Yu Xiao, hailed from another island called Alvis, now held a high position in the Mithril Three Islands Alliance. Why would two such figures suddenly visit her home today, however, despite her surprise at this somewhat unexpected visit? Please come in! She greeted them with hospitality, welcoming them in and seating them. And, as a hostess, she diligently prepared tea for them. We rarely have guests, so we haven't prepared any tea. Please make do with some plain water, Mr. Minashiro and Mr. Yu. Thank you. But you don't need to call me Mr. Aunt Uzama. In terms of both age and experience, I'm a junior to you. I feel quite uneasy about being addressed that way. Oh, really? Well, it's not very appropriate to address a young person like that. She wore a polite smile, speaking what sounded like a polite agreement. But, precisely because she was facing the humble Yu Xiao, Rongzi's hidden worry deepened. She had already heard that her child, Uzama Shoko, had the second highest Fafnir adaptability on the island. And Makabe's child, Makabiki, with the highest Fafnir adaptability, had already been drafted to participate in Project L. The island's defenses were currently somewhat weak. Could it be that these two had come to send their children to pilot Fafnir? You too. What brings you here? Just as Rongzi was about to ask, seemingly contemplating her question, Mom, are we having guests? A small head peeked out from the half-open door, peering out. Fair, almost pale skin, and long, flowing black hair. It was Uzama Shoko, whom Yu Xiao had met briefly before. Shoko, why are you out here? Yoko's first reaction was a somewhat reflexive shout, clearly urging her to return to her room. This wasn't for any other reason. It was simply due to the malignant illness that had long plagued Shoko. This illness, which even advanced genetic technology like that of Ryugu Island couldn't eliminate, no. Perhaps it was precisely because her genes had been manipulated that this incurable ailment had become so severe recently. She could barely manage to go to school before. Now she can't even do that. That's why Yoko is so attentive to her every move. And from the bottom of her heart, didn't Dr. Yuan Jin say you should rest in bed? It's okay, Mom. I'm not feeling too bad right now. To this, Shoko simply shook her head gently. Ah, Minashiro-kun and Mr. Yu Xiao. What brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomers, she let out a surprised and delighted exclamation. This surprised Yoko as well. She hadn't expected that they knew each other. Because I ran into Suji on the way. Yu Xiao pointed to the reserved-looking boy beside him. Clearly, having been forcibly dragged here as a guide, he didn't really want to stay in this rather unfamiliar environment any longer. We seemed to hit it off quite well, so we chatted for a bit. During the chat, I asked him your name. I didn't expect you two to know each other. So, I thought I'd drop by to see you. Was that too abrupt? Not at all, Mr. Yu Xiao. Xiangzi gently shook her head. Then, Mom? Can I chat with him a little longer? Faced with her child's request, and considering that she didn't actually have many peers to interact with, Rongzi nodded gently. All right. But don't trouble Mr. Yu Xiao too much. Yes. I be careful. Well then, Mr. Yu Xiao, please come in first. After a quick reply, Xiangzi stepped forward and invited Yu Xiao to sit in her room first. Xiangzi's bedroom was decorated no differently than other girls her age. Yu Xiao looked around. It had warm-toned decorations and bedding, and curtains embroidered with wisteria patterns. However, upon entering the bedroom, Yu Xiao reflexively frowned, because the air here was permeated with a lingering scent. It was the smell of Chinese medicine and disinfectant. These strange odors, drifting in the air, made even the most elegant decorations appear only a somber contrast. You noticed it, huh? Seeing Yu Xiao's subconscious reaction, Xiangzi couldn't help but offer a slightly apologetic smile. I'm so sorry. As you know, I always been in poor health and need to take medication frequently. Over time, even the room has developed this smell. No. I don't think you need to apologize. Yu Xiao simply waved his hand. In fact, I think it's something to be proud of. Proud? Xiangzi's pretty face showed a slight hint of confusion. Clearly, she didn't understand what Yu Xiao meant. Yes. This aura is proof of your will, isn't it? Even facing such illness, you managed to live on strongly. That will alone is enough to inspire admiration. Yu Xiao said gently. This encouraging tone naturally shortened the distance between them. And so, the two began to talk in detail about the trivialities of life. Xiangzi, who rarely got to go outside, listened with great interest to Yu Xiao's half-truths and half-fictional experiences. And finally, Yu Xiao steered the conversation back to the main topic, which was also the purpose of his visit. It seems we drifted a bit off topic. Anyway, Shoko, I'm leaving this island tomorrow. Huh? So early? Shoko seemed slightly reluctant to part. After all, they were just friends, and parting so suddenly was inevitably sad. I'm just here for tourism, Yu Xiao said, spreading his hands, but before I leave, I have something I want to give you. A gift. Since it's such a thoughtful gesture, I accept it, but what is it? Shoko clutched the hem of her clothes, a little embarrassed, but mostly curious. Having received permission, Yu Xiao opened the bag he'd been carrying since entering the island. And what he took out was a rapier? Chapter 349. What's this? Xiangzi only uttered this question when faced with the somewhat strange gift before her, then tilted her head, her eyes curiously examining the object. This was a perfectly understandable reaction. After all, girls her age mostly hoped to receive dolls, jewelry, or bouquets. Few would be happy to receive a weapon like this, Yu Xiao thought. However, he felt that giving her this item was indeed necessary at the moment, because this seemingly ordinary weapon was the very sword given to the summoned aura warriors in the world of Baistan Will. In the AGE system's database, the data and resources of these gadgets were also stored. So Yu Xiao created it with certain resources, although he didn't know if it would be beneficial for piloting the aura warriors. However, Yu Xiao felt it was more appropriate to create items that matched the original work. But that's not all. He further modified what was originally just a weapon. This allowed it to function as a remote control and summoning unit after the Aura War Rider Danbian, provided to Ryukyu Island, was activated. To put it simply, it's like the longsword of the protagonist and gun-hard blade. From this perspective, Uzama Yoko's worries are, to some extent, a current reality. Yu Xiao's purpose in coming here was precisely to ensure that this frail girl could face the future as a qualified warrior when she had to participate in battle. Unlike in the original story, where she tragically dies in her first battle due to a hasty deployment and a dangerous situation. But Yu Xiao cannot reveal this intention now. This is a souvenir I bought at a gift shop while traveling abroad. Therefore, he simply spoke the prepared lie in a gentle tone to the girl sitting on the bed, with her legs together. I hope that one day, Shoko, you will be able to recover enough strength to wield this sword. He then handed her the long sword. Until then, please keep it safe. Consider it a wish from me. Is that so? Thank you. Shoko carefully accepted the sword and held it in her palm. You're welcome. I'm glad you accept it. I was worried you'd find the gift a bit shabby. No. Shoko gently shook her head. On the contrary. I really like it. This. Turning her gaze back to the simple long sword before her, a smile spread across Shoko's pale face. Is that so? Then. Goodbye, Shoko. Yushao nodded. After a brief farewell, he stood up. After calling out to Sashi, who had been discussing something with Yoko outside, the two strode away together. The not-so-large bedroom returned to its original quiet. However, Shoko remained gazing blankly out the window at the two receding figures, her expression thoughtful. Sashi and Yushao later parted ways again. Sashi returned to the L-ship. According to him, he wanted to have a detailed discussion with his friend, Mech about future operational plans and directions. Yushao went directly down into the interior of Ryugu Island's Alvis and entered the hangar. It was late, and only Ryugu Island's maintenance chief, Koteboru, was inside the large room. After finishing adjusting the conditions of the several Fafnir units still under construction, the defensive type number 5, the artillery type number 4, and the melee type number 3, he walked towards a small, oddly shaped machine in the corner, deep in thought. Excuse me, Yushao said, stepping forward and explaining his purpose. Huh? I want to further adjust this machine you provided. This one called Danbane and Aura Knight? Upon hearing Yushao's explanation, Koteboru showed a hint of surprise. He was a capable middle-aged man. He appeared to be just an ordinary maintenance chief. But in reality, he was a famous and popular manga artist on the island. His work was the Mobile Suit Gundam series, which his old friend also loved. However, that's a bit of an oversimplification. Originally, it was just a regular comic printed from a database. But the database didn't actually store the ending of this comic. But his son, Tattoo, loved this work. Therefore, to make up for his son's lack of interest, he had to learn comics from scratch and secretly create sequels for the work. Thanks to this, Tattoo's working hours were forced to be greatly extended, and even staying up all night became commonplace. And then, his expression changed to a somewhat refined sense of relief. Thanks a lot. Although this guy's name sounds familiar, it's something completely foreign to us. It would be great if you could help with some adjustments. Nodding his thanks, he followed Shao Tadeboru and strode away. Yushao then followed the maintenance rack and entered the cockpit of the Dambian. His purpose here was to refine the machine's control system. To relink it with the sword he had given to Xiangzi. This way, the long sword could function perfectly as the control center. However, looking at the control panel inside the Aura War Rider, Yushao was perplexed. He had previously piloted many machines, MS, PT, special machines, and even humanoid giant cranes. He thought he was quite proficient in using the control systems of humanoid weapons. But he hadn't expected that this machine, so simple to operate that anyone could start it, had such a uniquely programmed OS. After all, this was a biomech created by the underworld. Although the reason could be explained in such a simple sentence, the effort Yushao had put into it was far from simple. Time ticked by, but Yushao still hadn't resolved the matter. Wouldn't all his hard-won decisions and actions have been for nothing? Just as he was agonizing over this, Is something wrong, Vice Commander? A sweet and familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Slightly surprised, Yushao opened the hatch and looked down. And there stood the person he had expected, the one who made him inwardly exclaim, I'm saved. Teresa Testarossa, a genius whisperer girl currently belonging to Mithril and an expert in robotics. Chapter 350. Then, only 15 minutes later. So, this is how it should be? You see. It's fine like this, Vice Commander. Tessa, acting as the whisperer, naturally climbed into the cockpit after hearing Yu Zhao's confusion. Since the cockpit was cramped, she unceremoniously sat on Yu Zhao's lap and then carefully guided him through disassembling the unfamiliar machine's control system. With her guidance, Yu Zhao quickly completed the coding he hadn't finished earlier. That's really... Thank you. You're amazing, Tessa. Not at all. Tessa stuck out her tongue, responding casually. After all, this machine... It feels somewhat similar to Fafnir. It's normal for me to understand. It was as if this was just a normal thing for her. However, Yu Zhao knew that the truth was definitely not as straightforward as she made it out to be. The Aura Rider and Fafnir shared only one similarity, in terms of both their control systems and mechanical structures. To be able to so wisely analyze its structure and make targeted modifications under such circumstances. Yu Xiao once again realized the vast chasm between himself, a genius whisperer, and someone who was merely an ordinary person. And he was also relieved that the other party hadn't pursued the topic too much. After all, although it was no longer necessary, he still wanted to wear the disguise of a whisperer for a little longer. But this relief didn't last long. Tessa's next seemingly unintentional soliloquy triggered a long-dormant sense of alertness in him. But it's been a long time since I've seen you care about something like this. Who exactly is this machine for? Even X-Rounder couldn't have predicted such a question, and Yu Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, let me see. Worse still, after this soliloquy, Tessa resumed her actions on her own. Leaning forward, she began adjusting the Danbine's internal systems, attempting to extract the bioauthentication information. Could Yu Xiao stop her? The answer was definitely no. Now he could only hope that her whisperer ability, which had endowed her with genius-level thinking and mechanical knowledge, would suddenly malfunction. The probability of such an event was at least 0, if not less than 1. Asama. Shoko? So he could only watch helplessly as she extracted the information and began reading the text descriptions. The next second, an odd silence fell over the cockpit. Listen, Tessa. Actually, Yu Xiao was about to speak when this mecha was indeed prepared for that girl. But he only wanted to change the fate that awaited her. Damn. Saying that sounds rather weak and unconvincing, Yu Xiao thought. Besides, how did he know the other person's fate? Fundamentally, it doesn't make sense. I'm a little tired. Unexpectedly, the other party's reaction was lukewarm. She stood up, yawning almost imperceptibly. I'm going to rest for a bit. Goodbye, Vice Commander. Then, she climbed up the hanging rope ladder and left. Oh no. You know. What's wrong with me? Yu Xiao was left standing there in silence for a long time before covering her face as if she had a headache. The shops were all closed, as expected. After all, it was already late at night. So Yu Xiao's plan to quickly apologize with a thank you gift also ended with the Nishio shop closing down. After all, the reason the other party would appear here at such an inopportune time was quite obvious. It should be to help her. He was probably worried about her not returning, and had learned from Suji or someone else that she was in the hangar on Ryugu Island, so he came specifically for her. However, Yu Xiao was met with that scene after her busy work. Never mind, Yu Xiao sighed softly. If it really doesn't work out, I just have to do it tomorrow. As he muttered to himself, Yu Xiao pushed open the door. What he saw there was something that truly surprised him. You're back, Vice Commander? The person inside chuckled softly. It was Tessa. However, it wasn't the usual Tessa. Her braids were loose. Her long hair, usually neatly tied back with a blue ribbon, now cascaded down like a waterfall. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the porthole, it evoked images of Aphrodite from mythology. But what was even more striking than that was her attire. That was the same school swimsuit and white stockings Tessa had worn on the beach a few days earlier, the same outfit Yu Xiao had seen her in. What was going on? Yu Xiao was stunned. Tessa? Normally, anger wouldn't look like this. So even he stood there dumbfounded, managing to stammer yes. It's me. I know. But this? Yu Xiao struggled to organize his thoughts, finally managing to say, aren't you angry with me? Angry? Tessa smiled upon hearing this. No. Huh? Then why? Want to know? Then sit down over here. Tessa patted the edge of the bed beside her, gesturing. Okay. Yu Xiao could only nod silently in response. He then sat down next to Tessa. As he sat down, he felt her quietly take his hands. Then, the silver-haired girl spoke with an air of seriousness. I am a tolerant wife, you know. So a little bit of flirting is understandable, right? Tessa leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Her sweet breath tickled Yu Xiao's ear. I won't force you to be my only one or anything like that. But, just as Yu Xiao seemed to relax a little, Tessa made a move. Her hands, which had been intertwined, suddenly changed direction, and her body pressed him down onto the bed. Tessa. By now, Yu Xiao couldn't say he didn't understand her intentions. That attire, those words, and now her actions. And although he spoke with a questioning tone, the fact that he didn't resist proved his feelings were actually quite submissive. I will absolutely not give up. I fight for that #1 spot. A strand of silver hair brushed against Yu Xiao's nose, making him almost smile. But the other person's words completely dampened his enthusiasm for such a gesture. You really like this outfit, don't you? I could tell at the beach. So, Mr. Yu Xiao? Tonight. Looking at Yu Xiao like this, Tessa revealed a mischievous smile. Let me be your number one. Chapter 351. It really felt like ages ago. Upon waking up, he could hear someone breathing beside him. Brightened by the few rays of sunlight streaming through the porthole, Yu Xiao greeted the dawn of the next day. Aside from feeling a little weak all over, surprisingly, nothing else seemed amiss. After checking his condition, Yu Xiao turned to look to the other side. There, nestled close to him, was a silver-haired, snow-white-skinned girl, Teresa Testarossa. Her body, pressed tightly against Yu Xiao's chest, radiated warmth. Although his body still felt a little sticky from the sweat of the previous night, holding her might be a little uncomfortable. However, seeing the girl's peaceful and lovely sleeping face, she didn't seem to have any particular feelings. This reassured Yu Xiao somewhat. Feeling her more closely, the head resting on his arm, though small, was indeed quite heavy. Silver strands of hair cascaded down, carrying a girl's fragrance. This made Yu Xiao feel once again that there was indeed a living, breathing girl beside him. Not long after, Tessa also woke up. Good morning, Mr. Yu Xiao. She opened her beautiful eyes blankly, and it took her a moment to process what was happening. Then, rubbing her sleepy eyes, Tessa greeted Yu Xiao. Good morning, Tessa. Ah, I guess I shouldn't say that. We overslept. She looked at the clock on the wall. The hour hand was pointing to 11 o'clock. It's all right, Yu Xiao replied. In his memory, the L-ship's departure ceremony was scheduled for around noon. If he freshened up a bit now, he could still make it. Or, do you want to do it again? Yu Xiao said casually, a hint of gentle teasing in his dark eyes. You have the nerve to say that. Tessa gave him a light, playful glare. You seem so indifferent, but your actual personality is the opposite, isn't it? I thought our vice commander would be more simple-minded, but it seems I was really wrong. Ha. Yu Xiao responded with a dry laugh. He hadn't expected last night to be so passionate. Perhaps their physical compatibility was just too good. But the more important thing now, without a doubt, is... Let's not talk about that. Mr. Yu Xiao. I know. Take a shower first. Then, just use my clothes for now. The question was timely, and the answer decisive. After all, sneaking and dressed like that last night was actually a spur-of-the-moment decision. The downside of acting on impulse is lack of preparation. Only now did Tessa realize that she had forgotten to bring any spare clothes. She definitely couldn't go out dressed like this. Given the time constraints, this was the only option. So, after taking a shower to wash away any lingering smell, the girl put on one of Yu Xiao's uniform jackets, just like that day. The two then walked hand in hand out of the room and headed towards the bridge. On the way, Yu Xiao unexpectedly caught sight of another familiar girl. A ponytail as dazzling as a blazing flame, it was Limey. However, she looked somewhat listless today. Good afternoon, Limey. What's wrong? Ah, it's Xiao. And little Tessa? It's nothing, it's just that. Limey waved her hand. Her eyes, with faint dark circles under her eyes, turned towards the two behind her. You two are so loud. Then she lowered her voice, and complained in a very soft voice. Huh? Hearing this, Tessa's face immediately flushed red. Because of those words, her mind flashed back to what had happened in the room last night. With a slightly trembling voice, she began, Wasaka-san. Could it be that you... I heard you finish what you started. Kumi sighed softly. Then, stretching her seemingly weary waist, she said, You two really said things I never would have imagined coming from your mouths. Seriously, I'm defeated by you. Ah, but don't worry. No one else will hear these things. When I noticed the unusual noises coming from your side last night, I lowered the isolation barrier on the underground structure. Is that so? That's good. But even so, I don't intend to just let this go. Kumi suddenly turned around. Extending her long, slender fingertips, she gently tapped Yu Xiao's forehead. Then please be prepared and wait patiently, Xiao-kun. A playful remark. But at this moment, it made Yu Xiao feel a somewhat invisible pressure. His lower back also started to ache again. Fortunately, after saying that, the discussion about this topic naturally ended. The three of them then went to the command room. The clock had just struck 12. At this moment, almost all of Mithril's high-ranking personnel were gathered there. Everyone. I'm so sorry for being late. Now, let's begin the L-ship's departure preparation procedure. After a soft apology, Tessa returned to her post. Faced with this girl, who was both the research team leader and the captain, and whose attire was clearly somewhat peculiar, everyone present exchanged knowing glances, and then, following her instructions, began the orderly process. Finally, with a dull thud, the L-ship separated from the main ship of Ryugu Island and submerged into the water, resuming its scheduled patrol. So, it's time to say goodbye. Kazushima. Standing on the bridge, Yu Xiao heard a soft murmur. It was Iki's voice. He was gazing at his receding hometown, speaking with a hint of regret. What's wrong, Makabe-kun? Are you feeling uneasy? Yu Xiao went to his side, patted his shoulder, and asked softly. Sometimes. Iki nodded slightly. But please rest assured, Mr. Yu Xiao. I won't regret it, because this is a journey that Soshir also took. A resolute look appeared in his brown eyes as he gazed at Yu Xiao. Even for his sake, I will carry out this decision to the end. For this? For this? Yu Xiao repeated curiously. Then he heard the other's request. For this, I want to ask you to practice combat with me. Chapter 352. Live fire exercises, or rather, simulated training. Without a doubt, this was a good proposal. There were quite a few new recruits joining the unit recently. This kind of activity could improve their combat skills while strengthening teamwork and coordination between personnel. This? No problem. Therefore, Yu Xiao happily nodded in agreement. He then began to consider how to proceed. Fortunately, he learned from Mei that the simulated training program previously placed at the satellite base still had some data stored. Simply copying it into the machine's OS and then connecting it to the local area network would allow for realistic simulated combat without physical aids. No sooner said than done. After confirming that the flight was proceeding normally, Yu Xiao gathered the other personnel present, made the proposal, and received their approval. And so, a simulated training exercise was about to begin. The Mithril combat members were divided into two teams, red and blue, competing side by side. Based on the necessity of integrating the troops, the members were divided into two opposing teams according to their experience level. The red team was led by Wolf, with the remaining members being Rakuto Kawakami, Amuro, Shin Asuka, Ayumi, and John Ford. Char led the blue team, whose members were Fidel, Filthy, Michael, Kazuki Makabe, and Gale Jek. Although the blue team had a numerical advantage, considering that two of its members were relatively new to combat, the overall strength was evenly matched. Another noteworthy point is the allocation of mobile suits. Since the previous operation against the Beta had earned Yu Xiao and his team a considerable number of points, he iterated and replaced the mobile suits of the members present. First was a Muro Ray's full armor Gundam. This mobile suit, whose combat style didn't quite suit him, was upgraded by Yu Xiao according to the mobile suit's development lineage, becoming the legitimate successor to the RX series, the Gundam 2 Malawin Quatches. Following a setting from a certain game, it was painted with symbolic blue, white, and red paint schemes, reminiscent of the original Gundam. Correspondingly, Char Aznable upgraded his mass-produced Hayakushi to its original form, the Delta Gundam. Thus, these two arch-rivals from the Universal Century were once again piloting mobile suits from the same era and time. Following him, Shin Asuka also received a new mobile suit. After all, his Fafnir, the Divine Sword type, had been brutally shredded into a human-shaped mess by Kira in the last battle. And according to the unnamed maintenance crew member, "This spindrift has damaged the machine to this state. I'd rather build a new one than have to repair it." So, Yu Xiao simply used the AGE system to create his first mobile suit from the original work, the ZGMS X56S Impulse Gundam. However, considering that the upcoming battles would likely all take place on Earth, and the environment would be quite unpredictable, therefore, the interchangeable weaponry Yu Xiao prepared for it, the Phantom Backpack, is not the sword, cannon, or aerial weaponry from the original work. Instead, it's another set of equipment that was abandoned in the Mobile Suit Seed Destiny setting. The Phantom Backpack system of Chaos, Gaia, and Abyss. The prototypes of these three backpacks were three mobile suits manufactured by ZFT, contemporaneous with the Impulse Gundam. They were designed for specific environments, aerial combat, naval combat, and land combat respectively. This equipment system inherits almost identical abilities from these three mobile suits, and also features weaponry and abilities tailored to the terrain. In the original work, these equipment systems were never manufactured due to a series of complex reasons, such as the prototypes being stolen. But in this timeline, they have been given another chance to shine. Finally, there's Gale Jekker, who volunteered to join the unit. Actually, this simulated battle was partly a test that Yu Xiao wanted to give him. After all, he didn't know the exact extent of his strength. And regarding his mobile suit, it was unknown whether he could handle the system of this unfamiliar world. So Yu Xiao asked the AGE system to produce, unexpectedly, It's this machine! Standing in the vast hangar, Gale's eyes lit up as he looked at the bright red steel giant before him. That's right, what Yu Xiao had prepared for him was the Darrow Bald, a machine he had seen once before on the battlefield, suspected to be the successor to the Dylanza produced by Jetek Heavy Industries, which had been piloted once by the Butterfly Woman. Gale was extremely familiar with this machine. This was the very machine he had piloted in the battle that had led him to run away from home. To think they could do this. No! Considering this is Red One's unit, it's not so surprising. Muttering to himself as he adjusted the machine's environment, Gale gripped the control stick, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. In that case, next, all I need to think about is how to use it to clear my name. However, his resolve was interrupted by a sudden voice just before the battle began. What? Clear my name? You haven't even been on the battlefield properly yet. What kind of name do you have to mention? And it was a voice Gale recognized very well. He couldn't help but gasp. Aniakal-sensei? Then, Gale exclaimed in surprise. And, indeed it was. During the time Wolf was offline in real battlefield mode, he had gone to the Azteca Academy to teach MS combat techniques in order to gather intelligence. As luck would have it, he was in charge of the very class Gale was in. Wolf nodded. That's right, it's me. Hey. When I saw your name, I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be you, kid. What's wrong? Giving up a comfortable life as a young master to work in a mine? Well, there's a reason. Gale lowered his head, muttering with a complicated expression. Although his personality seemed quite flamboyant, this young man actually held a necessary respect for his teachers. Therefore, the words he had said to Yu Xiao a few days ago were now difficult to utter. Can't say it? Never mind. Reasons aren't that important. Wolf spoke solemnly from the other end of the communication. Anyway, listen up, Gale. Even though I'm just a half-baked teacher, I absolutely won't allow my student to die so easily. But correspondingly, since you're going to the battlefield, I need to see someone truly capable and reliable. So until then, I train you with all my might. Understand? These words, though seemingly stern, were actually Wolf's concern for his student. And how could Gale not sense this? I understand. Thank you, Teacher Aniaker. Idiot! Wolf laughed and scolded at his gratitude. In this place, you should call me Captain. Chapter 353. While the simulated battle was raging on Yu Xiao's side, somewhere in Japan, a simulated battle closely related to their own was also taking place. The two sides in the battle. One side was the Red One unit, with Ryoki 1 and Freedom Gundam. The other side was the monster they had fought before, Gurkinos. On the old-fashioned monitor, the monster and the mecha clashed. After a fierce battle, it ended in the victory of the fire-breathing monster. Seeing this outcome, the girl on the other side of the screen fell silent. Then she sprawled on the sofa cushions and shouted in an almost cathartic tone, "This was something we could have easily won. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What was he pretending for, this guy?" This girl, behaving in a completely different manner from her outward appearance, was named Shinjo Akane. With the help of a mysterious creature called Alexis, she gained the ability to create monsters and influence reality. Previously, she was the one who provided the betas with various evolutionary plans. And clearly, the mysterious being that Leonard contacted not long ago, the one who could control monsters, was her. That imposing monster, Gulkinos, was something she created under the control of the betas. Why did she go to such lengths? It's currently unknown. All that's known is that she's currently quite agitated because of her recent crushing defeat, that's all. Hey. Calm down, Akane. Meanwhile, on her screen, a dark phantom burning with blue flames reappeared. It was her assistant, Alexis Kelly. Why did you lose? Maybe it's not because the monsters you created didn't fight properly. It spoke in a tone almost like coaxing a child. Aw, really? But look, Alexis. After comparing the performance of both sides, the calculations clearly show that my side should win, right? That's right. Perhaps, the strength of those guys can't be replicated by programs alone. Hey! So you mean, we're just going to give up like this? It's okay if we can't beat them? No. I didn't say that. I just mean, wouldn't you be more motivated this way, Akane? Alexis let out a strange, chuckling laugh. After all, Akane's favorite monster is the strongest. No. It has to be the strongest, right? That's true. Finally calming down, Akane's face blossomed with a perfect, angelic smile. I have to keep going. My monster How could it possibly lose to that pretentious hero? Heh heh. However, it was clear that lurking beneath that facade were fangs ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile on the L ship. As mentioned before, Yu Zhao's name did not appear on either side of the simulated battle. On the surface, he said it was to maintain a balance of power. And because he hadn't decided what aircraft he wanted to use after the Ryuki one was destroyed. But in reality, this was just an excuse he made up. It was an excuse to find time to log into the Siegfried system and contact the Tekkaden, with whom he hadn't had direct contact for a long time. Although he could roughly grasp their movements through Mech, some things were better witnessed firsthand. Besides, he was also very curious to know whether the news of Red One appearing in the western plateau of Shinjo and carrying out rescue operations had spread. With this in mind, he logged in and arrived at the bridge, where he first heard the sounds of discussion that the trip had been worthwhile. How could that be? This report is definitely lying. I'm telling you, Red One is definitely. The one complaining with several members was Eugene, the vice captain of Tekkaden. He switched the ship's controls to autopilot mode and was discussing something with the person next to him. What happened to Red One? So Yu Xiao took a few steps forward, feigning curiosity. Oh, is that Xiao? You heard about how Red One recently defeated the Beta, which had mysteriously revived, right? I vaguely remember, Yu Xiao nodded. But so what? What else could it be? Look! Somewhat annoyed, Eugene held up what he was looking at for Yu Xiao to see. However, what he saw was a rather peculiar report. It was a page published on a US website, written in English and then machine translated into Chinese. It read, "Amazing. A Red Army has split up in the western part of China. How come machine translation is still so unreliable after all these centuries?" Yu Xiao thought to himself. However, with the accompanying image, he could roughly understand its original meaning. It depicted Fafnir of Shin Asuka and Freedom Gundam of Kira Yamato engaged in combat. Perhaps they wanted to portray it as infighting within the Red One unit? Yu Xiao thought, resting his chin on his hand. This couldn't possibly be a false alarm, because that Freedom Gundam was a machine only the USN could manufacture. Their propaganda department would never confuse the ownership of this mobile suit. The purpose of portraying things this way was probably only one. That is, to undermine the image of Red One in the public eye. Although judging from Eugene's reaction, quite a few people probably wouldn't be fooled immediately. But if the USN's propaganda machine went into full swing, the outcome would be unpredictable. Hey Xiao, what do you think? To be honest, it's quite interesting. Faced with Eugene's question, Yu Xiao simply smiled slightly. Interesting? Yes. Even though we don't know the specific structure or the personnel of that unit, they're going to go to all this trouble to speculate about internal discord among them. Yu Xiao shook her head. Isn't that exactly what makes this situation interesting? Heh. I don't understand. But only you could say something like that, Xiao, Eugene remarked. However, something happened that immediately ended their discussion. Report. Something terrible has happened. An object has been spotted falling at high speed directly ahead of the channel. The girl who was also acting as a communications officer on the bridge, Kriana Limskaya, was the first to exclaim in surprise. What? An obstacle? It's not on the chart. At that moment, Olga, also on the bridge, exclaimed in astonishment. It doesn't seem like it. Ah, the thermal radar is reacting. The enemy is a mobile suit? While the group seemed still reeling from the shock, the thing gradually approached. Looking at the machine standing on the water, Yu Zhao's pupils widened. He recognized this mobile suit. The original boss mobile suit from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Legend Res Julia. Logically, that should be the case, but why? Looking at the mobile suit before him, Lim murmured a shocking fact. No. You're kidding. How can a mobile suit be this big? Chapter 354. At the same time, a look of disbelief flashed across Yu Zhao's face. In Yu Zhao's memory, this Legend Res Julia was supposed to be around 30 meters tall, barely qualifying as a large MS. But the Legend Res Julia before him was nearly 40 meters tall. Taller than the original MS by a whole size, it could easily be described as a humanoid large MA. TSK? Eugene? Upon seeing the machine, Olga reflexively shouted. I know. Eugene, who quickly ran to the ship's control area, also forcefully maneuvered the ship. The entire ship nearly drifted, almost escalating into a maritime disaster, as the fishing fire veered off course, finally avoiding the sudden landing. What was that thing? Eugene muttered, still shaken. But before he could recover from his jumbled thoughts, it's the enemy. Continue to evade, Vice Commander. Yu Zhao's sharp shout pierced his mind. The bad news was that he hesitated for a second, considering the accuracy of the words. The good news was that his instincts helped him act accordingly. The next second, as the fishing fire resumed full speed ahead, boom! Immediately afterward, a deafening sound of something tearing through the water followed. It was that machine. Using its air cushion-like propulsion system on its legs, it moved like a razor across the water, leaving ripples in its wake. And after rushing into the spot where the fishing fire had been, it unleashed a fierce slash. Although it didn't pierce the fishing fire's armor, the force of the resulting wave was enough to make those on the bridge secretly break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, a fact that only the members of Tekaden understood instantly flashed into the minds of everyone present. That movement. A sharp glint flashed in Mikazuki's blue eyes. Aleyevich Nana? Lies. Beside him, Shino stated the truth with even greater astonishment. That's right, the highly anthropomorphic movements employed by that machine were indeed Aleyevich Nana. Or rather, the application of Gund-armed technology to machine control. However, at this moment, an expert in this field contradicted those around him. Oh dear, TSK, look at you all making such a fuss. I say, now that you've seen us, do you still think Gund technology is something too mysterious? Perhaps not. The witch named Sophie casually crossed her arms behind her head and spoke. Don't you think so, Noria? She then turned to her friend beside her, seeking agreement. No. Beside her, Noria, unusually, frowned. That machine is emanating an unpleasant aura. I can feel it. It's something that's gone completely out of control. It's definitely not just some simple Gund. Then, as if echoing her words, the machine, in a flash, swiftly approached the bridge again. It raised its serpentine blade high and prepared to slash down, meanwhile, at the EU Canal base. You said? The prototype machine independently developed by your Aryan Road fleet went out of control during testing? Upon receiving the message from the other side via his handheld computer-type communication device, McGillis reflexively raised his eyebrows. That's right. It was a machine used to test the complete Aleya consciousness. However, the pilot seems to have long harbored resentment towards us, and has been secretly plotting a defection. Lesdell nodded frankly. To be honest, we're quite frustrated here too. We only wanted to test the performance of the new machine, but this accident happened. Not only did it cause serious casualties, but it has also left our territory, and seems to have entered international waters in the Pacific. While we like to go there to handle the situation, it's difficult for us to pass through the canal area on our own without your permission. So, we have to trouble you to resolve this issue. If necessary, and with your permission, we can also send reinforcements. That's all. Please contact me again if needed. After saying this, Lesdell quickly ended the communication. Lesdell Elian. A rare look of melancholy clouded McGillis's face. He muttered the name of his greatest enemy, who stood before him, repeatedly. What a troublesome fellow. The other party's intentions were crystal clear. What new machine that went out of control during testing? That was clearly an excuse he and his trained assassins had agreed upon. It was all for the purpose of gaining an opportunity to openly cross the territory and intercept the Tekaden on the high seas. To intercept Yadelia. McGillis. Carta Issue, who had been listening to the entire conversation since the beginning, spoke worriedly as she approached him, but offered no instructions or opinions. After all, she lacked both talent and independent thought. Now, immersed in McGillis's gentle embrace, she had entrusted him with all the affairs of the canal region. This allowed him to gain de facto control of the Issue family without bloodshed. Therefore, it was he, not her, who needed to make a decision. Don't worry, Carta. This is nothing to worry about, McGillis said simply. Is that so? Then is it really necessary to let them? No. Let the Tekaden handle this themselves. McGillis shook his head. After all, if he insisted on his jurisdiction over the canal affairs and refused to allow them to go, that would be fine. But if he relented, or rather, listened to their words and ordered Lessel's fleet to go, or if he sent troops to help Tekaden, they would probably turn against them instantly, joining forces with that mobile suit to attack Tekaden. Then, they would report their plans and McGillis's reaction to the higher-ups. Therefore, faced with this blatant scheme, McGillis could only silently swallow the bitter pill. However, if it were him, handling this small matter would be a piece of cake. Even so, a calm smile played on his lips. This was due to his trust in someone who wasn't present. Otherwise, there would be no point in us cooperating. Chapter 355. And it was almost as if it echoed McGillis's words from afar. Facing Legendress Julia, who was swinging her sword. Don't even think about it. With a deafening crash, a figure like a gust of wind rose and fell from the firefly, rushing to its side to catch the descending blade. Ah, Mr. Xiao! Just as Lim's cry indicated. It was Yu Xiao and his victor. From the moment the other appeared before him, he understood the other's intentions and identity. So, after waking Eugene and warning him to be careful, he quickly moved from the bridge to the hangar and activated the victor, launching an emergency attack from the firefly. To get there in time, he didn't even wait for the hangar doors to open. Instead, he directly used the blade-shattering cannons on his shoulders to melt the hull, and then used his superior thrust to leap over. It's me. Lim, notify fishing fire to retreat. After repelling the attack, Yu Xiao opened the communication channel and communicated with the fishing fire. Huh? Retreat, retreat? That's right. Through the communication channel, Yu Xiao's voice carried a rare hint of urgency. This guy is after us. No. He's after Gudelia. Either way, your ships are probably the primary target now. While I'm holding it off, you guys get away from this battle zone. Remember, the Human Revolutionary Alliance's territorial waters are just ahead. Once we're there, even the enemy won't chase us. How can you? This is too risky, Akatsuki. At this moment, Olga, who had clearly been notified, was also reluctant to carry out Yu Xiao's plan. Even if we're going to fight the enemy, can't we leave the others to join the attack? But the current mobile suits, whether it's Barbados or the short sword, can't fight on the water, can they? Yu Xiao simply rejected Olga's proposal with a cold, realistic statement. Only I can engage in aerial combat. So hurry up. I catch up with you after I dealt with this guy. Then, without giving her any further response, Yu Xiao simply cut off the communication unilaterally and continued fighting. Akatsuki. TSK. Olga clenched her fists and fell silent. At this moment, Biscuit, standing beside him, asked about the next course of action. What should we do, Olga? Although Mr. Yu Xiao is right. If we keep the fishing lights around here and get the mobile suits on deck, we can provide artillery support. No. Let's follow Zhao's orders here. However, Olga simply shook her head at this suggestion. Their primary target will be here. Even if we defeat the enemy, if this place is damaged, Miss Gudelia's safety cannot be guaranteed. Our victory conditions are different. The enemy has seen this out, which is why they are attacking. Then he looked up. Hard to port, Eugene. Once we are away from the combat zone, disengage at maximum speed. TSK. I understand. Even Eugene nodded, understanding the bigger picture. The fishing fire then turned, attempting to leave this dangerous place. But just then, on the bridge, someone stood up. And it was someone none of those present had likely anticipated. Miss Limskaya? Where are you going? Seeing the orange-haired girl rise, Olga's tone was undeniably surprised. I'm going to support him. Mr. Olga. Limskaya responded with neither servility nor arrogance. She then turned and walked towards the hangar. Wait! Realizing something seemed amiss, Olga quickly tried to dissuade her. He remembered that not long ago, they had indeed rendezvoused with a ship from the Lost Ruins expedition team and received weapons from them. As a counterpart to the victor, it was theoretically the only machine currently capable of fighting alongside Yu Xiao. But could this girl really intend to use it in an attack? He never heard of the young lady from the research team piloting any mecha. To prevent the daughter of his hard-won sponsor from suffering any harm, it was best to dissuade her. I understand how you feel. But determination alone isn't enough. Combat isn't something an amateur can do. Mr. Olga. Hearing these words, as if making a decision, Rim gently closed her eyes. But when she opened them again, those emerald eyes, which had always shone with a gentle light, now gleamed with a cold, sharp glint. That's not so easy to say, is it? Her words carried a newfound assertiveness and confidence she hadn't displayed before. You? Olga was surprised by the change in the girl's aura. Don't worry, Captain. I can definitely do it, if it were me now. Seeing Olga's reaction, Rim simply smiled slightly, then gently brushed aside her slightly tangled long hair and strode away. Her destination was her personal machine, currently parked in the hangar. A machine with an orange-yellow hue and heavy armor. Its name was Thunder Witch. Ha ha, ha. Letting your comrades abandon you and run away first? For shameless beasts like you, that's a rare display of morality. After a series of arrangements were finalized, the two machines clashed again. As they remained locked in a stalemate, through intermachine communication, Yu Xiao could hear the almost frenzied cries emanating from the machine he was fighting. His guess was indeed correct. The machine before him belonged to Gelida Julius. Has she become a demon for revenge? Yu Xiao murmured. From the beginning, Yu Xiao had been curious about the source of the opponent's agility, far surpassing that of a typical Alayevich-Nana system. After hearing the opponent's almost screaming, incoherent words, Yu Xiao had his answer. It was probably the complete Alayevich-Nana modification surgery from the Iron-Blooded Orphan series. Unlike ordinary surgery that implants a linking device in the spine, this modification involves severing all 4 limbs and directly implanting them into the machine's interior, achieving a forbidden, complete fusion of the human body and the machine. Naturally, this is what puts considerable psychological pressure on people undergoing surgery, leading to drastic changes in their personality. Chapter 356. In the original world, this should have been the fate faced by Ian Dalton, the boss of the first season. Unexpectedly, this time it was the butterfly woman who carried it out. And then, the reaction of the person before him. Or rather, something that could no longer be called human. Yu Xiao reaffirm this conclusion. So what? This powerful body forged from steel was bestowed by Lord Lestal. It is a treasure that will finally fulfill my tragic wish. Julia roared. Yu Xiao could roughly imagine what her expression was like now. No. Now that she had become a component of the machine before him, she probably couldn't make any expression anymore. After all, her face was just the surveillance camera on the head of Legendress Julia now. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really dares to say that. That guy probably just uses you as a tool. Shut up. You who can't understand the noble resolve behind this, stop your endless chatter. Accompanied by a roar, Legendress Julia's power increased again. Submit. Before this power. Repent for the sins you committed, and die with remorse. Die. Although the other party's voice was quite noisy, Yu Xiao had to admit with some regret that what the other party said was indeed true. The difference in the machine's hardware was simply too great. Even with both killing claws at full power, clashing with Legendress Julia's snake-belly sword, Julia's sword. However, the opponent's weapon had clearly undergone meticulous treatment with an anti-beam coating. Even when clashing with the killing claw, there was no sign of it melting. On the contrary, due to its size and power advantage, Yu Xiao's side was gradually forced into a corner. TSK. Yu Xiao clicked his tongue. But he wasn't without options. On the contrary, the victor found a countermeasure in an instant. The hidden mechanisms on his shoulders unfolded, revealing the folded cannon barrels stored within. Take this. Blade-shattering cannon. Immediately afterward, Yu Xiao shouted. Both hands simultaneously pulled the triggers, unleashing the power of a beam weapon at point-blank range. This attack should have been enough to shatter the vast majority of the world's main battle weapons. But after the dazzling light dissipated, Legendress Julia, gradually emerging from the smoke, was still completely unharmed. Only the square visor still flashed with a repulsive, murderous light. You run out of tricks. It's over. I use your blood to appease the spirit of the fallen Mr. Garen. The words had barely left his lips when Legendress' sword finally pierced the victor's claws. But it couldn't gain any further. So it extended its other giant hand. It gripped the victor's head tightly, seemingly wanting to vent its pent-up resentment by crushing the skull. But this wasn't some Gundam fighting game. Even if the head was destroyed, no one would admit defeat. Every time I try to show you some respect, you speak up. Fine. So Yu Xiao said helplessly. The next second, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. At least this way, I won't feel any unnecessary guilt. Blazing sky soar. With his shout, the victor's entire body instantly burst into raging flames. That was the result of the arcane reactor operating at its limit, transforming the form of energy. Clearly, Yu Xiao's earlier release of the blazing blade cannon was to confuse his opponent, and buy time for this attack to charge. Ugh! At this moment, a sound of agonizing pain emanated from Legendress Julia. While the nano-coated armor could neutralize the diffuse beam attack, it couldn't solidify under prolonged high temperatures, so it would quickly peel off and become ineffective. This was a setting from the original work. Therefore, using incendiary bombs could deal with iron blood-type mobile suits. Moreover, this was a finishing move unleashed using almost all of the victor's power. Clearly, if he didn't let go, Legendress would be burned to a crisp by this attack. So even though he was blinded by near madness and murderous intent, Legendress still had to forcefully throw the victor into the distance. This gave Yu Xiao time to recover. He regained his footing in midair and adjusted the thrusters, finally regaining his footing with a relatively stable posture. You bastard, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. The smell of burning flesh still lingered in his palm, but Legendress Julia had already resumed her attack. How to deal with this? While watching his opponent recklessly charge forward, Yu Xiao calmly analyzed the situation. If the goal was simply to neutralize the attack, there were several ways. But to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, that would require careful consideration. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted. Suddenly, a square-shaped energy crystal flew in from the horizon. Flickering with bursts of lightning and thunder, it slammed heavily into the water between the victor and Legendrez. Amidst the splashing waves, countless electric currents erupted. At the same time, a clear, familiar voice, brimming with fighting spirit, rang out. Electric Cube Cannon. Is that Rim? Yu Xiao turned around, somewhat surprised. Although she knew her thunder, which was supposed to be transported to the ship during this time. But it's already done? Yes. It's me. But, after answering, Rim's tone changed. Since there's no one else here, let's speak freely, Brother Xiao. That's true. Completely understanding the other's meaning, Yu Xiao nodded slightly. Then she said softly, Thank you, Leona. With you here, to be honest, I feel much more relaxed. Hee. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lem, or rather Leona, scratched her hair a little shyly. This somewhat rough action was proof of the biggest difference between her and her gentle and quiet main personality, Chris. However, Chris wasn't quiet either. Instead, a slightly complaining voice, only she could hear, was still ringing in Leona's ears. How could she be like this? So cunning, Leona. If Mr. Xiao wants praise, it has to be both of us together. Oh, isn't it all the same? You can go find him after the battle, right? Leona responded confidently. Then, she turned back to Yu Xiao and said, By the way, since this is such a rare opportunity, let's do it, Brother Xiao. Do? What do we do? Yu Xiao was initially taken aback by this sudden request. However, her words quickly answered his question. Need I ask? It's obviously. Leanna took a deep breath and then continued with full energy. Fusion. Chapter 357. At this point, Yu Xiao naturally understood. Speaking of fusion, there's only one possibility. The final super-type protagonist Mecha from Super Robot Wars D, the God-Slayer Giant, was created by combining the Victor and the Thunder which after their individual transformations. However, theoretically, it's normal that he doesn't have that knowledge right now. What fusion? So, after clarifying the relationship, Yu Xiao feigned surprise, feigning complete ignorance. Ugh, explaining it would be too troublesome. Leave it all to me now, Brother Xiao. While speaking, Leona decisively maneuvered the Thunder Witch forward, took the Victor's hand, and guided him upwards. However, before completing the planned steps, there seemed to be a formidable enemy to deal with. You, don't even think about escaping. Legendrez Julia, who had been blocked from attacking the Victor by the electric cube cannon, finally recovered from the shock. Although the number of enemy planes in front of her had increased, she, completely consumed by hatred, clearly wouldn't retreat. Instead, she disassembled the serpentine sword in her hand, transforming it into something resembling a soft whip, and then swung it like a storm, aiming directly at the Thunder Witch and Victor's planes in the sky. However, judging from its words, it seemed to mistakenly believe that the Thunder Witch's actions indicated an intention to flee. That was far too arrogant. Anyone can tell that's not how it is. So Leona spoke with a hint of amusement. Never mind. You're the type who doesn't listen to anyone anyway. Lightning burst. The Thunder Witch extended her other free hand. And then, lightning energy converted from the constantly running arcane power reactor erupted from it, easily repelling the incoming blades, like arrows of lightning. At this moment, she had finally reached a height sufficient to complete the fusion process without being easily interrupted. Link complete. Next, I will control the synchronization of the arcane power reactor and the operation of the fusion system. Let's go, Brother Xiao. You say we're going to go. What do you need me to do? Yu Xiao asked blankly. And this wasn't an act. It's very simple. Just feel it. Fusion process start. Immediately afterward, with a shout from Leona, the Victor and the Thunder Witch began their transformations. With a powerful metallic clang, after a few sharp shifts, the Victor's legs folded, and from his chest emerged another, clearly more ferocious head, transforming into a robust and powerful upper body. The Thunder Witch's main body also transformed into a lower half that matched the Victor's current form. Then, they aligned themselves at the interface and joined. A resounding clang echoed, invigorating the senses. The energy gauge in Yu Xiao's eyes, which had been nearly depleted after unleashing a powerful attack, began to recover exponentially until the needle surpassed the gauge's limit. The orange and blue Colossus's body shimmered with its unique metallic sheen under the sunlight. And then, It slowly descended onto the sea surface. Godslayer Titan, fusion complete. See? Like this, it's very simple. Am I right, Brother Xiao? Leona smiled slightly from the communication channel. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Leona. Yu Xiao also said softly, gripping the control stick tightly. Very small. This was the first thought that surfaced in Yu Xiao's mind after completing the fusion. The legend Res Julia before him. Originally, in battle, this machine, with its even larger body than in the original work, could exert an oppressive force that allowed victory without a fight. Now it looked. How could it be so tiny? Although he knew that being distracted on the battlefield was not good, Yu Xiao couldn't help but think this. After all, this Godslayer Titan, formed by the combination of two super-type machines, was indeed worthy of its name, with a magnificent body reaching a total height of 50 meters. Compared to her, the enhanced legend Res Julia, who was only 40 meters tall at most, was actually quite petite. And then? Humph. Hearing Yu Xiao's praise again, Leona first curled her lips into a happy smile. Leona, I know you're smug, but we're still in the middle of a battle. However, the voice of another personality, Chris, echoing in her mind, pulled her back to reality. Ahem, ahem. Well then, I be in charge of tuning the machine's power. You're in charge of controlling the machine. Give this guy blocking your way a good beating, Brother Xiao. I couldn't be happier. As Leona said, although it was a combined machine, the control of the Godslayer Titan was concentrated on a single unit. The co-pilot was responsible for constantly monitoring the synchronization of the two arcane power units. This meant that Yu Xiao's control of the machine was as smooth as ever, without any unnecessary interference. On the contrary, due to the synchronization of the two arcane power units, the doubled energy supply made the Godslayer Titan, which was more than twice its original size, move without the slightest sluggishness. Then, Storm Sword combine. After pressing a few buttons in the cockpit, Yu Xiao spoke. And as if by magic, two familiar-looking objects popped out from the back of the Godslayer Titan. These were the Terminator Spears, large floating units that the victor had originally stored on its shoulders as weapons. However, now, due to the exponential increase in energy supply, the extended beam of light, a crystalline yellow, was more than twice the size of its original floating blade. Yu Xiao gripped it tightly, and then joined the hilt together, transforming it into a massive double-edged long sword. Then, the god-slaying giant's wrist began to spin violently, causing the blade to rotate, until it reached a certain speed before being hurled. The spinning light sword transformed into a giant, crescent-shaped blade. Its intense heat and power caused a conspicuous, billowing white smoke to rise from the sea it sliced through. Yu Xiao remembered the name of this attack from the original work. It was Crescent Moon, Ring-Piercing Blade. Yu Xiao shouted. Calling out the name of the attack after it had already been launched was largely meaningless. However, Yu Xiao would still do it, and probably would enjoy it immensely. If you're wondering why. Well, what we're piloting now is a complete super robot. Chapter 358. And as the first to bear the brunt of this attack. Faced with this almost unparalleled power, even the nearly frenzied Julia, or rather, Legend Res Julia, hesitated for a moment. But then, an overwhelming fighting spirit washed away its fear. Don't think that just because you've grown bigger, you can defeat me. Without turning back, Legend Res Julia continued its almost unstoppable charge, accelerating forward at an accelerated pace. Behind me lies Lord Lestal's ambition, and the lingering hatred of Garen Mosa. How could I possibly lose to you here? At the same time, it crossed its twin swords, protecting itself. Generally, such protection would allow it to escape the force of this attack. Unfortunately, the current situation was clearly not ordinary. Under Legend Res' fearless charge, the crescent-shaped light blade quickly clashed fiercely with the emerald green mecha. However, the conflict abruptly ended in less than 3 seconds. It ended in Legend Res' defeat. Overwhelmed, shattered. These 4 words sufficed to describe the entire exchange. Faced with the relentless, slashing circular light wheel, even though Legend Res had maximized his power, he was still powerless. Quickly, his cross blades, held protectively in front of him, were shattered, or rather, severed. Those 2 blades, originally forged from a special alloy and seemingly indestructible, were snapped in half like straw in the wind. What? Ugh! Before Legend Res could even react, the Crescent Moon Ring blade had already further disrupted her momentum. The scorching blade, carrying a powerful airflow, struck Legend Res directly in the front. Then, gah! The mere damage to the machine itself wouldn't have caused this battle-scarred female knight to let out such a scream. What was terrifying was, under the terrifying, core-penetrating temperature, the buffer solution inside the cockpit, originally intended to sustain Julia's body, which had become a living CPU, was actually boiling under this heat. Perhaps due to its complex composition, its boiling point was lower than ordinary water, thus preventing the burns from instantly destroying her entire body and equipment. But even this was quite terrifying. After screaming for a moment, Legendrez plunged into the sea. The crescent moon blade, following its preset trajectory, circled once before returning to the god-slaying giant's hand. It's done for? As expected of Brother Xiao? No. Not yet. Yu Xiao calmly shook his head at Leona's comment. And sure enough, a few minutes later, whoosh, whoosh, Legendrez resurfaced from the sea. Perhaps thanks to the seawater beneath its feet, which provided rapid cooling when submerged. In any case, it didn't die directly from the intense heat. But even so, its condition was quite dire. Its twin swords were broken, and a conspicuous battle scar marred its entire front. Its already slender waist was now even more precarious, as if it were about to break. I kill you. Even so, it seemed to be filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. And because it had no weapons left, it only had one fighting method left. With a piercing buzzing sound, Legendrez accelerated its charge. At this moment, Leona spoke in a serious tone, Brother Xiao. The enemy aircraft is showing extremely high energy levels. Its power reactor is overloaded. It's trying to self-destruct. I understand. Yu Xiao nodded. Then his gaze turned serious. Leona, I need to borrow your technique. It was time to settle this grudge, he thought. Electric cube cannon. Then, the god-slaying giant raised its hand. With the aid of the arcane power furnace, it could still do what the Thunder Witch and the Victor could do, convert energy into elemental energy and then release it. At this moment, it was performing this process, converting energy into electricity and then releasing it from its palm. Instantly, the cube formed of lightning energy acted like a cage, firmly imprisoning the charging Legendrez. A powerful electric current surged through its entire body, paralyzing Legendrez's movements. Why? Through the communication band, Yu Xiao could hear a hoarse roar from the other end. It wasn't a plea for mercy, nor a conversation. Why? I become like this? I already given everything. It merely sensed that there was no hope of recovery, and its lament was tinged with a touch of melancholy and self-pity. Why? Why can't we win? Seeing its opponent in this state, Yu Xiao felt it necessary to address its question. Because you don't understand. Even though it was just some trivial matter in the final moments of life. Ideals, beliefs, effort, will, loyalty, these things aren't noble just because of their names. What truly earns recognition is the meaning behind them. As he spoke, Yu Xiao gathered power for the God-Slayer giant. The arcane energy was almost overloaded beyond its limits. To avoid a shutdown, the God-Slayer giant activated the cooling devices behind its wings. The excess energy then dissipated through them. A unique, colorful glow spread out, like the twin wings of a magnificent, dazzling butterfly. If you think you can win with just these things, that you can defeat the actions truly taken to survive, that's just wishful thinking. This wasn't so much a statement directed at the person before him. It was more a true response to the entire theme of iron-blooded orphans that Yu Xiao had been accumulating in his heart for quite some time. Open your eyes and watch closely, Julia Julius. This is the answer to everything. In the blink of an eye, the two swords in the Godslayer's hands merged again. However, this time, they weren't connected end to end as before. But rather, they were combined side by side. The two blades overlapped. Thus, the energy supplied to the blades was multiplied. The enormous blade was formed from condensed light. Its mere existence exuded overwhelming power. Then, the Godslayer swung it and leaped into the air. Berserk! Shatter! It slashed down from above. The energy cube binding Legendrez, along with itself, was severed in two. Boom! The exploding flames and light instantly dyed the azure sky above the reflecting sea crimson. Chapter 359. A violent explosion resounded through the sky. Looking at the charred fragments flying before him, Yu Xiao felt that his opponent was now completely and utterly eliminated. At least, he hoped so. And what happened next was hardly worth discussing. Maintaining the combined form of the god-slaying giant consumed considerable energy and effort. After all, Leona needed to constantly monitor the synchronization of the two arcane power reactors, so it disintegrated after a short while, reverting to its original forms as the Thunder Witch and the Victor. Following the pre-planned program en route, it flew to the vicinity of the departing fishing fire and landed on it. The two then walked hand in hand out of the cockpit and headed towards the bridge again. Lim. No, Chris. It should be you now, right? Yu Xiao spoke to the orange-haired girl beside him as they walked. And Lim. Or rather, Chris, responded obediently. It's me, Mr. Xiao. The change in address alone was enough to prove her identity. So Yu Xiao nodded and thoughtfully said, Is that so? What happened just now was quite difficult, wasn't it? Huh? Difficult? I don't understand. Mr. Yu Xiao? What do you mean by that? I just made the most appropriate decision at the most appropriate time. However, the other party's words greatly surprised Yu Xiao. After all, Yu Xiao's original intention was actually to soothe the other party's perhaps unsettled emotions. After all, although he wasn't the one actually in control, and the other party wasn't someone to be pitted too much, it was still fighting on the battlefield. Generally speaking, it would be normal to feel some discomfort. But the girl before him seemed completely unfazed. This made Yu Xiao's thoughts seem somewhat unnecessary. Is it appropriate? If so, that's good. But Chris, if you have any bad thoughts, it's best to tell me, okay? Even so, Yu Xiao was afraid that the other party hadn't recovered from the shock just now, or that it was just a forced smile, so he carefully added, Mr. Yu Xiao, please don't worry. But Chris only shook her head and said, Rim is fine. Both rims are fine. Just this kind of thing isn't enough to make me, or make us feel tired. Is there any other problem? Listening to Rim's answer, it seemed that this girl not only had no burden, but also felt it was just a trivial matter. However, thinking back carefully, it seemed that Rim was indeed that type. In the Super Robot Wars D storyline, she was the kind of character who, one second, she was transferred from the Antarctic base for some unknown reason, and the next second, she was able to calmly face battle. You know, the initial enemies in that game, besides the bizarre monster in Vita, were the Zanskal Empire, who killed people without blinking an eye with their guillotines, and even broadcast it live. Her ability to remain calm in such a situation might be proof of her excessive naivete bordering on fearlessness. In a way, that's quite terrifying, Yu Xiao thought to himself. However, he was also glad that he didn't need to give the girl in front of him any more psychological guidance. No, it's nothing. He abruptly stopped speaking. Then he reached out and gently ruffled Lim's, or rather, Chris's, hair. Just wanted to say thank you for your hard work. Let's go, Chris. He then stepped forward, reaching out to open the bridge hatch, but what he first encountered was an atmosphere that was almost excessively solemn. What's wrong, everyone? You look like you just ran away from my funeral. Is it really that unbelievable to see me back alive? Yu Xiao couldn't help but tease. His words were like a spark falling into a powder keg. In an instant, the previously silent bridge erupted into a loud discussion. Isn't that obvious? You already played the hero all by yourself. What do you need us for? Heh, although you were pretty cool that way. Anyway, don't be so dictatorial next time. Okay, Akatsuki? The cacophony of voices finally ended with Mikazuki's calm whisper. Welcome back, Akatsuki. You guys. Yu Xiao found himself speechless. It made sense. After all, he knew the other party's capabilities. But in the eyes of the Tekkadan members, that enormous, grotesque being, empowered by the Aleyevich Nana system, was probably something that would cause considerable worry for a while. That's why they were worried. And that's why they were happy. Now, he completely understood the reasons. I know. Next time there's a chance like this, I get everyone involved to show off. Is that okay? Hey. I might not be able to do it perfectly, but that's more like it. Hey! Eugene nodded in satisfaction. However, his voice turned to panic at the end. What is it now, Eugene? It's faster for you to see for yourself than to ask me, Olga. It's a tactical machine. And it's a machine not recorded in a database. TSK. Another enemy attack. No. Looking at the machine gradually revealing its form as it soared in from the sky, Yu Xiao gently shook her head. Everyone. There's no need to panic. Those machines. Because those machines flying in formation existed in Yu Xiao's memory. Slender waists and explosively powerful shoulders and arms in stark contrast. These mobile suits are the Human Reform League's third-generation tactical mobile suit, Shiranui. But in reality, they're only conceptual. Without a breakthrough like the F-22 Raptor, it's merely a relatively high-performance second-generation tactical mobile suit. However, the tactical mobile suit clustered at the center has a far more fierce and sharp appearance. Its difference is immediately apparent. They come to greet us, Yu Xiao said softly. That's the true third-generation tactical mobile suit of the Japanese side, in the world of Love. Takamitsu, in other words, their true identity, is that of a unit belonging to the Human Reform League. Furthermore, in the original work, Takamitsu is, to some extent, a symbol of status. Only high-ranking officers are qualified to ride it, and rank is further distinguished by color schemes, making its decorative aspect, to some extent, even outweigh its practicality. Therefore, the mobile suits appearing to greet us, it can be concluded that this is not a typical reaction of a defense force patrolling and guarding the territorial waters after detecting unusual activity. Rather, it was a gesture of courtesy from the People's Revolutionary Committee to visiting distinguished guests. Finally arrived, the end of the long journey. Chapter 360. Arrived, huh? The EU's intelligence network, operating in other locations, informed Lesdale of the facts even faster than the evening's news broadcast. The Tekadan had arrived at their destination, Huffman Island. Meanwhile, the news from his mechanics, that they had completely lost contact with Legina's Julia, was undoubtedly the most fitting proof of this situation. Yes. Beside him, the young adjutant bowed respectfully in response. What should we do next, sir? Do nothing. However, instead of launching into a long, thoughtful speech, Lesdale remained silent for a long time before reluctantly speaking. Huh? It's all over. Everything. Lesdale turned to look at his adjutant beside him. You better find somewhere else to go as soon as possible. This isn't a ship you can safely sail on anymore. Lord Lesdale? Before the young man could react, Lesdale had already strode out. The automatic door slammed shut behind him. He forced himself to remain composed, not letting a trace of abnormality show on his face. People he encountered along the way still bowed respectfully to him. But no one noticed. Leslie's pace was very slow, very slow. Even the short journey from the base to the outside seemed infinitely long. But even the longest journey has an end. Sigh. Only when there was no one left nearby. Gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, Lesdale let out a dejected sigh. If possible, he would like to light a cigarette or have a drink right now. Use alcohol and nicotine, these legal chemicals, to numb his utterly exhausted nerves. But these habits were broken long before they even formed. Now, even the reasons for breaking these habits seemed pale and laughable. Yes. For what? Ha, he murmured softly. The bleak autumn wind brushed against the body of this once powerful and ruthless figure. No one else bothered to disturb him. But this sound made Lesdale realize something he had never known before. They were almost declared obsolete on the stage of history. His back, which even time could not break, suddenly collapsed. And he probably no longer had the confidence to straighten it again. No one ever cares about the fate of those who leave the stage. Meanwhile, on a small island across the sea, the victors were handling the aftermath of the battle. The Tekadan's hobo, fireworks, had just docked in the harbor. The tactical aircraft that had been circling and patrolling the area since the beginning were finally landing. The difference between host and guest was stark. As the warship lowered its ramps, and Gudelia stepped out, protected by her personal maid Fumiton. She was immediately surrounded by a row of flashing cameras and numerous gazes. Even so, she stepped down with composure. Until she met the person she truly needed to care about, the special envoy from the Human Reform League. You must be tired from your journey. Welcome to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Miss Gudelia, the special envoy from Crise. A melodious greeting followed. And, surprisingly, the person who arrived was a young girl, not much older than Gudelia. She had long, black hair reaching her waist and wore a classic fuchsia cheongsam. Every movement exuded elegance and tranquility. And who is that? From a distance, Yu Xiao quietly asked the leader beside him. They were currently on the upper deck. After all, this was a formal interview. It was a meeting between the Human Revolutionary Alliance's diplomats and the special envoy from Crise. The Tekadan had nothing to do with this. Therefore they, the guards, couldn't enter lightly. Therefore, from a distance, Yu Xiao couldn't clearly see the cheongsam-clad girl's face. They could only hope that someone among those present had prior knowledge of this important figure's background. Looks like a high-ranking official. I remember knowing her name beforehand. What was it again? Wait, let me think. However, it seemed Olga, and Yu Xiao weren't much better at it. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a clear answer. He simply rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. That's a diplomat from the People's Revolutionary Alliance, Miss Wang Lume. Biscuit walked up to them and answered the question. I only ever seen her on TV before. Although his tone remained as calm as ever, one could hear a suppressed joy in his voice. But she actually came to meet me personally? It seems this meeting will expedite the process of securing freedom for the Kree region. Whoa, Yu Xiao drawled. So it was her. No wonder she looked familiar even from afar. Wang Lume, in the original Gundam 00 world, was originally an intelligence agent who pretended to be a socialite, but secretly served the secret organization Celestial Being. However, the Human Reform League in this timeline is different from the one in the original timeline. Furthermore, there has never been an organization like Celestial Being. So it's not surprising that Wang Lume, originally a Celestial Being intelligence agent, would become a diplomat for the Human Reform League due to various coincidences. Yu Xiao thought. Then, feeling uncomfortable with such a solemn occasion, he turned to leave. After all, he had already come to Huffman Island. It was time to think about how to help Edge find his sister, who was theoretically in this place, and the old acquaintance Jia had mentioned. But just then, something that Yu Xiao hadn't paid attention to for a long time outside of the battle. The alertness of his X-Rounder ability suddenly rang out. That was the feeling of someone staring at him. Strangely, however, there wasn't much hostility in it. It was just a sharp gaze, characteristic of a seasoned warrior, leaving a knife-like mark on his neck. So, half surprised and half wary, Yu Xiao followed the trajectory of that gaze and looked back. What he saw was the same one he had seen in the previous battle. The Martial Thunder standing on the ground. Its cockpit was currently wide open. Standing inside was a young man with medium-length black hair. Backlit, Yu Xiao couldn't quite see his face clearly. But, for some reason, he sensed a strange sadness in the other person's gaze. Chapter 361. Meanwhile, in an underground office at a highly classified military base on Huffman Island, within the Human Reform Alliance headquarters, a cold, white light illuminated the small room. It also reflected the two well-dressed young men inside. The light emanated from a small surveillance drone operating stealthily via ECS. However, the subject of the image was not Udelia, who was currently the center of attention. It was Yu Xiao, and the image of the uninvited guest. Lieutenant Colonel Shirogane. It seems they met with that target. The first to react was a short-haired man with a solemn expression, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the screen. His name was Kirishima Ryoma, the defense commander of Huffman. Needless to say, after all, this was currently the only border with the USN, and the military arrangements were so detailed, bordering on superfluous, to deal with the USN. However, at this moment, his attention was completely elsewhere. Was the meeting with the person before them really that important? I wonder if negotiations can even proceed. Even though Commander Ikaruga said to be highly cautious. Relax, Ryoma. Beside him, speaking with a completely expressionless face, was Yukio Atego, the head of the Huffman Region's intelligence agency. The two had been friends since their high school days. Therefore, in private conversations, they could be intimate enough not to address each other by official titles or ranks. Even if you say that, it's not as easy as it sounds. We don't even know Commander Ikaruga's intentions or the other party's purpose, Yukio shook his head. Since you care so much, why don't you just listen? How could I? Hey, Atego, do you mean? Ryoma said, somewhat taken aback. Yukio answered decisively, yes, do you mean? He then maneuvered the ECS drone, gliding closer, and finally activated its built-in radio system. Doing this would violate Commander Ikaruga's orders. He clearly said the conversation must be kept strictly confidential, and no eavesdropping allowed. Yeah, you see. As long as neither of us speaks, isn't that perfectly confidential? Yukio simply replied calmly. Looking at his expressionless face, it was hard to tell if he was serious or joking. Is that so? Heh, I'm really impressed. Ryoma didn't deny it further. It seemed he was indeed very curious about the content of the conversation that Commander Ikaruga had directly ordered to be closely monitored. The drone approached. A voice could be faintly heard saying, "Is that so?" It appeared the two sides had exchanged basic greetings and were about to begin a formal conversation. However, even though both were prepared, the next second, the ECS drone seemed to be interfered with by something. It simply stopped moving. Huh? Ryoma was taken aback. Electromagnetic interference. It seems the other side is quite prepared. Yukio, who always seemed quite adept at this, shook his head. There's no other way. Let's call it a day. You're quick to accept your fate? What can I do if I don't accept it? Will you give me a raise? Let's go. Since the mission failed, it's better to go back to work. Sigh. That's just how it is. Ryoma sighed. But before leaving, he glanced at the screen in front of him with some reluctance. So you don't remember me, Mr. Yu Xiao? After the introductions, Yu Xiao had expected to hear the usual polite greetings. He remembered the person before him very well. In the original Love story, he was Shirogane Takashi, the protagonist of the bad ending timeline. His long, flowing hair and black military uniform, along with his chilling aura, were proof of his character. Logically, someone as seasoned as him on the battlefield shouldn't have any connection with him. But unexpectedly, the first thing he heard was such words. Not only did they mention their acquaintance, but they also instantly revealed his name? Sorry. What did you say? This clearly surprised him. Luckily, he had already dismissed any acquaintances around him, ensuring their conversation was private. Otherwise, they might have been exposed. I don't blame you. However, their conversation still seemed completely disjointed. In the process of traversing the loop of certain time, memories and experiences are indeed lost. I experienced this many times, but... Shirogane Takura raised his somber gaze. It was at this moment that Yu Xiao finally heard a familiar name. There should be a remnant of that 00 unit beside you, right? Shirogane Takura said, thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. I remember before the last cycle began you named her Mei. And if she inherited everything from that old 00 unit Eve, she should also have kept the memories she shared with you. So she didn't return them to you? But this was definitely not the name he wanted to hear at this moment. Mei? The image of that small doll with her always indifferent face flashed through his mind. Yu Xiao couldn't understand why she was connected to reincarnation and his own memories. No. I don't understand. What? Do you mean by that? There's no need to hide anything from me, Mr. Yu Xiao. If you're really worried and confused, just ask the one beside you. After all, the answer is in her hands. Just as Yu Xiao was about to ask further. As expected, this day has finally come. A clear, cold voice echoed in his mind. It was Mei. Clearly, she had been listening quietly from the sidelines. And judging from her words, which showed no surprise whatsoever, it seemed. What Shirogane Takura was saying was indeed true. It took him about 2 or 3 seconds to calm himself down. Throughout his mind, Yu Xiao directly communicated with Mei's voice. Do you know anything? About him? And about me? Yes. Mei answered heavily. Although he couldn't see her face, Yu Xiao inexplicably felt she was probably speaking with a melancholy tone. It seemed that his true past was a series of heavy truths. But even so, precisely because of that, then, tell me. Yu Xiao felt he had a need and an obligation to know the so-called truth. Okay, I was planning to reveal it to you at this time anyway. He had thought she might hesitate for a moment. But unexpectedly, she seemed to have anticipated this. And in the very next second after Mei spoke, a torrent of information rushed into his mind. Chapter 362. First, what Yu Xiao saw. Damn it! Standing on the burning street, looking at the crimson monster before him, the black-haired, black-eyed, Asian-looking boy could only roar in frustration. Damn it! The Beta guys! This is himself? Somewhat surprised, but the scene before him was undeniably real. It was a rather strange experience. It was like dividing his fragmented sea of memories into smaller segments, then watching it as a documentary from an observer's perspective. After the initial surge of emotion subsided, Yu Xiao quietly gazed at the scene before him. The rampaging monster, the screaming crowd, and the burning buildings. And finally, himself, torn apart by the betas. Everything seemed so familiar. That's right. He suddenly realized. Wasn't this the strange dream he had after encountering MechWarrior vs? Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. In the lower right corner of the screen, a scarlet number appeared. 01. Not quite sure what it meant, Yu Xiao could only observe in silence. Whoosh. Then, accompanied by a sound like an old television switching screens due to poor signal, the camera shifted to another scene. It was still Pengwai Island, invaded by betas. But this time, Yu Xiao was no longer unarmed. He was piloting a conventional weapon on the island. A Beetle tank, fighting against the betas. The 120mm cannon fired continuously, setting up a fixed artillery position on the coast to block the enemy's advance. However, a single tank was clearly no match for the overwhelming swarm of Zerg. Therefore, the Beetle was quickly engulfed by the red, tank-like waves. I'm so unwilling. If only I could. Yu Xiao only managed to murmur this last sentence. Then, the screen changed. The counter in the lower right corner displayed 02. At this point, Yu Xiao roughly understood. This was perhaps the statistics on the number of cycles he had experienced, as the other party had mentioned, so this was a replay of the real past? Yu Xiao fell silent. But what lay before him? From tanks like the Beetle, to weapons like the F4J Shockwave and the Iron Man. And finally, even riding on a Fafnir. Yet, each time, in the end, he could only perish under the endless onslaught of the Beta Zerg swarm. The only difference might be that the time of his demise was slightly delayed. From several months to a year or two. Yu Xiao could see the changes in his own face over time reflected in the images. The repeating images only began to shift when the counter displayed the number 017. This won't do. Yu Xiao murmured weakly in the cockpit of the machine. If I'm alone like this, no matter how many times I try, I can't change anything. If I can't preserve the results in tangible form for the next cycle. Gulp. Then, the images switched to the next cycle. For a long time, Yu Xiao seemed to be frantically studying something. After death, the cycle repeated, continuing his research based on the knowledge gained last time. And after he had completely digested all the data in the Alvis internal library, Yu Xiao saw himself on the screen, seemingly constructing some kind of instrument. But the truth of that thing wasn't revealed until the 53rd cycle. Success, success. Before the ecstatic Yu Xiao lay a blonde girl, slumbering peacefully in the Alvis incubation chamber. That's how it works. A true alteration of spacetime. Ugh, is it Fistrum? I have to protect the artificial 00 unit, protect Eve's life, that's it. Muttering to himself, Yu Xiao, dressed in a white lab coat, decisively slammed a button on the instrument panel. The bright red counter jumped to 054. Unexpectedly, this time, the blonde girl was by Yu Xiao's side. Yu Xiao, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in the design and creation process. Those were tools that had previously only existed in his memories. Thus, after the 73rd cycle, he created the blueprints for a large satellite base with ECS functionality. Thus, at the end of the 82nd cycle, the design scheme for the AGE system appeared. And, at the very end of the 100th cycle, the dimensional link system was finally completed. Then, the number on the screen changed to 101. Yu Xiao on the screen stared silently at the small disc in her hand. If Yu Xiao remembered correctly, it was the disc for Super Robot Wars vs. Finally, everything is finished. Xiao. At that moment, someone walked to Yu Xiao's side and sighed softly. That was the artificial 00 unit, Eve. Yu Xiao remembered that the so-called 00 unit, in the original world of Muv-Luv, was a unique entity capable of fixing and modifying timelines. It could send beings existing in the future to the past. It could also send things from the past to the future. However, to do this, a connected entity was needed to anchor the timeline. It seems that the entity used to anchor the timeline is Yu Xiao herself, endlessly looping through this period. And perhaps, Yu Xiao was using the Eve created before her to assemble the components, piece by piece, from each loop of the timeline. Finally, it pieced together the entirety of what stood before them, the satellite base supporting MechWarrior vs. And, clearly next. Yes. Eve. And I entrust the rest to you. He spoke softly. Yes. I have already prepared. Facing the composed girl, Yu Xiao remained silent. I'm sorry. Then, with a hint of unease in his voice, he spoke. To complete the teleportation of an object of such immense mass. You can't possibly maintain this body's stability, can you? He looked up. A rare look of shame appeared on his face. Even my current consciousness might disappear as well. If only I had a little more time. But this world can no longer bear any more destruction. To this, Eve simply smiled slightly and shook her head. Don't worry about me. I was born for this very moment. But, and even if I completely disappear, turning into fragments of data, it's fine. As long as something that can still be considered mine exists. As she spoke, she slowly walked towards the satellite before her. I'll always be there to help you, no matter what. That's a promise. Goodbye, Akatsuki. Then, instantly, a brilliant light burst forth, and the scene shifted to darkness. Until the timer switched. It arrived at the 102nd cycle. Chapter 363. But the so-called 102nd reincarnation presented only an empty scene. Then the entire image gradually faded and dissipated, until Yu Xiao's vision returned to reality. Ugh! It was at this moment that a strong sense of dizziness assaulted his brain. He couldn't even control his own body. Yu Xiao's whole body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Shirogane Takara was standing directly opposite him. Without a word, the man simply took a step forward and caught him in time. Thank you. It seems you already know about your true self. Yes. Then, The conversation can't continue here. Shirogane Takara looked up at the night sky not far away, his expression thoughtful. There's been some annoying guy watching this place since earlier. We have a meeting place ready. Let's go there. Shao. What is it? Upon arriving at the meeting place, a pitch-black room where no electronic devices could see through, Yu Xiao heard Mei speak to him in his mind. He had barely regained his mobility and had integrated with his past memories. Therefore, he could continue the conversation. That device. Please make contact with it. It referred to a computer that didn't look particularly special not far away. So Yu Xiao nodded, stepped forward, and reached out. Buzzing. The moment he touched it, the flashing screen displayed a face exactly like the automaton Mei had created. Was it through deep synchronization of the Siegfried system that a portion of the data from MechWarrior VS was instantly synchronized to this device? Yu Xiao thought to himself, never expecting that his own body, as the terminal, possessed such a function. So it really is you. Mei. Shirogane Takara, who had already taken a seat, spoke silently. It's me. I'm sorry, Mr. Shirogane. And, Akira. Mei on the screen nodded. All this time, you stubbornly concealed this memory until now. No need to apologize, Mei. However, Yu Xiao only gave a gentle smile. He couldn't possibly not know the girl before him. Perhaps, it was time to address her that way. What was she truly thinking? You did this so that I could live a normal, peaceful life. That's why you planned to do this, right? Thank you. But there's no need to do it again. No. I won't. Let this happen a second time. Yu Xiao shook his head. Then, he said, let's talk about things here. Although I just regained my memories, there seem to be many things I don't understand. This world. No. Me. The fact that I can reincarnate endlessly. Is it real or fake? Absolutely real. Faced with this question, Shirogane Takara, sitting opposite Yu Xiao, spoke silently. Now that you regained your memories, you should know about the existence of singularities, right? Yes. So that's how it is. Yu Xiao also remembered. He had seen this term before in the situation analysis of Red One. He hadn't expected it to be true. And, a singularity. This is a special term in Orgus, the age of time and space, the name of an entity that transcends time and space, causing a series of paradoxes and intertwined existences. Its function is, the creation of a singularity causes chaos in the space-time realm. It causes different parallel worlds to merge to varying degrees. In other words, hey, I should have thought of that. Perhaps it was because past memories had resurfaced. More than understanding, it was recalling the past that made Yu Xiao sigh with a hint of melancholy. It's because of the existence of me, this singularity, this world, has become like this, hasn't it? That's right. The foundation upon which this world can exist, in a sense, is you. A sharp light flashed in Shirogane Takara's dim eyes. As a transmigrator from another timeline, the world you inhabit seems extremely unique. This meant that, as an observer, you simultaneously observed multiple timelines and worlds. So when you arrived in this world as a singularity, the existence of countless worlds also overlapped here. Thus, species, cultures, factions, technologies appeared here overnight in a fully formed form. This place thus became a chaotic world where countless possibilities coexist. Yu Xiao nodded and continued, and the series of anomalies, including the dimensional quake that summoned those betas, are also proof of the spacetime chaos caused by the existence of the singularity. Yes. And these betas, who were able to come to this merged world because of the singularity, ended up killing the very person who caused all of this. The resulting paradox will cause everything to cease to exist. Then, the world will return to the beginning. That is, 3 years ago. You came to this world. And this world was created by you on that very day. The grandfather paradox, which has been proposed before. The truth of reincarnation. Is this it? Yu Xiao said softly. Immediately afterward, another conclusion he had reached before appeared in his mind. But this power of the singularity will gradually be lost in the continuous cycle of reincarnation, won't it? That's right. This originally chaotic and disordered world, with a continuous cycle of reincarnation and the circulation of time and space, will gradually solidify under various observations. Mei on the electronic screen lowered her eyes slightly. This time it was her turn to explain. To put it in a slightly more anthropomorphic way, time itself gradually comes to believe that these entities that have infiltrated one's body are not foreign objects, but things that should have always existed. And at that point, everything will truly be beyond repair. That's why I created you, the existence of the artificial 00 unit. created using the power of a fragment of the star core from Punlai Island, something theoretically impossible. May. Yes. And in this way, I can use my abilities to slow down the consumption of timelines when they are fixed, giving you more opportunities to reincarnate. And also send things other than memories, such as tangible matter, back to the past. Then I created that satellite base. And something that can truly change the future of humanity's extinction from its very source. Mech Warrior VS, which integrates many amazing functions, like the AGE system, and allows for remote control of mechs. At this point, Yu Xiao couldn't help but look up. It seemed as if she were gazing at the distant starry sky through the ceiling. Saving the world. What a troublesome task. I can hardly believe I can do something like this. Then, he let out a long, slow sigh. Chapter 364. However, this look of admiration only appeared on his face for a fleeting moment. A moment later, his expression returned to its usual composure. Then, he naturally shifted the topic to his next question. He raised his gaze. Mr. Shiragain, I have another question. Please speak. The other party nodded. Yu Xiao first showed a somewhat bewildered and apologetic expression. How did we meet? In his recollection, it seemed that since a certain reincarnation, Shiragain Takashi had appeared by his side. Sometimes he was a soldier fighting bravely on the front lines. Sometimes he was a guard who came to his side. But either way, shouldn't the other party be a soldier belonging to the Human Revolutionary Alliance? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be on this highly classified Punlai Island. That's why he had this question. As expected, the memories received from the Artificial 00 unit don't include the conversations that occurred in the cracks of the certainty spacetime. But Shiragain Takaru merely nodded calmly. It seemed he had anticipated this question. Is it because you arranged for her to jump through timelines beforehand? To avoid being affected by subsequent timeline events? Oh well. He stood up, offering his answer. In the original world, because of a certain old friend, I became an entity called a causal conductor. You should remember that term, right? As he spoke those words, Yu Xiao keenly noticed a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. And he probably understood the identity of the person he spoke of. It must be his lover, Jian Chuanxia. In the original work, he became a so-called causal conduit because of his intense longing for her passing. As for its abilities and concepts, as a causal conductor, one's existence, and the causality adjacent to it, will never be extinguished, no matter what time or spacetime it is. Is that so? That's right. Although I can't anchor the timeline like you, as a singularity. Therefore, in each world that enters a cycle of reincarnation because of you, I will also, in the same way, come to the next time in spacetime. That interval of waiting for the world to reset is like a long river. And once we met, you told me about the results of your research, your plans and ideals, and the direction you are heading. And so, since then, at the beginning of each reincarnation, I have come to Horai Island according to the information you gave me. Only this time I did not choose to go, because I wanted to witness what the miracle you created was like. At this point, a somewhat relieved smile appeared on Shiragain Takaru's gloomy face. I have to admit, you did a really good job. Don't make it sound so easy. Yu Xiao simply shook her head and said, after all, you must have put in a lot of effort. For example, during Operation Sakura, I heard that it was planned by a person named Ikaruga Takatsugu, and that from the very beginning, he had already planned for the possibility of Red Number 1 participating in the operation. Based on his past experiences and understanding, he blurted out his innermost suspicion. Thinking back now, you were involved behind the scenes, weren't you? That was just a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Shiragain Takaru shook his head, using an affirmative tone without denying it. Is that so? Then, one last question. Speak. Don't hate me. However, at this moment, Yu Xiao suddenly uttered this question. He didn't use a serious tone. His voice was still as if he were chatting casually with an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. But this tone only made him more suspicious. Why? But Shiragain Takaru's expression remained unmoved. You should know the reasons yourself. Yu Xiao sighed heavily. As a singularity, my existence has summoned countless possible parallels, and fixed them here. You're one of them, aren't you, Mr. Bain? And, in the worst-case scenario, I've frozen your life. Yu Xiao composed himself. Originally, in your past world, with your status as a causal conductor, you might have been able to save the lives of your lost loved ones. But since I became a singularity in this world, your story has been fixed in a timeline that already has a predetermined ending. Every reset forces you to start from my timeline. A complex light flickered in Yu Zhao's eyes. While creating countless possibilities, I might have taken away yours. Even so, you still want to help me. Forgive my bluntness, but I want to hear your reasons. Indeed, as you say, I lost so much. Teachers, friends, lovers. Shirogane Takara lowered his head. Involuntarily, he clenched his fists. Clearly, that painful memory still lingered in his mind. But his tone remained calm, even cold. That's why I don't want to see others suffer the same fate as me. And your aspirations are clearly the same as mine. It's perfectly normal for like-minded people to walk the same path. Isn't it? Is that so? Receiving this response, Yu Xiao silently lowered her head. Thank you. That was her reply. No need for that. Time is almost up. Shirogane Takara glanced at the clock in the room. I need to proceed with the security operation for the meeting. Let's part ways for now. He stood up, seemingly intending to leave. Oh, right. There's one more thing. But as they parted, Shirogane Takara turned back and said, besides the two of us, there seems to be someone else, repeating the same experience in endless cycles. You mentioned him to me once. Someone else. Is that it? Yu Xiao pondered, resting her chin on her hand. But he's never appeared, has he? At least not in front of us. In my memory, the stranger who appears before me in almost every cycle, besides Eve. And now Mei is you. That's true. But we still need to be vigilant. I have a feeling. Shirogane paused. Someday in the future. Perhaps it will be that being who has never revealed their true form that will become our greatest enemy. Chapter 365. The two said nothing more after that. That very evening, the news that a girl from Crise met with the special envoy of the Human Revolutionary Alliance spread, like wildfire across the globe. The reactions varied depending on the country. The people of Yanzhou were almost universally overjoyed by the news. As for those who had benefited from the status quo, like Yudelia's father, upon seeing the news, they realized that the era of profiting by selling out their country's dignity was over. Knowing they were already a weak minority, and that without the overt and covert protection of the EU, they would likely be overwhelmed by the hatred of their own people in an instant, most of them chose the opportunistic strategy of contacting their financial backers and then fleeing. And indeed, that's what happened. Within the Ramphala Foundation, the deep-seated rulers of E.U, or more precisely, the 7-star families, who have ruled them for generations. The Elian family, controlling the E.U's coastal waters, is severely weakened, while the Kuzan family is on the verge of extinction due to a lack of successors. The Ishu and Baduan families have both sided with Magillis, the Yanzhou faction. Moreover, on Yanzhou's side, there is another figure who cannot be ignored. That is, the being known as Red Number 1. No one knows the motives of this human hero. But his act of stepping forward in times of crisis to protect Takadan's headquarters is interpreted as strong evidence of his support for Yendo and Crisei. Thus, public opinion naturally aligned with this view. This figure was still fighting to defend all human rights to freedom. Just as he had descended from the heavens on the battlefield of Shinjo, eradicating the beta, the scourge upon humanity. To be his enemy was wrong. Both sides involved were fully aware of this. Only a very small group of diehards still believed that the EU would continue its support under these circumstances. Therefore, they secretly amassed an armed force, intending to fight to the death. The future of this group remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the people of the EU presented a different picture. Although most of them usually liked to sing the praises of peace and freedom, faced with something that would clearly shake the very foundation of their existence in the near future, their views wavered instantly. Those who changed their opinions, and those who did not, the opposing sides split into two factions, engaging in an endless, swirling debate on the internet. It seems this atmosphere won't subside until the EU government issues effective regulations and measures. This reflects the behavior of the people on both sides. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a city within the EU, in a residence in the city center, a red-haired youth coldly observes from his window the scene unfolding. Many people supporting Red One and Yanzhou have taken to the streets to begin their rallies. He seems completely indifferent to what's happening around him, because he is not a pawn in this game, merely subject to the whims of fate. Instead, he was a chess player equally capable of instantly changing the situation. Before him, through a communication screen, was a silver-haired man, speaking with a regretful expression. You see, things have developed to this point. We probably can't remain inactive now. Has your experiment been completed? That was Leonard Testarossa. His motives were obvious: to murder Yudelia, throw the situation in Yanzhou into chaos, and then seize control of this resource-rich land to continue his grand plan. The person he was speaking to was his partner, the leader and guide of the terrorist organization Submissive Faction. This organization combined existing facts with past doctrines, believing that Beta and Fistrum were messengers sent by heaven. Therefore, people should not resist them, but rather accept death. Only in this way could they ascend to heaven after death. A very illogical argument. But in this era where people's spirits are on the verge of collapse from suppression, it's precisely these illogical things that are easily accepted. Perhaps this is one of the unchangeable aspects of human nature. Like someone about to drown, desperately grasping at the last straw. The last experiment, as expected, attracted the being. The attack of Red Number 1. The instructor nodded in agreement. At the same time, we could understand one thing. That is, behind the scenes, someone orchestrated that beta. However, by using this bait to attract attention, our true purpose hasn't been discovered, and recently, it has finally been successfully completed. Ho ho, that underwater nest. Leonard paused, a flicker of elation returning to his face. Clearly, the achievement of this thing was undoubtedly a tremendous boon to him. In that case, we can manipulate those alien monsters at will, influencing the situation in various places. Truly, you are something else. You're not quite right about that. However, the instructor merely tapped the armrest of his chair lightly in response to Leonard's words. Wrong? It sounds like you have some criticisms. I'm all ears, please speak. The instructor waved his hand dismissively at Leonard's polite words, saying, It's nothing. It's just, the word it will isn't quite appropriate. He paused. Because we must still follow the guidance of that Saintus. Saintus. Uh-huh. Even in front of me, you still use that kind of rhetoric? Upon hearing this somewhat surreal statement, Leonard couldn't help but chuckle. You really are. You clearly don't believe in any sect, so why bother with this pretense in private conversations? A Saintus who can control betas. I won't take that kind of charade for recruiting followers seriously. Uh-huh, indeed. The guide scratched his head. However, I've gotten used to speaking like this in front of believers. I'm afraid I can't change it anytime soon. Please allow me to apologize. No need. Leonard smiled. It was a deliberately perfect smile that wouldn't offend anyone. After all, we'd be working closely together as partners from now on. We look forward to your continued support. Partnership. Huh? The instructor, now reclining leisurely in his chair, remained silent. Mr. Silver of the Amalgam, you don't understand. That Saintus is not just some decorative figurehead used to attract followers. And how can someone who doesn't even understand this become a loyal partner of ours? Chapter 366. Saying this revealed that their relationship wasn't actually that solid. However, for the moment, they still needed to maintain a facade of cooperation. So, the next instructor adjusted the terminal and made contact with someone far away. The Saintus of the Submissive Faction. A few minutes later. Kyoto, Japan. Well, that's all. Seemingly bored, she lay on her bed, fiddling with her tablet. Biting off half a Pocky stick, the red-eyed girl, Shinjo Akane, mumbled indistinctly. It seemed like just a bored high school girl talking to herself after school. But the man's face displayed on the computer screen revealed that this was no ordinary scene. That was the instructor of the Submissive Faction. In other words, the Saintus they spoke of who could communicate with betas was actually the girl herself with the special ability to control monsters. No wonder Yu Zhao's opponent in H01 was that arrogant monster Gulchinos. You want me to use beta as materials to create new monsters for you, right? What are they for? Swallowing the chocolate chip biscuit stick in her mouth, Shinjo Akane continued. Yes. They will be used to intercept ships from various countries at sea. That's not the point, is it? If I don't know the specific objectives of the mission, I can't create monsters that meet your expectations. Actually, it's to cut off their ability to transport each other. That sounds a bit vague. So let me ask you, where exactly are they going to be used? Knowing the other party had already put it this way, there was no way to hide anything. Please be patient. This way, we can isolate Huffman Island in the Pacific, and then, using our spies planted there, we can launch a pincer attack from both inside and outside. The instructor simply laid out their plans. I see. Shinjo Akane drawled. But then, there was no response. You don't want to do it? The instructor cautiously asked. He knew the other party's unpredictable temper. If anything displeased him, he could use his ability to materialize monsters to create terrifying disaster somewhere. Therefore, even someone of his high status wouldn't use a commanding tone when negotiating with the other party. Huh? No. But this greatly surprised him. Shinjo Akane on the other end of the communication simply turned her head slightly. I was just thinking about how to create a monster that meets your requirements. So you agree? Okay, then I leave it to you, Saintus. I await your good news. The instructor nodded. Unexpectedly, Shinjo Akane, who had been calm until now, frowned upon hearing these humble words. That's why I said, don't call me Saintus. Call me Okane or something more ordinary. Isn't that better? Not at all. Knowing that things might get complicated, the instructor lowered her head and quickly ended the communication. It hung up. Hello? Shinjo Akane muttered, leaving only her. Then she rolled over, got out of bed, and walked barefoot to her computer room. Alexis. She called out to the old-fashioned computer tower after sitting down in the chair. Then, almost like Doraemon, a dark figure appeared on the screen upon hearing her call. Okay, I'm here. I heard the conversation. But, are you really going to help them, Akane? But Alexis seemed hesitant. That guy isn't a good person. Unlike me, he just wants to use us. Use you, Akane? Is that alright? Why don't we find a chance to take him down? Shinjo Akane seemed completely unconcerned by this well-founded concern. It's alright. Anyway, no matter what I've done, the world will be destroyed anyway. However, some unspeakable memories seemed to surface in her mind. As she said this, a rare hint of sadness flashed across Akane Shinjo's expression. But then, it was as if nothing had happened before. In that case, of course we should do something fun. Turning the world into a mess with monsters wouldn't be bad. Besides, that guy, Red Number 1, will definitely be here. This is a good opportunity for revenge. So come and help me, Alexis. Shedding her previous dejected attitude, Shinjo Akane shouted with renewed vigor to the pitch-black unidentified creature beside her. But this is probably not a good thing. Meanwhile, on the coastline of Huffman Island, a young man and a young woman stood on the deck of a ship gradually approaching the island. That was Hino Michio and Canon Meffens. Their ship also housed their mobile suits, the Beast type and the Red Witch type Fafnir. Not long ago, following orders from their superiors, they, originally stationed on the far north front, received a new command. A mission that was important, but not necessarily exhausting. Hey, Canon. So, as the ship arrived at the port of Huffman Island, Michio finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Do you think, being dispatched to this Huffman Island to escort the envoy, is it really effective? Clearly, they were reinforcements sent here to protect Eudelia and Wang Lume during their meeting. I don't know. I only know that as a soldier, you only need to follow orders. Even having a second of doubt about it is a failure. The red-haired girl simply replied coldly. You are still the same as always. Not getting the answer he wanted, Daoxing's expression was somewhat sullen. But I haven't changed either. So now I have to say, those big shots in the upper echelons, sometimes they really overreact. Daoxing pounded on the railing beneath him, letting out a long sigh. If we were transferred to the front lines in the far north to fight those Festum, I wouldn't complain. But to be reassigned useless troops here like today, I simply cannot accept it. Our people are bleeding. Do you understand, Canon? Then, this usually witty man turned to look at the girl beside him, as if trying to ascertain whether she truly understood him. But as he expected, her expression remained cold and indifferent. Sigh. I knew you wouldn't listen, but oh well. That's part of you. So Daoxing could only shake his head. Then he waved and left. But after he turned and left, Canon's expression changed. All is well. I didn't expect even 666 would think the same way. Gazing at the gradually emerging cityscape, Canon clutched the cross-shaped necklace at her chest. It was undoubtedly a symbol of her religious faith. Indeed, this should have been a peaceful city. Was what I did truly right? No. Her azure eyes lowered, a somber gaze settling in, a stark contrast to her previous taciturn demeanor, her face clouded with worry, lost in thought. After a long while, she shook her head. Her gaze returned to its usual, almost wooden, resolute expression. There shouldn't be any doubt. That's right. I just need to carry out orders. She silently repeated these words, as if this could clear her mind of all distractions. Chapter 367. After logging out of the Siegfried system and returning to his original world, Yu Xiao felt the world before him was somewhat distorted. The past few hours felt like years to him. No. Absolutely. In these 100+ reincarnations, the shortest duration was 3 years. The longest could be 5 or 6 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly hundreds of years had passed. Although this had no impact on Yu Xiao's temperament. However, he still couldn't help feeling a sense of disorientation and confusion. After all, it wasn't just his own memories flooding his mind. There were also many memories of others. To digest this massive volume of memories, he simply sat down and began to recall each person one by one. For example, his old friend Buchin. In countless reincarnations, he had repeatedly chosen to bid farewell to his father, who had betrayed the island. But it was all too late. Because the Beta had conquered several treacherous strongholds, and after joining forces with the Festums to the north, they would then head south into the sea. Palai Island quickly became a battlefield. As one of the few Fafnir pilots on the island, he always fought bravely. Yet, overwhelmed by the enemy's endless numbers, he always met his end. Either he was exhausted and unable to withstand the attack, or he was consumed and pulverized by the assimilation phenomenon. Almost every time, Yu Xiao was forced to witness his dear friend's final moments. But each time, the words of farewell were the same. You must live. He always said this when they parted. But in every cycle of reincarnation, Yu Xiao failed to live up to his expectations. Xiao. Don't speak yet, Mei. Let me be alone. For a while. Yu Xiao whispered. He continued to recall. Then it was Tessa. As the island's research director, she also held an important place in Yu Xiao's memories. In fact, Yu Xiao remembered that without her protection, in countless reincarnations, his proposal to the island's inhabitants for more funding to research those systems that wouldn't have needed to exist would absolutely have been rejected. And during the development of those systems, Tessa had helped him a great deal. It could be said that without her, there would be no Mech Warrior VS, and everything related to it. Even so, the past Yu Xiao couldn't protect her. After all, when faced with the Beta's attacks, Yu Xiao, secluded in the Research Institute, had absolutely no means of countermeasures. Next was Laimi. A girl Yu Xiao was grateful to no matter what. Whether in her life before entering Alvis or after entering Alvis. The days she spent being helped by this overly enthusiastic senior were numerous in every loop. But even so, or rather, precisely because of this, in each loop, Yu Xiao was helplessly unable to reach the end with her. There were other people from Alvis. Madukas, Colleen and Shiani. How strange. Yu Xiao looked up. I've seen it so many times already. Thinking back now, he murmured softly. It still hurts. But his worries weren't just about that. And the most crucial question, having experienced so many past memories flooding back, could he still call himself himself? He didn't know. But even if he didn't know, Yu Xiao had to continue. After all, so much time had passed, if he didn't withdraw from the Siegfried system soon, it would cause concern among others. Thinking this, he stepped out of the express elevator. But on his way back to the dormitory, Mr. Yu Xiao, suddenly, he was surrounded by a group of people. He looked towards the source of the voice. The leader was Gale Jecker, the newest member of the group. His eyes were shining, and he looked extremely excited. No, we won the simulation battle. Really? Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. Yes, although I was the second one to be shot down, I learned a lot. May I ask? Gale looked in his direction with expectant eyes. When can I have another match with you as my opponent? Clearly, as someone who had been saved once before, he was eager to learn from his strength and receive his guidance. Huh? This? But Yu Xiao seemed a little hesitant now. But then? Is there something wrong? I also like to spar with you. Fidel's voice came from the side. It seemed Gale wasn't the only one wanting to spar with him, and like a stone thrown into still water, it created ripples everywhere. Looking at the excited or expectant gazes cast upon him by the crowd, Yu Xiao suddenly felt relieved. Yes, who he was, what he had become. What did it matter? As long as he, existing here now, could be the vessel of hope that everyone relied on and trusted. Wasn't that enough? Instantly, all suspicion and despondency vanished from Yu Xiao's face. A gentle smile returned to his usual expression. Well, since you all insist, he said, next time, I'd be your opponent in the simulation battle. But let me make it clear. I won't hold back, you know? That's great. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, led by Wolf. I'm so looking forward to it. The day I get to fight the little boss at full power. That'd definitely be a thrilling experience, right? I'm waiting for you. Against this backdrop, Yu Xiao slowly left the scene. Naturally, a relieved smile remained on his face. By the way, Mei. I'm here. What's wrong, Xiao? The small doll on his shoulder immediately responded. After these battles, how much energy is left in the AEGE system? As if remembering something, Yu Xiao sighed softly. You mean? Mei raised an eyebrow slightly. That's right. For the goal set for the future, for the sake of the past. It's time for this ship to change its form. Then, the next day, it seemed that nothing had changed much. However, L Island, which had resurfaced on the sea, looked different. Already enlarged by incorporating parts of the two Alvis, it now appeared even more colossal. It was like in the original Mobile Suit Gundam AGE, where the songstress battleship was modified to have an assault mode and photon explosive cannon armament that weren't originally designed. Based on the original L ship, and using data stored in the AGE system, Yu Xiao added a complete set of sortie facilities and a catapult deck. And so, in the end, the entity Yu Xiao modified into was the Bering-class aircraft carrier of the Earth Federation in Mobile Suit Gundam 00. Amazing. This is the AGE system? Stepping onto the deck towards the ship's side, even knowing it was real, Sosher murmured in surprise. If even someone as shrewd as him was so astonished, the reactions of the others present were even more pronounced. After all, they had previously only thought the AGE system could be used to create mobile suits. They never imagined it could even be used to modify their own ship. However, as he took another step, a thought surfaced in Sushi's mind. Was this kind of modification truly necessary under the current strategic conditions? He frowned and thought. After all, if Mithril was facing a situation right now, there were essentially only two possibilities. One was a deployment operation to assist in external defense. This could be accomplished using the space bridge, without the need for warships. The second was a defensive operation to be conducted when the enemy attacked. In this case, warships would be necessary. But, transforming this vessel, which was originally just an armed transport ship, into a fully fledged MS carrier. This modification, which enhanced its troop deployment capabilities, wouldn't improve its functionality in defensive warfare. Instead, it would enhance its offensive capabilities, right? Having made this modification. Mr. Yu Xiao, what is he thinking? Sashi murmured. He didn't believe that someone with combat experience, arguably no less than anyone present, could make such a miscalculation due to a lack of judgment. This seemed more like a deliberate act by the other side. That's why Sashi needed to ponder. He pondered the true purpose hidden behind the other party's actions. As for why he didn't directly inquire about their intentions, firstly, Sosher felt it would be too abrupt to do so himself. Secondly, the other party wasn't here at this moment. According to Sushi's memory, he should have gone into the Siegfried system. He seemed to be adjusting the connection with the new L ship. Naturally, Sosher knew it wasn't the time to disturb him. So he simply remained where he was, continuing to ponder. And Yu Xiao's true whereabouts, naturally, were only half true, half false. Going to the Siegfried system was real, confirming the status of the new L ship. Or rather, the Bering-class aircraft carrier was also real. However, that shouldn't have taken this long. Therefore, he was actually activating the Siegfried system's deep synchronization function, and projecting his consciousness onto his body on Huffman Island, across the ocean. Due to the change in location, the time difference naturally shifted. Originally, when connecting to his body there at this time, he should have seen the midday sun. However, upon logging in now, Yu Xiao saw a scene of the rising sun. This difference didn't surprise him much. In fact, it was precisely because he had already factored in these environmental conditions that he chose to log in at this time. After adjusting to the brief sense of unfamiliarity when switching bodies, Yu Xiao then looked around. Strangely, the dormitory was empty. The reason is obvious. After all, the Tekkadan youths, who had desperately needed a regular schedule and high-intensity vigilance during their sea voyage, were quite exhausted after their mission. Given this, once they arrived at a previously unheard-of commercial city like Huffman Island, they would naturally be delighted and begin to roam freely. Yu Xiao saw nothing wrong with this. After all, the Tekkadan wasn't a fully fledged military force, but merely a mercenary group. If they couldn't even spend their wages as they pleased, then this profession would be utterly meaningless. As for security at the location where Gyudelia and Wang Lume were preparing to hold a meeting to continue their negotiations, Yu Xiao wasn't worried. Gyudelia herself wanted the boys to get some rest. And besides that, he had seen it last night. The Human Reform League's reinforcements had arrived. If he wasn't mistaken, there were even two Fafnir units among them. The Red Witch type and the Beast type. These were units he had seen on past battlefields. And they had striking blue and red color schemes. This further proved that their pilots were undoubtedly battlefield aces. Add to that the Silver Warrior, and the numerous new tactical units protecting them. If their security could still be compromised under these conditions, there was only one possibility. That an enemy beyond their capabilities had appeared. In that case, it would be Red One, not Tekkadan, that would be deployed. Therefore, both logically and emotionally. Yu Xiao felt there was no need to worry too much about the actions of his comrades. And he too had to do some things that were already on the verge of being done. After straightening his clothes, Yu Xiao stepped out of the interior of the fishing fire. The moment he stepped onto the dock and returned to familiar land, he heard a familiar voice. Even this old bone of mine got up earlier than you. What a lazy fellow, you idiot disciple. Well then, shall we go? It was Shinonome Jie. She had already come to Huffman Island with some business to attend to. Now that it was safe, Yu Xiao naturally wanted to accompany her to that familiar place she wanted to visit. Upon hearing the other person's words, Yu Xiao's first response was, "Yes, master." That's what he wanted to say. However, he was momentarily speechless with surprise. Because the girl before him was dressed, how to put it? It was completely a children's outfit. Although it seemed to suit her appearance quite well, the thought of the mature and composed soul beneath the skin made him turn pale. Although it seemed she wasn't the only one whose appearance and soul didn't match. What's with that expression? It's not like I wanted to wear this. Qian Hui, seeing through Yu Xiao's thoughts, sighed. If it weren't for the nanny you arranged. That little girl named Limska insisted I wear that. I rather wear that old black robe I worn for ages. It's all a bit tacky, but at least then no one could see my face. So you knew my outfit was terrible back then, master? By the way, where's Lim? Thinking of the orange-haired girl, Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Chia shook her head. Still asleep. Probably too tired from her first real battle. Well anyway, what follows is a private matter between the two of us, and we don't need a third person involved, right? That's true, master. But before we set off, I want to ask something. Go ahead. Where exactly are we going? Well, at this point, a hint of nostalgic melancholy appeared on Shinonome Chia's expression. It's that place. Narakozaka Productions. Chapter 368. After saying this, Chia stared intently at Yu Xiao's face. She noticed that his expression remained completely unchanged throughout. What? Shouldn't you be more excited? Even if you say so. Yu Xiao looked troubled. About this company. I know absolutely nothing about it. Ah, that's right, that's right. Chia waved her hand, a look of sudden realization on her face. After all, it's a legacy of the past. Expecting your foolish disciple, who has lost over a decade of memories, to understand is a bit unreasonable. Then she began to recount the history of Narakozaka Manufacturing Company to Yu Xiao. It was originally a state-owned research bureau responsible for the development and design of Revolutionary Alliance Mecha. It's said that Narakozaka's work is involved in many of the MiG and Su series Mecha currently in service. They are better known for their research on so-called special aircraft. It was precisely this research that earned them a place among the top research bureaus. Unfortunately, as the war worsened, Narakozaka showed increasing signs of fatigue and exhaustion. The funding required to develop special aircraft was astronomical. Even if they succeeded, mass production might not necessarily change the course of the war. However, the researchers at Narakozaka were perhaps too stubborn. They refused to change their original plans and schemes, thus creating a conflict with the intentions of the frontline command. In response, new private enterprises took up the mantle. For example, the current advanced tactical aircraft of the Human Reform League, Mumirai and Shiranui, were both developed by Murakumo Industries. Narakozaka was forced to retreat to the sidelines amidst its continuous decline. The original production lines for special and tactical mobile suits were converted into production lines for civilian mobile suits. The manufacturing bureau was privatized shortly afterward, but due to lack of profit, it was quickly abandoned by its then owners. It was left to those who still held a fondness for the name to take over, constantly searching for a suitable future for it. It's said that it has now become a civilian mobile suit design company, and even has its own rescue team. However, despite this, it remains heavily indebted. Chia's fondness and attachment to this declining company is quite simple. Long ago, she was a test pilot for Narakozaka's new mobile suits. In the final years of her life, she planned to spend at least some time in the place where her dreams began. I see. Yu Xiao murmured. The story was over, and the destination was approaching. The outline of an inconspicuous building gradually appeared before her eyes. That was Narakozaka Manufacturing Plant. Master's wish, does it reside there? Before you sigh, you foolish disciple. Do you remember our setup? Just then, Chia suddenly asked. Yu Xiao nodded solemnly. After all, to make it reasonable for her to revisit this place, Yu Xiao naturally couldn't reveal her identity as a member of Tekaten. After all, Tekaten is now a prominent group throughout Huffman Island, and even the entire world. According to Eugene, They don't have to pay for meals here now. Naturally, the owners will give them free meals for long-term economic benefits and then publicize it extensively. Of course, Eugene didn't mention the latter part. This was Yu Xiao's guess about the other party's motives. In fact, it was probably pretty close. Back to the point. So, in the end, he planned to infiltrate by forging an identity. He prepared the relevant documents and materials, supposedly obtained through his connections here. After that, Yu Xiao needed to change his appearance. He would appear with an identity completely unrelated to his original self. Therefore, his name was also changed to Dong Yunxiao. This was the older brother of Dong Yunxia, who was still in elementary school next to him, and a vocational school student, studying piloting in the engineering MS program. Because I'm interested in the historically glorious Narikosaka Manufacturing Company, I want to take advantage of this rare holiday to visit and study there. However, since this means there's no one at home to take care of my young sister, I hope to bring her to work with me. Is that right, master? After explaining, Yu Xiao remained silent, waiting for the other party's response. Wow. You remembered it all, not bad. Chia nodded approvingly. However, 0 points. But her next words were a complete reversal. Somewhat bewildered, Yu Xiao asked blankly, Huh? Why, master? Do you even need to ask? Chia rolled her eyes. Think about it. What did you just say about our relationship? Brother and sister. Master. So, what do you call me now? Ah! Yu Xiao, letting out a brief gasp of surprise, scratched her head, understanding the other's meaning, and then replied somewhat regretfully, I understand. That's more like it. Seeing that the other had understood her intention, Chia's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. Then, I leave the rest to you, brother? She then added, seemingly unnecessarily. For some reason, Chia emphasized the last 2 words of her address. Yu Xiao clearly sensed it. She was definitely saying it on purpose. In other words, sitting on the office bench, gently biting the pen holder, and reviewing Yu Xiao's documents, was a long-haired girl with glasses, who looked quite knowledgeable and refined. She looked about the same age as Yu Xiao. No, maybe even younger. And on her employee ID badge was the name Encyclopedia Wenjia. He didn't yet know if the other person was a spoiled rich kid who had inherited his father's business, or a cheap contract worker like himself in name only. You want to apply for a part-time job here? That's right. Anyway, Yu Xiao answered somewhat reservedly. Of course, this was all an act. After all, it was nominally a part-time job interview, so it was better to act a little reserved. And he sat stiffly in his chair, waiting for the other person's further response. Logically, the next step should be to move on to questions and tests about his abilities. Yu Xiao was well prepared for this. Driving a mobile suit, huh? His skill level in that area was, if not second, certainly first. Just use less than 1/3 of your usual combat level, and you should be able to, understood. Passed. You start working here tomorrow. But unexpectedly, the girl named Encyclopedia Wenjia simply adjusted her glasses. And then agreed? Huh? Yu Xiao was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that she already knew her true identity? Impossible. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wenjia, who seemed about to stand up and leave, sensed Yu Xiao's confusion and asked in return. If it's your sister, you can bring her. After all, we don't have any relevant regulations here. No, it's that simple. Yu Xiao pointed to herself. Not asking anything else. Exams, tests, or anything like that. Screening for qualifications. No. Because there's no need for that. As for the reason, Encyclopedia Wenjia simply sighed. Then she handed Yu Xiao a document beside her. It was a MS piloting arrangement plan. Take a look at this, and you probably understand. Looking at the plan in front of him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. But he also understood why their review process was so lax. Because the plan listed the number of people responsible for the daily shifts and attendance of their rescue team. At most, only 3 people? Chapter 369. At the same time, off the coast of Huffman Island, a ship was being intercepted by a maritime patrol, its crew being thoroughly searched for their identities. This was understandable. It was a crucial time for bilateral talks between Yanzhou and the Human Revolutionary Alliance, so security had to be thorough. Everyone was being meticulously searched. This included a seemingly extraordinary young woman on the ship. She had striking long white hair. Her tall, elegant figure and delicate face inevitably brought to mind the cockatiel, a prized ornamental bird. But in reality, Her identity was far more astonishing than these outward appearances. Her name was Mylene Rembrandt. From her name alone, one could tell she was the only daughter of Dylan Rembrandt, the leader of the Rockefeller Foundation, the deep organization that controlled the EU. As agents chosen by the Seven Stars family, their actions, whether overt or covert, are bound to attract considerable attention. However, their actions seem to remain unknown to others. Furthermore, intelligence intercepted by the Human Revolutionary Alliance Patrol reveals that, as children of high-ranking EU officials, their arrival here has no diplomatic intent. Their true reason, to put it simply, as a place ostensibly an academy, but actually a showcase for various corporations to demonstrate the capabilities of their new mobile suits. The most popular activity within Ascatisia is duel. Following the rules passed down through the ages, the two sides engage in simulated battles using their respective mobile suits to determine the victor. Damage is inevitable in this process, and damage necessitates repair. The Gundam-type mobile suit that Mylene is in charge of, named Wind Spirit, has recently encountered such a situation. Logically, as representatives of a company, they should have a complete production and maintenance assembly line. However, Mylene's situation is somewhat special. She is not the representative of a company inherited from her father. Instead, she is the legal representative of a new company she has independently contracted, the limited company Gundam. Therefore, unfortunately, she doesn't have a proper repair team or maintenance personnel. As for why she would abandon her comfortable life as a spoiled rich kid to do this, this involves her father, Dylan Rembrandt's failed parenting methods, and her friend, Solita Mercury, the pilot of the Wind Spirit. But in any case, this is the reality before them. To solve this pressing problem, they had no choice but to send repair requests to obscure small companies and even international MS manufacturers. However, while the local companies were willing, they lacked the resources to repair this unique mobile suit, the MS named Wind Spirit, because this mobile suit was the so-called Forbidden Gundam type. Just hearing its name was enough to send chills down their spines. If the contractor hadn't been the eldest daughter of the Rembrandt family, they might have been reported and arrested on the spot. Fortunately, in the end, this request was granted by Murakumo Corporation, a large corporation based on Huffman Island. Believing they were capable of repairing the machine, the group tirelessly traveled by ship to Huffman Island. "I never expected to encounter something like this," Mylene muttered as she went through security. "That old man is really something. If he had just given up that pointless and stubborn idea, he wouldn't have had to worry about this." Leaving aside whether her thinking was naive, just then, "Aya!" a scream came from the other side of the ship. Instantly, those boarding for security checks became alert. Those who hadn't completed security checks were immediately detained. Those who had completed security checks were surrounded and protected by armed personnel. Fortunately, Mylene was one of them. Soon afterward, she saw a red-haired girl with thick eyebrows running towards them from the other side of the ship, seemingly startled. In her haste, she even tripped and fell. "Don't move. Stop right there," her armed guard shouted. But at that moment, Mylene spoke up. "That's not necessary, sir. She is someone I know. Solita Mercury, you checked her identity during the security check, didn't you? Is that so?" "Yes, sir. I can vouch for her with my integrity. Let me go and make contact with her now." After persuading her guards, she stepped forward, helped the girl to her feet, and tried to appear calm as she asked, "What's wrong, Solita?" What she saw was a girl with a deathly pale face, as if she had witnessed something truly terrifying. Outside. There's something outside." It took her a long time to utter a truly shocking phrase. Chopsticks, a monster. Meanwhile, at Narikosaka Productions, Yu Zhao's expression was equally complex. In his past several reincarnations, he had seen all sorts of scenes, but this was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He had already prepared for the worst regarding this so-called declining company. Who would have thought reality would be even worse than he had anticipated? It was bad enough that young people his own age were acting as interviewers. Even their subordinate civilian rescue team, which was currently their only source of funding. Including himself, there were only 4 members. Looking at the form filled with the names Encyclopedia Winjia, Hirasaka Yoru, and Kaneshia Shirtera, Yu Zhao's hands trembled uncontrollably. The thought of having another pseudonym, Dong and Xiao, added to the form in the future made him even more uneasy. "Sigh. I knew there would be this reaction." Winjia sighed. "It's unbelievable that a research institute with such a long history has fallen to this state." "I think so too, and if you want to leave, you could have told me now." "No. No need." Yu Xiao shook his head, forcing a smile. He figured he'd only be here for a few days at most, so he was somewhat prepared. Is that so? Fine. It'd be too late to regret it later. I go register you now. For now, wait here for a bit. After saying this, Wen Jia turned and left. Yu Xiao was left alone in the large room. He planned to go outside and invite Qian Hui in. But then, a loud and urgent ringing interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 370. Yu Xiao hesitated, wondering whether to step forward and receive the item for her. Fortunately, then he saw Ms. Wen Jia, who was supposed to be registering, rush out in a flustered manner. Yu Xiao could glimpse the joy shining in her purple eyes behind her glasses. Hello, yes. This is Narukosaka Productions. What? A dispatch request. I understand, right now. Click. The phone was hung up. When Jia finally turned around and spoke to Yu Xiao in a tone that wasn't exactly calm. Congratulations, newcomer. We finally. Then Ms. Wen Jia clenched her fists and lowered her head. She seemed happy, but for some reason, Yu Xiao felt she was about to cry. We have a job. After some discussion, Yu Xiao finally understood the content of the request she had just received. A distress signal? He seemed thoughtful, stroking his chin as he repeated the other person's words, as if seeking confirmation. When Jia nodded, acknowledging Yu Xiao's doubt, and then replied, yes. The Coast Guard on Huffman Island detected something unusual during their routine duty and went to investigate. However, something seemed to have happened en route. So they sent an SOS signal on the International Distress Channel, requesting assistance. It's probably a shipwreck or something. According to experts, the ocean currents in the area seem to be acting strangely lately. Time had dampened her initial joy, and she now looked just like the calm person Yu Xiao had been when they first met. And because almost all available combat forces have been diverted to the security of that international conference, it's difficult to send troops for rescue. So this responsibility has fallen to us, as a private company. The girl pushed up her glasses with a finger as she spoke. Well, even so, Narukosaka doesn't have the luxury of being picky about work right now. Having any job at all is a blessing. So naturally, we have to take it on. We can't let this rare opportunity slip by. I see. Could I? Although he outwardly agreed, Yu Xiao instinctively felt things weren't that simple. So, almost without thinking, he asked if he could be allowed to participate. Get ready. We're going to deploy soon. The other person spoke first. Huh? Me? Yeah. Of course. When Jia sighed helplessly, pointing to herself, then to Yu Xiao. I'm a clerk, and the other two people with humanoid mecha piloting licenses haven't arrived yet. We can't keep the victims waiting any longer. When Jia shrugged, gesturing to the duty roster in front of her. So now it's up to you. Consider it your entrance exam, like you mentioned before. Please do your best. Newbie. And so it was left unspoken. Both sides had reached an agreement. And then, the two headed towards the hangar inside Narukosaka. There, Yu Xiao's next mecha would be deployed. But, the moment their eyes met those of the blue giant in the maintenance rack, Yu Xiao's pupils dilated violently. The mecha before him had a broad and strong body, with a single, sharp, blade-shaped horn atop its sharply shaped head. Yu Xiao knew this mecha was. This is Kotetsu? He explained, utterly astonished. Kotetsu? What's that? A mecha that looks a lot like this? When Jia's voice, however, seemed somewhat puzzled. Taking a few steps forward, she tapped Kotetsu's foreleg. It's the legacy of Narukosaka manufacturing. The undead 3 Malawang Quachas. As she spoke, when Jia looked up, a hint of pride shone on her fair and delicate face, backlit by the light. She seemed proud of the mecha's existence. But wait. You, a declining private manufacturing company. Now shifting your focus to producing mecha for engineering and disaster relief. Why would such a thing be preserved? And Yu Xiao looked towards the blue, ancient iron. In the direction of the undead 3 Malawang Quachas. There it was, its signature armament, the revolver-like pile driver and triple-barreled machine gun on its wrist, the directional mines and thermal cutting angles on its shoulders. These things, which could easily be categorized as high-powered weapons, were still perfectly preserved. She remembered Chia telling her that this place had been converted into a research and development center for engineering and disaster relief mechs. So, this is what was developed. Does that make sense? I see, then maybe I was mistaken. But, so Yu Xiao couldn't suppress her urge to complain and asked, Why? Why is that thing there? He raised his hand, pointing to Gu Tai's right arm, in the direction of the conspicuous revolver-shaped weapon. Oh, you mean that? That's used for obstacle removal during disaster relief. Think about it, like an earthquake or a fire. There would be scenes like that, right? Unexpectedly, Wenjia responded quite calmly and quickly. Her glasses reflected the light from the hanger, obscuring her pupils. It was unclear whether she was genuinely naive and believed the conclusion, or simply playing dumb to pass inspections. Yu Xiao felt the latter was more likely. However, he continued to ask, "What about the shoulders? That looks like a missile launcher. It's loaded with signal flares, essential for rescue operations. Oh, and the 3-barreled rotary cannon on the left that you can see is loaded with adhesive rounds, used to repair damaged areas, don't forget. Then, what about the head? That sharpness, and the device next to it. It looks like a thermal weapon. As a machine applicable to engineering, it's reasonable for it to carry something for cutting materials, right? That way it can also be useful in the construction of large buildings." Silence. Even Yu Xiao himself felt that the conversation just now was really pretty silly. However, he couldn't say he gained nothing. At least he had learned about the differences in the armament of this undead Mk3. Let's call it ancient iron. Through the conversation. The effect, however, was still somewhat suspicious. It was just a normal rescue operation. There was no need for this kind of armament, right? Yu Xiao had thought so too. But a certain feeling compelled him to worry about the possibility of an upcoming battle. I understand. Therefore, he didn't launch his attack with the casual attitude he had planned. Instead, he intended to go in his best condition. Then, Miss Wenjia, could you please share the coordinates of the target location with me? I set off immediately. Chapter 371. Not long after, Yu Xiao, now quite adept at the task, boarded the ancient iron train and immediately propelled himself forward with the Tesla thrusters on his back at full power. The resulting loud noise, though thankfully not disturbing the neighbors thanks to the excellent location of Narikosaka Productions, did give Wenjia, who had been there since the beginning, quite a jolt. Afterwards, she seemed frozen, standing there motionless. Until some time later, a voice beside her brought her back to her senses. Wenjia. Sorry I'm late. What? The undead 3 Malawing Quatches has already launched its attack. What's going on? If you ask why. Isn't this all your fault, Sitara? Realizing who the voice belonged to, Wenjia adjusted her glasses and said somewhat displeased. If you had arrived earlier, that newcomer wouldn't have had to be sent on the mission. The newcomer was none other than Kanashia Shirtera, who was registered as a student. Since India was designated a danger zone, she had come to Huffman Island, relatively far from the battlefield, with the support of her family to study. And to make ends meet during this period, she came to Narukozaka to work part-time. Because there were no other jobs, her shifts were a comfortable way to slack off. Over time, she even started to be lazy, arriving late and leaving early. She thought it was a harmless thing, but today it had led to this disastrous outcome. Hee hee. I stayed up all night playing video games last night, so I overslept. Don't be angry, Aya. So Sitara scratched her nose sheepishly, then said with a forced smile, And you seem to be in a really good mood right now, you're even smiling. Even if you say that, wait, am I smiling? Wenjia responded incredulously. She looked at the gleaming, reflective floor inside the hangar, and it was indeed true. Yeah, but it's rare to see Wenjia smiling like that for no reason. Suddenly, Sitara leaned closer, scrutinizing her with a probing look. What's wrong? Did you win the lottery, unearth a long-forgotten super robot under Narukozaka, or get a boyfriend? How could something like that happen? Clearly, Wenjia was quite exasperated by Sitara's somewhat far-fetched speculation. Is that so? Then, what is it? The reason? There's nothing special about it. But even so, she stammered in response to Sitara's question. Yes, why? She thought back. The reason probably stemmed from Yu Xiao's unintentional remark just now. That was when he revealed the name Gu Tai. This name. She wasn't actually unfamiliar with it. But now, she could only pretend not to. Because this machine was secretly rebuilt within Narukozaka using discarded data from the past. Therefore, its original codename couldn't be used. Hence, the new name Undead 3 Malawang Quatches was adopted, and its true name was kept secret. To be honest, when she first saw the other person's resume, she felt a natural indifference. After all, at her age, to say she admired Narikosaka, that fleeting glory existed only for someone from decades ago, when Jia had always thought it unlikely. Yet, the other person actually knew this name that should have been buried in history. And upon seeing the mecha, he almost instinctively mentioned it. Could it be that he wasn't, as she had initially thought, someone who haphazardly filled in information on his resume hoping to get accepted, but truly, as he said, a loyal fan of Narikosaka Manufacturing, this long-established company? It was almost like herself. The joy of meeting a kindred spirit, something she had previously thought impossible, began to fill her mind. It's just that. So, facing Satara's question, Wenjia hesitated for a long time before finally speaking leisurely. Maybe this time, we won the grand prize. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's time for me to get to work. As expected. It's a beta. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao, who was patrolling, quickly arrived at the scene using the incredible propulsion of the ancient iron, following the predetermined route. What he saw was exactly as he had expected. The reason the other party was requesting assistance wasn't a maritime accident at all. In fact, the ship in front of him was docked on the coast of an outer island for inspection. It would be strange if there were any accidents under such circumstances. Instead, it was beta. Countless crimson creatures scrambled ashore along the island's outline, launching an attack on the two ships anchored at the island's shore. Thus, even without further contact from Wenjia, Yu Xiao decisively took action. First, he launched a jump. In midair, he activated the directional mines on his shoulders, unleashing a barrage of signal flares. Although lacking powerful explosives, they still exploded into dazzling fireworks upon impact with the ground. Using the momentum, the betas were blasted into a chaotic frenzy. The next second, maneuvering the ancient iron, he landed on the ship's deck using the explosive Tesla thrusters, and faced the scene before him, deep in thought. Ever since witnessing the resurrected betas inside the G-Element mining plant, his warrior's intuition had given him a premonition. This phenomenon of beta resurgence was definitely not an isolated incident caused by chance. This will likely become a widespread phenomenon. Therefore, this isn't something that can be easily covered up by controlling information or concealing it for a period of time. Instead, it should attract serious attention. Unfortunately, both the People's Revolutionary Alliance and the USN seem to have chosen to appease the situation. The latter even used this incident as a springboard to bombard Red One. But let's leave that aside for now. His priority now is undoubtedly rescuing the people on board from this crisis. The ship's hull has already suffered considerable damage. Although the firework flares scattered the debris, and the adhesive bombs repaired it. From this perspective, Wenjia's description of it as an engineering and rescue MS is indeed accurate. However, without driving away the swarm and escorting it to the waters near Huffman Island, everything will be in vain. However, despite this, Yu Xiao already has a solution for this matter. May. He called out silently in his heart. Notify everyone at Mithril. We should move out. Chapter 372. In an instant, the order to prepare for attack resounded throughout every corner of the Bering-class aircraft carrier. The crew, originally scattered throughout the ship, spontaneously converged towards the hangar upon hearing the order. Soon after, through the communication screen set up inside the hangar, thank you all for your hard work. I know you're all exhausted from the battle, but an emergency has occurred. Everyone then saw Yu Xiao, who had switched out of deep synchronization, and was inside the Siegfried system. He then explained the current battle situation and the operational plan. The battle was taking place in the waters near Huffman Island, on a small island used as a checkpoint. At this moment, for some unknown reason, it was being attacked by betas that had come upstream from an unknown location. Furthermore, the guard stationed there, as well as a ship undergoing inspection, were also attacked. The mission of this sortie is to cover the retreat of that ship, and then annihilate the remaining betas. If possible, it would be best to retrieve a few samples. Yu Xiao felt that the anomalies of these resurrected betas needed to be thoroughly investigated. As for the battle planning and grouping, Yu Xiao configured it according to the grouping scheme from the previous simulation battle. Finally, he added, as for the command system, I be in charge. Is that alright? This was naturally addressed to Suji. After all, only he and Yu Xiao here possessed the qualifications to be commanders, and to pilot the Siegfried system. Of course. And the sergeant quickly agreed to the other party's request. After all, he was also very interested in the way Red One commanded the battle. Very good. Yu Xiao nodded. Then, his image on the screen waved his hand and commanded, then all units. Now, sortie! Even the Mithril members were unaware. The reason Yu Xiao volunteered to operate the Siegfried system was naturally to hide the fact that he was currently synchronizing with the body on the other side. But it was better that they didn't know. They would still carry out orders. Following the instructions of this leader, who had recently been completely recognized as indispensable by everyone, they boarded their machines and set off. Even Gale Jetka was following the other party's instructions. Boarding the Daryl Balder, he focused intently on the front. "Hey," I said, "Gale?" But at this moment, the voice that came through the radio communication startled him. "I'm here." "What's wrong, Captain Wolf?" He steadied himself and replied. "Do you have a girl you like?" For some reason, he heard this somewhat nonsensical question. Even so, after recalling the face of the red-haired girl with thick eyebrows, Gale couldn't help but pause slightly. Although he didn't understand the other's intention, he hesitated for a moment before answering, "Yes. But the next second, whoosh, a violent shaking and tremor followed. After a moment of dizziness, Gale looked up, still somewhat disoriented. What she saw was the coastline of an island covered in beta. "Actually, you didn't have to answer. Sorry to interrupt you with such a trivial question." Wolf's voice, coming through the communication band, gradually became serious. "But I must remind you, Gale, if you concentrate too much during the transfer on the space bridge, the dizziness will get even worse. Understand? Next time before a transfer, think about something relaxing." And that was his intention. "I understand. Thank you, Captain Wolf." Having fully grasped the other's motive, Gale nodded firmly and expressed her gratitude. Words alone are the least effective. Wolf shook his head. At the same time, Yu Zhao's voice came through the Siegfried system connecting the various aircraft. "Transfer complete. Begin combat. Covelo team, advance and divide the enemy ranks, clearing an escape route for the target. Wolf team, disperse and attack from both flanks to disrupt the enemy. Understood?" Upon hearing this, Wolf gripped the control stick tightly and shouted with his usual high spirits, "Did you hear that? Now, let's prove it with action. Go, Gale." "Okay." Gale responded with equal enthusiasm. Immediately afterwards, two streaks of light, one red and one white, shot out. No, that's not all. Besides them, the other mithril units were also mobilized at full strength. And they acted according to Yu Zhao's orders. First, led by Talgis and Gundam 2 Malawang Quachas, the artillery-equipped Fafnir and F-22 Blackfly were deployed to the flanks, acting as the central force to cover the advance of the vanguard. "Hey, it's been a while since I'd done this. Let's go, snipe the enemy." Luo Dongchuan, at the rear, acted as a sniper rearguard, piloting the GM Sniper K9, his long-barreled beam rifle firing relentlessly at the enemy. This force advancing from both flanks was undoubtedly putting pressure on the betas, forcing them to slow their attack on the ship at one end of the island. Meanwhile, the force led by Char also began its operation. The most eye-catching figures among them, surprisingly, were Gale Jetka and his Daryl Balder. "Get out of the way!" The Crimson Machine, wielding a vibrant green beam cross-shaped gun, charged towards the transport ship with unparalleled momentum. Along the way, aggressive betas emerged from the nearshore area, launching continuous attacks. Most of those capable of standing upright in the currents were heavy, like Fortress-class units. Gale dealt with these enormous targets with remarkable ease. The buoyancy units on its arms separated. After a few maneuvers, the gun blades flashed like lightning, cleaving the Fortress-class units in two with a backhand strike. As for the other heavy betas, they possessed beam-like ray-like organs, but were undoubtedly much larger. Those were undoubtedly the new elite of the betas, the heavy beam class. Gale was also able to deal with these more threatening creatures effectively. First, it fired the anti-beam blasts equipped at its knees, creating a cloud of anti-beam particles in the air. Taking this opportunity, he charged forward and killed him. And in the end, he was the first to reach the side of the transport ship. Chapter 373. And then, coincidentally, from the distance of the transport ship, suddenly appeared a heavy beam class being. Its single eye emitted a blinding light. Gale had learned in military theory class that it was a sign that it was about to launch an attack. And its target was the direction of the transport ship. For a moment, time seemed to slow down around Gale, giving him ample time to think. What should he do next? The best course of action was to kill the heavy beam class being. But undoubtedly, having entered this situation, launching an attack was too late. So, was the only remaining option to watch the transport ship be pierced through? The answer was clearly no. Indeed, Gale didn't know who was inside. If the ship sank, it might have nothing to do with him. But so what? All he knew now was that he was a member of the Red One unit. As a subordinate of a human hero, he couldn't tarnish the name of this unit. The mission given to him had to be completed. Watch closely. He gritted his teeth. Then he shouted, "Watch closely, Sulita Mercury. This is my pride." The next second, Although he knew that these words, besides adding to his courage, wouldn't translate into anything substantial, he still steered Darrell Bald forward with a sudden burst of speed. The anti-beam grenade had been used up, so now it charged forward, detaching its shoulder-mounted floating shield to block the enemy's attack. It was obvious. If these two floating shields couldn't withstand the attack and were breached, then Darrell Bald would become the last shield. It was a reckless gamble. But now, was it the only option? The very next second Darrell Bald stepped forward, the heavy beam-class weapon that was about to fire was instantly shattered. Shattered by a pink beam of light far more powerful than itself. Really? How many times do I have to tell you before you understand, Daikuin? The one who delivered this attack was the V-Gundam, which had been circling overhead as long-range support for the unit. Think you're fighting alone? Just showing off these useless tricks. You might as well ask me for help. In its cockpit, Ferruti spoke with a somewhat leisurely air. Gale, only now realizing the reality, that's right. This is a battlefield. Not a duel at the academy. Behind him, a large group of companions were supporting him. I understand. Thank you, Philip-senpai. What? What did you call me? Huh? I said, Philip-senpai. Very good. Could you call me that again? This is the first time someone has called me senpai. So this is what it feels like. Although these companions seemed a bit too casual. However, just as Gale didn't know who was on that ship, he also didn't know who had seen his actions just now. Myelin, classmate? Inside the transport ship. Since the beginning, Myelin had been using the ship's internal OS to repair the malfunctioning navigation functions caused by the damaged sections. Solita was assisting her. She wanted to pilot the Wind Spirit directly into battle. However, the severely damaged mech didn't give her the opportunity. Although she didn't know which unit was coming to reinforce her. She prioritized escaping while she had this rare chance. But inadvertently, Solita glanced out the window. She saw the back of a red mech. And even more strikingly, that back gave Solita a strange sense of déjà vu. So she spoke up at that moment. Don't you feel there's someone familiar in this unit? Someone I know? It's probably just my imagination. However, Myelin was only focused on the instruments in front of her and didn't give a definite answer to the question. The ship's navigation program is ready. If you want to escape, now is the time. Let's go, Solita. The next second, accompanied by the girl's crisp command, the ship set sail again. There's a feeling that the machine from before and its pilot are somewhat familiar? Good. The target has successfully retreated. At the same time, Yu Xiao, who had been observing the battle, said in a deep voice, the Kovatro team will continue to escort the ship, while the Wolf team will remain in place to continue fighting. As for Senior Asuka. At this point, Yu Xiao changed the subject, mentioning the name Asuka. The Blue Impulse Gundam he had piloted during the previous battle, the one now equipped with the Phantom backpack of the Naval MS Abyss Gundam, wasn't involved in the offensive against the Beta group. Nor was he part of the force covering the transport ship's retreat. He was simply waiting in place, not even present at the scene. The reason was that Yu Xiao intended for him to carry out a unique mission. A mission only he and his Abyss Impulse could accomplish. The rest is in your hands. Go, Yu Xiao said softly. Beneath the visor of his pilot's helmet, his gaze sharpened. Heh. Since you said that, there's no other way. Shin Asuka, Impulse Sortie. With his shout in midair, the space bridge activated instantly, sending the Abyss Impulse to its destination, below the sea surface, in the gloomy depths. Yes, this was the mission Yu Xiao had assigned him. Exploring the underwater world. More precisely, exploring the origins of the Betas. As creatures capable of forced marches on the seabed, their movements are indeed difficult for ordinary armies to detect and track. However, for Red One's forces, for this Abyss Pulse Gundam, infiltrating the extremely dark depths of the sea is a piece of cake. MA mode, transform. Begin submersion. Shin maneuvered the Abyss Pulse a few times. Then, the large curved armor on its shoulders moved to the front, concealing the vulnerable cockpit and granting it significantly enhanced maneuverability underwater. This transformation, though simple, was effective. Immediately afterwards, the two jet propulsion units on its sides began to operate. This allowed the MA to unleash speeds almost unmatched by any modern submersible unit, following the terrain climbed by the Betas, and beginning its reconnaissance downstream. Chapter 374. The operation begins. Following the tracks left by the crawling Beta groups, the Abyss Pulse Gundam slowly sails towards the previously unexplored deep-sea abyss. Along the way, they encounter scattered medium-sized Betas, such as Assault or Strike class. But their condition is clearly terrible. Some have severed limbs, while others are simply reduced to fragments. Upon hearing the report, Yu Xiao deduces that these are defective units that couldn't withstand the water pressure during the underwater force march. Therefore, the Abyss Pulse's underwater combat is less about engagement and more about finishing off weakened enemies. Victory can be easily achieved by attacking with its specialized underwater beam rifle. Asuka-senpai. How are things? Just as Shin Asuka successfully piloted the Abyss Pulse to a depth of about 3,000 meters below the surface, Yu Xiao activated the communication band and continued to ask. Under normal circumstances, communication should be impossible. But they were still able to talk normally. This clearly demonstrates the immense power of the Siegfried system's direct neural synchronization. I'm fine. The pulse is working perfectly. This water pressure is nothing. Shin responded with an upbeat tone. However, Yu Xiao seemed to want to hear something different. No. I mean, how's the reconnaissance of the enemy's movements? Ah, well. It's still ongoing. Asuka glanced at the monitor showing the image below. The enemy's tracks are gradually coming together. I believe this is proof they're approaching their target location. Very good. Continue. I understand. Really? Why such a dry tone? Without rules, there can be no order. This is battle, Asuka-senpai. And I am the commander. Yu Xiao stated solemnly. After awakening his memories from nearly 100 reincarnations, his personality had become even more serious than before. Knowing that in this world, perhaps only he could change the fate of the entire planet. Therefore, he naturally had to be on high alert for this crucial operation of investigating the Beta's movements. Fortunately, Shin's words just now were more of a joke. Okay. I understand. So he simply nodded and continued carrying out the mission without saying a word. Underwater depth 3,500 meters. Depth 4,000 meters. 500 meters. Beep, 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 beep. Short alarm sounds echoed within the Abyss Pulse, indicating that even this machine, forged from advanced materials from the Universal Century, was beginning to feel the strain. It wasn't that going any lower would damage the machine. It was just that at this sea level, even the Abyss Pulse Gundam could no longer operate smoothly. It could only cruise slowly in mobile armor mode. Huff, huff. Damn it, how could this happen? In the cockpit, Shin was breathing heavily with exhaustion. Clearly, the pressure of the deep sea and the near-death silence of the surrounding environment were giving this still young boy an unbearable sense of oppression. Fortunately, there was someone beside him who could offer comfort. Don't panic. Nature is fair, because we're not the only ones struggling under water pressure. You make it sound so easy. If it's that simple, why don't you do it yourself? He seemed somewhat impatient as he replied. However, deep down, he was genuinely comforted to hear the other's voice. And he knew that if it were the other person, he probably would have done even better. It was just that he needed to be the commander, so he couldn't personally take the lead. Through the synchronization of the Siegfried system, Yu Xiao could sense the other's clearly awkward thoughts. So he couldn't help but chuckle. And through this method, he could see the scene that Asuka was seeing. The seabed 4,500 meters below. This area, which should have contained some deep-sea creatures, was now deathly silent. Strange deep pits had appeared in many places around it. Clearly, what was buried deep within had been used as materials to construct something. Yu Xiao guessed that it was probably materials for building a nest. After all, it's highly unlikely that the Betas would establish a nest underwater. The original nest was built to launch collected resources towards the Beta's home planet. However, with the dimensional quake causing the shift, things can't be deduced logically anymore. Moreover, the fact that the other side appeared near Huffman Island without any warning is itself significant evidence of a nest existing nearby. And the peculiar cracked terrain on the seabed resembles the area near H01 in Yu Xiao's memories. Proof that the Betas plundered its resources and converted them into G-elements. In other words, the Betas have probably already swept this place clean. Yu Xiao thought. Needing such a large amount of G-factor, they probably don't just want to build nests. They're probably producing something important. Stealthily massacring troops. This tactic doesn't seem like something a Zerg swarm would do following a programmed action. It's more like the strategy employed by a player in a strategy game. Indeed, just as he had realized in countless reincarnations. Who's manipulating the Betas? Thinking this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but frown. And at this moment, he thought of something else even further. Since the enemy's strategy is to hide themselves and secretly mass-produce troops. Assuming that enemy truly has the ability to manipulate the Betas, their choice to suddenly attack the passing ship wasn't a coincidence. It was. Damn it. In that case, hey. What is that thing? Just as this thought crossed Yu Xiao's mind, Asuka's surprised voice reached his ears through the Siegfried system. And as their synchronized gazes followed, before him, gradually emerging from the deep, dark sea, it was an enormous being. Rough, lizard-like skin. Its appearance resembled a bipedal Tyrannosaurus rex. The sword-like structures on its back emitted a blue light, likely from G-elements. That wasn't a beta. Just like what Yu Xiao had seen in H01 that day, this was clearly a monster. And upon seeing the monster's full form, Yu Xiao immediately remembered its name. Strange creature Elginus. Chapter 375. Elginus. The monster that appeared in Earth Defense Force 5. Besides possessing a body so tough that even artillery fire couldn't penetrate it, it also possesses the terrifying ability to create lightning-like atomic breath. But Yu Xiao's strong reaction wasn't just because of the monster's true identity. It was also because he had a memory of this monster's appearance. That was a memory that appeared after approximately the 83rd reincarnation. In that reincarnation, he wanted to use the AGE system inherited from the previous reincarnation to fight against the enemy. Initially, it was quite effective. Using the AGE system to continuously produce and manufacture small, efficient weapons like Bag, he not only protected Penglai Island but also pushed back the battle line, for a time reversing the beta's attack back towards H01. However, just before the conquest of H01, a drastic change occurred. Elginus, the being before him. Suddenly, they were created from the lair and launched an attack on the forces attacking H01. In response, Yu Xiao deployed all of his drone insects. However, Bag's attacks couldn't even scratch the surface. On the contrary, the monster could easily annihilate swarms of Bag with its breath attack. H01's offensive operation thus began to fail. As one Elginus after another was created, the battle lines were pushed back. And in the end, Yu Xiao helplessly faced yet another annihilation. It was that experience that made Yu Xiao realize that sheer numbers alone couldn't overwhelm the enemy. The main force needed was a highly skilled and battle-hardened army. This was also why he wanted to develop the Dimensional Link system. Summoning powerful beings from parallel universes to aid in the battle through this facility would undoubtedly speed up the process of defeating the enemy. Anyway, back to the point. A repulsive memory surfaced in his mind. Looking at the ferocious beast before him, an embodiment of destruction and death, Yu Xiao frowned deeply. What should we do, Commander? From what you're saying, it seems you know this guy's strength quite well. Sort of. Yu Xiao replied in a muffled voice. How is it? Is it an opponent that can be easily defeated? Although it doesn't seem like it to me. Actually, it doesn't seem like it. But Senior Asuka, retreat is not allowed. Yu Xiao replied solemnly. Huh? Please delay the enemy's progress as much as possible below the surface. I can pinpoint your location using the space bridge. I strike later. You're the only one capable of moving here right now. So please, if it's you, you can definitely do it. This seemingly ruthless order actually reflected his considerations. Elginus' strength stemmed from his physical prowess and his lightning breath ability. While the abyssal pulse could still function normally on the seabed, as Yu Xiao had said earlier, it wasn't just the abyssal pulse that was bearing the pressure from the water. Elginus was also experiencing this feedback. This meant that its powerful physical abilities probably couldn't be fully utilized. As for the other side, its electrified breath attack, generated from G-elements, its use underwater would likely be quite limited. After all, it wasn't designed for deep-sea combat, but rather a product specifically developed for amphibious operations. Conversely, if Elginus were lured to the surface, while a combined attack could defeat it, it would inflict considerable casualties before that. Considering the meeting currently underway on Huffman Island, Yu Xiao knew he absolutely couldn't gamble under these circumstances. In other words, this harsh, uninhabitable deep-sea environment was precisely the most suitable battlefield to overcome its opponent. The only problem was whether Shin Asuka could buy enough time. And, more importantly, agree to this unreasonable demand. On the other end of the Siegfried system, there was initial silence. Alright. After a long pause, he finally agreed. I do it, right? Yes. Thank you, Asuka-senpai. Hearing the affirmative reply, Yu Xiao felt slightly relieved. He then quickly logged out of the Siegfried system and headed to the hangar. After all, to fight someone like Elginus, using his other identity while riding the old iron was clearly not an option. It would probably explode the moment it came into contact with the water pressure. TCH. Saying you can do whatever you say, I don't even have that confidence myself. Only Shin Asuka and his abyss pulse remained. He grumbled somewhat irritably, though he knew the other couldn't hear him. He slammed his foot on the pedal. Why did you have to believe me like that? Now I can't deny it, can I? At a depth of 4,500 meters, almost unreachable by anyone, he roared, pushing the Abyss Pulse's mobility in MA form to its limit, maneuvering at top speed against Elginus. Damn it! I show you! His crimson pupils, now shimmering with intense concentration, appeared even more ethereal. The Abyss Pulse's movements grew faster and faster. Although his current weapons couldn't harm his opponent, but, just as Yu Xiao had predicted, in the water, Elginus's movements were also restricted. This allowed the Abyss Pulse to repeatedly evade attacks, preserving its body and life. This clearly shows that Yu Xiao's trust was not unfounded. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao rushed to the vicinity of the AGE system, examining the newly recovered resources and energy via the space bridge. Adding the reserves accumulated in the past, and the gains from this operation, it remained at a reasonably ample level, enough for Yu Xiao to exchange for some powerful individual units. But the problem is, it seems that weapons that can be extremely useful in deep-sea battles, as seen in mecha anime, are still somewhat difficult to find. Ultimately, humanoid machines operating under high pressure seem somewhat. That's it. Yu Xiao suddenly realized. Since humanoid mecha cannot adapt to underwater combat, then, why not manufacture some mecha that are not humanoid, or even based on beings born from the sea? As soon as this idea flashed into his mind, he quickly began to act. And the mecha anime series that like to use beasts as prototypes. Unfortunately, Yu Xiao thought, it seems there really is a work with an extremely complete range of categories. Chapter 376. The battle raged beneath the sea. Elginus was employing a remarkably monotonous pattern of movement. Pounce, swipe its claws, flick its tail, then turn. It resembled the fighting style of a wild tiger from ancient novels. This allowed Shin Asuka to easily anticipate Elginus's actions and launch targeted counterattacks. Beam cannons, live-fire cannons, torpedoes concealed within its shoulder shields. Various weapons bombarded Elginus, producing dull thuds of impact. Gray-colored blood spurted from the wounds inflicted on the behemoth, spreading and slowly rising with the ocean currents. But this did not signify a true advantage. On the contrary, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. After all, although his attacks appeared to be hitting their mark every time, even if this offensive continued, it wouldn't truly inflict much damage on the opponent. On the contrary, the opponent, despite being attacked by the Abyssal Pulse, would absolutely not stop. Even if it resulted in more hits, it didn't care. Clearly, Elginus wanted to use its size advantage and thick hide to relentlessly charge forward, to knock back the Abyssal Pulse and then tear it apart underwater. This savage tactic, at present, might be the only solution for it. After all, even the best plans can have flaws. And in dealing with the opponent's almost formulaic attacks, Shin Asuka unfortunately became a practitioner of this theory. Faced with Elginus's all-out attack, his reaction was momentarily sluggish. Abyssal Pulse was forced into a spinning, swaying evasive stance. But although he barely dodged the attack, then, realizing he was now completely within the range of the opponent's next attack, the sweeping tail strike. This? How can I let you succeed? Suddenly noticing the anomaly, Jin gritted his teeth. To avoid becoming the foundation for underwater coral growth, he decided to take a risky gamble. Evading was too late. After all, underwater maneuverability was far less agile than on land, and changing direction would take a considerable amount of time. So he simply, in an instant, Abyssal Pulse's lower body completely separated from his upper body. The lower body continued its original trajectory. Its direction was directly towards Elginus's torso. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. With a self-destructive attack, the upper half of Abyss Pulse in its MA form was detonated by Shin himself onto Elginus. Using this opportunity, it rode the blast wave and changed course, its upper body using the thrusters on its back to accelerate sharply. It actually escaped the opponent's attack range. Looking at the violently spreading ripples before him, Shin said with lingering fear, "Did it work?" Although he knew himself, it was just wishful thinking. The next second, Elginus's powerful tail sweep tore through the water, creating shockwaves. The resulting turbulent currents proved that its vitality was still strong. Gulp. This guy, is he unkillable? Shin Asuka roared in anger. Seeing Elginus turn around, he felt things were going to go wrong. After all, that maneuver, like a lizard shedding its tail, had greatly diminished the Abyss Pulse's mobility. If they continued fighting under these circumstances, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Damn it. Why isn't it there yet, that guy? He muttered to himself. But he couldn't just retreat. So even so, Shin still piloted the half-finished Abyss Pulse Gundam, facing Elginus directly. Its lizard-like face slightly grinned. It seemed to be mocking Shin's futile attempt to stop it. But was that really the case? Elginus, driven only by a destructive urge, naturally didn't know. So, the sudden, deafening barrage of artillery fire from nearby gave him the true answer. Tearing through the water in striking white ripples, the cannonball struck and pierced Elginus's claw in the instant before the target could react. Then, an explosion, but it wasn't the explosion of gunpowder. What exploded was flesh. Elginus's right forearm, pierced by the cannonball that had come from nowhere, couldn't withstand the extreme pressure shift, and thus ruptured. Elginus clutched his missing right arm, mouth agape, as if struggling to contain the pain, and jumped away. This gave Jin time to rest, and confirm the target's identity. But was confirmation even necessary? The only person who could arrive here at this moment could be... Wow! I'm way too late, Xiao. After wiping his eyes, he opened his helmet visor and spoke into the comms. We're early enough now, Asuka-senpai. A loud reply came from the other end. Humph. But you really did come at a good time. Of course. Heroes always appear when in danger, don't they? Don't underestimate my eye for timing. Yu Xiao chuckled as he replied. His composure was proof that the situation was no longer dire. And the machine he piloted, the one that gave him such confidence, gradually emerged from the water. No. Perhaps, it should be called a beast machine. Its forest green body and rugged appearance, reminiscent of the classic sci-fi monster Godzilla, and the countless weapons added to its body. That was the decisive weapon of the Herrick Republic from the Zoid series. RZ-001, a modified version of Wargreymon specifically for underwater combat. Aqua Warrior, to be precise, what Yu Xiao chose was the so-called Aqua Warrior Unit 18. The various armaments were replaced with those suitable for underwater combat. After removing the original front half of its head and replacing it with an elongated, crocodile-like mouth to enhance its defense and offense in melee combat, it transformed into this form. What attacked the opponent just now were the two heavy solid-fire cannons mounted on the back of this Aqua Warrior. The addition of special armor-piercing rounds further enhanced its effectiveness in underwater combat, allowing it to pierce the giant body of the monster before him. And just as Yu Xiao had anticipated when creating this machine in the AGE system. Now, there's nothing to fear. Chapter 377. Heh. Alright. Seeing Yu Xiao's aquamarine Tyrannosaurus arrive, Shin Asuka simply crossed his arms behind his head and started lounging in the cockpit. He had no choice but to watch. He couldn't expect Yu Xiao to fight the thing in a machine that had lost half its body and was practically defenseless. As for the fact that Yu Xiao could casually produce such a machine, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he had witnessed the power of the AGE system Yu Xiao used. It could completely renovate such a large ship overnight and create this machine beneath him, which was undeniably advanced. In that case, from now on, I'd like to ask the hero to get moving and give that guy a good beating. Now, creating such a massive mechanical Tyrannosaurus shouldn't be too difficult. But before activating the space bridge and warping away, you made such bold statements. Don't forget to come back, okay? I already set the coordinates. If I don't see you teleport back, I come down and find you myself. This was a deliberate remark left behind. Okay. I understand, Asuka-senpai. Yu Xiao replied casually. How could he not understand what the other was thinking? It was the deep impression left by the battle with Elginus that had planted a dangerous signal in his heart. That's why he feared he would also suffer defeat. The power called oppression is truly formidable. Yu Xiao couldn't help but think. But he immediately shook his head and smiled helplessly. After all, he himself was in the same boat. When he first saw that thing, due to the memories hidden deep within him, he subconsciously felt a tremor. But upon reflection, he realized he was no longer the same person he once was. Neither his abilities nor his will remain the same. So then, Yu Xiao whispered, let me step over you, and then move on. Then, the battle began. Elginus finally recovered from the injuries it had sustained. At this moment, its wounds, including the severed section of its right arm, had healed, and the blood had stopped flowing. In a way, it was an incredibly remarkable regenerative ability. If Yu Xiao were it, she should have taken advantage of this opportunity, and its own resilience to escape immediately. Unfortunately, this thing was a monster devoid of reason, driven only by destructive instincts. So what it would do next, naturally driven by its intense desire for revenge, was to charge forward and launch a counterattack. Perhaps because of this, its movements were even slightly faster than before. Even walking underwater, its movements showed no delay or stagnation. In a moment, the distance between the two closed. But naturally, compared to Elginus, who could only fight using physical abilities. With the distance reduced, firearms were the quickest way to enter the battle. For example, the additional armament on the aquatic Tyrannosaurus's shoulders, 2 harpoon launchers specifically adapted for underwater combat. Splash. Splash. The harpoons, tearing through the water, surged forward underwater, and embedded themselves in front of the advancing Elginus. Unlike the 2 heavy cannons on its back, this weaponry couldn't inflict direct fatal damage. Instead, it only caused Elginus to pause briefly before continuing its rapid advance. But this was enough for Yu Xiao. Taking advantage of the opening created by this movement, the form of the Aqua Warrior Tyrannosaurus, which Yu Xiao was piloting, had changed. Originally standing, it now lay flat on its back. The additional fin-like mechanical organs throughout its body unfolded, giving it the ability to move freely underwater. That was the unique form of Aqua Warrior Unit 18, and the decisive difference between it and its prototype, War Grayman. Mosasaurus mode. As the largest marine predator in the Mesozoic oceans, it was precisely this form that best suited this machine for naval warfare. And in this form, Yu Xiao first unleashed a sudden burst of acceleration. Using its fins to adjust to the ocean currents, it maneuvered in an arc underwater. It passed by the Elginus, almost mockingly. Then it turned. Taking advantage of the opponent's incomplete adjustment, it prepared to attack. Yu Xiao was also adjusting the various weapons on the marine Tyrannosaurus Rex. Switch to horizontal firing mode, fire from all gun ports. The order was given. Immediately, the torpedo launchers on the marine Tyrannosaurus Rex's body unleashed a continuous barrage of powerful destructive weapons. A strange phenomenon occurred around the torpedoes. The surrounding water seemed to be compressed, and then, a clear space formed beside it. This is a manifestation of supercavitation. This characteristic is achieved through the so-called cavitation effect, which makes the torpedoes launched by the aquamarine possess a terrifying speed that is far more difficult to avoid than ordinary torpedoes, let alone the colossal creature before them. The moment the torpedoes struck Elginus's body, a deafening underwater ripple spread out, and the moment Yu Xiao could once again observe its body, what he saw was a mangled mess. Although its massive and sturdy torso didn't instantly disintegrate under the water pressure like its forelegs had earlier, the damage from just 2 supercavitating torpedoes had severely injured Elginus. The powerful weapons had riddled its body with holes. Its grape-colored blood had stained the surrounding ocean the same color, and the stain lingered for a long time. Even so, it still possessed a ferocious desire to attack. Without relentless effort, Elginus launched its final, desperate attack. A dazzling energy gathered at its mouth. Undoubtedly a sign that it intended to unleash a lightning-fast breath attack using the G-element energy within its body. The conductivity of water would greatly weaken this attack. But it would also spread the force of the attack. Perhaps aware of this, it continued its frenzied charge forward even as the spreading lightning energy continuously damaged itself. It seemed determined to engage Yu Xiao's aquatic war Tyrannosaurus in a complete and utter fight to the death. Since you insist on this, so be it. Yu Xiao frowned slightly at this. Then let me put an end to our ill-fated relationship here. Immediately afterward, they charged forward in opposite directions. Utilizing its additional jaws, it mercilessly bit down on Elginus's mouth. The raging energy was forced back into the monster's body. Then, farewell. Buried in the deep sea along with those abhorrent memories, it transformed back into its upright Tyrannosaurus form. At this distance, the Aqua Tyrannosaurus once again launched its large harpoons. This time, they pierced through the monster's body completely from within, following the previous wound. Chapter 378. The harpoon, launched like a sharp sword, mercilessly pierced the already weakened body of Elginus. But this victory-declaring action also had consequences. Shortly afterward, hundreds of dazzling rays of light erupted from Elginus's body. Clearly, the overflowing, near-saturated G-element energy, stimulated by the external force, had begun to spiral out of control within its body, about to erupt into a violent explosion. And what about Yu Xiao and the water Tyrannosaurus beside it? Were they destined to be engulfed by this attack and lose their lives? How could that be? Before the blast reached the water Tyrannosaurus, it had already transformed into its freely moving Mosasaurus form. Even at the critical moment, it effortlessly retreated from the blast's reach. The shockwaves and ripples of air couldn't even shake its steel body in the slightest. Defeating Elginus with near undamaged health was a remarkable achievement. However, Yu Xiao's face showed no joy whatsoever for this initial victory. So next, he murmured calmly, pressing the pedal in the cockpit of the aquamarine to control propulsion. Then, The mosasaurus form aquamarine began to move, its movements more akin to swimming than propulsion. But its destination wasn't to surface. Instead, it continued swimming in the same direction it had been heading. The reason for this series of actions was obvious. Defeating its opponent didn't mean Yu Xiao's side had achieved its initial objective. After all, they hadn't yet discovered the opponent's origin. That is, the location of the beta's lair. So, the water Tyrannosaurus Rex began to swim around, attempting to use its sonar to trace the origins of the behemoth. But strangely, no response. No matter how hard Yu Xiao searched, the sonar echoes returned nothing. It was as if these betas and monsters were born from a place where nothing existed, like bullets fired by a ghost. I want to find the source of the beta's birth and eradicate them completely. Right now, that's the most appropriate course of action, but looking at the scene before him, filmed from an unknown direction, showing Yu Xiao and his water Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's all in vain, Mr. Hero. Seemingly deriving a sense of pleasure from this godlike perspective, the purple-haired high school girl, Shinjo Akane, who had orchestrated all of this, simply chuckled softly. Yes. Akane. After all, the underwater nest thing, it's just a huge lie to fool people. How could a single-minded hero see through such a despicable trick? And just as if echoing the other's words, a black, unidentified creature emerged from the corner of the screen. Its strange facial features glowed, as if it too were smiling. These words were undeniably strange. After all, according to the conversation between the instructor and Leonard, Akane Shinjo had built the so-called underwater nest for the development and nurturing of betas. Yu Xiao acted based on this assumption, but the truth was quite different. It was Qian who lied to them. The motive behind this isn't hard to understand. After all, for people living within the bounds of common sense, the existence of the uncommon sense, whether good or bad, is unacceptable. For example, in a situation where someone is boasting about their wealth, if they claim to have made their fortune through investment, regardless of the true thoughts of those present, they should outwardly receive admiration and envy. But if someone claims to have found 10 million yuan one morning, they would likely only receive ridicule and disdain. Moreover, there wasn't complete trust between the two parties. So, to conceal the true method she used the more plausible excuse of an underwater nest. Even the leader of the beta subservient faction, the guide, was unaware of this. Despicable? That's too rude, isn't it, Alexis? This is called wit. So, Shinjo Akane stretched her legs, which were a little sore from sitting cross-legged for so long, then stood up. That's enough for today's entertainment. See you later, Mr. Red One, the hero of humanity. She waved, seemingly saying goodbye to someone. She put on her coat and went out for a walk, something she hadn't done in a long time. After a fruitless search, Akatsuki. May? What's wrong? Facing the figure of the mobile suit that had suddenly initiated communication through the Siegfried system, Yu Xiao simply answered without turning her head. The battle is over. I signaled the two squad leaders to transfer their troops back via the space bridge, May said softly. The people on the island are getting uneasy because of your prolonged absence. Although I informed them you're safe, I think if the search continues without results, it's time to return. I understand. But it seemed Yu Xiao still wanted to continue searching for the nest, even though he knew it was just wishful thinking. But if he couldn't find it, it would only confirm an even more oppressive future. Also, on Huffman Island, it seems Narikosaka Manufacturing has also contacted us. I think it's better if you handle things here personally. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. Yu Xiao sighed. Since both sides would be worried about his actions, it was better to return first. However, while activating the space bridge and waiting for the transfer, Yu Xiao remained deep in thought. If it weren't for moving through the underwater nest. So, how were those betas transferred here? Could it be teleportation? No. If that were the case, wouldn't it be more convenient to move them directly to the city? Sigh. Yu Xiao pondered, contemplating how, given the absence of a lair nearby, the other side had managed to move the betas and this colossal monster. Although there was no clear indication, his mind drifted back to the warning Shirogane Takaru had given him when they parted. That third reincarnator who has yet to show himself. Will he become the most troublesome enemy in the future? He couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, it seems I really have to admit defeat today. For now. Chapter 379. Wow! So cool! Who would have thought that after Yu Xiao returned piloting the Aqua Warrior Tyrannosaurus Rex, the first sound to echo throughout the hangar was an exclamation of amazement at the new mecha. The one who made this earth-shattering sound was the small-statured Faruti from the entire unit. You can tell at a glance that it has incredibly powerful firepower. The bionic face and artistic exaggeration create an astonishing presence. The overwhelming charm brought by the heavy armament and heavy armor. I never seen anything like this on the battlefield before. This is a work of art. A work of art. She would sometimes rub against the steel hull that wasn't completely dry from the seawater, and sometimes try to jump onto its feet. While circling the Aqua Warrior Tyrannosaurus Rex, her eyes shone as she excitedly commented, "This is Mr. Yu Xiao's new mecha?" Unlike the exuberant Faruti, Luo Dongchuan, looking up at the deep green Tyrannosaurus Rex before him, only appeared thoughtful. Just as Faruti had said, this thing was practically made of steel. Godzilla. In fact, if he hadn't already seen all sorts of monsters and monstrosities in this world, he thought he would have jumped up in astonishment. It's really flashy. Heh, anyone who sees this can tell what kind of person can pilot such a machine. But for now, this thing could only elicit a soft sigh from Luo Dongchuan. Isn't it pretty good too, Mr. Luo? At this moment, Fidel also walked up to the Earth Federation Army soldier, looking up and sighing in admiration as well. On the battlefield, it would be quite a unique and attention-grabbing presence. Isn't that just right for Red? Cough. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Fidel coughed lightly and looked around. Fortunately, no one paid much attention to the conversation between the two soldiers, who were already familiar with each other. It suits the identity of a hero quite well, doesn't it? Indeed. With his hands in his pockets, Luo Dongchuan casually replied. The topic seemed to be coming to an end. But what was currently attracting more attention was undoubtedly the return of Yu Xiao. As soon as he stepped off the water battle Tyrannosaurus, he was surrounded by a group of people. In contrast, the early members of Red 1 unit were commenting on the water battle Tyrannosaurus. Was this a sign of their coldness? Actually, quite the opposite. What this difference revealed was simply different degrees of trust and concern. After all, the team members who had worked with Red 1 for a long time, such as Luo Dongchuan and Fidel, had unwavering trust in his abilities. In their eyes, this young man was an invincible warrior. Wherever he was an unstoppable battlefield. Even the unfathomable dark ocean. Therefore, they naturally didn't care much about his safety. After all, how could he possibly be in danger? Was the general consensus in this line of work. But in the eyes of the people who originally belonged to Penglai Island, the scene was somewhat different. Even if Yu Xiao displayed extraordinary talent in piloting, and was now a high-ranking member of Mithril, in their hearts, they still regarded him as the young man who had come from the island. So when they saw that the boy who had gone to the deep sea alone had not been heard from for a long time, they were naturally worried first. Akatsuki. You, TSK, never mind. The one leading them was none other than Shin Asuka, who had brushed past Yu Xiao on the seabed. Knowing how formidable his opponent was, he was naturally even more concerned about his safety. Next time, if there's a next time, don't try to show off in a situation like this. Although he still spoke with a critical tone, Yu Xiao understood what he really meant. Uh-huh. Is that so? Then next time, I bring you along, Asuka-senpai. I just prepare some tea and stuff on the side. So he laughed it off, using a relaxed and humorous tone to evade the topic. By the way, Tessa. Then his words turned to a silver-haired girl standing nearby. His tone also became relatively solemn. Could you please come over later? I have some matters to ask you. And soon, Yu Xiao reappeared in the cabin of the blue-painted old iron, the one Narukosaka manufacturing called Undead 3 Malawing Quaches. Clearly, he had said goodbye to those who cared about him, and finished discussing matters with Tessa before coming here. Yu Xiao's expression remained calm. However, there seemed to be a hint of contemplation within it. It seemed that his conversation with Tessa had resolved some of his worries. I don't know. The communication voice coming from inside the cockpit of the ancient iron vessel pulled Yu Xiao back to reality. Newcomer. Dongyan-kun? You? How's the situation over there? Please answer. From the other end of the radio was a somewhat anxious Wen Jia. Her tone was completely different from her earlier casual manner. Clearly, the information that the attack here was actually by Beta had been relayed to Huffman Island. Then the message was relayed. By the ship she had rescued, right? Yu Xiao guessed. It's alright, it's alright. Everything's normal. Yu Xiao then activated the communication in the cockpit and spoke to the other party. Thanks to that Red number 1 unit, they appeared out of nowhere in a flash and wiped those guys out in no time. Truly worthy of being called a hero of humanity. To be honest, he sometimes felt the title of hero of humanity was a bit of an exaggeration. However, since it was self-praise, It wasn't entirely wrong in a sense. Even so, it seems I wasn't able to help much. I just found a spot and watched their battle from the beginning. He then shook his head, seemingly expressing some regret. What are you saying? Given that machine's condition, it wasn't really capable of proper combat. However, this remark drew a somewhat lecturing admonition from Wenjia. In fact, your actions were the most rational choice. Is that so? Then, Miss Wenjia, my qualification test. Yu Xiao asked thoughtfully. Wenjia, seemingly unintentionally, replied, of course you passed. Well then, let's get along well during this time. New pilot from Narukozaka Productions. Chapter 380. I'm truly grateful. Looking at the setting sun, Yu Xiao shrugged. Actually, he didn't care about the situation here. It's just, this way, it seems the debt he owed to Chia for her guidance over this period can finally be settled. So he offered Wenjia the usual words of gratitude a new employee expresses for being hired. But at the end, by the way, Ms. Wenjia, I'd like to ask, is the internal supply reserve at Chengzazaka still sufficient? It's enough to last 3 days in case of a disaster. Why are you asking this? Wenjia seemed somewhat puzzled as she answered. Nothing. I just felt that since things have turned out this way, Yu Xiao said quietly, it's better to prepare some, just in case. As he said this, a genuine smile appeared on his face. However, 3 days' worth is more than enough. After all, he's still here. Strangely enough, in the time that followed, for Yu Xiao, the world seemed to return to its usual, peaceful routine. The meeting with the Revolutionary Alliance side ended. Then, Eudelia rushed to Huffman Island in the east, to begin her dialogue with the envoy sent by the Yusen. On the way, Mikazuki, Olga, and the others volunteered to act as the envoy's bodyguards. However, considering the potentially negative consequences of frequent border crossings by armed mercenary organizations, the offer was rejected. Even so, the Yusen forces should still do their utmost to protect this important meeting. After all, it's a plan to significantly weaken the international standing of the EU by leveraging its internal power. They're always happy to do something that effortlessly enhances their competitiveness. Yu Xiao was certain. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to things here. Meanwhile, within Mithril, the project he entrusted to Tessa and her research team was progressing steadily. It was a backup plan targeting the mysterious group manipulating the betas. However, since that incident, the betas have vanished without a trace. And the remains of Elginus, scattered in the explosion, sank to the bottom of the sea and escaped detection by the patrol forces of the two great powers. Therefore, both the Human Revolutionary Alliance and the Yusen had to define the incident as a small-scale riot caused by a few beta remnants to quell public panic and unease. This context, applied to Yu Xiao alone, meant he was once again enjoying a rare period of leisure. He had nothing of great concern in either world. So he simply entered the Siegfried system early on and, after initiating deep synchronization, arrived at the Narukozaka manufacturing plant on Huffman Island. And then, the idleness returned. Chia, under the guise of going out to play, actually began revisiting the workshop. Meanwhile, Encyclopedia's colleague, Wenjia, on duty that day, was dealing with the massive amount of paperwork that had arisen since the last sortie. He wanted to help, but she declined, citing each person has their own duties. So Yu Xiao could only sit idly in the workshop, pacing back and forth. Excuse me. Is anyone home? His voice, tinged with anxiety, broke his silence. Yes. Please come in. That was all he said. Then, he looked up and examined the girl who entered. She had long, cherry blossom-colored hair that reached her shoulders. Thick and voluminous, it reminded one of a husky or a wolf. He had never seen her before. You are? However, even though it was their first meeting. However, within Narukozaka Manufacturing, only a few people actually worked part-time as members of the company's in-house rescue team. Therefore, using the process of elimination, it wasn't difficult for him to deduce the girl's real name and identity. Hirasaka, Miss Hirasaka Yoru? He asked the flustered girl in the front as gently as possible. Ah, yes. It's me. Hearing her name called, Yoru reflexively sat up straight. So you are Mr. Shinonome, who recently came to our headquarters? That's right. Please take care of me from now on, senpai. Not at all, I am. Strange. Yoru? At the same time, they overheard the conversation between the two. Wenjia also peeked out from behind a thick stack of documents. A puzzled expression appeared on her delicate face. It's not your shift today. Why? About this? Yoru scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. But then, She spoke rapidly. Actually, I didn't have anything planned for today. So I went for a walk, hoping to find something I could do. While guiding a lost old man, I saw some kittens that had been thrown into a box and abandoned. After taking them to the animal welfare center, I encountered an injured old woman on the way. Although I called an ambulance and got her to the hospital, I heard they couldn't find her family. So I have to go to the hospital now. Before the old woman's family arrives, I need to get her admitted. So, at this point, Hirasaka Yoru clasped her hands together, making a pleading gesture. And the conversation finally got on track, at least for Yu Xiao. The volunteer care service I signed up for at the Veterans Sanatorium, which was originally scheduled for this afternoon, can't be done. So you want to entrust us to help you solve this pressing problem? Right. When Jia adjusted his glasses, his tone revealing a hint of habitual helplessness as he stated the visitor's true intentions. That's right. Then, no way. This request was met with a ruthless rejection. When Jia gestured to the thick stack of documents in front of him. The follow-up work from the operation a few days ago hasn't been finished yet, But then, as if he had thought of a good idea, when Jia, who had been deep in thought, spoke again. How about you ask Dong over there? Chapter 381. And 20 minutes after that unexpected visit. So, this is it. Yu Xiao sighed, finding himself standing at the entrance of the local veterans sanatorium on Huffman Island. Because of its location in the rear, numerous welfare institutions had been established there to support those who had lost important things in the war. This veterans sanatorium, true to its name, was for those severely wounded in battle, unable to return to the front lines. However, why did he take on something completely unrelated to him? Honestly, he wasn't entirely sure. He had simply gone with the flow. But if he had to recall, the girl's gaze at the time was somewhere between a house cat waiting for its meal and a puppy that had done something wrong. So, in his hazy memory, he nodded in agreement without any surprise. On one hand, she might genuinely need something to calm herself down. On the other hand, perhaps the girl's seemingly terrifying kindness had touched her. In short, Yu Xiao thought to herself. As she entered the facility, she showed the medical staff at the service desk the ID she had obtained from Yoru. Hirasaka Yoru? Isn't this? However, upon seeing the volunteer ID, the staff member naturally looked suspicious and asked in a low voice. It's definitely not her. However, due to an emergency, she couldn't be here today. So I'm filling in for her. Sorry. Yu Xiao scratched his head apologetically. He then spoke up, wanting to clarify that the matter didn't have many complicated causes. He had prepared to explain further. Is that so? No wonder it wasn't the pink-haired lady I saw. Something must have happened again. Well then, sir, this way. Unexpectedly, the other person nodded, smoothly understanding the whole situation. It seems Yi Lu has a pretty good reputation here? Yu Xiao muttered to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily allowed her recommended person to come and take over the work. And soon, led by the caregiver, he arrived at the ward that Yi Lu usually oversaw. Miss Nan Wanqing is here. She's a hero who distinguished herself in Operation Sakura. I heard she rose to the rank of captain. Even so, there's no need to be too reserved. After all, aside from being blind and having mobility issues, she doesn't have any major problems in her daily life. Just talk to her normally, that's enough. She's just a little lonely. After explaining, the caregiver turned and left. However, Yu Xiao stood there, somewhat dazed. He had a subtle premonition. She distinguished herself in Operation Sakura. This proved that before that, she participated in the battle as a fully fit pilot, and was only transferred to the sanatorium after being injured. However, the extent of her injuries was quite concerning. Blindness and mobility impairment. Logically, even the most severe injuries sustained while piloting a mobile suit on the battlefield shouldn't lead to this condition. There is one condition in Yu Xiao's memory that fits this description perfectly. That is the assimilation phenomenon caused by piloting the Fafnir. In the original work, Mech Kazuki suffered a severe backlash from the assimilation phenomenon after piloting the Sagyr-type Fafnir, ultimately having to rely on crutches even while blind. Then, the image of the Sagyr-type Fafnir existence, which had provided him with considerable assistance during the operation to conquer H-01, resurfaced in his mind. Could it be the pilot of that mobile suit? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? He murmured to himself. But finally, he made up his mind and gently knocked on the wooden door of the infirmary in front of him. Excuse me. Is Captain N inside? And it was like throwing water against a stone. Then, he heard a clear voice respond. Yes. The door isn't locked. Please come in. Hearing this voice, he couldn't help but shudder. It was indeed her. There was no mistake. The girl who had used her assimilation ability to exert all her strength, just to beg him to save humanity from crisis. This was definitely her voice. Is that so? Well, excuse me. He pushed open the door and entered. Then, what came into Yu Zhao's view was a girl lying on the hospital bed. It was none other than the former temporary commander of the top martial forces, Captain Chang Qiangjuan of the Human Innovation Alliance, Nan Wanqing. But she was different from the impression she had given in the past. Her long, straight, jet-black hair appeared slightly disheveled. And in the sunlight, her beautiful face looked somewhat pale. Instead of her usual military uniform or guards' reinforced gear, a loose-fitting hospital gown covered the girl's entire body. Compared to her past image as a warrior, she now looked more like a fragile glass doll. Hearing the door open, Nan Wanqing turned her head. Her unfocused, dark red eyes looked towards the source of the sound, and she tilted her head slightly. A hint of confusion was written on her expression. She spoke. Strange, isn't this Miss Hirasaka? Yes. For some reason, I'm here to take her place this afternoon. Please forgive me if there's anything inappropriate. Yu Xiao nodded. Fortunately, Nan Wanqing couldn't see anything, otherwise, all she would have seen was Yu Zhao's strange expression, almost indescribable. A mixture of relief, melancholy, appreciation, sadness, and a touch of guilt. These emotions intertwined on the young man's face, revealing a complex mix that was difficult to articulate. With this complex expression, he took a few steps forward. Then, forcing a calm and collected demeanor, he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to do this afternoon?" Nan Wanqing gently tapped her forehead, seemingly planning something. "If you want to talk about something, how about we go for a walk?" As a smile of understanding appeared on her face, Yu Xiao noticed something in the room. It was a folded wheelchair. Clearly, the severe assimilation had taken its toll on her body, making even walking impossible. Even something as simple as a walk required external assistance. "I understand." Yu Xiao nodded. She took a few steps forward, unfolded the wheelchair, and made a gesture to help the other woman into it. Ah! But before that, his action was interrupted by a thought in his mind. Going out like this doesn't seem quite right, Miss Wanqing, does it? He gently touched her long hair. After all, a girl's love of beauty is almost innate. Going out with messy hair might be a bit of a regret. Yes, that's true. And clearly, Nan Wanqing herself knew that her long hair was currently in need of styling. Then, could you? This gentleman whose name I don't yet know, please help me comb it a little. She then gave Yu Xiao a bright, pleading smile. Chapter 382. Well then. Excuse me. After helping Nan Wanqing sit up, Yu Xiao picked up a comb from the bedside table. As he gently stroked the girl's hair with one hand, Yu Xiao felt he should say something. Perhaps something about his own identity, or to inquire about her past as a prelude. But he simply couldn't be eloquent. Very beautiful hair, Miss Nan. So in the end, he just silently began working, offering a meaningless judgment based on what he could feel. Is that so? Nan Wanqing said softly. Thank you. She closed her eyes. She relaxed, feeling the boy's fingers sliding through her hair. Shush. Then, Yu Xiao carefully began to tidy her somewhat tangled long hair, his movements a little clumsy. After all, in those nearly 100 reincarnations, he had no memory or experience of doing this. A soft rustling sound filled the room, the only sound the gentle scraping of a comb through soft hair. I speak. Nan Wanqing finally broke the silence. What's your name? She asked softly. Perhaps intentionally, perhaps unintentionally. Xiao Dongyun Xiao. In any case, Yu Xiao dutifully gave his name. Of course, it was a pseudonym. By this time, he had almost finished styling Nan Wanqing's beautiful long hair. Her hair was in excellent condition. This was probably thanks to the night dew. So, after a little combing, the girl's long hair once again fell smoothly, no longer slightly curled and messy as before. Done. So next. Yes. Thank you for your help, Xiao. Leave it to me. The girl turned her back to him, and Yu Xiao gently supported her under the armpits, helping Nan Wanqing into the wheelchair. Her body was lighter than expected. Therefore, Yu Xiao didn't need much effort. He even felt he could easily lift her up. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiao opened the ward door further. And then, together with Nan Wanqing, they went to the garden prepared for the wounded soldiers. Leisure time always flies by. In Yu Xiao's view, they had only pushed the wheelchair around a bit. And when they came to their senses, the sun was already setting. Along the way, intentionally or unintentionally, they talked a lot. About the past. Most of it was about the girl in front of her. From when she dropped out of school to join the army, all the way to the end of Operation Sakura. This was the first time Yu Xiao had realized that this girl, whom she thought she had only brushed past once, actually had such a profound connection with her. Red number 1, that's wonderful. I only ever seen that hero's unit on television broadcasts. At this moment, Yu Xiao pretended to comment on the topic of Red number 1 that Nan Wanqing had casually mentioned. Then, Yu Xiao went a step further, asking about a question that had been bothering her earlier. Miss Nan, what do you think of him? The words were met with a moment of silence from the other person. It's more like longing. No. That's not right. After a long silence, she finally answered in an almost whispered voice. If I had to say, it would be admiration. As she spoke, she seemed to be drawn into a vortex of memories. On the battlefield. Because of my reckless actions, he saved my life. I even thought my hero had arrived. But, she gently shook her head, as if denying her past self. Later, I understood. He, the being known as Red number 1. He is a hero to all humanity. Nan Wanqing narrowed her eyes. Compared to him, my existence is perhaps like an insignificant star. It would be enough if he could occasionally see me. Anything beyond that is just wishful thinking. This time, it was Yu Xiao who fell silent. Is that so? He also answered after a long silence. His tone was seemingly calm, but upon closer listening, there seemed to be a hint of shame in his words. Fortunately, Nan Wanqing didn't notice. Speaking of which, Miss Nan, if you're blind, there really wasn't a need to come all this way, was there? After all, sightseeing and such. To lighten the mood, Yu Xiao looked into the distance. There. I can still see. A touch of sadness appeared in the black-haired girl's otherwise inanimate eyes. Although only a little. Ah. Is that so? But his carefully planned attempt to change the subject seemed to have backfired. When it came to interpersonal relationships, he was truly clumsy. So, it would have been better not to show his face in the first place. Yu Xiao couldn't help but think with a touch of self-deprecation. Fortunately, they had already arrived at their destination, Nan Wanqing's hospital room. Yes, I see. Could you please turn on the TV over there? Sure, but I can understand the sound though. There's a program I want to watch at this time. Please, Xiao. After saying this, Nan Wanqing propped herself up from her wheelchair and then slumped onto the bed. For someone in the late stages of assimilation, even something like this is a huge burden. Thinking this, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward and turned on the TV in the room. The first thing that appeared was an animation channel. It seemed to be an evening rerun of some children's animation. So this is where her interest lies? Yu Xiao thought to herself. However, only for a moment. The image on the television disappeared, and the sound disappeared too. No! Because, the next second they reappeared. In a different form than before. On the television screen, the composition formed by an extremely simple black background, and white text was extremely eye-catching. Accompanied by a somewhat piercing siren, the word warning written in Xinzhou, Lindong, and Fusong languages was also projected onto the screen. Undoubtedly, this was probably the EAS, Emergency Alarm Broadcast System, of the Human Revolutionary Alliance taking over the television signal? Yu Xiao thought. When this signal appeared, the content it indicated might vary. But they all had something in common, that is, a harbinger of some impending crisis. So Yu Xiao did the same, focusing intently on the television screen, waiting for the next image to appear. Chapter 383. No further scene transitions. Instead, a voice, accompanied by an alarm, methodically yet urgently reports the current situation. We have received an urgent notification from higher authorities. Unexplained beta resurgence phenomena are appearing in various parts of the world. What were initially small-scale incidents have recently become extremely frequent. And recently. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the general public, a navigation ban will be imposed on all waters currently under the jurisdiction of the People's Revolutionary Alliance. The affected areas are expected to include. And among the reports, Yu Xiao heard a name he had anticipated from the beginning. This also includes Huffman Island. Residents of these areas are requested to obey the arrangements of local administrators and also take proactive defensive measures. If not necessary, please bring sufficient supplies into the shelter and remain inside. If the situation deteriorates to the point where lethal force is required, this is within the bounds of the law. We also encourage citizens with motorized weapon piloting qualifications to go to the recruitment centers in various locations to register as volunteer anti-enemy forces. They're already starting to recruit civilian combatants. No matter how nonchalant things appear on the surface, For Yu Xiao, this is undoubtedly the worst possible warning. Oh dear, what a coincidence. Please leave here, Mr. Dongyun. I had a very pleasant day, thank you. Miss Nan? Yu Xiao murmured in surprise. Surely, this is when she needs companionship more, but isn't she afraid? She even wants to urge me to leave quickly. As if mistaking Yu Xiao's hesitation for doubt, Nan Wanqing spoke again, urging her in a gentle, not-so-stern tone, hurry up. The battle is about to begin again. Then, though she still couldn't see much, her eyes lowered somewhat sadly. If we go to the supermarket now, or even just a small shop, we can still buy enough supplies, right? We won't have that chance later. Go. Ah, I see. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yu Xiao understood the other's intention. She was probably worried that Yu Xiao, ostensibly a civilian caregiver, would miss the best opportunity to stock up on supplies and seek refuge because of caring for her. I don't care. What about you, Miss Nan? Are you going to stay here? Don't you need to buy some necessary supplies? Me? I don't need to. Nan Wanqing narrowed her eyes, seemingly smiling quite happily. After all, this body is already utterly useless. Rather than worrying about what to use to sustain life, perhaps it's better to give the precious resources for survival to others who still have a future. But her words carried a hint of helplessness in Yu Xiao's ears. The last thing I can do, maybe that's all. Ahaha, pretty useless, right? I was supposed to be a hero after all. No wonder. After all, not everyone indulges in an easy life. There are always things they need to do, things that can make them abandon these readily available illusions. For Nan Wanqing, perhaps that thing is battle. A hero of the past, now she's become a burden, unable to go to the front lines. For her, this might be even more unbearable than falling on the battlefield. It won't be like that, Miss Nan. Yu Xiao gently patted her shoulder. Please don't wallow in self-pity. Your story is far from over. I promise. Nan Wanqing tilted her head slightly, seemingly unable to fully grasp the deeper meaning behind those words. Then she turned her head, wanting to at least slightly confirm the other person's expression with her blurred vision, but found that the other person had already walked away. A strange child, she murmured. However, on the other hand, she also felt that things were somewhat unbelievable. Indeed, the other person's last words did seem a bit strange. But why? Deep down, did she seem to have a strange sense of conviction about those words? Was it because of the other party's absolute certainty? Or for some other reason? Nan Wanqing wasn't sure. It really is. It's like I've become a little strange too. So in the end, she just chuckled softly to herself. May. Is it true? Yu Xiao, who had stepped outside, wasn't idle either. After confirming that no one was around, he called out in his mind. Xiao. It's just as they said. Then, responding to this call, what appeared in Yu Xiao's vision was May's small, transparent blue phantom. Earlier, upon seeing the broadcast, he had signaled to May to utilize Mithril's existing resources to investigate and gather intelligence. After all, it was possible this was a cognitive warfare and signal jamming tactic employed by the EU to disrupt the talks. Just as the emergency broadcast stated. We also detected unusual movements by the betas. They seemed to be constantly roaming within the territorial waters of the Yusin and the Human Reform Alliance, attacking various pleasure boats. May was now recounting this in a detailed manner, indicating that the previous broadcast was accurate. And although we haven't confirmed any intention to launch a landing operation yet, I think the possibility is quite high. No. Not a possibility, May. The probability of them launching a landing operation is certain. Yu Xiao shook his head in denial. And as for the location, I'm 100% certain. They will first attack here, Huffman Island. Since this wasn't a lie, there was truly only one possibility. This is a deliberate invasion orchestrated by some force coveting the interests of Yen continent, or perhaps intending to disrupt the global order through manipulation of the beta. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared at this time, and with such tactics. So how should we proceed? I'm ready. If the beta launches an invasion, issue orders to the Mithril forces to attack. A very reasonable plan. However, Yu Xiao resolutely shook his head. No. Right now, Mithril cannot attack. He directly rejected the idea. I see. You mean? With their thoughts synchronized, they quickly understood Yu Xiao's true intention. That's right. The enemy's movements are unpredictable. And to solve the problem at its source, this is the only way. Yu Xiao nodded. Let's go, May. We're going to the Tekaden. His stretching motion seemed relaxed, but his expression was more solemn and serious than ever before. Getting ready to pull off one last big heist with those guys. Chapter 384. However, when Yu Xiao followed her onto the street, she witnessed an unprecedented scene of chaos. A chaotic flow of cars and people formed an incomprehensible wave. They rushed towards the supermarkets and shopping centers scattered throughout the island, bringing traffic to a near standstill. If Yu Xiao hadn't been relatively sturdy, she might have been jostled and knocked to the ground by the passers-by. In the face of disaster, humanity seemed to have transformed into some kind of ugly creature beyond the comprehension of reason. Even the most moral education could be discarded without a second thought. However, Yu Xiao knew this wasn't a manifestation of the island's inhuman nature. It was simply the oppressive environment that had shattered their rationality, the very reason that allowed them to maintain their dignity. Such a reaction was perfectly normal under a life-or-death crisis. If anything had gone out of control, it was only the betas. And to stop this from escalating further, to prevent the situation from deteriorating to the point where humanity and conscience would be tested, that was precisely his Red One's duty. Thinking this, the boy started walking again, against the flow of people. His steps grew increasingly firm. Meanwhile, at the heart of the military administration on Huffman Island, two young men stood with grave expressions. Those were the two high-ranking officials on Huffman Island who controlled the military, Kirishima Ryoma and Atego Yukio. Their concerns were self-evident. It concerned measures to counter the beta. After all, even the civilian population had received warnings of the beta's resurgence. They naturally knew far more than the public could access. And knowing that with the beta able to operate in all major sea areas, expecting reinforcements from the outside world was unrealistic. Therefore, their contact was, as mentioned before. We hope you can provide the necessary assistance. What do you say, General Narian? Before them, on the spherical communication screen, a man with a resolute face and a thick beard appeared. His crisp, green military uniform further accentuated his seasoned warrior's bearing. That was Narian Witzman Boss, the head of the military control zone on the other half of Huffman Island, belonging to the Yusin side. I'm sorry. This request is unacceptable to us. However, he simply shook his head in response to Ryoma's request. Why? You know what will happen once the betas have landed, right? General Narian, this is not the time to stand idly by. Unfortunately, no means no. Not to mention that our defense forces are currently focused on the envoy from Chrysii, Miss Gudelia's guards. Even without such security measures, according to the Huffman Island Security Management Regulations, we cannot send any mobile weapons into your territory. General Narian. Seemingly unable to accept this explanation, Ryoma slammed his hand on the table in front of him. This behavior doesn't seem like, is it? I see. Beside him, Atego Yukio murmured, seemingly having figured something out. They had previously interacted on various occasions. Therefore, Yukio was quite clear that the other was not a heartless person who could disregard the deaths of civilians, nor a rigid general who only adhered to rules. The reason he would choose such a rigid decision now could only be one thing. Yukio extended his hand, signaling Ryoma to calm down his emotions, which had become somewhat agitated under pressure. Then he adjusted his glasses and directly took over the conversation. General Narian, no need to say more. I can sense that this is not your true intention. Isn't it? The aged general responded with silence. This evidence confirmed Yukio's conjecture. Narian's decision not to take action was likely a direct order from the military of the New World United States to use Beta to eliminate the Human Reform League forces on Huffman Island, then retaliate. While driving away the weakened enemy, they could also project an image of their still considerable military strength. Needless to say, this was a brilliant move to kill two birds with one stone, provided they truly had sufficient fighting power to handle the situation. Under normal circumstances, these two would have engaged in a lengthy discussion about the Yusin forces on Huffman Island. But clearly, there was no such opportunity now. Very well. Your silence has given me the answer. Yukio nodded. After a long silence, Narian murmured, I'm sorry. No need for apologies. Knowing your intentions is enough for us. Leave the rest to us. Goodbye. With that, Yukio seemed to abandon the negotiations. He took a few steps forward, as if to cut off the communication. Wait! But this action was hastily stopped by Narian. Indeed, under the security regulations, we cannot send you formal reinforcements. Then, he made a decision. However, we will absolutely not stand idly by. Next, we will send 2 squadrons of search and rescue teams to the waters west of Huffman Island to conduct a search operation. Because it is a search and rescue team, they cannot carry firearms. But I will guarantee that the machines are in good condition. Is that all right? That's perfectly sufficient. Thank you. Yukio nodded slightly. He understood the meaning of the other party's words perfectly well. Under the guise of a search and rescue operation, their real purpose was to send reinforcements to their side. This level of assistance was an unexpected bonus for them. You're really something, Atego. Kirishima Ryoma finally snapped out of his daze, and praised Atego Yukio in this way. Playing hard to get is sometimes necessary in negotiations. After accepting the praise with a strange, almost forced laugh, Yukio spoke in a lifeless, flat tone. Simply pleading or coercion, it probably wouldn't work on him. But by subtly manipulating his emotions, the result is like this. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that he still has some conscience. Otherwise, out of the 340,000 civilians here, who knows how many would have survived? Upon reflection, this tone was probably somewhat impolite to his superior. However, Ryoma knew this. His classmate and old friend had always spoken in such a profound and enigmatic tone since childhood. Playing with people's hearts, that's truly terrifying. So now, he spoke only in an almost joking, casual tone. Chapter 385. Well? Whatever. As long as you don't use that trick on me. Kirishima Ryoma shrugged. Is that so? How do you know I haven't used it? Oh, really? Could it be that when you asked me for money for a taxi in the middle of the night last time, it was actually... Of course, it was fake. Yukio shook his head, indicating that this unfunny joke could end there. And then, not only the poker-faced Yukio, but even Ryoma's expression turned serious. Do you think the predictions given by the higher-ups can be trusted? He was referring to a report they had received earlier. On that document, the movements of the betas detected at that moment were clearly written in black and white. Unlike the broadcast's description of them wandering in major seas around the world. In fact, their activity area was only concentrated within the territorial waters of the Human Reform League. And their purpose was converging on one place, the west side of Huffman Island. According to the Strategic Intelligence Department's estimates, they could complete their troop assembly and launch a general offensive in just 3 days. Who knows? Yukio shrugged. But I think, if it's an expert's calculation, it shouldn't be too wrong. It's just that the time should be estimated a day earlier. So you're saying we have 1 day to prepare. With our current fighting strength, do we have a chance of winning? Frowning in thought, Ryoma asked. Precisely because we don't have it, we must create it. Atego Yukio replied. Now, gather all the forces that can be coordinated. Not just all the military forces on the island, but also individuals with MS pilot licenses and civilian security companies. Oh, and the mercenary team protecting Gudelia should also be recruited. And then? Probably, nothing more. Just doing our best, and leaving the rest to fate. As he spoke, a thoughtful look appeared in Atego Yukio's dark eyes. If there's anything that really needs to be done, I think it's probably prayer. Praying that someone will witness this impending bloodshed, and then intervene to stop it. Praying, don't be ridiculous. Praying to a useless idol? That's not like you. It isn't? So it's not what you think. Atego Yukio shook his head, then added his thoughts. It's to Red Number 1. Pray, or whatever. What's coincidental is the fact that Red Number 1 himself is right here. He has now returned to the ship docked in the harbor, the location of Tekadan's temporary base. To his surprise, when he returned to the bridge, he saw far more members gathered there than he had expected. It seems that although they had some relaxed days, they haven't forgotten their fundamental responsibilities. You're here, Shao? Yu Shao heard Olga's greeting as soon as he stepped inside. Yes, I'm here, he replied casually as well. Then, he immediately got to the point. Regarding the next course of action. Do you have any ideas? Clearly, this was in response to the beta's attack alert. That's a coincidence. If that's what you're concerned about. We were discussing it just now, Eugene. Then Olga barked. TSK, don't order me around. Eugene, the vice captain of Tekadan, seemed somewhat displeased at being bossed around like a servant. But on the other hand, he deftly sifted through the jumbled documents on the table, pulling out 2 paper documents and holding them up. This one is a telegram from the island's military. It requests that our Tekadan, as a civilian mercenary organization, send troops to participate in the defense of Huffman Island. Just as expected, Yu Shao thought. He had already anticipated the possibility that the Human Revolutionary Alliance, lacking combat strength, would recruit Tekadan as well. Therefore, His expression remained unchanged. And compared to this, what about the other one? Yu Xiao was undoubtedly more concerned about the contents of the other document. After all, this was a possibility completely unexpected. As for this, it was sent by Miss Gudelia. Hearing the sender's name, Yu Xiao's expression changed slightly. It's that young lady currently in the Yusen? Could it be that she's going to? She said she's already made contact with the Yusen side. They can take advantage of the fact that the eastern side of Huffman Island isn't surrounded yet, secretly transport us there, and then use ships to take us away and seek refuge. Just as he suspected. Yu Xiao sighed. This young lady's actions were undoubtedly out of kindness. But in the current situation, he thought, it was undoubtedly superfluous. After all, fighting the betas wasn't easy. He had personally witnessed the despair ordinary soldiers felt when facing those overwhelming armies. If there were a way out, surely no one would choose to do this. This would reduce the number of Tekadan members participating in the battle too. So Akira, what do you think? Are you going to fight or? At this moment, Olga's question pulled Yu Xiao back to reality. What to do? Yu Xiao glanced at his gathered companions before speaking. A solemn and serious address wasn't his style. His tone was still like chatting casually with friends. I can't make the decision for each of you. What I want to say is... Yu Xiao paused. I will stay here. Join the defense force, and fight the attacking betas. He sighed as he said this. As for everyone, I hope you can act according to your hearts. Just make a decision that you won't regret in the future. He nodded after saying this. He didn't try to persuade or stop the others present. This wasn't just because Yu Xiao had the confidence to take the risk. It was also because, in his eyes, the members of the Tekadan were still his comrades. And ultimately, deep down, he had initially hoped that these noisy guys could live on and on. Alright, Xiao. Since you decided, we won't try to persuade you any further. Olga nodded. But to Yu Xiao's surprise, they then raised their arms in unison. It's decided, everyone. All 56 members of the Tekadan here have unanimously decided to join the Human Reform League's defense force and fight those ashore vermin to the death. Chapter 386. Huh? Even Yu Xiao took a while to come to his senses. It seemed that the members of the Tekadan, before consulting him, had already unanimously decided to join the defense force and fight. This inevitably puzzled him. After all, if they had already decided, why? Hey! Startled Xiao? At this moment, Eugene walked over, smiling and patting his shoulder. Indeed, why are you doing this? So Yu Xiao got the chance to ask about their motives for this series of activities. If you're asking why, it's because you're different from us, Xiao. Olga, who had also walked over, shrugged. After all, most of us here are descendants of people who left our homes to seek refuge in such a remote place as Yanzhou because of the beta. It's only natural that we have hatred for those guys. Saying this, Olga clenched her fists. Me too. Now that those things, once destroyed by Red No. 1, have been reborn, let's just continue to send as many of them as possible into hell with human hands. That's what I'm thinking. So even if this is a battle with almost no chance of victory, I'm going to participate. He then sighed without anger. But you're different. You shouldn't be risking your life here with us fools if you have no reason to do so. That's what we all thought. I didn't expect you to make such a decision yourself. Heh. Then let's go to our deaths together, Akatsuki. After listening to Eugene and Olga's conversation, Yu Xiao remained silent for a moment. Then, he let out a low, cheerful laugh and said, something's not quite right. Eugene, Olga. Oh, why? Olga raised an eyebrow, her expression somewhat surprised. First, Yu Xiao crossed his arms. There's no such thing as going to our deaths together. We always forged our own path to survival from the beginning, and it will continue to be so. Second, I also have reasons that would make me risk my life. What is it? Faced with Eugene's puzzle question, Yu Xiao's answer was concise. It's you. Olga, Eugene, and everyone in Tekadan. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone present, a slight smile appearing on Yu Xiao's face. The people before him, whether they had memories of their time travel or not. They're all my comrades who shared hardships and saved me along the way, aren't they? Now, with only a few steps left to reach the end of the battle. How could I possibly give up because of a mere accident? You bastard. Hearing this reply, Olga couldn't help but laugh. Alright. Then I correct my previous mistake. Everyone listen up. Just like Akatsuki said, we will fight. And then, we win. Just like before. Oh. The Tekadan members present were all in high spirits. Oh. Except, perhaps Mikazuki. He still wore an almost expressionless poker face, shouting listlessly. However, Yu Xiao knew. That was just his personality. And perhaps, he didn't express it verbally. But Yu Xiao was certain that when the battle began, he and his Barbados would be among the first to charge into battle. At this point, the Tekkadan members were safe. So, Yu Xiao's focus now undoubtedly shifted to another aspect. Or more precisely, to another person. Then, Rim. Naturally, as his words implied, he was referring to Kriana Lemskaya. As the young lady from the Lost Technology Research Institute, her safety was perhaps a priority. At worst, he could pilot the Godslayer Titan alone. According to Yu Xiao's memory, this was entirely possible. No problem. Since Mr. Xiao is here, I can fight too. However, Rim clenched her small fists tightly in front of her chest, her eyes flashing with determination. And as if sensing Yu Xiao's concern, she stepped forward and added, "Even if it's the end of the world, I be with you until the very last moment." Idiot. There's no such thing as the end of the world. Seeing the other's overly serious expression, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and gently ruffled the girl's soft orange hair. "This is just a normal mission. Like before, we win." Rim seemed a little unconvinced and muttered, "Ugh. Calling someone an idiot, that's too much, Mr. Xiao." However, judging from the slight upturn of her lips, she didn't seem to have any resistance. Whether it was to Yu Xiao's words or his soothing actions, it was the same. I put in a lot of effort to mentally prepare myself to say this. Okay. I know. While saying something to ease the tension, Yu Xiao looked up. So what about everyone else? Her gaze then turned back to another group present. An organization dispatched by Tabans, currently acting as allies of Tekkadan. Donna Fort. Needless to say, we will also participate in the operation. Their leader, Nagigale Haiga, nodded. As expected. Yu Xiao immediately began with polite praise. That's truly reassuring. With 2 more witches helping, even if the enemy group is beta. No. 3. Unexpectedly, this was interrupted by Noriae, who had been quiet the entire time. 3? Yes. Actually, we recently received a report from one of our comrades. Nagi adjusted his glasses with his large hand. Another witch who had been missing for so long has reappeared. It seems she arrived on Huffman Island to repair her mobile suit. As a pilot of a combat MS, she'd probably be drafted into the island's defense forces. Is that right? Exactly, Nagi said in a deep voice. And then, we can finally see what kind of person she really is. Hee. You're too noisy, Sophie. I guess Mr. Nagi just meant that we could recruit her as combat power. Ahem, excuse me. But that's exactly right. He coughed lightly to cover up the awkward bickering between the 2 girls beside him. Nagi continued, it's not just the Human Revolutionary Alliance defending the island. There's also the Tekkadan and 3 witches. This battle might actually be in our favor. Chapter 387. The battle situation is in our favor. This conclusion seems reasonable. However, Yu Xiao doesn't think so. After completing a series of negotiations, he sighed and logged out of the Siegfried system. But his mind was still preoccupied with the content of the conversation. As a strategist and leader of an organization, Nagi's judgment was understandable. But the truth was likely quite different from their assumptions. The reason was that they didn't know much about the Beta's trump cards. Those strange creatures powered by G-elements and capable of using various abilities were the greatest threat. But, whether it was Gulkira's or Elginus, both were stopped by Yu Xiao just as they were about to expose their true forms to the public. From a certain perspective, this also made it inconvenient for the Revolutionary Alliance's military to collect information. Perhaps, he should think of a way to transmit the relevant intelligence. However, during the rather brief mobilization period, it seemed difficult to get the higher-ups the relevant information and subsequently change the plan tactics. It would be more efficient to just let things continue as they were, allowing them to continue with the original beta deployment plan. After all, Yu Xiao didn't know whether the next monster they brought out would be the same 2 monsters they had seen before, or a new mutated species. And at this moment, he didn't have much time to carefully consider whether the decisions he had made in the past were right or wrong. Yu Xiao got up. He left through the elevator built into the Siegfried system. Then, as he stepped into the conference room, he contacted Mei and sent an emergency assembly notification to the entire ship. Accompanied by a prominent ringtone, the combat troops, previously scattered throughout the ship, swarmed into the conference room in a short time. Since it's a combat meeting, are there any attack orders, Mr. Yu Xiao? With Gale's question, Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Yu Xiao. Let's not talk about that now. Just now, through Mei's mediation, I learned some news. Yu Xiao gestured towards the world map displayed on the arc-shaped light screen. He zoomed in on the image, finally focusing on Huffman Island, before continuing, after showing signs of recovery, the Beta have finally taken new action. He pointed to the west coast of Huffman Island with one hand and continued. They started moving underwater. And are gathering here. They're probably planning to attack and take this island. I see. In short, it's time for us to go out again, right? Wolf stretched, striking a pose of eager anticipation. Luo Dongchuan and Fidel nodded in agreement. Hey, I don't really like working overtime, but since we're going to fight those bugs again, I don't mind. Yeah. Let those resurrected bugs see the power of humanity. Right? A wave of excitement then spread again. While it's not exactly a good sign, the fact that they showed no fear and were even excited in the face of such a battle is a testament to the Red 1 unit's current invincibility. Unfortunately, it was precisely because they knew this. But we can't take action. That's why Yu Xiao shook his head. This was an explanation to everyone present, akin to pouring a bucket of cold water over their heads. What? Hey, little boss. You're not joking, are you? Wolf was clearly stunned. He stood there, unable to grasp the other's meaning for a moment. I see. Instead, Xia, who had been silent until now, nodded slightly. Amuro, standing beside him, also spoke up. So you sensed it too, Xia, Captain Kovatro. Yes. And I guess Xiao's discovery was the same as ours. The blonde youth turned towards Yu Xiao. The boy nodded. So you two noticed too, didn't you? At that moment, the orange-haired girl Faruti chimed in. Oh, you all felt it. I thought it was just my imagination. Actually, ever since the last attack, I felt it too. What? In this situation where everyone seemed to understand each other implicitly, only Wolf and his group looked somewhat confused. Well, how about this? Captain Wolf, in the place you were originally in, there were people with special mental abilities, right? Finally, Char stepped forward first, attempting to explain the situation. Special mental abilities. Wolf pondered. You mean X-Rounders? Let's assume so. These kinds of people, I think, generally possess a much sharper perception and observational ability than ordinary people. And it was precisely because of this slight difference that I clearly sensed it in the previous battle. Char whispered. There's a hint of murderous intent in their actions. Murderous intent? But in terms of combat, haven't they always? Wolf remained puzzled. No, not at all, Captain Wolf. Yu Xiao joined the discussion at the opportune moment. Based on the information and investigations I have, the Beta's previous actions are more like some kind of mining machinery. They treat humans merely as one of the resources in the mining process. That's their true nature. Yu Xiao paused. And it's impossible that they have any intention of attacking humans, because they don't consider them living beings at all. But in the previous battles, the Betas gave the impression of having such an intention. I think this is probably because... Then he revealed the conclusion he had long suspected. Behind them, there's something, perhaps it's humans like us, manipulating them. Someone had begun to consciously and actively manipulate the Betas. Considering the frequent appearance of mutated creatures used in combat, the strategic intent revealed in their attacks, and various other strange signs, Yu Xiao reached this conclusion. And that's why I don't plan to have us engage in combat. If the enemy becomes aware of our movements, they might retreat and remain inactive. A calm glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, we need to observe and wait for the moment when they reveal their weakness amidst their relentless attacks. Then we will strike directly and completely destroy the culprit that caused all this. Chapter 388. Well, it's a pretty good operational plan. John was the first to speak after hearing the plan. However, after scratching his head, he asked with a puzzled look, but how do we do it? To pinpoint the location and movements of an enemy whose position is unknown, isn't that more frustrating than trying to swat a mosquito with a MS rifle at a firing range? Clearly, as a more purely military person, he cared more about the effectiveness of the operation and its execution. If it can't be implemented, it's really... Don't worry. Just use this. Yu Xiao had already prepared for this. Stepping forward, he manipulated the curved light screen in the conference room, displaying a prepared design blueprint. What appeared before them was a relatively large device. Countless complex mechanical devices were connected to what could be described as intricate circuitry. The only thing that was easily understood was a small cockpit within it. Both its size and shape were humanoid. Clearly, this was something to be written. And Yu Xiao knew the name of this facility even better. Its name was Taros. A special human-machine interface from Full Metal Panic. While almost no one present knew its purpose, Yu Xiao understood perfectly. This device uses, well, technology similar to the Siegfried system. It's a device that can read the rider's entire electrical potential and brainwaves, thereby using them to control various weapons. So he immediately explained. In the original Full Metal Panic, this device was used on the submarine Son of Danu, designed and developed under Tessa's leadership. It could amplify human mental power, allowing a single person to operate the entire submarine. Therefore, in this timeline, Yu Xiao commissioned Tessa to manufacture this item. After giving the other parties requirements, the finished product was as Yu Xiao expected. So he continued, and that's not all. Unlike the Siegfried system, it can also be used to amplify human mental power. For example, the perception of a special ability called X-Rounder, as Captain Wolf mentioned earlier. I recently asked Tessa to design it, and after production, it can be placed in a satellite also created using the AGE system. When he said this, almost everyone present showed a look of realization. Even those who didn't quite understand the so-called psychic, X-Rounder, and the truth about new types. But correspondingly, for a very, very long time, no one spoke again. It was as if breaking through this barrier was an extremely difficult thing. And indeed it was. Because the hidden meaning in Yu Xiao's words had clearly been discerned by them. So Xiao, perhaps you intend to. Finally, Bu Qing stepped forward, his face showing difficulty as he spoke. Yes. I will use it next. And Yu Xiao readily admitted. Using Taros, even a single satellite can achieve a network-like global positioning system. This allows us to regain global observation and sense things invisible to ordinary observers. Like fluctuations in mental energy. In that case, no action will escape my detection, he gestured. And as soon as the person manipulating beta behind the scenes takes action, they will leave clues. Then I can follow those clues to get to the bottom of things. And then activate the space bridge. Send the standby forces to where the guy is. And take him down. That's why I told you not to deploy. Otherwise, it's difficult to achieve a rapid response. That's too reckless. However, this proposal quickly met with objections. While I don't understand much about mental power, observing the movements of the entire Earth, that's a heavy burden, isn't it? And to go to space alone to stand by, Xiaoyu. But even if it's reckless, I have to do it. Yu Xiao gratefully and decisively rejected his old friend's anxious concern. If there were a safer plan, I would have chosen it long ago. But at this point, this is the only chance of victory. Humanity can't afford to lose anymore. So, no matter the sacrifice, we must win. You understand, right, Brother Bu? He looked up at him. Bu Qing responded with silence. After all, how could he not understand such a simple principle? The reason he reacted this way was simply because, in the end, what he couldn't accept was letting his old friend take this risk. I'm sorry. I can't replace you. If I could do more. So in the end, Bu Qing could only lower his head regretfully and say, No. That's enough. Thank you. Yu Xiao simply walked over and silently patted the other's shoulder. But, Mr. Yu Xiao. However, at this moment, Luo Dongchuan raised his hand again, voicing his question. In that case, I understand the action plan. But, how do we launch that satellite? This was a question only someone who had experienced the Red 1 unit era could ask. After all, Luo Dongchuan knew that, as a replica created by Yu Xiao on Earth using his own memories, the space bridge equipment used by the Mithril unit couldn't transmit to an area that hadn't been anchored through observation. And it's quite obvious. Neither the satellite's positioning nor Yu Xiao's remotely controlled clone, powered by the Siegfried system, has ever come to space to anchor. And even if it had anchored, given the current environment where Earth's orbit is still littered with space debris formed from broken orbital elevators, if they were to teleport directly to their original location, they would inevitably be damaged by high-speed debris. Not to mention, a certain number of Festoms roam in space. Even if the completed satellite base can evade their tracking using ECS, a certain number of units are needed to protect it during docking and assembly. So, that's right, Yu Xiao readily admitted, so we need your help. His gaze swept briefly over everyone present. Then, he spoke in a heavy tone. I entrust this to you all. This final path to humanity's future needs you as its navigators. Chapter 389. Then, time continued to pass. Until Mithril completed the basic preparations for the operation. 12 hours and 30 minutes had passed. The sky changed from dusk to night, and then to the breaking of dawn. Ugh, they call him a navigator. He looks more like a construction worker, doesn't he? Luo Dongchuan complained. At this moment, the GM Sniper K9 he was piloting was doing work that didn't fit the image of a sniper, moving cargo. To be precise, it was a Fire Dragon wing. Originally a spacecraft reserved to carry Fafnir. But now, the wings and power source had been removed. Only the cargo hold remained, looking rather lonely. Stop complaining, old man. Instead of all that, why don't you get to work? As the old saying goes, hard work is the basic principle of society. And all that. Ferruti chimed in through the communication channel, offering a casual critique. The V-Gundam she piloted was currently cruising in the sky. It seemed its role was somewhat similar to a construction site supervisor, overseeing the entire facility under construction. I'd be a fool to believe you. If that were the case, I would have retired from the Federation Army long ago. Is that so? Well, don't you understand the principle that a tall building starts from the ground up? You're clearly an Easterner. Of course I know. And don't call me uncle. Okay. Anyway, hurry up and put that commander up there. And then, watching the GM Sniper K9 transport the Fire Dragon wing to a track set up on a Bearing-class aircraft carrier, Ferruti nodded in satisfaction and left. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, Miss Tessa, are you ready? Yes, no problem. I've gone over the trajectory and force analysis countless times. This should definitely work. The petite girl sitting in the cockpit of the Marine Tyrannosaurus responded immediately and crisply. Although it was unclear why she had chosen this machine. What seemed more noteworthy was what the Marine Tyrannosaurus was doing. The cannons and other equipment on its back had been removed. In their place was a track connected to the Bearing-class aircraft carrier. It leaned down, causing the track to curve upwards and extend into the distance. Its shape was almost like a mass accelerator. Actually, there was no need for a question mark. The device you shall propose to send the entire satellite base's components into space in batches was the mass accelerator. However, why did it evolve into such a structure? Why use the Bearing-class carrier as a mothership and a mecha like the Marine Tyrannosaurus Rex as a foundation? This requires explaining its production process. As the core components of the mass accelerator, the motor coils and power unit are relatively easy to manufacture. Because for the AGE system, the G-element energy required to convert these small amounts of matter is not actually that much. The production precision that plagues modern technology in terms of cost is not so important here. Therefore, the real obstacle standing before Mithril was the construction of the mass accelerator's track and its support structure. After all, these components, to support the extremely high acceleration required for space travel, needed to be incredibly robust in both material and construction. Especially the support structure. If it collapsed in the middle, it would be difficult to continue the journey to its destination in space. The production of these excessive materials was essentially deemed impossible given Mithril's current G-series reserves. So in the end, Yu Xiao decided to manufacture the track normally. But the support structure would be temporarily replaced by the mobile suits from the military, starting with the Bearing-class ship hull. While serving as a launch platform, the motor coils necessary for the excessive acceleration would be installed. Then, the behemoth, the water war Tyrannosaurus, would bend down to support the track on its back. Finally, the two Fafnir mobile suits piloted by Mech Abichiki and Ayumi Kiyoshi would successively guard the final track. These mobile suits generally had relatively robust skeletal structures. It was more than enough to sustain them until at least one of the Fire Dragon wings carrying the satellite core was launched. Is everything ready? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yu Xiao's voice, currently inside the Fire Dragon wing. Even though he was about to head to space, he seemed quite relaxed. However, everyone present knew. In this operation, he was probably carrying the heaviest burden. Yes. Complete. So even Ferruti suddenly became serious and replied. Very good. Then, proceed. Yu Xiao simply nodded. Immediately afterwards, dazzling sparks and electricity exploded in an instant. An astonishing acceleration permeated the entire cargo hold of the Fire Dragon wing, propelling it forward in a flash. Under this pressure, even Yu Xiao kept his mouth shut, unable to utter a single sound. Have a safe journey, Commander. I hope that after you set foot in space, you don't become one of those weirdos with a head full of new-type ideas. Haha, although I know that's impossible. Luo Dongchuan's voice came from the communication channel. His GM Sniper K9 also waved and watched Yu Xiao go. In just a moment, the image of that machine gradually receded into the distance, and the Fire Dragon wing approached the section of the orbit carried by the Water War Tyrannosaurus. Tessa spoke softly, her words reaching Yu Xiao's ears, Listen carefully. If you don't come back, I won't let you off the hook. I will. Yu Xiao wanted to reply, but under the pressure of acceleration, he couldn't speak. Soon, the fire dragon wing approached the final stage of the accelerator. There Fafnir, carrying the track, was Buqing's mecha. Xiao, you once said, right? The romance of robot anime is rushing into space. Something like that, he said with a smile. I didn't quite understand before, but now, I think I understand a little. So, go! Zzz. A burst of noisy noise followed. Along the extremely high angle of ascent, lifted by several mecha in turn, the fire dragon wing soared into the sky. But just before reaching the critical point, the electromagnetic acceleration showed signs of weakening. But those who had anticipated this were waiting. Beside the fire dragon wing appeared Wolf and his Tallgeese, who had been waiting there. Alright. My turn. He was itching for action, unable to contain himself any longer. With the super thrusters at full power, he could now act as a secondary accelerator, propelling the fire dragon wing straight upwards. Towards space, he charged forward. The hard armor, made of Gundanium alloy, scraped against the atmosphere, creating scorching jets of heat. The cockpit was filled with continuous alarms. Even so, Wolf smiled happily. And finally, soar into the sky, little boss. Leaving only these words behind, Tallgeese gave a powerful thrust. The fire dragon wing broke through the atmosphere. It truly arrived at its destination. Outer space. Chapter 390. Then, what filled Yu Xiao's eyes was the boundless, pitch-black universe. Dark and silent. Yet the distant celestial bodies still shone with an unchanging, clear light, adding a touch of beauty to the scene. So beautiful. Even Yu Xiao, for a moment, wanted to abandon his mission and focus entirely on observing what was before him. Unfortunately, some existences are destined not to grant him such an opportunity. The instant the fire dragon wings broke through the atmosphere, a group of golden, alien beings burst forth from the depths of space. It was Fistrum. Clearly, these alien creatures, stranded in outer space, were still carrying out the sole command given to them by their main brain, the Star Core. That is to destroy everything they saw that did not belong to themselves. However, this situation was already within Yu Xiao's expectations. So, at the same time, on the control tower of the Bering-class aircraft carrier, Captain Wolf reports, Fire Dragon Wing, confirmed to have reached outer Earth orbit. Good. Time's up. Activate the space bridge device. Immersed in the Siegfried system, having meticulously observed the entire situation since the beginning, Minoshiro Suji waved his hand and said, Understood. Coordinates fixed, calculations initiated. Now proceeding with the teleportation. The system operator on the bridge responded smoothly. The Mech that had been waiting in the Bering-class aircraft carriers, not participating in the construction and support of the mass accelerator, vanished in an instant. The next second, the formation of Mechs, led by the Vanguard Savior, tore through the dark universe. Surrounding the fire dragon wings, they charged straight at the oncoming Fistrum swarm. Don't worry, Commander. Just as you said, we paved the way. The Del, rapidly switching from MA to MS mode, swiftly sliced through the sphinxes in front of him with a series of cross-shaped slashes, then spoke through the communication channel. However, it was clear that his single mobile suit couldn't intercept all the Fistrums. Just seconds later, another group of sphinxes circled around to intercept them. But then, it was pierced by two beams of light descending from the sky. Trying to take advantage of the situation? Interesting fellow. Too bad, no way. It was John Ford and his F-22 Blackfly Kai. By replacing the weapon mounts on his back with jump units, his mobile suit could also move freely in space. Go on, Mr. Yu Xiao. We're here. Exactly. Watch closely, the trust you entrusted to us. We return it all to you today. Following closely behind were Michael and his blade. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black universe, this mobile suit moved with lightning speed, wielding its cane-like blade, swiftly reaping the lives of the sphinxes that attempted to attack. And it wasn't just these mobile suits fighting in the front lines. At the rear of the formation, Amuro and Char's Gundam 2 Malawang Quachas and Hayakushi stood side by side, precisely firing their beam rifles at the Festum before them. In space, the new type's sensory abilities were even more readily utilized. Therefore, their attacks were almost infallible, hitting, and hitting again. As for the attacks from the enemy, such as tentacles or black hole rays, they were all consciously dodged by Char and Amuro with minimal effort, and then counterattacked, shooting down the Fistum that dared to attack. Perhaps their actions didn't seem particularly conspicuous or flashy. But if judged truly by their battle record, then they were still undoubtedly the strongest in the universal century. Muro. Did you feel it? And even while fighting, their minds didn't seem to be focused on the battle at hand. Yes. Char. Instead, he was thinking, recalling something. The miracle of the light of the human heart that you once showed me. Beneath the space helmet of his pilot suit, Char's gaze drifted into the distance. Maybe now, we get to see it with our own eyes again. And with everyone's hard work, the fire dragon wings quickly reached their target location. After confirming there were no space obstacles that would interfere with their formation, Yu Xiao controlled the satellite's core module to detach from the fire dragon wings and enter Earth's satellite orbit. He then requested again from the ground control tower to transfer the remaining satellite components to a nearby location. After all, if it wasn't a direct transfer of the entire satellite, but rather a transfer of components using the satellite's anchor, the space bridge could actually do that. Soon, the satellite base was reassembled. Although it was considerably smaller than the previous one. But its basic structure and functions remained perfect. Its outer shell flashed with strange ripples before it suddenly vanished without a trace in space. Clearly, this was the activation of the ECS system. After activating the system, Yu Xiao severed all communication with the outside world to prevent Fistrum from overhearing and reading his mind. Reactivating communication with the ground control center would only be possible after detecting the movements of the person controlling the beta. Gazing at the distant blue planet below, Yu Xiao fell into a long silence. He had once heard a saying, enjoy solitude. But it seemed he couldn't do it. So Yu Xiao sighed. But what's wrong? Are you sad all by yourself, Xiao? A girl's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Incredulous, Yu Xiao turned his head. Kimi? What he saw was, of course, a smiling red-haired girl. Hey. What are you doing? I already told you. Infiltration is a ninja's basic skill. Besides, this core module is quite spacious, isn't it? Completely lacking any awareness of being an intruder, Limey simply strode forward and sat down next to Yu Xiao. And I also said, you're not allowed to leave me behind, okay? So, Miss Limey, you come uninvited again today. No matter what you say, I won't go back on my word. In the end, even if you wanted to kick me out, you couldn't. In fact, you would never just watch me drift out of space. Right? Of course not, you idiot. Looking at Limey's worried expression, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. But you should also be prepared. Then, he said softly, even if it's just you and me here, I won't spend all my time on you. This was, of course, referring to Yu Xiao's upcoming entry into Taros to monitor global events. Of course. Go ahead, Xiao. I watch over you. I promise you won't fall asleep and never wake up again. But to this, Limey only responded with a faint smile. Chapter 391. Then, Yu Xiao sat down in the Taros system and began the connection. Not just to expand his mental power for monitoring the entire Earth. As mentioned before, the Taros system can be seen as an upgraded version of the Siegfried system in some sense. Therefore, after reading the data inside MechWarrior VS, it could still function as a linker, allowing Yu Xiao's consciousness to converge on the body of his clone currently located on Earth. However, with the blinding light of dawn, Yu Xiao gently opened his eyes. Unlike the ease he had gained through the Siegfried system before, the sensations in his body seemed quite sluggish. Occasionally, he felt headaches and dizziness. Yu Xiao guessed that this was probably because Taros was still continuously expanding his mental power. The scene before him gradually entered his mind. Here was the bridge of the Tekkadan Zubi. Not only him, but most of the Tekkadan members were also present. On the communication screen, before them appeared the image of a person he didn't recognize. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke earnestly. So, your side is willing to participate in this operation? That would be wonderful. However, based on the intelligence he had gathered and the memories flooding back, Yu Xiao remembered that the other party was probably the defense commander of Huffman Island, Kirishima Ryoma. And it seemed that not long ago, the other party had communicated with them, hoping that Tekkadan could send troops to assist in the defense of Huffman Island. Yu Xiao recalled. The plan was to establish a defensive line on the outskirts of the island, using steel mesh as walls to hold back the enemy around Huffman Island. This operational plan sounded normal. But in reality, it's practically a death throes. Anyone with a better understanding of the situation would probably think that way upon hearing this plan. After all, the purpose of this desperate defense wasn't merely to defend the homeland. It was more about waiting for reinforcements. But at this moment, all major shipping lanes had been paralyzed by the betas. If they were to arrive here by airdrop, the threat of the Ray-class missiles had to be considered. In fact, According to intelligence from the Strategic Intelligence Department, those betas had likely already taken control of several islands in the oceans and established a blockade of air bases around Huffman Island. In this situation, Huffman Island was practically isolated and without support. The so-called holding out to the death, to some extent, was merely an effort to make the people here feel that the People's Revolutionary Alliance hadn't abandoned them. Fortunately, Yu Xiao would never allow such a thing to happen again here. As long as Red Number 1 launches an attack, everything will be alright. Then, the man on the screen solemnly saluted the people present and said, "I would like to express my gratitude for your noble deeds. In any case, the names of all those present here will surely be sung as heroes in the future." This was also one of the proofs of Yu Xiao's conjecture. No need for thanks. Having basically understood the situation, Yu Xiao stepped forward and spoke first. As the nominal manager of the Tekadan, no one present objected. It's our duty to help others in need. Especially in this unprecedented crisis, we are all in the midst of it. He lightly tapped the dashboard, using this small movement to regain control of his body. Yu Xiao continued with an air of ease. "I just want to know about the beta attack. They only said they were already gathering at the beach. Based on their current marching speed, how long until they land?" "The earliest is expected to be this afternoon." Kirishima Ryoma didn't hide anything. He replied in a heavy tone. "I see. The evacuation of citizens is currently underway, right? Can it be completed before then?" "It's difficult. We only completed the coastal area so far. So our operational objective is singular, to buy time. To ensure the safety of the citizens at all costs. Until the evacuation of citizens is complete." "I understand." Yu Xiao nodded. "We agreed to join this operation. I have only one request, Mr. Kirishima. Please speak. Could you grant our Tekadan a certain degree of autonomy? Including the other combat forces we acquire later. We hope to be able to command them ourselves." This, of course. Kirishima Ryoma was somewhat surprised, but nodded nonetheless. After all, integrating a completely different unit into the command structure and continuing effective operational planning on that basis was inherently quite difficult. The fact that the other party made this request might, in a sense, be in line with their wishes. "That's good. Thank you for your trust. We will do our best from now on." Yu Xiao nodded. Then, he took a few steps forward and cut off the communication. However, after the other party closed the communication and the screen went dark, Kirishima Ryoma remembered something. That was the strangeness in the other party's words. Other combat forces recruited. The forces that could be mobilized were almost completely conscripted. Where was he going to recruit other combat forces to join? After completing the communication, Yu Xiao then bid farewell to Asagami and everyone present, and headed to the side of a building on Huffman Island that he had recently become somewhat familiar with. At the Narakozaka manufacturing plant. The already desolate environment here now appeared even more bleak. It was probably because the staff who had worked there had all been evacuated under official arrangements. Even Chia had been urgently brought back to the fishing fire. However, what bothered Yu Xiao was that the workshop door was ajar. "Is anyone home?" So he took a few steps forward and knocked lightly. He received a prompt reply. "Come in." Upon entering, he saw a young woman still working at her desk. Miss Wenjia? Didn't you go to evacuate?" Somewhat surprised, Yu Xiao asked. "Yes. And you?" But she didn't even look up, responding with a question instead of a reply. "Me neither. Could it be that the ancient iron machine here was also requisitioned by the military?" "No, not at all. I actually hope they can come. I'm currently drafting the application, but it might be a bit late." Wenjia silently adjusted his glasses at this point. Then he said, "Mr. Dongyun, I know you might not understand, but there are some reasons behind it. Would you like to hear them?" Chapter 392. For some reason, perhaps it was fate, when all that should have been a race against time to get the other party to safety. Facing the question, Yu Xiao nodded. "Please tell me. That was something that happened when I was very young." When Jia adjusted his glasses, then he began to recount the past. "It was probably one day that I saw a video of a military exercise online. Normally, there wasn't much to say, but a certain mecha caught my eye. That red mecha. Its name was Kotetsu. Even so, I didn't think it was anything archaic. On the contrary, I thought, it was super cool, wasn't it? That undead 3 Malawing Quatches. So after that, I was completely captivated by that mecha, and started searching everywhere for information about it. But in the end, what I found was the company that produced it, Narukozaka Manufacturing. The news of its bankruptcy due to poor management strategy. It seems that the development and operational plans for that ancient iron machine were thus aborted. I know it wasn't anyone's fault. If there was a problem, it was those betas who inexplicably invaded this place. Back then, I thought, if one day, that machine could be completed, and, truly standing on the battlefield, giving those insects a good beating. Sorry, that was a bit of a rude choice of words. Anyway, if only that were the case. That's what I was thinking back then. And it still is now. So, Miss Wenjia, came here? Only now, having arrived, did Yu Xiao tentatively ask. He had previously felt that this girl, who seemed like a bright student, shouldn't be working odd jobs in such a dilapidated place. Now it seemed his guess was about to be confirmed. Yes. That's why I came here. But, she lowered her head. It seems I haven't found the right opportunity. And now that the opportunity has finally arrived, the safety measures taken to ensure the successful completion of this machine have now become an obstacle preventing it from returning to the battlefield. She then sighed deeply. You might think I'm too clumsy. But that's alright, because I think so myself. But even someone as useless as me has a request. I want you to listen. She offered to tell him a story at this moment. Just to elicit this statement, Yu Xiao nodded silently. A request, if it's possible, I'd be happy to oblige, Miss Wenjia. That's good. Wenjia deftly retrieved something from the cabinet in front of her. Then she handed it to Yu Xiao. This is the activation key for the undead MK3, that ancient iron. Please, let it shine where it's meant to be. If it's you, you can do it, I believe you. After saying this, she stood up and left without looking back, leaving Yu Xiao standing there, lost in thought. Did she know his identity? Or did she simply believe she was someone he could entrust with this machine, which is why she did this? Yu Xiao didn't know. He just silently weighed the object in his hand. I'm sorry. And at the end, he uttered an apology in a low voice. Because he had lied. At least for now, he couldn't be the pilot of the ancient iron, but he had another person ready. In the end, that was why he had come in the first place. That was a soldier who also hoped to one day return to the battlefield. Just like that ancient iron. Silently, he stepped forward. After turning a few street corners, he arrived at his destination. The sanatorium for wounded soldiers. Everyone he saw along the way looked hurried, probably because they were all in a hurry to take refuge. So this time, he didn't even need to show his caregiver certificate. Upon arriving at a room, he gently knocked on the door. Please come in. Who is it? It's me. Miss Nan. He stepped inside. The girl before him was still wearing that familiar hospital gown. Her long hair was loose, and she seemed serene, as if she didn't exist in the same world as the noisy and chaotic atmosphere around her. Aren't you leaving? Although she couldn't see his face, Nan Wanqing clearly recognized him from Yu Xiao's voice. Therefore, she turned her head, her voice clearly showing some confusion. Yes. I still have things to do, to fight those betas on the front lines. I see. So you are? Nan Wanqing paused, her hand still smoothing her hair. She lowered her eyes, a hint of sadness in her expression. A little envious, she said softly. No. It's nothing. Then, why did you come to see me? As you can see, I'm no longer of any use. Even if I were to seek refuge, I need someone to take care of me. Perhaps I should just stay here until the very end. It hasn't come to that yet. Miss Nan. Facing the slightly dejected Nan Wanqing, Yu Xiao stepped forward and gently took her hand. This wasn't for any other reason. It was simply to give the girl something he had prepared beforehand, something he had transferred to his own quarters on the fishing fire using the space bridge. It was a vial of bright red reagent. Something Yu Xiao had developed in a past life. Assimilation inhibitor. A drug created to address Fafner's assimilation phenomenon. While it couldn't completely cure her, it could alleviate her severe symptoms to a certain extent. In the original work, Mech also used this drug to be able to pilot Fafner again in the final battle. He was also a Fafner existence pilot. Yu Xiao believed this should also be effective for him. What is this? An assimilation inhibitor. It can temporarily suppress the symptoms in your body, Miss Nan. I just wanted to say. If you still want to fight, please use it. Then go to a place called Narakozaka Manufacturing Plant, use this activation key, and activate the machine there. If you don't want to fight, please use it too. And then, discard the thought that you are no longer useful, and continue to live earnestly. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. After all, the people who fought alongside you, I think they will never forget your deeds. And they certainly wouldn't want you to sink into despair here alone. That's it. Goodbye. Without lingering in the room to put pressure on him, Yu Xiao stepped out of the room, giving him time to think carefully. Nan Wanqing was left sitting blankly in the room. Is that so? You, could it be? Then, with a faint smile, she raised the potion in her hand. In that case, is there any time for hesitation? Chapter 393. And soon, after completing a series of tasks, Yu Xiao quietly waited to capture the information flow manipulating the beta. But unfortunately, the other side seemed to have already completed its setup. At least for now, after quite some time. He hadn't detected any special methods the other side used to teleport the beta or communicate with it. Anxiety, tension, restlessness, these emotions didn't appear in Yu Xiao's mind. At this moment, all he had was a strange calmness. So, he methodically restarted Mech Warrior VS and re-established contact with Huffman Island. It was already noon. On the beach of Huffman Island, which should have been deserted due to the emergency evacuation, steel giants were now marching. Leading them were orange, yellow, and dark blue Mechs, Yu Xiao's God Slayer giant. Following him were 2 Demon Gundams and Barbados, along with the Gundam-equipped short swords piloted by the Tekkaden members. A little late? Eugene remarked, looking at the mixed formation of MS, primarily J-10 tactical mobile suits and Iron Man-class mobile suits, that had arrived. Not too late. After all, the enemy hasn't appeared yet. Yu Xiao stared blankly at the various mobile suits before him. He felt as if this scene had happened a long time ago. Brother Xiao, that's strange. Shouldn't tactical mobile suit units be at the forefront? Why are they? Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Thunder who had merged with the Victor and formed the God-slaying Titan. Lim's question, however, pulled Yu Xiao back to reality. He looked intently. Before him, the Human Reform League's tactical mech unit seemed to be retreating in an orderly fashion. Hey! The mech unit is retreating. You too follow. Yu Xiao received this communication as a tactical mech brushed past the God-slaying Titan. He looked towards the source of the message. There stood the Black Martial Thunder, which he had become somewhat familiar with recently. So the pilot was Mr. Shirogane. To avoid revealing to Lim that they were actually quite familiar with each other in the past, Yu Xiao deliberately used a somewhat awkward honorific. It's me. After opening the communicator, the aloof man with long, sparse brown hair nodded. Could you explain the current situation? This formation seemed somewhat contrary to military strategy. It's complicated to explain. Shirogane Takaru simply sighed. You should check it yourself. They're almost here. Them? Yu Xiao looked back. Sure enough, on the highway in the island's inner town, several familiar war machines were speeding towards them. The tracks creaked as they rolled over the sun-baked asphalt. Those were old-model combat vehicles of the Human Reform Alliance. The Beetle-type mobile combat vehicles that Yu Xiao had seen several times on Penglai Island. With only machine guns and anti-tank guns, they were already obsolete during the Beta War. He hadn't expected them to even bring out something like that. Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, through the communication channel established with the military, he also heard reports and responses from the Beetle-type units, tank units, arrive at the scene. Excellent. Deploy around the coastline and establish a defensive line. The mecha units, retreat 2 blocks and prepare fire support from the rear. Understood. Hey, did you hear that, MS units? Retreat to our rear. The tank unit leader shouted. At the same time, the other mecha present continued to retreat. Although Yu Xiao also notified the entire Tekkaden to retreat. However, this scene couldn't help but raise some suspicions in Yu Xiao's eyes. Instead of using MS units to cover the tank units' artillery positions, the tank units were instead being used as the vanguard, blocking the MS units? This counterintuitive deployment. Could it be that? Yes. Just as you think. Reading Yu Xiao's thoughts from his expression, Shirogane Takaru spoke. Their responsibility isn't cannons. It's shields. This place is too close to the city's outskirts. Even missing a single beta could cause unimaginable consequences and casualties. Therefore, until all the civilians have evacuated, the defensive line cannot be weakened in the slightest. In other words, although they still have a relative advantage in firepower, the mobile infiltration tactics that MS and tactical units excel at cannot be easily implemented in this situation. In this predicament, the only thing both sides can do is engage in a stalemate, trading space and manpower for precious time. For the beta, it simply means sending out even larger swarms to attack. For humanity, it means minimizing casualties among its own forces. In this situation, it's only natural. Those sacrificed first should naturally be the combat forces least impactful on the overall situation. Therefore, the first to be pushed to the front lines are the relatively obsolete beetle tanks. Using them as bait gives other mech units more time to annihilate the enemy. After that, tactical mechs and mobile suits take their place. Naturally, their order is from older to newer, from common to elite. This is practically like the story of Tianji's horse race. Yu Xiao sighed. However, when the distinction between inferior and superior horses becomes the actual lives of others, the scene inevitably takes on a cruelly real feel. And at this moment, sonar system echo. Enemy confirmed. The first wave, estimated to be assault-class destroyers, is 2 kilometers from the shore. This alarm sounded from the quick-thinking liaison officer. However, the Beetle-type units had not yet reached their designated positions. Good, continue advancing. We already laid mines in the surrounding waters. The enemy won't be able to land for a while. Take this opportunity to form ranks. With a shout, the Beetle-type units quickly advanced, forming a single line. Enemy first wave, reach target area. Mines detonate. The liaison officer's voice on the communication channel seemed to be the best confirmation. But, was it really as they thought? Yu Xiao frowned, his sense of crisis growing stronger. Although a considerable explosion occurred below, the sea before him remained calm. Did it succeed? A considerable murmur of discussion arose within the Human Revolutionary Alliance's forces. Logically speaking, naval mines should indeed be effective against enemy assault-class weapons. After all, the soft flesh beneath the armor shell would be fatally damaged if touched by shrapnel from the explosion. Chapter 394. But is that really the case? The minefield has been successfully detonated. Only after a long silence did the operator's voice come through the communication channel again, confirming the effectiveness of the strike. What? But the previously steady voice now trembled slightly. The enemy's first wave. No damage, and they're even accelerating? They're coming. And then, without giving anyone present time to hesitate or discuss, accompanied by a deafening roar, the half-body of a blue behemoth tore through the silent waves of the sea. And then it revealed its full form. A roar. The deafening sound waves made even the trained soldiers grimace. It was the being Yu Xiao had once faced, the strange creature Elginus. But there wasn't just one. Following the first Elginus to land, more similar-looking monsters emerged. As for the exact number, 10 in total. 10 Elginus. Yu Xiao frowned. Even one of these things would be difficult to deal with, and now there were 10? Was the enemy boasting of their ease? No. That's not right. Yu Xiao pondered. It was only natural that the enemy would send out such a large force. Upon seeing this group of bizarrely shaped monsters, exclamations of surprise naturally rose and fell among the Human Reform Alliance's troops. What are these things? They're too exaggerated. Beta? No. Those things? Are they monsters? It's like Godzilla from a sci-fi movie. Are you kidding me? Are we really going to fight this thing? However, despite the shock, it wasn't enough to disrupt the subsequent operations. The command that rang out over the team's communication channel immediately silenced the murmurs. Don't be scared. Panic will kill us all. TSK, even if it looks different, it's still a monster. All vehicles halted fire. Don't stop firing. With this shout, the advancing tank convoy immediately snapped out of its daze and resumed executing the order. After stopping, the beetle-like main guns, the 85mm cannons all turned. They unleashed a continuous barrage, creating a crisscrossing web of fire. Like raindrops, they rained down on Elginus. However, in terms of sheer power, these shells still couldn't harm Elginus in the slightest. The hideous, upright dragon simply roared and charged forward. Ignoring the beetle-like artillery fire, they plunged into the front lines of the chariots, beginning their destruction. It wasn't even a battle. This was unlike the day Yu Xiao fought underwater, utilizing the terrain. Without the constraints of the deep-sea pressure, Elginus was a terrifying behemoth of other dimensions. Even its running motion, with its feet stomping the earth, could create gusts of wind that intimidated others. The beetle-like formation was utterly ineffective against such a colossal creature. In the short time it took to react, they were torn to pieces. Help! Ah! What? Screams erupted one after another. In the second column of MS units, in the Iron Man unit that had just led its retreat, the captain's mobile suit received questions from his subordinates. Captain! What? What should we do? What to do? A situation that would normally be dismissed with a simple follow orders now felt incredibly heavy. The behemoth before them seemed far too large and insurmountable. To fight? To flee? A life-or-death decision rested before the squad leader. He was lost. But, hey, look at that thing. Perhaps it was at this moment that those who could act decisively became all the more precious. At the shout of his subordinates, the squad leader piloting the Iron Man looked ahead. What he saw was a giant of orange and blue. It erupted forth, brandishing its massive blade, and charged forward. Then it swung. The length of the energy blade increased instantly, reaching an astonishing magnitude. Following this, with a powerful slash, the force unleashed. It seemed even the horde of Elginus could not withstand it. These previously invincible and powerful behemoths were forced to leap backward to regroup. Having completed this strike, the enormous robot stood upright on the ground. Holding its great sword, the blade pointed at the horde before it. Bathed in the bright sunlight, it resembled a majestic colossus. Who is he? Is he Red Number 1? No, he is. The squad leader remembered. The codename of the machine before him seemed to be God Slayer Giant. And its pilot was called Akatsuki, a member of Tekaden, who had come all the way from Yen continent. As memories surfaced in his mind, the emotions and memories, previously frozen by fear within him, gradually thawed. The scene of betas ravaging the city. The ruins of his hometown he saw. Even so, it was this that led him to serve on Huffman Island, far from the front lines. But what else can we do? Forward! The tank convoy has been defeated, so it's our turn to be the shield. The civilians are fighting bravely. What right do we soldiers have if we don't stand up for ourselves? Fire! Bullets don't go to hell, so let this land become the graveyard of those reptiles, he shouted hoarsely. Then, piloting his Iron Man, he too took the lead. Firing relentlessly from his smoothbore cannon, he closed in on Elginus's attack range. Yes, how can we let the civilians leave us behind? Captain! We have to keep up! At the same time, his squad made the same decision. And a single spark can often ignite a prairie fire. With just this one machine, and this one squad's spontaneous action. Then, within the entire force that had initially intended to retreat, a completely opposite wave of advance erupted. As expected, Akatsuki, in the cockpit of the Black Takaru, further back in the row, looking at the scene before him, Shirogane Takaru couldn't help but sigh softly. A faint smile, long absent from that face, reappeared. But it was quickly swallowed by a chilling aura. Then, he shouted to the Shiranui squad he led behind him, all of you, advance. Don't fall behind, show the spirit of an ace. No further words were needed. This well-trained elite squad continued its advance, and launched an attack on Elginus's group. Chapter 395. While individual soldiers weren't exactly formidable combat power, the advantage of sheer numbers was fully exploited, and the network of firepower formed by the various units began to take effect. The group was pleasantly surprised to find that this seemed to be the solution to their problem. After all, their enlarged size meant a larger surface area vulnerable to enemy fire. In this situation, well-trained soldiers could practically hit them even with their eyes closed. Therefore, when the mobile suits combined their artillery fire, the resulting suppressive firepower could, to some extent, restrain Elginus's movements. Although it certainly couldn't guarantee victory, and naturally couldn't be considered a complete solution. When ammunition supplies dwindled, this defensive network might even be easily breached. But at this moment, it gave the fighting group the confidence to continue fighting, and that was enough. And naturally, those fighting included not only the regular army of the Human Reform League, but also the members of the Tekaden. Perhaps it was because of Yu Zhao's leadership and rallying cry. The people present had followed the god-slaying giant from the very beginning. Upon reaching the target location, they formed a formation and launched an attack. Missiles and cannons armed with 105mm short swords clashed in a thunderous barrage. But without a doubt, what was more eye-catching than any other weaponry at this moment was a rain of light composed of crimson-white positron cannons. Physical weapons, of course, could not inflict any effective damage on Elginus. Therefore, when the positron cannons roared down on these behemoths in turn, everyone assumed it was all in vain. A short while later, Eugene, piloting the 105 short sword, complained, "No. Damn it! What are these guys made of? What?" His words turned into a scream. The reason was simple. One of the Elginus, which had been almost immobilized by the firepower, had somehow found an opening, or perhaps simply used its thick hide to break through the barrage of fire. The Elginus let out a mournful cry and leaped backward. And great-colored blood was flowing from its wounds. It succeeded? Eugene, who had fired the shot but still seemed quite incredulous, exclaimed in astonishment. He even rubbed his eyes, repeatedly confirming whether what he had just witnessed was a hallucination. Only after confirming it was indeed true did he speak with joy. Success? We inflicted damage on the enemy. With our current weaponry. Everyone, we can do it. This news quickly spread throughout the combat zone via the communication channel. Oh! Great. Let's keep going, Vice Commander. The boy, Shinua, also piloting the 105mm short sword, painted pink and called Meteor, was eager to join the fray. Let's use our galaxy cannons to blast a few more holes in that guy. He then raised his positron cannon and resumed the previous barrage. What's wrong? Everyone seems pretty excited. Oh well. Mikazuki, who had been observing and listening throughout, still maintained a calm and composed expression, sighing in astonishment. The Barbados he was piloting lacked long-range firepower. So, it was weaving through the center of the firestorm, avoiding Elginus's body, and avoiding the roaring positron cannons, and the barrage of physical ammunition. After finding an opening, Barbados, using its agile movement, climbed up the monster's back. Then, with a swift turn, it was in front of Elginus. Good. Got you. And with just a whispered remark, it controlled Barbados through the Alayevich-Nana system. Mikazuki raised the massive katana in the MS's hand, and thrust it straight at Elginus's right eye. Clearly, he wanted to exploit his opponent's weakness to find a convenient way to gain the upper hand. However, the result was undoubtedly disappointing. The katana pierced Elginus's eye socket, deep into that dead fish-like eyeball. But after only a few moments, Barbados felt the obstruction of the opponent's skeleton, preventing his attack from penetrating any further. An internal structure harder than expected. Ugh! Elginus, in pain, began to shake wildly. This was the reaction Mikazuki had anticipated. But what he saw next was a burst of blue light shooting from the creature's mouthparts. This was an attack from an energy entity, Mikazuki judged. He hadn't used it before, so he hadn't expected the attack to come from here. Unfortunately, although he had made the judgment, it was somewhat too late to react. The katana was deeply embedded in the opponent's eye socket. He wouldn't be able to free himself for a while. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one fighting. Boom, 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 boom. The incessant sounds of Gatling beam cannons echoed all around. Using its immense thrust to float, the strangely low-profile Gundam-like machine, Ermarin. At this moment, it preemptively attacked, using a shot at Elginus's other eye to distract the behemoth. And in the instant the behemoth relaxed, it charged forward. Grabbing Barbados's waist with one hand, it pulled it from beside Elginus's mouth at the last second. What are you daydreaming about, Mr. Demon Man of Takadan? You were almost killed by that big guy, weren't you? In the cockpit of the Ermarin, Sophie spoke in her usual casual yet slightly sarcastic tone. I just didn't anticipate that kind of attack. I won't do it again next time. Oh dear. Is that so? Not even a thank you. That's really disappointing. Quiet down. If you want to hear a thank you, I let you say it as many times as you want after the battle. Mikazuki regained his composure, still speaking in a cold tone. His blue pupils were fixed on the direction of the giant beast before him. But now, we need to find a way to deal with that guy. Otherwise, Akatsuki's efforts will be in vain. Akatsuki's efforts. Saying that makes one want to look in that direction. In fact, the situation there does indeed need attention. Because the reason the current battle situation is possible is because the Elginus currently fighting the Human Reform Alliance is only half of their total number. That is 5. As for the whereabouts of the other 5, naturally, they are completely taken care of by Yu Xiao and his god-slaying titan. Chapter 396. To fight 5 Elginus simultaneously with a single mech. To be honest, when this thought crossed his mind, for a fleeting moment, Yu Xiao felt like he was going crazy. After all, while the God-Slayer Titan was powerful, even so, to contend with 5 such monsters, that was indeed a bit of a stretch. But, given the current situation, with the mithril forces lying in wait, feigning weakness, this was the only option. So now, Yu Xiao's fingertip rested on the trigger of the control stick beside him. Clearly, in this imminent situation, Yu Xiao was on edge, ready to react to the enemy's attack. But before pulling the trigger and unleashing the power of the God-Slayer Titan, Yu Xiao had something to say to the person beside him. Leona, no. And Chris. He softly called the name of the orange-haired girl who was riding in the same mech as him. It seems I dragged you all into this mess. I'm truly sorry. To this, Rem simply stuck out her tongue and said, still saying this now? That's not like you, Akatsuki and I. Although it was a willful decision, we were prepared from the beginning. That's right, so just keep going without worry, Akatsuki-san. See. Chris thinks so too. Is that so? In that case, Yu Zhao's gaze sharpened. Next, I might have to do something a little reckless. Rim gave a thumbs up and said, no problem. Anyway, we keep using you until you're satisfied, Akatsuki and I. In the brief moment between Yu Zhao and Rim's conversation, the Elginus finally made their move. Their previously scattered formation gradually tightened. Then, from their mouths, came bolts of lightning, identical to those Mikazuki had faced before. The meaning behind this was simply, are they planning to use a breath attack? Then, Rim increased the output of the arcane engine, Yu Zhao deduced. And then he acted. With an aura that seemed to embrace the entire sky, the god-slaying titan strode forward, arms outstretched. This was not merely a pose to display composure, but a prelude to making room for its upcoming attack. The next second, the god-slaying titan's chest opened in a cross shape, revealing the hidden emerald-colored composite cannon turret. At the same time, its face mask was removed, revealing the hidden additional exhaust vents. Scorching steam billowed from them, rising gradually and making its face appear even more ferocious. It resembled a monstrous demon god from hell. This was, of course, a sign that the arcane power core within the god-slaying giant was operating at near-limit levels. Just as the Elginus, standing side by side, unleashed their accumulated lightning energy. Understood. Arcane engine, power up. Brother Xiao, energy reserves are approaching the threshold. Excellent. Giant destruction cannon. Accompanied by Lim's prompt, Yu Zhao shouted. Then, the rainbow-colored energy condensed into a beam, roaring out with unstoppable force, directly confronting the combined power of the 5 Elginus. The moment the thunderous breath from the Elginus group made contact, it triggered a violent explosion and shockwave. Fortunately, the surrounding residents had already evacuated. No other mechs joined the battle. Otherwise, this single exchange would have engulfed everything in its path. In a way, one could even say, this battle between mechs and behemoths might have been beyond the reach of ordinary people. The storm caused by the energy clash grew increasingly larger. Although initially, this energy clash was relatively evenly matched. However, the opponent was powered by the G-element energy of 5 Elginus units. Therefore, in terms of endurance and stamina, it ultimately surpassed the god-slaying titan. The light from the giant destructive cannon gradually dimmed. But, then, from within the thunderous storm of Elginus's breath, a dark shadow emerged. That was the figure of the God-Slayer Titan. To defeat it in a clash of energy waves, this was never something Yu Zhao had considered from the start. After all, he was well aware of the difference in their power output. His purpose in using the giant destruction cannon was simply to neutralize the opponent's attack through energy collision. Therefore, while clashing, he also activated the God-Slayer Titan's thrusters, using this opportunity to break through the opponent's attack network. And after bursting through, the God-Slayer Titan, its dazzling wings flashing, arrived before one of the Elginus Titans. That's it. I accept. With a shout, Yu Zhao forcefully pushed the control stick beside him forward. Then the God-Slayer Titan swung its powerful right arm from the lower right to the upper left. With a full-powered rising dragon punch, it sent the behemoth flying in a dramatic fashion. Then, naturally, it seized the opportunity to pursue. But the Elginus surrounding it wouldn't sit idly by. Having sensed the God-Slayer Titan's breakthrough, they had already surrounded it, intending to use a pincer attack to annihilate it. But this situation was within Yu Zhao's expectations. So he simply snorted Lim, separate. A short and sudden command. But Leona's personality, born for battle, allowed her to understand and execute it in a short time. Okay, Brother Xiao, she replied. Immediately following, with a resounding clang of mechanical separation, the God-Slayer giant transformed into 2 streaks of wind, one blue and one yellow. Those were the separated Victor and the Thunder which, they moved away from the encirclement formed by Elginus and his companions, swiftly pursuing the direction of the Elginus that had been knocked away. Next, a combined attack. Understood. Lightning Cube Cannon. The Thunder Witch's hands once again gathered dazzling lightning. Although the electric attack had little effect on this monster, which could also manipulate electricity. However, temporarily creating a cage to restrain its movements was sufficient. And naturally, what followed was just like that. Killing Claw. Yu Zhao and the Victor's fierce pursuit. The thrusters blazed, and with a claw of light rising from its wrist, the Victor charged forward like a whirlwind. Swinging the claw of light, it stabbed towards Elginus's throat. If it were a living organism, this would be its weak point in its physiological structure. Chapter 397. And as expected, as the Victor swooped forward, swinging his arm, the winding beam of light pierced the throat of the behemoth, Elginus. Purple blood seeped into the air, only to evaporate under the intense heat. Without relenting, Yu Xiao left the killing claws embedded in Elginus's body. The relentless light and heat tormented its body, causing it to emit mournful howls. Yet even so, it did not cease its struggle and movement. It seems that as a monster born from G-elements, the weaknesses of ordinary creatures do not apply to this giant reptilian lizard. And even more remarkably, Elginus subsequently regained its mobility. Although its voice was hoarse, Yu Xiao guessed that this was probably because his attack had damaged its vocal organs. But its body began to move violently, rolling and tumbling, attempting to crush the victor beside it. Needless to say, upon noticing this, Yu Xiao manipulated the victor into a high-powered leap to evade the attack. Although this attack stopped the victor's attack, it also gave it an opportunity. An opportunity to reunite with the thunder which in midair. Bang! Clang! With a crisp mechanical sound, the colossal steel god, no less imposing than the beast before it, stood upright once more. And then? There's no other way. I wanted to finish you off in a way that conserved some energy, Yu Xiao muttered to himself. The reason for using the killing claws earlier was now clear. He was obviously planning to conserve energy. After all, there were still 4 Elginus to deal with. But since his vitality is so tenacious. But now, it seemed there was no need to worry about conserving energy. Come here! The terminating spear. With Yu Xiao's shout, the 2 energy-powered long swords that originally belonged to the victor sprang from the god-slaying giant's body, and were now in his hand. But this time, I finish you off with this move. Beam Chain Hammer. What emerged from the hilt was neither a great sword nor a beam spear. It was a chain hammer of enormous and exaggerated size, made of arcane energy. Needless to say, this was thanks to the simultaneous operation of 2 arcane engines, which provided enough power to drive this weapon. With a swing of the god-slaying titan, the massive hammer, nearly solidified from countless compressed energies, was hurled by what appeared to be a chain-like guide, striking the tumbling Elginus. Upon contact, this crystalline energy mass lost its precarious stability. And in the next second, it shattered. Thus, this attack, containing energy no less than the previous colossal destructive cannon strike, instantly exploded on Elginus's body. According to Yu Xiao's prediction, even Elginus would be severely affected by this energy attack. And indeed, that was the case. As the dust settled, Elginus's spine was also blasted open, revealing a mangled, bloody interior. Although it continued its self-repair at a visible pace, its weaknesses were exposed. That conspicuous G-element reactor, absolutely impossible for Yu Xiao to miss. It's over. The god-slaying titan lightly flicked the hilt of its sword, then switched to its usual beam longsword mode. Yu Xiao piloted his mecha forward and plunged in. The moment the blade clashed with the G-element reactor, a violent reaction erupted. The unstable bio-powered reactor exploded. The resulting blast crushed Elginus's flesh as well. Ironically, because its outer skin was so tough. After a deafening roar, it was left with an outer shell. Like a reptile shedding its shell, it lay on the ground, a cruel and bloody comical sight. Even after defeating the enemy before him, there was no sign of relief on Yu Xiao's face. For left, only an oddly calm counting could be heard. He withdrew his sword from Elginus, and silently surveyed the horde of monsters before him. Clearly, lacking emotion, they showed no fear at the death of their kind. Instead, they were only fueled by an even more ferocious desire to attack, charging in groups of 4 towards Yu Xiao's god-slaying titan. It's coming, brother Xiao. Whatever, just what I want. Keep fighting, Rim, until we wipe them all out. Yu Xiao shouted. And the next second, the god-slaying titan accelerated once more. They were once again locked in combat with the 4 colossal beasts. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one looked anywhere but at their own eyes. Therefore now, somewhere on Huffman Island, a black-haired girl, observing the battle between the god-slaying giant and Elginus, was naturally outside the battlefield. As expected, it's you. A smile curved her lips. It was Nan Wanqing, who had unexpectedly reunited with Yu Xiao some time ago. She had almost given up the will to live. But now she stood up again. And I wasn't mistaken. That familiar fighting method. Through the screen in front of her, her clear eyes, still crimson, gazed into the distance. But the girl's gaze had cleared, and her movements had returned to normal. Clearly, she had used the assimilation inhibitor given to her by Yu Xiao, and regained the ability to move normally. This is why she's here, outside the hangar at Narikosaka manufacturing plant. Inside the cockpit of the undead 3 Malawing Quatches, or rather, the cockpit of Furutetsu. Program adjustments, I see. This machine, though civilian-made, is clearly a design from the Human Reform Federation, and the control method too. It's similar to the tactical machines I piloted before. She pondered, rapidly examining the code chain before her. It works. And, as she gripped the control stick tightly, she said firmly, "Then, look at me. Red One, what you entrusted to me. Neither this machine nor my life will be wasted." Kanami Wansei. Undead Mk3, launch. Accompanied by a habitual, checking shout. The blue unicorn special machine soared into the sky, propelled by the frenzied thrust of its Tesla thrusters, its destination, the battlefield. Beside the fighting Red Number 1. Chapter 398. The gaze returned to the battlefield where the God Slayer Titan and Elginus faced off. The God Slayer Titan now held the hilt of its executioner's spear in both hands, transforming it into a long sword, facing its enemies with a fierce and ready stance. Although the Elginus had a numerical advantage, their wide-ranging, sweeping fighting style meant that their group attacks could not achieve effective coordination. This was naturally a good thing for Yu Xiao. He manipulated the God Slayer Titan, wielding its twin blades with fluid grace. Despite being a massive super-type special machine, its movements were astonishingly smooth. Facing the attacks of the Elginus before him, it parried continuously. Moreover, beam weapons have an inherent advantage in physical combat. Even the toughest body would wear down in such continuous exchanges. But beam weapons do not have this problem. As long as it has sufficient energy, it can attack almost indefinitely, until one of them reveals an opening. As it charged forward, one of Elginus's claws clashed with the Godslayer's blade. And the next second, a slashing wound suddenly appeared on its wrist. Clearly, Yu Xiao had consciously controlled the landing point of each blade during his continuous attacks, concentrating them in one spot, thus creating what seemed like a chance occurrence turned into an inevitable outcome. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Xiao manipulated the God Slayer to charge forward. With a smooth arc in his hand, after what appeared to be the umpteenth slash, he completely severed the forearm of this Elginus. Purple blood gushed from the severed wound. This gave Yu Xiao an opportunity. Try this. Unlike this high-pitched shout, the God Slayer Titan's actions were initially peculiar. It raised its long sword, but didn't immediately swing it. Instead, it extinguished the blade. It merely aimed the hilt at the severed wound on Elginus's arm. Then, it activated instantly. The gushing arcane energy surged into Elginus's body like lightning. Within Elginus's body, it unleashed a violent burst of power. Next, accompanied by Elginus's screams, its body swelled up little by little like a balloon. Within its body, the unrestrained and rampant energy from the God Slayer Titan surged forth. But the hard outer shell consistently suppressed the displacement of the muscles within its body, which had begun to shift and deform, while also preventing the slightest leakage of this tightly packed energy. It seemed that this had indeed failed to harm Elginus in the slightest. However, no matter how hard the shell, it always had its limits. Once those limits were reached, the only remaining outcome would be an explosion like an inflated balloon. And judging from the current situation, reaching this theoretical limit wouldn't take much time at all. Approximately a few seconds after the God-slaying Titan's attack continued, Elginus's body finally shattered with a deafening roar. This time, unlike the being directly struck and exploded by the beam hammer, not even its outer shell remained. It had become scattered fragments of flesh and blood. The God-slayer giant nearby was naturally covered in its blood. Ugh! How disgusting. Sitting in the cockpit of the Thunder Witch Lim, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but close her eyes. But Yu Xiao's expression remained almost unnaturally calm. The second one. He simply counted in a low voice. Then he maneuvered the God-slayer giant around. 3 more Elginus awaited his disposal. With this thought in mind, the God-slayer giant turned around. Continuing to grip the 2 ender spears, it faced the ferocious behemoths. Logically, with the numbers reduced, this tactic wasn't particularly unusual. But problems often arise at times like these. This is bad. Ammunition reserves? A somewhat panicked voice came through the communication channel. At this rate, the firepower network can't be maintained. Oh no! That thing's about to break through the defenses. Spread out. There's something on its path. Ugh! Sizzle. The communication went dead. Obviously, this was because the soldier who sent the signal was killed. And what happened over there? It's not hard to understand just from what was said earlier. I didn't expect that side to be breached first. Yu Xiao pursed his lips. The Elginus that broke through the defenses wouldn't threaten his rear, but they would naturally head towards the city area and start causing destruction there. Even so, he couldn't get away to provide support. After all, He was currently fighting 3 Elginus. He couldn't just let them escape. He gritted his teeth. He tried to focus only on what was in front of him, not to be distracted by what was behind him. But just then, "Hey, look over there. An unfamiliar machine is coming." A new voice rang out on the communication channel. "No IFF signal on the radar. Is it a civilian machine?" Amidst the doubt, an exclamation followed. "Hey! It's heading straight for Elginus." "That's too much of a stretch." "So what if it's a stretch? We're all struggling. Do they expect us to help?" "Right now, we can only hope it slows them down. Damn it!" However, although the atmosphere in the discussion was quite somber, in the cockpit of the God-slaying Titan, a relaxed smile appeared on Yu Zhao's face. The pressure from before seemed to have vanished. "I see," he murmured softly. "You came after all. Just as I expected." "Yes. I came, Red One, in response to your expectations." And indeed, it was. The so-called civilian machine was actually the night battle-painted Gutsuki piloted by Nan Wanqing. Or rather, the undead 3 Malawin Quachas. The girl in the cockpit was responding to Yu Xiaoji in a low, seemingly distant voice. "Then, I stop you here. And fulfill the warrior's mission." While controlling the machine, she charged towards Elginus. First, with this move, the opening was a spirited shout, but then that spirit strangely faded. That, I remember it's called." A little flustered, she brought up the machine's OS. Then she checked the performance of the weapons listed. Finally, just as Gutsuki was about to engage Elginus head-on, she finally found it. She found the name of the weapon. "Take this. Revolver Pile Driver." Chapter 399. The girl only uttered the name of the weapon for a very short time. However, her control was executed flawlessly, and without hesitation from beginning to end. The combined result of these contradictory actions was, before the words even finished, after almost impossible dodging the behemoth's attack with a brutal and direct movement, Gutai's revolver, the pile driver, pierced straight into Elginus's eye socket. The sharp metal stake was deeply embedded. But that wasn't all. What followed was an explosion. The molten gunpowder within the weapon instantly detonated. The powerful thrust caused the steel stake to violently piston forward. The resulting wound spread rapidly. Even Elginus let out a scream at this moment, then staggered and swayed like a drunkard. Clearly, although its physical structure as a monster differed from that of ordinary creatures, it should at least possess a brain as the axis of thought. The attack, launched right near the eye socket, directly shook that area, causing the colossal creature to lose its balance. And finally, crashed to the ground with a thud. Did I do it? My piloting skills haven't faded after all. Gutai also landed safely. After ejecting the empty brass cartridge from the revolver's pile driver, Nan Wanqing, while sighing in admiration, silently switched on the radio and began communication. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. This is Captain Nan Wanqing of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, formerly of the Top Martial Forces. The events were somewhat complicated, but from now on, I'm back on the front lines. I handle this Elginus myself. No need to worry. Everyone, just continue fighting diligently at your posts." This caused a stir within the unit. Captain Nan Wanqing. "Wait, isn't that Operation Sakura's?" "Yeah. I don't know why she's here. But if she said so, she's probably right." Her encouragement did indeed elicit a noticeable response. The remaining mobile suits spontaneously changed formation. They sealed off the gap that had been exposed, trapping the remaining Elginus within their encirclement. "Phew. That should be enough." Nan Wanqing sighed softly. Her gaze drifted slightly towards the god-slaying Titan fighting beside her. Red number 1. Even though she didn't know if it was a dream, or the reason behind it, Nan Wanqing firmly believed. Since it was the other side's request, then, she only needed to resolutely carry it out. "Right, Red One," she whispered, although the god-slaying giant didn't respond. But looking at its fighting back, Nan Wanqing fully understood what she had to do. That was to defeat this behemoth before her, which was constantly resurrecting. This was the entire meaning and mission she was given at this moment, and of course, she wasn't the only one fighting to try and reverse the tide of battle. Around one of the Elginus's third-generation tactical aircraft, the Human Reform Alliance's cluster of third-generation tactical machines, including Wu Yulei and Shiranui, was naturally among them. Supported by the surrounding Iron Man and Beetle-type artillery fire, Elginus's movements became considerably sluggish. This allowed even tactical units to maneuver at will, thanks to their superior mobility. "Looks like reinforcements have arrived. I don't know who it is, but she's one of those drawn to Akatsuki. Huh? Meanwhile, while maneuvering Takamikazuchi into a dazzling display of maneuvers, Shirogane Takaru calmly assessed the situation. It seemed the battle hadn't yet deteriorated to the point where he needed to exert his full strength. Good. Everyone, the enemy's movements have slowed. Now's the perfect opportunity. Then, looking at the Elginus whose movements had changed, he shouted to his squad. All members of this squad were personally selected by Shirogane Takaru. They were all outstanding warriors from Shirogane Takaru's constantly looping memories. Therefore, after undergoing changes in time and space, and countless battles and hellish training, this squad naturally became one of the world's most elite groups. Just look at their current battle against Elginus. Even this formidable behemoth, with their coordinated teamwork, was finding it difficult to break through the encirclement of these small machines. Whether it was a claw strike or a tail sweep, all were dodged under Shirogane Takaru's anticipation and command. And he, in the gradual protracted combat, even discerned the pattern of the opponent's attacks. Next, change formation, surround and attack. Following the above instructions, preparations were made to switch from defense to offense and launch a counterattack. Understood? The Shiranui's group suddenly moved with a dazzling, seemingly random speed. But the next second, a hail of bullets attacked from all directions. At the same time, nearly half of the Shiranui drew their long swords and charged forward with lightning speed. From the seamless trajectories and maneuvers of their attacks, it was clear that this was not a scattered formation, but a well-planned and coordinated attack. However, despite such meticulous planning, when the leader, the Silver Warrior, wielding the black weapon Lightning Blade, rushed to Elginus and swung his blade, it only left a small scratch on the outer shell before bouncing away, sparks flying. The other units fared similarly. Although they seized the opportunity, a single attack was clearly insufficient to completely defeat Elginus. Fortunately, realizing the attack was ineffective, Shirogane Takaru did not continue the reckless assault. Ineffective. All units retreat, regroup. Instead, he ordered his wingmen to disperse and retreat to their previous positions. Clearly, victory or defeat was not imminent. There was no need to seize a single opportunity for continuous pursuit. Shirogane Takaru also understood that if they could simply continue fighting for a while longer, they would eventually find the weakness of this terrifying monster and defeat it. Similarly, with continuous artillery support and the concerted efforts of all units, the remaining 3 Elginus were completely suppressed and unable to move. The objective of stalling for time had vanished. It seemed that as long as they continued fighting like this, they could achieve a definitive victory in this battle. Was it? Chapter 400. This point, none of those involved in the battle dared to be certain. But it was obvious. What the hell? What the hell? On the other side of a screen, someone was about to break down. Watching the escalating battle unfold before her, the petite purple-haired girl, clutching her pillow, rolled around on the bed in frustration. Even so, that red number 1 didn't even show up. And they still managed to beat us? Alexis. At her emotional peak, she simply threw the pillow she was holding out of her arms. Then, like a servant, she began to command a strange creature residing in her computer. Instantly, the black alien creature appeared. Oh dear. Calm down, Akane. I didn't expect this situation either. But he only said it with a hint of regret, without much complaint about the other party's attitude. Can we just dismiss this with a simple I don't care? Indeed, we can't. Then let's think of a way to take that place down. If we do that, the big fish won't take the bait. That's the only way. It's difficult to instantiate more monsters from our existing reserves. Let's send out some low-level betas for now. You can handle the dispatching. The current situation isn't too dire, a little pressure would be enough. It methodically outlined its strategy. But the next second. For some reason, Alexis suddenly fell silent. She spoke with a questioning tone, as if she had noticed something. All right. In that case. But Shinjo Akane remained unmoved. While muttering to herself, she began deploying her forces through the central control system Alexis had given her. She continued, rather aimlessly, moving the betas towards the outskirts of Huffman Island, further invading that island that had nothing to do with her. I said. Akane? During this time, even when Alexis tried to speak, she received no response. It wasn't until Shinjo Akane seemed to have finished venting that she heard her voice. Oh! Calling me, Alexis? What is it? Her tone returned to its previous casual calm. It seemed that through her actions, she had completed her venting. Well, nothing too strange. But Alexis's mask flickered strangely. So, they seem to be coming. I see. They're coming. Shinjo Akane nodded. Judging from her ambiguous words, she didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. To be honest, she hadn't thought anything too serious would happen in the first place. But which they? You don't mean to say? Her actions from before until now had been almost flawless. Could she really be discovered like this, and instantly killed? Until she smiled faintly and looked out the window. What she saw was a dark, overwhelming army of robots that had descended from nowhere. Huh? Are you kidding me? No, he wasn't kidding. A legion of Mech suddenly appeared in the sky. Those were indeed Yu Xiao's troops. After all, when the enemy made their move to mobilize their forces, Yu Xiao, observing from space using Taros, noticed it. An unusual fluctuation was emanating from somewhere on the planet before him. It was the instantaneous appearance of the Beta group at the bottom of the ocean. Was it something similar to the space bridge technology he used? However, Yu Xiao guessed that even if that were the case, there would be limitations. After all, if they could move without restrictions, they wouldn't need to operate covertly underwater. And not only that, the X-Rounder ability, which had been expanded almost infinitely through Taros, accurately told him the direction of the mastermind behind all of this. Although the signal source was only transmitted for a moment, it was still captured and recorded by Yu Xiao. Rampage. Shatter. And so? On the other side, piloting the God-Slayer Titan, with an even greater momentum than before, he swung the combined double-bladed beam sword towards the front, severing the last Elginus. Rim. Looking at the swarm of small betas emerging further ahead, Yu Xiao called out to the girl who was traveling with her. I'm here. What's wrong? I leave the rest to you. Will you be alright? Yu Xiao asked softly, forcibly concealing the intense, almost exhausting headache that throbbed within her. Brother Xiao, are you tired? That's good. But the other person still sensed her unease. However, Lim nodded nonetheless. I can't always just stand by and watch. Let me show you my skills. At this moment, the advantage of the dual-pilot aircraft became apparent. With two pilots, as long as one was still able to move, they could continue fighting. The God-Slayer giant strode forward, engaging the surging tide of Beta before it. After confirming that Leona's battle was indeed not serious, as she had said, Yu Xiao nodded, then switched off Taro's synchronization, and returned his gaze to reality. The planet and universe before him still seemed as real as an illusion. But Yu Xiao no longer had time to appreciate these things. He restarted communication, logged the coordinates he had just captured into the main control system, and then sent them to the control tower. He then contacted the ground control center. First, he used the space bridge to teleport himself back to Earth. Naturally, to avoid an attack from the Fist-Terms, who had detected the electronic signal. And indeed, that was the case. The Fist-Terms, who had gathered nearby after the fierce battle of the previous days, then launched their attack. They destroyed the satellite that had been defended by the mind-reading ability because of the electronic signal. Upon landing, a strong sense of dizziness returned. Yu Xiao felt like he was going to vomit. Hey Xiao? But in the next second of this dizzying sensation, a voice came from beside him. At the same time, he felt someone supporting him. Probably Buqing. Yu Xiao deduced this, the scene before him still completely dark. I'm fine, more important than this, he said with difficulty. Go and inform everyone. The enemy's location has been located. It's also been programmed into the space bridge. Prepare for attack now. Activate the teleportation device now. And I'm going to join the attack. Chapter 401. Of course, it wasn't just the flustered Shinjo Akane who reacted to this scene. Hey, what are those mobile suits? They just suddenly appeared from the sky, didn't they? It was rush hour, and the streets were bustling with traffic. So upon seeing this, pedestrians gradually gathered around, discussing among themselves. How could MS get into a place like this? It's special effects, right? But it doesn't look like it at all. And those mobile suits, aren't they from Red One's unit? Strange. This looks like a civilian area no matter how you look at it. Could the guy piloting Beta really be here? As for this reaction, piloting Daryl bawled and surveying the skies. Gale couldn't help but utter a sound of doubt. After all, she had originally thought this place would be some kind of hellish battlefield. But what came into view was a city that looked no different from anything else. Anyone would find it strange. Who knows? I think these seemingly ordinary places are the easiest breeding grounds for filth. John, piloting the F-22 Blackfly, replied calmly. After all, he was a professional soldier. He's seen far more than Gale. The Blackfly crouched down. Multiple cameras, like insect cameras, scanned the houses along the roadside, seemingly trying to find. And TSK? Look! These guys are here now. The sudden alarm startled John. A warning then came from the main control screen. It was a man-portable rocket launcher, of course. Simply using such a weapon wouldn't be able to harm the F-22, a state-of-the-art third-generation tactical aircraft. The F-22, using its jump unit, simply flipped over and discarded the attack. But the information revealed was quite significant. From Yu Xiao's perspective, it meant this location is indeed correct. After all, where in a normal city street would someone equipped with anti-tank rocket launchers be? But from Shinjo Akane's perspective, huff. What? So Mr. Instructor really did have guards here. I thought he was just joking. She, who had been shocked by the F-22's sweeping attack, finally came to her senses. I think they might just be admiring you, Akane. After all, in that organization, you are indeed called something like the Saint, who can communicate with betas, right? They're just too stupid. Akane lowered her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. That's right. Too stupid. They don't even realize that there's no need for anyone to be sent to protect me. Snap. She lightly snapped her fingers. Alexis. Now is the perfect time to instantiate those backup monsters. Time for the final battle with that pretentious hero. Oh! A final battle, huh? Very good, very good. Now that you mention it, I'm getting fired up again, aren't I? Haha, just kidding. Despite his lighthearted words, the reality was anything but lighthearted. As Alexis moved on the screen, what happened before Yu Xiao and his group's eyes was a sudden and shocking change. First, the building shook and cracked. Then, several monsters sprang from the ground like mushrooms after rain. What's going on? A bunch of unfamiliar robots. And now monsters? Seeing this, the already stunned onlookers scattered in terror. They're running away. What an unromantic bunch. Alexis said with a slightly amused but dangerous tone. Akane. Is it alright not to take them out? Well, of course it's alright. But unexpectedly, Shinjo Akane just shook her head. A hint of melancholy crossed her face. Anyway, everyone will die someday. Whether we act now or wait until later. More than that, Alexis. Let's think carefully about how to take down that hero. Oh, but before that. That's strange. Are we just holding back like this? This scene, however, was quite eerie to Yu Xiao and his group. From inside the cockpit of the Taruki's 3, Wolf spoke with a slightly uneasy tone. Hey, boss. Shouldn't we attack now? Not yet. The people are still evacuating, and these guys seem to be waiting for them to disperse. If we attack, it might only lead to worse consequences. Besides, Yu Xiao shook his head and muttered. Speculating on the enemy's intentions is exhausting and thankless. So, he simply decided to go with the flow. And using this tense moment of waiting for battle, he scanned the scene and the enemy before him. The monster horde formed a circular encirclement, protecting a tall building within it. That was probably their hideout. Most of the monsters had pale blue skin and bizarre, ugly appearances. They easily reminded one of the beam-type monsters in the beta, and indeed, they were. The Karma monster Tibetan. As a monster that appeared in the second volume of the original work, it possessed the special ability to absorb and reflect beam attacks. This was a formidable enemy for the troops before him. But what concerned Yu Xiao even more was the monster at the very back of their ranks. Judging by its outline alone, it was unmistakably Gulgilas, the monster Yu Xiao had fought before. However, it was completely different in every way. Compared to its original biological form, its entire body now reflected a dazzling metallic sheen. And everything above its head had been transformed into a mechanical form. 2 cannons had appeared on its back. Was that the monster that had appeared in the original work, the resurrected monster mechanical Gulgilas? But there were subtle differences. For example, the 2 cannons on its back were completely different in design from what Yu Xiao remembered. Instead, they resembled the Wargreymon he was currently piloting, now stripped of its naval armor and reverting to its land-based combat gear. Could it be that when the other party created this monster, they were actually... You guessed right. Clap, clap, clap. A little encouragement for you, Mr. Hero. That's right. This mechanical Gulgilas was created under your inspiration. Chapter 402. A soft voice came directly from the cockpit of the Wargreymon piloted by Yu Xiao. Meanwhile, communication with other units in the unit was also cut off. Has the other side interfered with this communication circuit and conducted a covert conversation? Yu Xiao frowned and looked ahead. And sure enough. Oh dear. Don't panic. It was just a little. Use of your communication lines, okay? It'd be back to normal after we finish chatting. A purple-haired girl smiled ambiguously before him. It was undoubtedly Shinjo Akane. And, similarly, it overlapped with a certain figure from his memory. So, it's you. The one who appeared before me in the past. Yu Xiao murmured softly. So you still remember me? That's quite an honor. Shinjo Akane clapped her hands and laughed happily. That's right. I am Shinjo Akane. The one you know, the other singularity in this world. Are you sad to know you're not a special being? Since you know everything about this world up to this point. Why did you do this now? Ignoring the other's highly provocative taunts, Yu Xiao stared intently at the girl, who looked to be about his age, and questioned her firmly. She clearly couldn't have been manipulating these betas from the beginning. Therefore, he wanted to know the reason. Why? But Shinjo Akane didn't seem to react much. She simply touched her lips with her fingertip, feigning an effort to remember something. It seems because it's been so long, I've forgotten, but if you can defeat my monster army, maybe I remember. Ah, perfect, the troublesome guys have all left. At Shinjo Akane's subtle prompting, Yu Xiao looked down. Indeed, the civilians who were originally present had mostly evacuated the area that was about to become a battlefield. The spoils of the scene have also been kept outside. Local garrison and police units seem to have arrived as well, but the previously unobstructed intersections now had some kind of protective barrier, blocking the units outside. Look! I originally wanted to get rid of all the troublesome things. Dan was afraid you'd be angry if I killed these guys, so I spared their lives. Now, can we fight peacefully? That's exactly what I came here for. Yu Xiao replied curtly. Oh dear! How terrifying. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Hero. I'm going to get my monster moving now. The communication was abruptly cut off the next second. And Yu Xiao witnessed the scene of several monsters moving simultaneously. Boss? Did you get a reply? What just happened? I was just interfered with. More than that, Yu Xiao answered Wolf's question. The enemy has moved. All units, proceed to engage. Gundam 2 Malawing Quatches, Tallgeese, our Blade, and 2 Fafnir units. Intercept the light blue monster at the front of the formation. Based on data comparison and analysis from the database, that thing possesses the ability to use beam attacks. Be careful. The rest of the units follow me. Charge to the back of the enemy formation, defeat the innermost monster, then storm that building and capture alive the one controlling those betas. I still have things I need to question her about. Yu Xiao decisively ordered. Clearly, the division of labor was very clear. He dispatched units equipped with at least one type of ballistic weapon to delay the advance of the Debatterden. After all, the Debatterden possessed the ability to absorb beam attacks. If units using beam weapons were to confront them, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Therefore, several units, such as the Daryl Balder, were fully armed with beam weapons. They set off alongside Yu Xiao, piloting the Wargreymon, to intercept the most dangerous being positioned at the rear of the enemy lines. The mechanical Gulgilas. Understood. Upon receiving the order, everyone present sprang into action. The box-like thrusters on their backs suddenly deployed, and Wolf and his Taruki's 3 transformed into streaks of pure white light. As they powerfully propelled themselves towards one of the Dibardans, the physical Dover cannons in their hands erupted with a torrent of fire. The extremely penetrating cannon fire flew straight towards the monster, serving as a declaration of war. Amuro. Can you handle it? Of course, Char. But you, don't ask for my help later. Following Tallgeese were Amuro's Gundam 2 Malawing Quatches and Char's Delta mobile suits. Char transformed his Gundam into its MA form and, along with Yu Xiao's Wargreymon, advanced into the deepest part of the enemy ranks. Amuro, on the other hand, moved towards one of the Debatterden's targets. After the last battle, his Gundam 2 Malawing Quatches had been enhanced. This was evident from the SFES he was currently piloting. A support unit piloted by an unmanned AI, the G-Defender. At this moment, it existed as a flight aid. But when necessary, this fighter could combine with the main body, increasing its power and strength to become a completely different mobile suit. A Super Gundam. But at this moment, Amuro clearly had no intention of using this combination. He simply maneuvered the Gundam 2 Malawing Quatches into the air, and upon reaching combat range, raised his Super Bazooka and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Dibataden before him. Although the blue monster attempted to retaliate with beams spewed from its mouth, they ultimately missed. Clearly, with Amuro's new type abilities and piloting skills fully utilized, even this was enough to toy with and shatter the monster before him. At the very back of the formation, 2 Titans, charging with astonishing momentum, were not far behind. Can you do it, Mech? I don't know if I can. I try my best. Those were the two divine sword-type Fogners from the Mythal Squad. Although not creations of the AG system, they possessed sufficient strength to contend with the monster before them. This time, the divine sword-type Fafnir piloted by Buchin chose a defensive outer armor for its attack. After the 4 divine shield devices on its shoulders and back were deployed, an energy shield formed in front of it, acting as the vanguard to resist the rays of Debatan's attack. And as the opponent's offensive weakened, Mech Iki's divine sword type also suddenly launched an attack. Equipped with combat gear featuring additional back thrusters, it now wielded the Ruger spear, leaping high from behind Ayumu and unleashing a powerful jumping slash, aiming straight for the monster's head. Chapter 403. Although the sharp attack was blocked by the opponent's physical toughness, the subsequent full-force impact of Buchin's defensive Fafnir's holy shield still caused the opponent to stagger. The following charge sent the once invincible monster crashing to the ground. Mech Kazuki, piloting Fafnir, continued to pursue the fallen monster. It seems that the simulation battle Yu Xiao had recently participated in had yielded significant results. At least at this point, their coordination could be described as perfectly synchronized. It appears that the battle against the Dividends, even without Yu Xiao's intervention, could be concluded relatively quickly. But even so, a relaxed smile was hard to see on Yu Xiao's face. This was not only because the opponent's previous words and his doubts about her true intentions still lingered in his mind. Furthermore, the mechanical Gulgilas before them was a formidable foe not to be underestimated. Unlike the monster of the same name in the original work, the mechanical Gulgilas in this timeline was technologically based on Yu Xiao's Red No. 1 unit. Not only were its twin-barreled cannons on its back utilizing the propulsion cannon technology of the Wargreymon, but its body armor and other weaponry were also correspondingly enhanced. TCH. What's going on? I clearly aimed at its weakest point, yet I still can't penetrate it. This thing isn't just disgusting to look at, it's disgusting to fight too. Just listening to Luo Dongchuan's frustrated shouts over the communication channel was enough to tell. After all, as a long-range sniper-type mobile suit, he was always the first to engage the enemy. This time was no exception. Upon arriving at the target location, he immediately assumed sniper stance, raising his long-barreled, loaded rifle and beginning to snipe at the weak points of the mechanical Gulgiras. But even though all 3 shots hit, the impact points were completely undamaged. Not even a single scratch or burn mark. No. Mr. Luo, look closely. That should be. Fidel frowned at this situation. The use of PS, phase shift, armor. Huh? Isn't that Mr. Fidel's mobile suit's armor? That means the enemy possesses not only Beta's biotechnology, but also our data? At this moment, Ferruti joined the discussion. Her V-Gundam hovered overhead. Despite bombarding the enemy with beam cannons from both shoulders and hands, everything was blocked by a protective shield-like object that appeared around the enemy. I see. I was wondering how it withstood my attacks. But if they used an eye field there? What? Hey, that's a pretty big joke. Does this guy somehow inherit some of our characteristics? Unfortunately. But I have a feeling it does. Fidel said in a deep voice. Even he, who was used to the battlefield, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment. An enemy that's incompatible with both beam and ballistic weapons. This is truly the worst enemy I encountered. This enemy is far too ferocious. It even reminds him of his first days on the battlefield. However, don't be afraid. We faced even more formidable enemies before, haven't we? Now, just keep attacking. We analyzed the enemy's eye field generator and transmitted its location to you. Just destroy that area first. At this moment, his companions beside him were people he could trust and rely on. With a roar from Yu Xiao, boosting morale, the Wargreymon's armor unleashed its full force. Railway cannons and laser guns on its left and right arms. A long-range anti-armor cannon on its back, and a Gatling gun on its abdomen. A veritable arsenal of weaponry, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the mechanical monster's entire body in an instant. Although these weapons would be neutralized by the armor's properties once they touched the mechanical Gulchinos' defenses, Wargreymon still managed to close the distance and create an opening for the other mobile suits to move. That's right. Even if the enemy is huge, what does it matter if it's already been defeated once? As Shin Asuka's voice came through the communication channel, his Gaia Impulse Gundam was also nimbly navigating the city. The Phantom Backpack granted the Impulse Gundam the Gaia Gundam's ground combat capabilities. Therefore, it can transform into a 4-legged, centaur-like MA form. It can freely and rapidly traverse various terrains. At this moment, it leaped across broken roads, climbed empty high-rises, and then, upon reaching within reach, soared into the air. Try it! And it wielded its two Griffin Type 2 composite beam sabers. It branded a full-force cross-slash onto the eye-field barrier erected by the monster before it. Normally, this would be ineffective. But this thing seems to be an exception, because its structure is not a simple beam, but a composite structure of a solid blade and a beam saber. It's like a miniature version of the ship-slaying sword used by the sword assault. Therefore, upon contact with the eye field, it tore a gap in the barrier before it, and the Gaia Pulse, having exhausted its upward momentum, fell back down, driven by gravity. Thanks to the cushioning effect of its four-legged structure, its main body suffered minimal damage. However, damn it! So close! Shin Asuka pounded the screen in frustration. If he had pressed on a little longer, he might have been able to directly destroy the eye field generator inside the beast. But thankfully, he wasn't fighting alone. Good opportunity. After the Gaia Pulse struck, the one who took over his duty and engaged the eye field before him was Daryl Balger. Its beam spear also possessed a composite structure similar to the Griffin II. Therefore, before the eye field could reopen, it had already torn through the beast's weakened defenses. And go! It instantly separated its wrist from its torso. Using its fully propelled floating arm, it thrust the beam spear forward again, until it struck the eye field generator marked on the giant beast's body. Pierce it with all your might. Chapter 404. No particularly violent explosion occurred upon impact. Only a piercing sound and a sudden plume of smoke accompanied it. Clearly, the mechanical Golkinoza's eye field had lost its effectiveness. Ha ha, really? Hey, I did it. Looking at the gradually shrinking shield before him, Gale's face revealed undisguised excitement. For him, achieving such a decisive victory in a battle was truly exhilarating. However, this was still a battlefield. There was no time for the novice pilot to celebrate his achievement. Gaw! It emitted a sound that was undeniably piercing and bizarre from a biological perspective. The crimson light on the mechanical Golkinoza's head stared in Daryl Bald's direction. Following this, its head underwent a strange transformation. The mechanical devices that were originally present on the sides of its head instantly folded and converged, enveloping the entire head. This transformed it into a sharp, drill-like instrument. Then, it spawned the drill-like head it had transformed into, aiming it at Daryl Balger, and launched a powerful straight thrust. What? Gale exclaimed in surprise. Daryl Balger's hands were still inside. He was practically unarmed, unable to counter the attack. All he could do now was dodge. Damn it. How could I let you succeed so easily? Gale gritted his teeth. The next second, with the assistance of the artificial intelligence system, the shields on Daryl Bald's shoulders detached from the machine. And with pinpoint accuracy, they intercepted the trajectory of the spiraling drill. His plan was to buy time and create an opening to escape. Unfortunately, this calculation was clearly wrong. Mechanical Golkinoza's drill only touched the first layer of shield before shattering it completely, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The second layer of shield was the same. It had absolutely no effect. In the end, this action didn't even stop Golkinoza's attack, not even for a second longer. And it seemed that the spinning drill was about to completely destroy Daryl Bald's body. At this critical moment, boom! A solid bombardment from not far away struck Golkinoza's body. Although it didn't completely defeat the opponent, it did manage to deflect the momentum of the drill attack, causing it to veer away from Daryl Balger. Realizing its missed attack, the monster immediately stopped and leaped back to regain its balance. And without a doubt, the one who launched that attack was the War Greyman piloted by Yu Xiao. Step back, Gale. You did a great job. Now, we deal with this guy. At the same time, Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone, please take care. Knowing that Daryl Balger's current performance was far from sufficient to handle the opponent, after replying in a low voice, Gale seized the opportunity to quickly retreat. Yu Xiao shouted sharply, next, all units. The enemy's eye field has been broken. Continue suppressive fire. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Instantly, not only the War Greyman, but all the other mobile suits gathered here, assuming their stances, intending to continue their attack on the Meshigoros. However, before they could get into position, the Meshigoros launched its attack first. Just as expected, gripping the control stick in the cockpit, Yu Xiao thought. To avoid being suppressed by heavy firepower, and to break the stalemate, the enemy would likely go all out and use this spiral drill attack again. And as soon as that happened, well done. Yu Xiao also shouted softly. Then, without retreating or dodging, the war Greymon strode confidently towards the enemy. And as the drill approached, it opened its special alloy teeth and massive jaws. With a steady, precise, and ruthless bite, the mechanical Gurkinos, which had transformed into a spinning drill, snapped shut. A teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound rang out. Sparks flew, and metal parts scattered. But the spiral drill, under the powerful bite force of the war Greymon, couldn't advance an inch further. And it couldn't break free either. The two gigantic machines remained locked in a stalemate, a situation that could only be described as savage. Try it! And in this standoff, Yu Xiao even. At this point, this was no longer a battle. It was merely a brutal and savage arms race in essence. In this situation, the side with more guns, cannons, and ammunition will likely emerge victorious. And it's quite obvious. Compared to the war Greymon's weapons distributed throughout its body, claws, abdomen, tail, and back, the Mech Gorginos, with its cannon mounted only on its back and a ray gun and flamethrower in its mouth, will find it much harder to fire and hit at such close range. On the contrary, the war Greymon can utilize all its weapons, firing relentlessly without regard for the splash damage or the impact on weapon lifespan. Not only that, but its wingmen around it naturally won't let this opportunity pass. The firing stance that had been interrupted is re-established. Beam rifles, super bazookas, mega particle cannons. A variety of weapons are unleashed simultaneously. Before their own ammunition is completely depleted, they are determined to annihilate the enemy aircraft before them. Even though Meshigoros had lost the protection of its eye field, it was still protected by its PS armor. Under prolonged and continuous heavy bombardment, it would eventually tire. And just then, it's over. War Greymon swung its forelimbs fighting claws with tremendous force. With a flash of light, the claws deeply embedded themselves into Meshigoros' torso, all the way into the G-element powerhouse within. Then, it crushed it, boom! A violent explosion resounded. When the smoke cleared, the battered war Greymon still stood in place. Yu Xiao remained silent. Needless to say, he was waiting for a response. Beautiful. You actually defeated Meshigoros. I thought you were going to lose this time. The response from the purple-haired girl, who had been manipulating everything behind the scenes. Well, this is the only time. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Come find me. I tell you what you want to know. But you can't bring anyone else, okay? Chapter 405. And clearly, Yu Xiao accepted the invitation. Not long after, someone knocked on the door of Shinjo Akane's detached apartment. It was Yu Xiao, with a gloomy expression. You're here, savior? You really came alone. Aren't you afraid I set a trap for you? Shinjo Akane mumbled, leisurely sipping a carton of tomato juice. Even though she had made a pact with Yu Xiao to fight him, and knew he was coming, the girl was still dressed in casual loungewear. Hey, just kidding. It's just you and me here, and since we met, let me guess. Are you going to lecture me, or kill me? The collar of her tracksuit was casually open, and her long, white legs were propped up on the table, swinging back and forth. Despite discussing a rather serious topic, an air of languor emanated from her. Don't move before I answer your question. But this feigned retreat didn't make Yu Xiao relax in the slightest. Instead, he simply raised his gun, finger on the trigger, pointing it at the other person. That's really fierce. Clicking her tongue in admiration, Shinjo Akane also put down the cardboard box she was holding. Then she raised her hands, whether feigning amusement or genuinely saying, the safety's off, so you're obviously not joking, I won't do anything. And there's nothing I can do, so don't worry. Then let me answer your question. Your life is guaranteed, at least for now. After all, I still have questions for you. Go ahead and say it. Shinjo Akane spoke lazily, her voice still languid. How did you? No. Before this, why did you help the betas? They shouldn't be sentient beings. To say help is too inaccurate. I was just using those guys. Is that so? But the form isn't the issue. All I need is a reason. What exactly drove you to do this? Tell me honestly. There must be someone else behind you, right? A reason. If I really have to say. Shinjo Akane pondered. Finally, she let out a cheerful laugh and said, I'm tired. That's all. Everyone's going to be destroyed anyway, right? And then reborn. In one cycle after another. Repeating the boring cycle of destruction and regeneration. Since we're all heading towards the same end, I might as well end it myself. That's what I thought at the time. And then, it appeared. It seems to be something called Alexis. An alien who can help me control monsters and create monsters. From beginning to end, it was just the two of us. Although it seemed to have used my name to contact some other forces without permission. I didn't really care. That's it. Is that it? Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. Shinjo Akane still smiled happily. Yes. What do you plan to do next, Mr. Hero? You really become twisted. But, Yu Xiao took a few steps forward. Then he firmly grasped the girl's right hand. I can't let my anger punish you. Come with me to the outside world. After the truth is revealed, go to the People's Revolutionary Union Court for judgment. Still clinging to such boring procedural justice, huh? So-called heroes are really monotonous. Fine. Then it's your turn now. Shinjo Akane stood up, smiling indifferently. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. But at that moment, that won't do, Mr. Red One. I'd be very distressed if I lose Akane. Could you give her back to me? From the shadows, a fast, dark figure darted out like lightning. And it was Alexis Kelly. I knew you come out. Yu Xiao abruptly turned, pointing his gun at the other man and firing. Unfortunately, the bullet seemed unable to harm this strange alien visitor. He quickly closed in on Yu Xiao. And after a fierce struggle, even Yu Xiao couldn't match him. After being hit by a kick, he staggered back a few steps. Heh. The human body really does have its limits. Even the invincible Red Number 1 in mecha battles. Can't defeat me now? Alexis, meanwhile, walked away with Shinjo Akane, leisurely remarking to himself. However, the rescued Shinjo Akane looked displeased. What are you doing? I told you, you didn't need to help, right, Alexis? Sorry. I quickly forgot such a simple promise, Akane. Alexis shook his head. Besides, look. This guy was just determined to kill you, wasn't he? That's none of your business. Alright, Alexis. It's time to say goodbye. You can have all the monster statues left here. I should face the consequences of my willfulness. It was a farewell. Logically, at this point, the alien visitor, as a partner, shook his head. That won't do. Akane, don't you understand? From beginning to end, what I needed wasn't these boring statues. Alexis casually raised his hand. The stone statue, previously created by Akane Shinjo as the prototype for the monster, fell from his grasp. It's simply your identity as a singularity. You? What do you mean, Alexis? Well, to put it another way, it has nothing to do with your free will. To easily distort reality by interfering with the laws of space-time, you need to rely on your identity and the dark will within you. And now, since the cheap game of make-believe is over, and you don't want to create any more monsters, Alexis spread his hands. Then you become the monster yourself. Wouldn't that be better? Instantiate. Activate. With these simple words, Akane Shinjo's pupils instantly contracted. No. Just a simple whisper. Then, a blinding red light erupted from the small room in an instant. Heh. Not just Akane, even that hero's ability is at work. This is quite interesting. I didn't expect the simultaneous existence of two singularities to have such an effect. Looking at what was before him, Alexis said with amusement. So, what will be born from that twisted obsession next? Chapter 406. We've been inside the target building for over 10 minutes. Is the commander alright? Don't worry, Fidel. Trust the commander. Meanwhile, outside, casual conversation could be heard through the Mithril Force's communication lines. It was clear the battle was essentially over. After Gulkinos was defeated, the mobile suits fighting against Dibatidon easily destroyed the giant beasts. Then everyone gathered around, waiting near the building Yu Xiao had entered earlier. Although no new enemies had appeared yet. Because Yu Xiao said it was their request to go to the enemy's base alone, they hadn't followed him inside. However, just when things seemed to have settled down. High energy reaction on the radar? Inside the cockpit of the Gaia Pulse Gundam, Shin Asuka exclaimed in surprise. The source is inside that building? Oh no, everyone. Get out of the way. Of course, everyone present didn't forget they were on a battlefield. As soon as the danger signal came, they scattered and flew away. Then, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the phantom of a ferocious behemoth appeared, and gradually solidified into a physical form. It came out from inside? What is that thing? I don't know. Hey, is the little boss alright? Can anyone contact him? I tried my best. But I can't communicate with Mr. Yu Xiao? Heavy armor, a massive size, and a ferocious face. Writhing beside its bulky body were sharp, blood-red tentacles. This inhuman, ghostly being was born from Shinjo Akane's deep-seated obsession. The self-inflicted monster Jaeger. In the original SSSS Gridman, this thing could be considered the penultimate major boss to appear in the story. The final monster, born from Shinjo Akane's twisted desires. This was something none of the people present knew. But they knew one thing. Attack first, stop that thing here. Keep firing. That is, if they didn't defeat this thing, something terrible would definitely happen. TSK. The surrounding area's defensive shield has also been disarmed for some reason. Piloting the Talgis 3, soaring through the sky, he bombarded the monster before him with Dover cannons, constantly switching between live ammunition and beams. Clicking his tongue, Wolf looked around. The passports were revoked. And as the scene inside was exposed to the outside world, the People's Revolutionary Alliance troops, who came to their aid, seemed initially shocked by the sudden appearance of this colossal creature. But after a moment of silence, they also sprang into action, launching a fierce attack on the monster, Chikai, before them. Something like this has appeared. Although I don't know what happened. But the arrival of Red One's forces definitely signifies that something is about to happen. Fire! Fire! Protect Red One's forces. Don't let this monster survive. Working together, the combined fire from the various units created a crisscrossing net of fire, completely engulfing the monster's body. However, it merely waved a few tentacles around itself. Chikai deflected almost all the projectiles and beams. Even attacks by elite pilots like Amuro, who could anticipate and change their firing angles, bypassing the tentacle's defenses and striking its heavily armored body, were ultimately ineffective. After the smoke cleared, it became clear that these seemingly fierce attacks couldn't even scratch or wound cheek. Damn it, I thought that thing was troublesome enough. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Luo Dongchuan gritted his teeth. Now, has an even more difficult one appeared? Without relying on the special system, it withstood these attacks solely by the strength of its outer armor? Huh? That's foul. Even Ferruti looked bewildered. It seems this monster is perhaps the most difficult enemy they ever encountered. Hey, look over there. But at that moment, Fidel, piloting the Vanguard Savior Gundam, keenly noticed the opponent's anomaly. The outer shell is cracking. Our attack is working. Wait. But this statement, clearly intended to boost morale, turned into a moment of bewildered silence. The cracks are widening? Could it be? This isn't a sign of an attack, but... The speculation behind that but was unfortunately confirmed by reality just seconds later. The armor shell of the Geki was cracking inch by inch. What broke free was a mass of flesh and blood. It seeped out, wrapping around Chikai's body from the outside and writhing towards the center. It then formed a strange, gigantic object resembling a curled-up fetus. Seemingly harmless. But then, countless strange fleshy tentacles and visible mental waves spread out from it. The Mithril troops were alright. But many of the human reformers piloting the Iron Man were hit by the attack due to differences in machine performance and slightly inferior piloting skills. Tentacles writhed through the cockpit. Then, the Iron Man's monocular camera flashed an ominous crimson light. Following this, the entire body was enveloped in flesh and blood. And then it took shape. From within emerged a monstrous being that appeared to contain parts from the prototype, but was now fragmented and disorganized. Following those things, they strode forward like zombies, using their weapons, whose power had inexplicably increased, to mop up the surrounding forces that had previously been allies. The Human Reform League soldiers? Have they been controlled? Shin Asuka exclaimed in horror. Rather than control. It's more like assimilation. Amuro sighed softly. There's no way to sense any evidence of their existence anymore. Who exactly is that guy? Seeing such a being, it's understandable to be puzzled. But if we were to ask who in the Mithril squad reacted the most, it was the figure from the future. Michael Harrison. No way that's... His pupils trembled violently. Before his eyes appeared the gigantic monster formed from flesh and blood, constantly spawning all sorts of bizarre creatures. That form gradually overlapped with a figure from his memory that had brought disaster. Hey, helmet guy, what's up? John, hovering in the air, severing several tentacles with his beam rifle and desperately dodging incoming attacks, spoke into the comms channel to her blade, who stood frozen above. Unexpectedly, the response wasn't the calm reply from his former colleague. Biter, the core? So that's it. This guy is the source of everything, the root of all evil? Instead, he heard excited words filled with hatred and rage. Chapter 407. Akatsuki? Are you awake? Accompanied by a headache that made his vision blur, Yushao slowly opened his eyes at someone's call. The wounds and pain from his battle with the dark alien, Alexis Kelly, still lingered in his body, reminding him that he was not in an illusion, but in reality. But, no matter how much Yu Xiao looked around, he couldn't find any connection to reality. He remembered that just a few minutes ago, he was in Shinjo Akane's house. But now he was in a cold, mechanical cockpit, and the screen in front of him showed only deep darkness. It wasn't so much confusion as a complete break in his memories. But what truly puzzled him was something else entirely. "Are you awake, Akatsuki?" the voice calling him repeated. As for its owner, Yu Xiao was already familiar with her. "Mei? Why are you here?" Therefore, with a puzzled expression, Yu Xiao spoke. "I don't know either. I was originally monitoring the battle on Huffman Island, which was heading towards victory. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this in an instant?" But Mei's response was equally bewildered. "I only know. This place is like a rift in space-time. Like a place that appears between each cycle of reincarnation, but it seems a little different. Originally, I thought this world had reset again, based on your disappearance, Xiao." Then, Mei showed Yu Xiao the scenes of a fierce battle unfolding in the real world. But the flow of time continues as normal. This world hasn't come to an end. So even I can't understand this strange space. Anyway, I analyzed the surroundings first, and tried to unravel this bizarre location. Looking at the thing before him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but show a troubled expression. "Is that so? Thanks for your hard work, Mei. And this thing is TSK. Is this the monster Alexis created through Shinjo Akane? First, it took the form of the self-inflicted monster, Jikai. Then it instantly transformed, becoming something quite similar to the Baido core from the Alien Fighter series in his memories. It seems what Michael said wasn't false. In this timeline, Baido will be born, starting from the hands of that unknown alien visitor, then wreaking havoc across the entire planet. I need to think of a way to stop that guy," Yu Xiao murmured. But even he was at a loss. Leaving aside the opponent's strength for now, confined to this narrow, cockpit-like space, he had no way to interfere with the techniques there. "Let's get out of here first," Yu Xiao decided. Then, based on his memory, he reached for the emergency escape button in the cockpit. And sure enough, the cockpit door opened. But stepping outside, Yu Xiao saw endless darkness, even beneath her feet. Yet at the same time, she felt a tangible sense of stepping on something solid. Looking back, the area where the cockpit should have been, corresponding to the mecha, was completely empty in the darkness. Only a door-like exit was lit. It seemed to beckon her there. She had no choice but to go there. Yu Xiao thought. "Xiao, the analysis results are in." As she took a step, Mei's voice finally rang in Yu Xiao's ears again. "Is that so? So where exactly is this? In terms of spatial positioning, you are still in your original location, which is the center of the Monster Jaeger, now the core of Baido. But from another perspective, it's a bit off." "Another perspective?" Yu Xiao asked. "Yes. Although it might sound strange for me, as an AI, to say this." Mei lowered her eyes. "But this place is someone's subjective mental world. In other words, the periphery of their inner self. Because it's a mental world, its existence is neither stable nor objective. Furthermore, it can undergo various anomalies due to the mental activities of the life forms within it. The cockpit that appeared just now. That was probably because, in your subconscious, you always considered this environment to be where you should be. That's why it appeared the moment you woke up. And then, after you understood your surroundings, it was destroyed because your consciousness recognized the irrationality of this assumption." "I see." Yu Xiao nodded. He roughly understood Mei's explanation. However, one thing bothered him greatly. This place was the periphery of the subjective existence of someone. In other words, the glowing door-like structure ahead was probably the passage into it, Yu Xiao thought. As for the identity of this someone, since this wasn't his own mind, it was obvious. "Shinjo Akane, huh?" he murmured. At the same time, he recalled the words Alexis had left behind when instantiating the monster. Born from twisted obsession. So, the monster's strength and form might be closely related to her mental world? Recalling the relevant developments in the original work, Yu Xiao became increasingly certain of this conjecture. So, looking at the passage before him, Yu Xiao made up his mind. Although he didn't know what he could do. Well, he'd go in first and see if there was anything he could manage. After all, the explanation the other party gave during their confrontation was both perfunctory and unclear. This time, he investigate the truth from the most direct perspective. Thinking this, he stepped forward. He didn't feel anything particularly special. But in an instant, the world before him turned upside down. Due to the shock of that instant, Yu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike the previous darkness, What appeared before his eyes was a burning, blood-red sky. Twisted buildings, scattered wreckage, and countless monstrous phantoms roamed the landscape, forming the scenery of this world. But these things weren't enough to shock Yu Xiao. What he couldn't comprehend was the fact that a steel entity was slowly descending before him. A demonic shape, dragon-like wings, and that familiar face formed by eyes and antennas. This mobile suit before him. Undoubtedly, it was a Gundam. And it's something Yu Xiao is very familiar with. Epyon Gundam? Chapter 408. Hey, Mei. With mixed feelings, Yu Xiao called out the name of the AI girl who had been summoned here for some unknown reason. I'm here. Please speak. Since you said this is a world that reflects someone's subjective inner spirit. He raised his gaze. His gaze swept over the relatively low, yet still quite massive mecha. So what's your opinion on the fact that this Gundam is here? How do I see it? Mei hesitated. And soon after, she responded. It's like the surrounding objects. A manifestation of thought existing in the spiritual world, right? If a certain emotion reaches a certain threshold, it can potentially form a permanent existence within one's own spiritual world. And in this materialized spiritual world. Perhaps it's something like that. But as for what kind of emotion it is it hatred, hostility, or hope, expectation? There are too many possibilities. At least for now, I can't give a definite answer. Can't give a definite answer, huh? Yes. Then let me tell you. The answer, Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. Mei was clearly somewhat surprised. That's it. I think I should run, Mei. Help me analyze the surrounding terrain map. Where's a good place to avoid any possible attacks from this guy? The thought just now happened in an instant. And sure enough, as soon as Yu Xiao started running, the Epyon Gundam also started moving. Using a pair of Vulcan cannons added to its head, it unleashed a barrage of fire at the ground. If Yu Xiao hadn't acted preemptively, taking 3 steps at a time, and using a tactical role to hide behind a shattered building, that barrage of attacks would likely have completely pulverized his flesh and blood, and he might have even perished. Gulp. They really went all out. Judging by their attitude, if there's any emotion involved, it's pure killing intent, isn't it? Dust and debris fell from the swaying ceiling of the building. Yu Xiao turned his head, uttering a seemingly innocuous joke, while secretly considering how to break the deadlock. But even, he would likely find it difficult to win. A single person against a mobile suit. And not just any ordinary MS, but a boss machine like the Epyon Gundam. It seemed like a pipe dream. And now, the Epyon was moving. Instead of using jet propulsion, it seemed to be displaying its leisurely pace by walking. Even so, it wouldn't take long to approach the wreckage where Yu Xiao was currently located. TCH. What am I supposed to do? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yu Xiao frowned deeply. That spiritual entity mimicking the Epyon Gundam, though its origins here were unknown, was clearly walking towards him to eliminate the intruder. If this continued... Wait. A spiritual entity? Yu Xiao immediately realized something was wrong. Then, he simultaneously recalled a scene from earlier. Mei had once told him. Why was he in a cockpit when he appeared in this strange spiritual world? It was because in this non-objective world, subjective consciousness could significantly influence it. His subconscious believed it was his destiny, hence the aforementioned scene. So Yu Xiao thought. Even though this was someone else's spiritual world. Looking at the Epyon Gundam appearing as a spiritual entity. Perhaps he could still give it a try. It seemed this was the only solution. Thinking this, he steeled himself. He mentally conjured up ideas on how to overcome the existence of the opposing mobile suit. No. Perhaps such imaginings were too far beyond the common sense of this place. He might as well focus on thinking. He too could pilot an Epyon Gundam. Thinking this, Yu Xiao closed his eyes. And as the footsteps of the massive mobile suit grew closer, suddenly, he felt the cold, familiar touch of a leather seat around him. It was the feel of an MS cockpit. In other words, he opened his eyes. Success. At this moment Yu Xiao was riding in an Epyon Gundam, exactly the same as the one before him. If there was any difference, it was probably the color scheme. The mobile suit before him used the original black and red color scheme. But through the clues he could see on the monitor, Yu Xiao could confirm. His own mobile suit used a white and blue color scheme. This white Epyon image had also appeared in the novel version of Gundam Wing. This is the color of the Epyon piloted by Zhang Wufei in the timeline after the TV series. It's called Three-Headed Dragon, but in reality, its weaponry and performance are not much different from the original. Anyway, right now, it's been a long time. But with this thing, defeating this machine shouldn't be too difficult. Yu Xiao shouted. Then, he piloted the Epion three-headed dragon forward. The thrusters erupted with blazing flames. He swung his emerald-colored light blade at full power, clashing it fiercely with the same weapon held by the machine before him. At the moment of contact, Yu Xiao could hear the other's voice through the contact lines. For an object, eliminate it. This voice doesn't sound like his at all, Yu Xiao thought. But it doesn't sound like its original pilot either, Jax Marchies. And listening to his emotionless yet seemingly obsessive speech. So, perhaps the machine before him was simply a manifestation of some kind of defense line in Shinjo Akane's mind, but anyway, regardless of these theories and backgrounds. Yu Xiao, piloting the Epion Gundam, leaped forward while exchanging blows. Then, he raised his leg, delivering a close-range knee strike. Bang! A violent impact rang out. Immediately afterward, the Epion Gundam in front of him leaned backward. A perfect opportunity. Judging that this was the moment to follow up with an attack, Yu Xiao swung his other hand's heat whip. Like a scorpion's tail with a poisonous sting, the weapon immediately traced an unpredictable, ghostly trajectory, striking the Epion Gundam hard. But just then, Yu Xiao's vision shifted again. He saw the burning town of Kyoto, the rampaging destruction of Fistrom, and a girl in a high school uniform, who had twisted her ankle in the middle of a road during her escape. No one wanted to help her in this life-or-death situation. So she could only rub her swollen ankle, filled with unease, fear, and resignation to her fate, silently awaiting death. Purple hair and red eyes. Wasn't that Akane Shinjo? Before Yu Xiao could analyze what this scene symbolized, his gaze was pulled back to the reality of the battle. TSK, Mei, what was that just now? Recovering from that illusion, supporting his slightly dizzy head with one hand, Yu Xiao asked in astonishment. I don't understand the specific principle either, but I can deduce it. It's probably because fragments of a memory closely related to the owner of this spiritual space, as that spiritual entity was destroyed, transformed into the original memory data and flowed back to us. Mei's voice in his mind seemed to be responding with some difficulty. What an amount of data. Ugh. Even my existence would have to continue under these circumstances. It sounded as if the memory data, while flooding into Yu Xiao's mind, was also launching some kind of attack on Mei, this data life form. Or perhaps it was simply interference. Yu Xiao couldn't prove it for the time being. After all, although the first artificial 00 unit, Eve, was in existence, he created himself. But after her existence vanished, a new being was born in the cracks of time. Mei. Yu Xiao, however, hadn't fully deciphered the existence and principles driving her. I see. Yu Xiao nodded. Putting the principles aside for now, what surged up just now was that guy's past. Huh? Thank you, Mei. If this continues and becomes too dangerous, you don't need to force yourself. Go into hibernation for now. Okay. Well then, I leave the rest to Yu Xiao. With those words, Mei's voice gradually faded from Yu Xiao's mind. Leaving Yu Xiao alone, in this space still fraught with unknowns and dangers, battling an enemy unaware of the truth. But on his face was a look of relief and ease. After all, although he still didn't understand the workings of this space, as long as he fought the other, whether it was the other's motives that he cared about, or the method to leave this world, it should all be understandable, right? Thinking this, Yu Xiao piloted the Epion Gundam forward like a whirlwind, swinging her sword. The two mobile suits once again stirred up a huge cloud of dust from the clashing blades. Then, new, unfamiliar memories appeared in Yu Xiao's ears. Why won't you believe me? This world has gone mad. It wasn't like this before. No. I have to think of something. If I don't do something. This time, it was a girl's voice talking to herself. Everything here. Everyone. Will all disappear. She seemed to feel an anxiety beyond measure regarding an impending calamity. And she racked her brains, plotting its course. Back to reality. After their second clash, Yu Xiao and the Epion Gundam opposite him leaped back, regaining their footing. Then, the two mobile suits maneuvered in a circular pattern around a specific point. It was as if they were both trying to create an opening for the other before launching an attack. However, this strange stalemate couldn't last long. After a short while, Yu Xiao noticed a momentary lapse in the opponent's maneuvering. This brief lapse was the opportunity. The Epion Gundam accelerated again, rushing forward like a whirlwind, and swung its sword. This time, the attack was much more chaotic, severing the opponent's right arm holding the sword. And at the same time, a new memory and voice rolled into his mind. No, it's no use. No matter how many times I tried, it's all. I can't save the world. I can't save everyone. I can't save anyone, not even myself. This time, It was a self-pitying lament tinged with a sense of despair. Although she didn't know the exact number of cycles she'd gone through, she was certain. At least, she hadn't succeeded. Like Yu Xiao in the past, she had witnessed destruction time and time again. So true. I see a poor little girl. But just then, a new voice rang out. It was Alexis's voice. Want to save the world? If so, I can help you. As long as you believe me. The memory abruptly ended. Back in reality, Yu Xiao seized upon the fatal opening left by Evian's severed wrist. He stepped forward and swung his sword again. This time, he severed the other wrist. Clearly, Yu Xiao didn't want the fragments of memory from her to abruptly end. Alexis. The purple-haired girl before him suddenly spoke. Before her was a world map marked with colors. Is it true? If I can completely destroy this world before Fistrum, will it help me completely restore this merged world? Of course. I never lie. The black creature on the screen nodded. The image, of course, stopped at that moment. Back to reality once more. But this time, Yu Xiao knew exactly what he had to do. He took a few steps forward and plunged the blade of his sword into Evian's chest. Then, the last remaining image came through. The picture was exceptionally clear. Perhaps because this memory happened so recently that it hadn't been erased? Shinjo Akane stared blankly at the screen before her. It was the scene of the Epyon Gundam descending to the ground, sweeping away the betas in one fell swoop. Ah, she stammered. It seemed she wanted to make a sound, but couldn't find the words. Why? After a long while, she finally spoke. Why? Why could you do it, but I? Accompanied by words that could only be described as utter astonishment, the scene ended. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. So that's how it is. At the same time, Yu Xiao murmured with a touch of melancholy. From these scattered fragments of memory, it wasn't difficult to piece together the life of the girl before her. Perhaps, she was one of the worst victims of the space-time fusion. As a singularity, she clearly remembered everything from beginning to end. What was once a peaceful world was suddenly filled with disaster and bizarre realities. Anyone would feel lost and helpless. And when she realized that this world would repeat itself in a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth, she finally succumbed to the temptation of the worst demon. She made that utterly absurdly destructive pact. At that time, she was probably already on the verge of collapse. But perhaps Yu Xiao's appearance was the catalyst that led to all of this. What she couldn't do, others accomplished so easily. Or perhaps, in a way that allows one's fame to be spread without shedding blood. Is that why he loathes the existence of heroes? He wondered. And, at that very moment, as Yu Xiao swung his sword, shattering the figure of a Epyon Gundam, born from someone's obsession, before him, this virtual mental space he inhabited also crumbled into fragments, falling and disintegrating like snowflakes. Chapter 409. As the surrounding world gradually peeled away, the Epyon Gundam that Yu Xiao was piloting also vanished bit by bit, turning into a phantom. Ultimately, this was a product of imagination. With the enemy he was meant to defeat gone, Yu Xiao's naturally relaxed subconscious judged it as useless and returned it to dust. But before Yu Xiao, who was now firmly on solid ground, everything scattered and reassembled, forming a new appearance. The crawling monsters, the burning buildings, and the twisted structures had all disappeared. In their place appeared a tranquil lake and meadow. And at the edge of the lake, a girl sat on the grass, knees drawn up, head bowed, staring blankly. Shinjo Akane. You arrived? Unexpectedly, it was the girl who spoke first. Although she didn't turn around, she had clearly sensed Yu Xiao's arrival. The reason was probably because of this place. Was this the reason for Akane Shinjo's hidden inner world? Yu Xiao pondered, then nodded yes. And, sorry. Looks like I'm late. It's nothing. I didn't invite you. This seemingly abrupt statement startled Akane. But after a brief silence, she replied calmly. Is that so? Then consider me an uninvited guest. Taking a few steps forward, Yu Xiao casually sat down beside the girl, unconcerned about what might happen. Are you running away? She asked casually. What? I originally thought that after Alexis's instantiation, your mind and emotions, as its constituent elements, were completely annihilated. Stretching out her hand to feel the almost still air around her, Yu Xiao sighed as she analyzed the situation. But it doesn't seem that way. You, as the core of that monster, are merely dormant in this place. Come to think of it. After all, you're the most fundamental energy source, and it's not something that can be easily destroyed. Heh. Let's just say you guessed right. But even so, how did you conclude that I was running away? Want to know? Whatever you like. It's actually quite simple. Yu Xiao sighed softly. In the outside world. How should I put it? It's almost like a psychological defense, or perhaps a region whose source I don't even know. I saw that thing. At Beyond Gundam. Recalling her encounters in the outside world, Yu Xiao murmured. At first, I thought it was a manifestation of longing arising from hatred or hostility. But thinking about it that way, it's absurd. If it were an object of hatred exceeding a certain level, how could one allow it to appear in one's mind from time to time? And I heard it during the battle. That thing, when my sword clashed with yours, it uttered something like to eliminate foreign objects. It's probably a guardian of this place. Then, would a normal person regard something they hate as some kind of guardian in their heart, Miss Shinjo? And under its protection, fearlessly flee to a distant place locked away in their heart? This question was precisely why Yu Xiao's tone softened. What had puzzled him all along was why the other person was so determined to oppose him. To judge solely by the duty between a monster controller and a so-called hero would be far too simplistic. But after the various clues he had gathered, he finally understood. The reason the girl before him considered him her enemy was because deep down, she had always longed for it. The appearance of a hero who could descend from the heavens and save everything, including her, whose hands were stained with blood and filth. Thus, though outwardly expressionless, she had already imprinted that image in her heart. Even so. So what? Shinjo Akane said in a desolate voice. This rhetorical question, devoid of any affirmation, was precisely the best proof that Yu Xiao's question was valid. But even after answering this question, her thoughts and her words did not stop. It's over. The world, and me. That Alexis guy, he was just lying to me from beginning to end. Maybe after this world ends, the cycle will continue. Or maybe it will use the power of the singularity to end the cycle again. She buried her head further in her chest. But no matter what. Now, no one can forgive me. Like an idiot, I listened to that weird-sounding advice, and now, I created this twisted monster. As if echoing the girl's words, the mirror-like lake before them suddenly displayed a reflection of the outside world. More and more human Revolutionary Alliance Mechs were swallowed and assimilated by the newly born Bido Corps. Although the Red One unit remained unscathed thanks to mutual support and assistance, the increasing number of enemies and the increasingly dangerous condition of their mechs made the battle increasingly difficult. Seeing this desperate situation, Shinjo Akane gave a stiff smile. Alexis was right. This child is my true self. Ugly, greedy, and evil. I am just that kind of thing. Even so, Yu Xiao spoke up. Clearly, he didn't intend to give up trying to persuade her. It's not too late to start changing now. He looked up at the somber, silent starry night. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, ruffled their hair. Such a feeling coming from the so-called unreal inner world was strange. But thinking about it from another perspective, this was perhaps one of the manifestations of the girl's inner world before them. Not too late? The girl, who had been keeping her head down, letting her pale purple hair fall and obscure her face, finally raised her head slowly, her voice tinged with doubt. Yes. Not too late. Yu Xiao nodded, turning her gaze to the girl beside her. Whether it's a crisis for the world, or the blame for its destruction, you won't have to bear it all alone. As long as you can make your final decision now. Meanwhile outside, damn it. No matter how much we fight, it never ends. It's only getting worse. Clenching his teeth, Luo Dongchuan aimed at the staggering Iron Man-type monsters that had become Bido's subordinates, repeatedly pulling the trigger. When the physical rifle ran out of ammunition, he switched to the long-range beam rifle. When the energy consumption became too rapid, he simply drew dual pistols from his waist and continued firing at the monsters before him. Even so, the enemies surged forward like a tidal wave. The pressure from all sides was pushing Luo Dongchuan to his limits. Breathing heavily, his vision gradually blurred. Therefore, he didn't notice the approaching shadow behind him. Uncle. Watch out. Fortunately, just then, a flash of light descended from the sky, intercepting and cutting off the mutated Iron Man-type monster attacking from behind. Ha! Ha! Is that Faruti? Thanks, and even though he could hardly concentrate, Luo Dongchuan still managed to identify the person who had come to his aid based on their address. Don't call me uncle. Let's not dwell on these things now, uncle. Philip replied with a forced smile. It seemed that even she and V- were struggling to cope with the relentless, continuous battles. You two have a really good relationship. But, at that moment, the Dell's Vanguard Savior Gundam slowly landed. Clearly, without the support of the external nuclear reactor, It could no longer sustain the intense strain of aerial combat. However, there was a distinct joy in Fidel's tone. Look ahead. I bet Red One is also fighting hard, and has already achieved results. Following his words, the other two present looked ahead. Oh really? That thing stopped moving? Even the assimilated monsters? What appeared before Luo Dongchuan and the others was a bizarre scene. The Baido Core, seemingly frozen in place for some unknown reason, and the mutated Iron Men. Then, those previously menacing entities collapsed in an instant. Hey, everyone. Can you hear me? A familiar voice came from the communication channel. It was the current commander of Mithril, Yu Zhao's voice. Mr. Xiao? You did it. Are you alright, Xiao? Have you been here since just now? Following this, a flood of information poured in instantly. Most of it was concern for Yu Zhao's condition. After all, after the monster appeared, both he and the War Greyman had vanished. Their reappearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Well, I answer those questions after the battle. Anyway, let's gather together for now. Who knows, we might encounter even stronger enemies later. While answering questions from those around him, Yu Zhao cautiously glanced around. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the interior of the room in the building, which remained unchanged. The furnishings were exactly the same. Except, the girl who had been inside was gone. Yu Zhao's thoughts drifted back to what had just happened. His last conversation with the girl. How interesting. Do you think I would accept such a proposal? A sarcastic smile appeared on Shinjo Akane's face. This child's existence, according to Alexis, was born from my heart and emotions. Indeed, even now, I could still erase it. But the price would be quite severe. Shinjo Akane gently placed her hand on her chest. That's inextricably linked to my life. The world will be destroyed sooner or later anyway. Is it necessary for me to do such a thing? Wouldn't it be nice to live in such a world forever? It is necessary, because I will save it. Yu Zhao gazed at the starry sky, his tone resolute. Whether it's the world now, or the world of the past. And he turned his head away. You too. I made up my mind. I won't let anyone sacrifice themselves. And I also undo those unnecessary sacrifices that happened in the past. That's it. That way, you won't have to bear so much pointless sin. Isn't that right? But just those words made Shinjo Akane look as if she heard a fairy tale. The past world? And me? Ha 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 ha. Are you stupid? It's already destroyed? Gone? Those countless past worlds, whose existence was merely a matter of accumulating numbers. No. It's possible. As long as the damaged dimensional link system is repaired and completed later, even jumping between parallel universes isn't impossible. Yu Zhao spoke calmly. Although the content sounded incredibly audacious, it was indeed theoretically possible, and something he wanted to put into practice. You witnessed the miracles I created. Surely you don't think this is just wishful thinking? Shinjo Akane choked. Even so, she forced herself to reply, even if it could be created as easily as you say. In practice. Do you know how long that would take? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, it's doable. It's simply repeating the sum of all the past destructions. That's something that can be done. Why did you go to such lengths? You're such an idiot. Do you think this will change other people's attitudes? After all, in a reset world, no one will remember you after your sacrifice. I don't know. If I had to say, perhaps. Yu Zhao lowered her eyes. After all, there are people who believe that a big idiot like me is a hero. That's a sufficient motivation. Isn't it? Then, silence fell. Yu Zhao waited quietly for the girl's response. Shinjo Akane remained silent. Her intense emotion surged violently within her. And after all her emotion subsided, Shinjo Akane nodded gently. I see. You really are an idiot. I understand. Just do it, okay? Thank you, Miss Shinjo. Yu Zhao nodded heavily. Although he knew that she had committed many sins in this timeline and in the past, her current actions could be roughly categorized as a form of atonement. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. The reason was, if he hadn't been born on an island like Penglai Island, with its comprehensive countermeasures and abundant resources, he might have become someone like her, right? And in exchange, you big idiot hero, you have to promise me one thing, okay? Go ahead. When you travel to the past in the future, and see that girl who was about to be deceived by a base lie. Shinjo Akane choked slightly. Save me. Please? This was something we agreed on from the beginning. Don't worry, Miss Shinjo. Just call me Akane. Shinjo Akane replied softly. And these were the last words uttered by the girl with this name, as she maintained her existence in this time and space. Then, she disintegrated into scattered fragments. Along with this spiritual world and the ferocious monster outside, gradually disappeared, until she vanished without a trace. Chapter 410. The scene returned to reality. After a brief explanation of the situation, under Yu Zhao's command, the mithril forces, centered around his war Tyrannosaurus Rex, regrouped. The remnants of the Iron Man-like soldiers, who had broken free from Baido's control, gradually converged on this location, although they didn't know what to do. But precisely because of this, following Red One's actions was the only correct course of action. And soon, the main reason for Yu Zhao's formation arrived. Not far from the group's formation, a dark, shadowy figure standing in midair appeared. It was Alexis Kelly. Oh dear. I didn't expect to actually destroy that thing. And I can't sense Akane's presence anymore. Did she choose self-destruction? What a coward. Just like when I saw her. He sighed. These words weren't emanating through any sound waves or equipment, yet they seemed to travel directly to Yu Zhao's ears. Was this perhaps an extended application of some kind of telekinetic ability? Yu Zhao didn't understand. But he still vehemently denied its words. You're wrong. That wasn't annihilation, Alexis. That was her redemption. Yu Zhao's face darkened. Her own resolve to atone for the sin she committed under your influence. Redemption? Resolve? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being called the savior. It seems both her piloting skills and her silver tongue are top-notch. Alexis chuckled. You seem quite relaxed. But what can you do now? Yu Zhao questioned without changing her expression. You found Shinjo Akane's reason. That's because, ultimately, the so-called instantiation phenomenon relies on the abilities of singularities and the thoughts of others to exist. And now she's gone. I don't know if you're a demon dwelling in some subspace or some computer world. But once your body dissipates, only your consciousness continues to exist. Even if you did, you couldn't cause trouble in this world anymore. Isn't that right? Heh. Looks like you guessed it. As expected of Red Number 1. Indeed, my current body can only last for a short time. But so far, there haven't been any major problems. Then, its face flickered with an eerie light. To Yu Zhao, it seemed as if it had squinted. Even if Xiaoqian is gone, there are always plenty of replacements for those with dark desires. The only problem is the singularity. And the most suitable material, isn't it right before my eyes? Heh. Just as I expected, you're coming for me? That's perfect. I crush you right here, and make you atone for your accumulated sins. Though it's said lightly. Both sides are filled with reasons why they have no choice but to fight. One is Alexis, who will dissipate if he cannot capture Yu Zhao within this limited world. The other is Yu Zhao, who knows the other's abilities. Knowing that even if he uses the space bridge to transfer, he will be caught by the enemy, he simply decides to settle the score here. Now that the decision had been made, battle was inevitable. After the conversation ended, Yu Zhao's view changed again. Before him, Alexis's figure emerged from the void. Compared to its previous form, which was only about the height of a person, its body was now clearly swollen due to the surge of power. However, it still hadn't reached a size comparable to a mech. Welcome, Red One Squad. However, in the stage I planned for the future of this world, there's no need for you guys. So this is farewell. Although its body wasn't enormous, it possessed a presence no less imposing than Fafnir, charging forward like a dark meteor. As expected, the enemy has arrived. Voices gradually came from all around. In response to the enemy's attack, first, Buchin's Fafnir deployed its holy shield, standing guard at the forefront of the formation. Behind it stood Mech Iki, piloting the divine sword type, also guarding with his sword. So you're Aldous' children? Looks like you two have interesting pasts. Perhaps you could be used to create some special monsters. Alexis chuckled. But unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you right now. The next second, Alexis's swift figure abruptly changed its trajectory. It bypassed the two defenders from left to right, flanking them from the side. Clearly, it didn't want to waste time on unnecessary fighting. The plan was to simply charge forward and directly target Yu Zhao and the War Greyman's cockpit. But it was precisely because of this tactical approach that... Damn it, it's swaying around so much, I can't hit it at all. Even the sniper units in the rear, already poised for action, were struggling to hit the target darting about in the dense formation. Luo Donchuan gritted his teeth. His crosshair swung rapidly, but but he couldn't lock onto the enemy in front of him. After all, it was about the size of a human. To the MS pilot, this was tantamount to asking them to use a cannon to shoot a mosquito flying at near sonic speed. Moreover, there were friendly aircraft nearby. A single mistake could result in friendly fire. This forced it to be even more restrained. But even so, there were those who could accurately identify the enemy's movements. Those were humans who existed for the sake of space. New types. Don't think you can get away with this so easily. Char. I know Amuro. No words were needed. Simply calling each other's names. A jolt of electricity between their brows was enough for them to understand each other perfectly. In an instant, the Gundam 2 Malawang Quatches attacked from the left, and Delta from the right. The two mobile suits attacked from an extreme angle, wielding their light blades, simultaneously blocking all possible evasive maneuvers, their blades clashing in a cross pattern. Unfortunately, even if they could reach each other, their hardware was simply insufficient. In the afterglow of the clashing light blades, Alexis stood calmly. Holding a long sword made of pure energy in both hands, he managed to keep the force field, enveloped in megaparticles, from getting any closer. I sensed it. So you're the so-called new types? Haha, if you want to feel it so badly, then use your superior senses to taste the emptiness within me. Chapter 411. After Alexis spoke with a slightly mocking tone, a powerful energy field instantly spread out from him. It seemed that although its existence was nearing its end, it could still use its immense power to fight and attack during the time it could maintain its existence. Fortunately, Amuro and Char were no ordinary individuals. They were ace pilots from the Universal Century. With almost perfect synchronization, the two mobile suits dodged in opposite directions in an instant. This barely allowed them to avoid the sweeping energy storm. Judging from the horrific destruction of the surrounding towns affected by the attack, it wasn't hard to imagine the consequences of being hit by it. However, gulp. It's been broken through. Amuro frowned with some regret. Alexis showed no intention of continuing the fight. Instead, they continued forward, and were about to reach the vicinity of Wargreymon. Even so, believe me, Amuro. Char Aznable raised his eyes, and spoke softly. He's not one to be easily defeated. His gaze was fixed on Wargreymon. Your companions didn't do much either. Now I take your life. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Because you be my material for creating monsters, ha ha. No. This is enough time. Faced with the mockery before him, Yu Xiao simply said calmly. During the interception by his companions, he readjusted Wargreymon's combat system. As he restored it to its highest power state, he also activated a hidden final battle system. And Alexis, you don't need to worry about the future. Because from now on, you just need to watch how I defeat you. Yu Xiao shouted. The next second, Wargreymon's normally clumsy body moved with unbelievable agility. Facing the still darting Alexis, Yu Xiao, relying on his mastered X-Rounder ability, pinpointed the opponent's trajectory. Then, he activated the thermal tearing claws on his hands, and swung them downwards with tremendous force. He struck the elusive Alexis precisely, stopping it in its tracks. It was even thrown backwards slightly by the momentum. However, this direct confrontation seemed to have also caused some damage to Wargreymon. It struck its opponent's arm joint, sending sparks flying. Clearly, due to the recoil, that arm was now unusable. Huh? Before Alexis could even process how its opponent had moved or how it had been hit, the Wargreymon moved again. This time, however, it swung its tail. While spinning halfway to gather power, it fluidly struck Alexis. Bang! With an exaggerated sound, the once seemingly invincible figure was actually swatted away like a fly. But the Wargreymon's offensive didn't stop there. Roar! It turned around, its mouth emitting an unstable, crimson glow of energy. This massive, ferocious machine roared menacingly. Then, the automatic stabilizing device on its tail deployed, acting as a support to stabilize its entire body. Next, it crouched down, aiming its two long-range cannons on its shoulders at Alexis's target. Boom! With a deafening roar and a burst of fire, several extra-large caliber shells rained down on its opponent with unwavering precision. The power of these cannons was immense. Even with the pre-prepared support, they had to activate the thrusters at the rear of the cannons, reversing the flow of propellant flames to counteract the astonishing recoil and prevent the Wargreymon from losing its balance under the frenzy barrage. And its power, of course, was self-evident. After hitting Alexis, a fiery, lotus-like explosion cloud erupted from the spot. The surrounding buildings and wreckage were annihilated, reduced to ashes. Roar! As if satisfied, it looked at the destruction it had caused. The Wargreymon raised its head to the sky, letting out a triumphant roar. Truly, truly remarkable. But such an attack, it seemed unable to completely eradicate the being named Alexis. Struggling, the flames burning on its back seemed to gradually die down. This guy's power seems different from before. What exactly did you use? Even though it was covered in wounds, it still asked in its usual tone. The Okanode system. Yu Xiao simply replied calmly, despite being drenched in sweat. The Okanode system. In the world of Zoids, it's something used to enhance the performance of Zoids. In the original novel, a Wargreymon was equipped with this system and gained a performance boost of almost 4 to 5 times. However, the price for this power is also quite significant and severe. This unleashes the latent savagery of these machines, which humans have used as weapons. Without a skilled pilot, they will go out of control. This was evident in the battle just now. The Wargreymon's movements exhibited considerable autonomy and bestiality. This meant that even Yu Xiao had to exert all his strength to control it to make the previous series of attacks work. This model is also known as Demon because of this characteristic. Wargreymon. Demon. Although you wouldn't understand just by listening. There's no need to explain anymore. He piloted the Wargreymon forward. Yu Xiao's eyes sharpened. Come on. Let's continue the fight, Alexis. Until your pathetic body can no longer sustain itself and dissipates. But strangely, Alexis, who usually spouts trash talk during battles, fell eerily silent in response to Yu Xiao's challenge. No. That won't do. I changed my mind. What? Hero, you truly are a hero. I have no chance against you. Alexis spoke in his usual carefree tone. But the others are different, aren't they? Since you've been fighting for so long, you must be quite attached to each other. Then, he burst into maniacal laughter. Since I'm going to disappear anyway, I might as well pick a few lucky spectators to take with me in my final moments. Ha ha ha. However, this was more powerful than any of his previous provocations. This guy was going to throw caution to the wind. Yu Xiao understood. So for the first time in their battle, he gritted his teeth, his tone trembling with intense emotion, and said, "Bastard!" Using such despicable tricks. And the Wargreymon charged forward at high speed, trying to stop its opponent's advance. But unfortunately, with its speed, it couldn't catch up with Alexis, who had become even more agile at the cost of burning its last bit of life force. Hee, so be it. I don't care about these things. Let me see. I start with that 4-legged guy. 4 legs. It was referring to the Gaia Pulse. It seemed completely indifferent to its own life. It unleashed a burst of energy from its entire body, charging towards Shin Asuka with near self-destructive force. Damn it. Even Yu Xiao couldn't think of a way to stop it. Although he knew that after completing this attack, he could completely finish off its opponent. But now, was he truly helpless? Yu Xiao gritted his teeth. But just then, before everyone's eyes, a golden light flashed from the dark abyss. Then a figure appeared in midair. Stop, Alexis. You should know this too. Ancient beings that don't belong here shouldn't interfere with life existing here. Accompanied by a cold and indifferent voice, it forcefully blocked the opponent's self-destructive attack. That was Fistrum. No. It was Kira Yamato, and his Strike Freedom Gundam? Chapter 412. At this moment, the Strike Freedom's abdomen had clearly been pierced by Alexis's swift attack. However, upon closer inspection, some surprising issues could be discovered. What was exposed was not the mechanical details that should have been present, but rather, an almost liquid-like biological structure. This striking anomaly proved that the Strike Freedom Gundam had long since transcended the realm of ordinary weapons. It was precisely because of this characteristic that it was able to escape unscathed after receiving the attack from Alexis's energy spear. And after withdrawing, the damaged area actually began to self-repair. Golden light emerged from the wound. Then, TSK. You're still as difficult to deal with as ever. Alexis's eyes flashed at this. Then, contrary to its usual behavior, it retreated and stood still. Noticing their standoff, Yu Xiao also slowed the Wargreymon's advance. The two beings before him were, in a sense, enemies. Therefore, he wasn't immediately sure which to deal with first. He decided to stand aside and observe their next move to decide his next strategy. But then, both sides suddenly fell silent, facing off in midair. It was Shin Asuka's voiceover that broke the silence. Kira Yamato, what are you doing here? Are you here to mock me? No. Kira Yamato said softly. This is something I should have dealt with. An internal struggle between our kind, as fellow beings of Fistum. Huh? Between Fistrum. But the very first sentence left Shin Asuka somewhat bewildered. Even Yu Xiao was momentarily surprised upon hearing this. Could it be that this strange, black alien life form before him was essentially a glittering, golden being? Such a straightforward way of speaking. Kira Yamato. But these words seemed to provoke a hint of anger in Alexis. Let me guess. Was it that damn Polaris Corps that sent you here? As punishment for me? A traitor to my race? No. Up to now, it's all been my own will. The question was swift, and the answer timely. In the cockpit of the Strike Freedom Gundam, Kira Yamato, gripping the control stick, calmly replied. Having assimilated to this depth, the Strike Freedom was now as responsive as his own body, not directly manipulating it with his mind. Perhaps he just wanted to retain a last bit of proof of his humanity. It has nothing to do with the North Star Corps, although it also allows me to end your existence. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. It's time to end all this, Alexis. You say to end all this? That's right. Eternal existence is forbidden. In the end, only returning to nothingness is their destination. The North Star Corps. No, the Fistrum understand this, which is why they allowed me to come. Kira said calmly. And now, ha ha. Nice to say. But can you really do it? Uncharacteristically, Alexis roared with maniacal laughter. I tried to. But even I can't end this life, so how can you possibly end it? Then, he abruptly changed the subject. In the end, all you can do is fail again and again, continue to exist, and suffer the agonizing pain of being enslaved and exploited by humans. You're quite content, aren't you? Children of Alvis? While such rage was incomprehensible to most, Yu Xiao suddenly guessed a possibility. To speak like that, could he be the second Star Corps that descended upon Reminiscia? He frowned, speculating. The development in the original work was similar. Fragments of Star Corps, after merging with various beings, would give birth to their own will. For example, Minashiro Otoheim, born on Ryugu Island, or the Walker-type Fistum that appeared in the second season. However, these wills are not connected to the Star Corps itself. So, if the second Star Corps that descended upon Reminiscia several years ago hadn't been completely shattered by the G-bomb attack, but instead retained its own will, under certain circumstances, perhaps an immortal being like Alexis could have been born from it, and even the space-time reset of the singularity couldn't damage its body. Considering Minashiro Otoheim's condition, Yu Xiao felt this might be a special ability of Fistrum Star Corps. This makes it clear. As the consciousness of the second Star Corps, it too experiences the same pain in this endlessly repeating cycle of the world. It descended, and was attacked. Torn to pieces, yet unable to end its own life. So to end it all, and to find some sense of existence in this almost absurd world, it began searching the world for candidates to create new monsters. Beings called betas, to vent their frustrations, and dispel their emptiness. Perhaps, the truth is close to this. But whether it's true or not, Yu Xiao probably can't know. Because then, no! I can do it. Kira spoke. Indeed, you cannot destroy yourself. This is because your very existence cannot accept the fact that you deny it. And humans cannot do it either. Using external force, at most, can only annihilate your physical body in the material world, without affecting you, who has become a detached entity of thought. But if this act were performed by someone who is capable of doing it, and who is independent of you, another, then it is entirely possible. Kira said calmly. Using the power of the Fistrum, assimilating and absorbing you. That way, everything will end. The Fistrum wouldn't want to harm their own kind. And humans can't end your life. Only I, as their middle ground, can do this. Come, Alexis. Let me bring your eternity to an end. Bring it to an end? Alexis fell into a long silence. Was he also persuaded by this seemingly incredibly tempting proposal? A proposal to end that life that had driven him almost mad, and the suffering that accompanied it? Don't think you understand me, you little brat. But then, it roared angrily. Clearly, it didn't intend to agree. Perhaps it did agree, but that would make its previous struggle seem pointless, so it refused for the sake of face. Still want to resist, Alexis. But in any case, there was no doubt that Alexis had chosen to fight back. It grew larger again. It became a colossal 70 meters tall, comparable to its height in the original work. It probably realized from the previous exchange that its current power wouldn't be enough to kill its opponent in one blow, but would only give it time to heal. So it gambled everything now, using all its strength to defeat its opponent. Since it was about to face the dissipation of its body again, it was probably already prepared for a suicidal attack. Although this action dimmed the flames burning on its body, Alexis itself seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. Now, let you atone for your arrogance. Die. Instead, it raised its hands even more fiercely, unleashing an unprecedented energy wave attack. I told you to stop. Now you have no choice. But the Strike Freedom Gundam neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, it simply opened all the cannons on its body. The Dragoon Riders separated from its back, raising their beam rifles. In the style of what Super Robot fans call a multicolored cannon, it retaliated against the overwhelming energy before it. The multicolored, resonant beams, like sharp blades, sliced through the incoming energy. Then, accurately, it struck the black monster at the origin of the energy wave. Ugh! And for the first time, both its life force and mental strength had been severely worn down by the previous battle. Alexis, having finally lost its fearless will, let out a painful cry. The mental wave stopped, and its form began to collapse once more. Clearly, it was about to return to its conscious existence. I won't let you die like this. But the Strike Freedom Gundam also retracted its Dragoon. At its fastest speed, it spread its wings and rushed towards its opponent. Facing Alexis's mangled body, it extended its golden palm and gently pressed it upon it. Kira in the cockpit also closed his eyes at this moment, completely focused on meditation. Damn it, Kira Yamato. No matter how much Alexis's thoughts screamed, he seemed to hear nothing. He simply whispered a single sentence with all his heart. You are me. I am, you. The next second, countless emerald-colored crystals appeared. They enveloped Alexis's entire body and slowly dissolved him. Don't think it's over. Ugh. My existence is dissipating? Is this death? Ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Throughout this time, Alexis continued to utter resentful curses and ecstatic cries, until he completely transformed into a transparent sphere, and fully merged into the body of Strike Freedom. What happened? Clearly, all of this happened far too suddenly. Even most of the Mithril members were confused at this point. Kira Yamato. Except for a few exceptions. That is, the members from Aldous' faction. Only a deathly silence could be heard on the communication channel from Shin Asuka. Answer me. Are you an enemy? Or, clearly, this was the question he wanted answered most right now. After all, the person before him was initially a trusted senior, like an older brother. Then, without his understanding, he transformed into his enemy. He even caused the death of his last remaining blood relative, his sister. But after he became an enemy, in the subsequent battles, he often appeared as an ally. He even saved his life several times. In this situation, Shin Asuka's feelings for him were arguably the most complex among everyone present. Yet, even when facing this person with whom he had such a deep connection, Kira Yamato's attitude seemed rather elusive. Shin. He spoke only faintly. Do you still hate me now? Of course. Shin Asuka replied matter-of-factly. You're a traitor to the island, and another fistum, aren't you? What other feelings could I possibly have for you besides hatred? But he hadn't expected that this response would lead to a seemingly unreasonable request. Is that so? Kira Yamato nodded. That's good. Well then, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Don't joke around. Why should I listen to someone like you? You accept it. Please, Shin. Next time we meet, you be the one. Kill me. Huh? Shin's argument was abruptly interrupted halfway through. As a result, the Gaia Impulse Gundam froze on the spot, unable to move for a moment. But Strike Freedom and Kira Yamato didn't give him any more time to talk. He turned his back and unfurled his wings. Then, a black hole-like entity, the unique ability used by the Fistums, formed. He flew into it and disappeared. However, a few seconds later, the black hole with its spatial teleportation ability vanished. What the hell? This guy, what exactly are you trying to say? What do you want me to do now? Damn it, Kira Yamato. Only Shin Asuka, abruptly entrusted with a bewildering mission, remained frozen in place. Perhaps, at this moment, only one person truly understood the meaning behind the other's words. It seems time is running out. That was Yu Xiao. Closing his eyes, he spoke heavily in the cockpit. Kira's intentions, though seemingly vague, were actually quite straightforward. Previously, having betrayed humanity, he had chosen to maintain his existence. That was presumably to serve as a wedge within the Fistrum race, influencing their thinking. And now, his chosen path had been obstructed. And having assimilated Alexis, he was likely making a final attempt to persuade the Polaris Corps. That's why he asked Shin Asuka to kill him the next time they met. Because if he could still meet Shin Asuka after everything was over, there would only be one possibility. That is, his final resistance would fail. Completely dominated by the collective consciousness of the Star Corps, he would appear on the battlefield invading humanity. Chapter 413. Regarding Kira Yamato's resolute decision, Yu Xiao felt, even though the other party probably hadn't expected it, but he should respond in another way. It really was time. He recalled. The beta had been completely paralyzed. Now that their original lair and the commander behind it had been eliminated, their resurgence was virtually impossible. Now, there was only one alien monster hindering humanity. That was the group of outsiders dwelling in the Arctic. Fistrum. To end this endless cycle of reincarnation, and to fulfill the vow made to a certain girl, logically and emotionally, he should take action. This is really a confusing situation. I say, little boss, what are you planning to do next? So, facing this question from Wolf on the communication channel, I thought about it. So, leave it to me. Yu Xiao gave an almost decisive answer. Mei, if we establish communication now, what's the maximum range we can transmit to? Right now, using a wired connection, we can only transmit to this surrounding city at most. Huh? As she explained, a hint of surprise appeared on Mei's face. But, that's strange. The satellite bases in Earth's orbit are still functioning normally? If we use them, we might be able to achieve simultaneous communication worldwide. This was indeed unexpected information. Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. Logically, the Festum should have attacked and destroyed the satellite the moment they discovered it. Yet it remains, still operational. Could this be the result of Kira Yamato's internal influence? Yu Xiao wondered. But whatever the reason, at this moment, rather than considering the cause of this phenomenon, considering how to utilize the current advantage. That's what Yu Xiao should be doing. Okay. Then Mei, please link the Wargrayman's communication circuit to the satellite base. Understood. Mei responded softly. Using the permissions on the Super Robot Wars vs. Disk, she could easily take control of the satellite. While waiting for the connection to be established with the satellite, Yu Xiao simply looked ahead. From the beginning until now. The heroic image and appeal built through the name Red One. It's time to unleash it without reservation. A few minutes later. The Human Revolutionary Alliance, the Divine Land. In its capital city, Tianjin. This once mighty city, nearly destroyed by the Beta army at its siege. Today, it has regained its former prosperity and tranquility. Wandering through it, one might even have the illusion that the arduous war never happened. But an illusion is just an illusion. On the screens ubiquitous in this high-tech metropolis, various battle reports from across the Human Revolutionary Alliance's territory are now being broadcast. The battle on Huffman Island has finally come to an end. What was initially a battle without aid, bordering on hopeless, resulted in a stunning victory through the combined efforts of the local military and civilians. The most dazzling achievement wasn't just the Tekaten, a civilian enterprise, but also the hero of the previous war, Nen Wanqing. This was truly exhilarating news. However, at the same time, the events in Kyoto, Japan, remained shrouded in mystery. Although local residents sent in footage taken from the surrounding area, and refugees who had escaped breathlessly reported on the situation, what exactly had happened in this region. Aside from the news that monsters and Red Unit 1 suddenly appeared in the city, no further information came. Anxiety quietly spread throughout the city. Until a strange image suddenly appeared on television, dispelling this feeling. The screen showed the city, the ruins of Kyoto, Japan, and on the ground, grotesque corpses lay scattered about. Those were the corpses of monsters. I apologize for the abrupt interference with the signal. At the same time, a hastily processed voice also rang out. This should have been a highly suspicious situation. But after the visitor identified himself, everything. I am Red One, the leader of the force that has been operating behind the scenes, fighting against the alien lifeforms. It suddenly seemed believable. After all, it's a well-known fact that no country can currently use satellite communication for wide-area radio wave transmission. So, perhaps only he could achieve such large-scale signal interference? The voice continued. After all, I know everyone is worried or confused about what happened today. That's why I chose this time to report the current situation. The attack and riots on Huffman Island were actually a cover-up by the Betas. Their real purpose was to cover up what happened in Kyoto, Japan. There, the mastermind behind the Beta resurrection and the chaos is... It's horrifying, but it's true. Behind the Betas is nothing other than humans, just like us. Fortunately, their plot was discovered, and we responded in time. This is the true nature of the battle that took place in Kyoto today. So now, I can assert that the betas have been completely and utterly annihilated. There is no possibility of any resurrection. Now, we humans are only one step away from reclaiming all our living space, reclaiming this Earth. That is, eliminate the outsiders entrenched in the Arctic. Fistrum. I know you may not believe me easily, whether it's my identity or the facts I stated. But I don't insist. It's just, I want everyone to hear my voice. Starting tomorrow, our forces will assemble in the northern harbor of Fusang. We will launch our final attack on the Fistrum. This is a conquest for the future of all humanity. So, if there are those who believe my words, believe the facts of today, and are capable of fighting, please lend me your strength. For humanity, and for the tomorrow of this planet. Chapter 414. Outside, a momentous event was unfolding. The Arctic. In the habitat of the Festum. Another event, though unknown to most, was taking place, perhaps of equal importance. In a base they occupied, originally built as a human research station but now their lair. Kira Yamato, having returned, was walking along one of the passages. At the end of this passage lay a sacred place for the Festum. The Star Core. However, he had not yet reached his destination. You finally arrived. Kira Yamato. A voice from nearby halted Kira's progress. Before Kira appeared, accompanied by the voice, stood a tall, handsome, blond man. However, his gleaming bright yellow pupils clearly revealed that he was not human. Is this Eden? Kira Yamato asked silently after looking around. Clearly, Eden was the man before him, the name of the Fistum who had taken human form. Did the Star Core send you here? Indeed. Eden nodded without hesitation. Your actions have, so far, exceeded our limits. Not only did you repeatedly go to save humanity, but you also absorbed the existence of your brethren, who should have been eternal, the second Star Core. This ultimately led him to his demise. It sounded like, in the previous battle. Kira Yamato lied. In reality, the North Star Core at this moment did not permit him to act in any way. On the contrary, he defied the collective will of Fistrum, choosing to strike first at this time. And such an action was clearly. This behavior is intolerable to us. Therefore we judge. Eden raised his hand. A dazzling assimilation crystal appeared in his palm. The emerald green crystal gradually solidified, enveloping his arm. Finally it formed the shape of a sword blade. Having assimilated the second Star Core, you are undoubtedly a dangerous element. Therefore, the time has come to eliminate this impurity. Eden stared at his opponent with emotionless eyes. I am the vanguard sent to defeat you. Attack, Kira Yamato. But facing his opponent, who had already clearly adopted a posture of intent to fight. I see. Kira Yamato still did not seem to make a move. Facing the killing intent emanating from his opponent, he nodded. So what about Mjolnir and the others? They gained their existence from me. No. From humanity as well. Are they also among the Star Core's targets? Of course, Eden said in a deep voice. Like you, they are traitors to their kind. When we discovered the human base outside Earth, we intended to send troops to destroy it. But those guys stopped us. Those who defy the Star Cores should be eliminated. After you are eliminated, it will naturally be their turn, Kira Yamato. I see, Kira said softly. But then, with a single gesture, a sense of bewilderment welled up in Eden's heart. It wasn't retaliation or anything. It was simply, this is good. This is enough. Faced with such a desperate situation, he smiled. Why? Smile? This left Eden bewildered. Because this is your choice. Isn't it? Kira said simply, smiling. Originally, you would only obey the orders of the Star Core. Now, two camps have emerged. And whether you choose to support it or disobey it, it's a choice made by your own will. That's enough. From the beginning, I only wanted to see you reach this level. Then, he opened his arms wide towards the being before him. Come, annihilate me, then assimilate me. What you said so far is utter nonsense. From now on, we will only obey the Star Core's orders. But, since you've chosen to give up the struggle. Eden sneered. I send you on your way. He then stepped forward mercilessly, swinging the crystal arm blade on his wrist, and pierced Kira Yamato's chest. Crimson blood gushed from his chest. Then it transformed into a golden hue. This was proof of his connection between the Fistrum and humanity. Even such a body, after suffering such damage, would likely meet a swift and complete annihilation. Emerald crystals continued to appear, and Kira Yamato's figure was gradually enveloped and obliterated within them. Despite this, don't worry. I won't hate you. Kira Yamato smiled, still managing a smile, as he faced Eden. What are you trying to say? I don't understand. Eden was utterly bewildered. But this question seemed unable to reach Kira's fading consciousness. I don't want. Those of you who have just learned what choice and disagreement are to only know hatred. He spoke weakly with his last strength. Understanding and tolerance. These are the most important things when disagreements arise. Now you understand these feelings. So, from now on, continue to choose, Eden. Make choices according to your own will. This is my blessing. Even though he was ultimately assimilated and consumed. Judging from his words, Kira's goal seemed to have been achieved without regret. Is that really so? The truth seems not. At this moment, the image of a certain boy flashed through his mind. Although consciousness, emotions, and memories were fading, a pang of guilt still lingered in Kira's heart. Shin Asuka. He had gone to great lengths, doing so much along the way. Now, his and Makabakane's initial goal, to grant the Festum's independent personalities and thoughts, was almost achieved. But in the end, he still seemed unable to leave without regrets. After all, he hadn't yet repaid the debt he owed to the other. I'm sorry, Shin. But no matter what. At this moment, Kira's existence was gradually devoured, assimilated, and annihilated by Eden. The rest, I leave it to you. And finally, after leaving behind his last words, the being named Kira Yamato was truly and utterly erased from this world, vanished. Chapter 415. As Kira Yamato's figure gradually disappeared. Whether it was the agonizing shock of receiving all the energy from the second star core, or something else entirely, Eden, a Festum, knelt in agony, his body convulsing. Ugh, stop! Don't judge us by your own standards. I'm not. His face was constantly shifting. Sometimes he appeared as a blonde youth, sometimes as Festum himself. Even more so, at times, a resemblance to that boy appeared in his features. That perpetually melancholic, smiling, desolate expression. And, from Eden's fragmented soliloquy, his use of I instead of we, it's not hard to see that. At this moment, his acceptance of self, this existence, was beginning to take shape. And among the Festum, a species capable of mind-reading and learning from each other. His change alone was enough to trigger a transformation in a sizable entire race. It could be said that, at this point, Kira Yamato's initial goal might very well have already been achieved. But let's shift our focus away from the Festum for now. In the external human world, Yu Zhao's declaration via satellite communication ended approximately 2 hours ago. However, the global repercussions of this declaration have yet to subside. Rumors swirled in the streets and alleys, filled with heated speculation. A frenzy of news reports, both true and false, surfaced in a roughly 7-to-3 ratio. Those holding differing opinions on the news argued incessantly, wherever possible. In the end, they often forgot what they were even discussing. They simply focused on refuting each other, even forgetting their points and resorting to personal attacks. Unlike the chaos among the general public, Yu Zhao's declaration caused a huge uproar among the high-ranking military officials of various countries. People's Revolutionary Alliance. Tianjin City. You say, this is true, Chongji? Looking at the report before him, and then at his trusted confidant, Bai Qinrong asked. I swear on my life. The cold, blue-haired youth replied in a deep voice. My subordinates have confirmed. On Huffman Island, the person who once had direct contact with Red One is Captain Nan Wanqing. She confessed that the reason she was able to return to the battlefield was due to the medical injection given to her by Red One. On the other hand, intelligence from the rebuilt Space Force also indicates, when that message was transmitted to various channels, there was indeed a satellite operating in Earth's orbit. Combined with the clues discovered before, I judge that this was indeed the work of Red One. Is that so? Bai Qinrong nodded. Then, he fell silent. He was reflecting on everything he had experienced in his long career, from his youth to the present. From smooth sailing to sudden changes. The invasion of the Festums years ago shaped everything he was experiencing now. And now, the possibility of ending this endless nightmare. Though slim, it had already appeared. So should he grasp at it like a straw? And hold on tight? Clearly, there was only one answer. That was, all right. Bai Qinrong nodded slowly and deeply. It was possible. Since you said so, I entrust humanity's hopes to that hero and you? Allow the mobilization of volunteer elite troops, approve their participation in the battle alongside Red One. Of course, be careful to control the numbers. If there are too many, not only will logistics become a problem, But insufficiently trained soldiers will also complicate the battle. Quality over quantity. We can't cause trouble for that hero. At this point, Bai Qinrong actually smiled, something he hadn't done in a long time. I never imagined, at my age and status, there would come a day when I have to rely on you instead of myself. This was perhaps a smile born of the joy of seeing the dawn of humanity. Meanwhile, the United States of the New World. I didn't expect Red One to appear at this time, declaring an attack on Fistrom's base. Hurst galloped silently across her arms. In this brief report, she sensed an unspeakable threat. A threat from a superpower that has always considered itself the beacon of the world. Today, its influence is actually diminished by the threat of one person. That's right. So what should we do? Perhaps standing by and watching isn't necessarily. No. Faced with Mitsuhiro Badland's question, Hurst resolutely refused. If we choose to surrender now, if they succeed, we be nailed to the pillar of historical shame and ridiculed. And even if they fail, the people's resentment might shift to us. They think that if we participated, this battle wouldn't end in defeat. So you mean, we must participate no matter what? Is that right? To this, Mitsuhiro answered seemingly calmly. But at the same time, he had already clenched his fist. For a long time. Clearly, he had been waiting for this day. Waiting for the day he could destroy Fistrom, for a long time. And now, seeing that he could finally defeat them, how could he not feel joy from the bottom of his heart? He simply couldn't show it on his face, because the other party's intentions were still undecided. That's right, Hurst said resolutely. This finally relieved Mitsuhiro. Not only must we participate in the war, but we must also use our trump cards. Besides our regular military forces, send the flag warriors. And, Mitsuhiro, send Fafnir Void to the front lines. If we still can't find a pilot, send the current test pilots. Understand one thing. This isn't just a war with the Fistum. It's a war to establish the position of the USN in the New World Order. The old woman spoke solemnly. Therefore, we cannot lose to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. We certainly cannot lose to that Red Number One. We must let them know. Even in this situation, we will continue to lead free humanity. Forever. Chapter 416. The final battle is about to begin. Regardless of the outcome of the previous proclamation, this thought has undoubtedly taken deep root in the hearts of the Mithril troops. And among them, the one most worried about what is to come is undoubtedly Yu Xiao. The Fistrom Arctic base, compared to everything they had fought before, is probably an even more difficult target to conquer. Not only is it home to all the Fistrom, including the Sphinx and Scarabs they had previously fought, but the surrounding seas are also inhabited by species that only live near the Arctic Ocean. A colossal guardian. A Leviathan type. 40m, 50m. These numbers are simply insufficient to describe its size. In the original work, its existence can only be described as immeasurable. Even its juvenile form, in a single battle, swallowed the entire Ryugu Island. They covered it with their limbs, plunging the island into darkness and gradually pushing it towards extinction. This was only its juvenile form. According to the settings Yu Xiao remembered, its adult form was that of a creature wandering in the water surrounding the North Star core. If it weren't for the Earth force deploying almost its entire fleet in a general attack, thus drawing the enemy's attention and hindering their actions, then Ryugu Island's plan to defeat the North Star core through decapitation and rescue Minashiro Soshiro might not have been executed. Moreover, at this moment, there were likely several Dominator-type Fisterms around the North Star core, having absorbed the power of the second star core and become even more powerful. These beings could be considered elite bosses, and in Yu Xiao's estimation, their current strength shouldn't be much weaker than the final boss from the original work, the Fafnir Void, which was forcibly seized by Fistrom. This is why Yu Xiao requested reinforcements from almost anywhere in the world via satellite communication. After all, even his troops would need a considerable amount of time to break through such an encirclement. And in his memory, the Polaris Corps from the original work also possessed a considerable degree of intelligence. While the protagonists were engaged in battle with the Fafnir Void, they were also besieged by the human army. Realizing victory was hopeless, it attempted to escape the battle zone, heading towards space for refuge. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, amplified by the Fafnir Existence's abilities, it managed to hit its target with a sniper attack. Otherwise, the outcome of this great battle would have been uncertain. In other words, at this moment, relying solely on Mithril's military strength, it's highly likely they'd be bogged down by the Festums, allowing the Star Core to escape alone. A desperate battle could easily become a warning shot. But despite this, the main force in this operation, undoubtedly, is still Yu Xiao and his group. So today, he's in the Bering-class hangar, operating the AEGE system, utilizing the substantial points gained from the previous battle, to perform what is likely the final upgrade for his troops in preparation for this battle. Calling it an upgrade isn't entirely accurate, because Yu Xiao has given most of the Mechs a complete overhaul. Standing in the hangar were 4 mobile suits in the first row. Their colors were blue, red, green, and dark gray. They also possessed distinctive Gundam typefaces. These were the 4 main mobile suits from the Gundam 00 series. The 4 third-generation Gundams belonging to Celestial Being. After considering the suitability of the unit members and the pilot's preferences, Yu Xiao realized that these 4 mobile suits seemed surprisingly suitable for the initial members of his unit. Wolf, who preferred high mobility and close combat, was a good fit for the Xiao. The sniper virtue could obviously be assigned to Luo Dongchuan. Fidel, with experience piloting transforming mobile suits, was naturally the pilot of the Fallen Angel, while Ferruti, who had always been responsible for rear support, could be assigned the virtue. However, upon closer inspection, these mobile suits were somewhat different from those in the original work. The most striking of them all was probably the lead Xia. Compared to its slender physique in the original work, its torso was now much thicker. The upper body was piled high with a dazzling array of batteries and additional weaponry. That was the modified version of the Gundam Xia, the Avalanche Xia. After all, considering the pilot's preferences, Yu Xiao felt that this more extreme version, with its enhanced breakthrough capabilities, might be more suitable for Wolf's habits. The Gundam Fallen Angel also sported a bright red paint job and was equipped with a Jian sword and 2 missile bays. This modified form, named Dragon-Slaying Holy Sword, granted the mobile suit even more ferocious firepower, enabling it to face large groups of Festums. As for the Virtue Gundam, the multiple particle beam weapons that were originally present on this mobile suit have disappeared. Instead, they have been replaced with live-fire Iron Fist rockets and missile launchers. The paint scheme has also been changed to a more camouflage, low-visibility color scheme. These are the accessories that the Virtue Gundam was originally supposed to have: live-fire armor. Of course, this is also a measure taken in preparation for prolonged combat. After all, Jian particles, no matter what, have a limit to their regeneration rate. And live-fire weaponry, as long as the space bridge is still operational, can efficiently transport spare ammunition to the battlefield for rapid resupply. In this situation, the Virtue Gundam becomes one of the few mobile suits that hasn't been modified. It doesn't need much modification. After all, for long-range sniping, it only needs to be able to do that, as a safeguard against the escape of the Polaris Corps. Of course, they aren't the only ones whose mobile suits have been upgraded. Amuro's Gundam 2 Malawang Quachas has now been replaced by a mobile suit utilizing Jian particle technology. Green armor encased the blue and white body. It was the full armor type 0 Gundam. Although both were full armor types, the Jian particle encased armor made it remarkably lightweight. Therefore, its mobility was incomparable to the full armor Gundams Amuro had previously piloted in the UC world. Of course, among the characters who had changed mobile suits was Yu Xiao. However, the mobile suit he replaced was a familiar one. That was the Gundam Epion he had used during Operation Sakura. After all, perhaps in this timeline, this mobile suit had already become a symbol of Red One. Just its appearance in public would undoubtedly boost morale. And what's more, in the past, there was a girl who cherished this image in her heart, who regarded him as a hero. Even if it was just to repay her expectations. Yu Xiao felt that she also needed to use this machine to become the true, final hero. Chapter 417. Then, time flew by. After introducing the new mobile suits to the unit members, and conducting initial performance verification tests, soon, the appointed date arrived. This was the day they were supposed to head to northern Fusong for a military buildup. In the waters near Fusong, in a place that should have been empty, a ship suddenly appeared moving. That was the flagship of the Mithril Force, the Bering class. It removed its camouflage, making itself visible to anyone monitoring the surrounding waters, announcing its arrival. Next, this mobile suit carrier, true to its name, would pass through the Bering Strait towards the Arctic Circle, to the location of the North Star Corps. But before that, it needed to go to the agreed-upon location, the Human Reform Alliance base in the Kuril Islands, to meet with the troops, who might or might not come to their aid. The sea breeze blew across the carrier's deck. Above them stood 2 figures, side by side, gazing silently at the surging ocean, until one of them broke the silence. What do you think, Fidel? With his hands in the pockets of his ever-present Earth Federation Army uniform, Luo Dongchuan spoke with a hint of melancholy. But Fidel simply picked up the conversation naturally, speaking calmly. What do you think? Are you talking about the new mecha? If it's that Dragon Slayer Holy Sword type Fallen Angel, I think its performance is quite impressive. A combination of high mobility and heavy firepower, somewhat like an upgraded version of the Bobby I first rode in when I joined Mr. Red One's unit. His words were almost incessant. Perhaps the opposite of his overly serious nature. No, that's not the topic. Until Luo Dongchuan waved his hand to interrupt him. Do you think, after this battle, the world can truly usher in peace? Then, Luo Dongchuan placed his hands on the railing beside the deck. The sea breeze ruffled his thoughtful hair. Only then did he realize that, because he hadn't trimmed it in a long time, his bangs had grown excessively long. I cut them after this battle, he thought. Although I've been in this world for a long time. Perhaps it's precisely because I've been in this world for a long time that... Facing the wind, Luo Dongchuan spoke slowly. I gradually become unable to believe such things. Originally, in the face of a common disaster, people would unite to fight. But, if this thing that has always threatened humanity's survival truly disappears, to be honest, I'm terrified. Regardless of the success or failure of this battle. If everything settles down and the world is once again fragmented, then have all our efforts been worthwhile? So that's what you're worried about, Mr. Luo? Hearing his comrade's words, Fidel remained silent for a moment. Finally, after a long while, he spoke thoughtfully. Even so, I want to believe. No, I should believe. If we abandon measures that can save the present because we worry about the future getting in our way, it would be a huge loss. Besides, Commander, Mr. Red One, he's always been working towards this goal. Haha, though that sounds a bit dubious. But I think the world might really change because of him. Look, Mr. Luo. Looking up, Fidel spoke softly. Now, the world is moving. To welcome us. Before them. At the port that should have been open to ships, but had been blocked due to the previous beta outbreak, it was unexpectedly crowded. And the surrounding area was sealed off with caution tape. Nearby, there were not only the existing Human Reform League garrison, but also many more mobile suits. New tactical mobile suits like the Shiranui, the finally mass-produced Fafnir Beast and Red Witch types. And the Savior-type Fafnir existence had also been brought into the formation. But apart from these, what was even more eye-catching were undoubtedly the two mobile suits standing at the front of the formation. One unit was predominantly crimson, heavily armed to the point of being easily identifiable. Its design seemed to possess a touch of Chinese armor, with a long-handled beam saber carried on its back as its primary weapon. And looking at the faces of these two mobile suits, though slightly different, it was unmistakable. Those were two Gundams, besides the Human Reform League's forces. Furthermore, there were also easily recognizable Yusin Superlimit flag-type units. And among them, there was one even more eye-catching. Completely black, with a pair of enormous arms and a backpack resembling bone wings. It formed a mutually reinforcing standoff with the Fafnir existence from the Human Reformation. That was the USN's trump card weapon. The Sager-type Fafnir Void, which had just completed testing recently. And just like Existence and Void, these two Savior-type Fafnir units symbolized the army gathered here, originally scattered and with different forces, under the call of Red One. Finally, they were able to unite. Is that so? Let's move out. Standing on the bridge, Yu Xiao, hands behind his back, observing the scene before him, said in a deep voice. Well then, I'm going to depart, Mr. Madukas. He then looked at the older, theoretically superior Madukas behind him and spoke. Best of luck. This concise and forceful response surprised Yu Xiao. After all, he hadn't explained the situation to the other party beforehand. So he had expected a lengthy interrogation. But unexpectedly, it was all resolved with a single sentence. Don't you mind, Mr. Madukas? Yu Xiao asked tentatively. Of course not. Rather than a potentially lengthy explanation, I care more about the present. You're doing something beneficial right now, that's enough. Madukas simply adjusted his glasses. Anyway, I'm getting old. I never understood you young people. So, from now on, you do what you believe is right. Xiao. This was undoubtedly a signal that he was entrusting everything to the other party. Thank you. So Yu Xiao nodded solemnly. Then, he started walking. Chapter 418. Despite the increased number of machines, the military base remained neatly and systematically planned. Therefore, even as a newcomer, Yu Xiao was able to easily reach the location marked as the headquarters for this operation. Along the way, several mobile suits caught his attention. Those are the heavy armor Gundam and the Divine Dragon Gundam? Especially the two Gundam-type mobile suits. Seeing these two mobile suits, originally from the Gundam Wing universe, was surprising, even with the precedent of the Strike Freedom Gundam. I see. During the frontline operations, they abandoned parts of the Tall Geese and Epion several times. If the Human Reform League analyzed those materials, reversing the computation to create these two mobile suits wouldn't be too difficult. Huh? However, after some brief thought, the reason became clear. As for why these were two of the 5 main mobile suits, you shall guess that the Heavy Armor Gundam was chosen because it needed to adapt to the battlefield style of fighting multiple opponents against Beta and Fistrum. As for the Divine Dragon Gundam, it was probably because the mainstream culture of the Human Reform League was almost identical to the Asian culture of his previous life. Yu Xiao was naturally interested in their respective pilots. However, now was obviously not a good time to investigate these things. He continued walking forward until he reached the entrance of the command headquarters. At the same time, a heavy weight quietly lifted from his heart. Phew. As expected, the Tekkadan didn't come. Yu Xiao sighed softly. After all, this gathering was due to an official conscription order. So, as a civilian organization, it must have been very difficult for them to come. This reassured Yu Xiao. Explaining his identity to others might be quite challenging. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the command room. The first to welcome him was a composed soldier with scars on his face. I already heard the detailed intelligence from the higher-ups, so there's no need to elaborate. I am the commander of the People's Revolutionary Union side in this operation, Sergei Smirnov. Perhaps you heard my name before, but it doesn't matter if you haven't. In this operation, regardless of rank or past, we all follow the orders of that hero. That is you. Please take care of me. And that was none other than Sergei Smirnov, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time. Shortly after Operation Sakura ended, his injuries healed, and he returned to the front lines without delay. Although the top-tier military unit investigating Red One's identity had been disbanded, he continued to lead from the front in the fight against Fistrum, achieving remarkable feats. And thus, today, he was appointed leader of the unit assisting Red One. Not at all. While I may be able to make some strategic decisions, the specific tactical command should be left to you. After all, what I'm better at is fighting alongside the soldiers on the front lines. Yu Xiao simply replied. This wasn't mere politeness or modesty, but his true feelings. After all, this was a stage that could potentially impact the world. Under these circumstances, even he couldn't be certain he could easily handle both command and combat. So, who is this? He then turned to another person present and asked. There was no need to ask. Just by looking at the blonde youth's face, Yu Xiao could tell his name and rank. That was none other than Gundam 00, the commander of the Overlimit Flag Team. Graham Ecker. Yu Xiao remembered, during Operation Sakura, he had also been a participant. It seemed that perhaps it was that battle that elevated his rank and status. And now, he appeared as the leader commanding Yusen forces. I am Graham Ika, commander of the Overlimit Flag Squad. I share the same opinion as Mr. Sergei. Regardless of rank or status, we will all obey your orders. Please don't hesitate to give us your commands. The blonde-haired youth in military uniform soon introduced himself. However, but even so, I was quite surprised to see you. I didn't expect you to be such a young man. Faced with this matter-of-fact exclamation, Yu Xiao naturally had a strategy in place. Appearances don't always reflect age, Mr. Graham. Besides, you seem quite young to me. All right, enough with the exclamations. Just a second later, his expression turned serious. Mr. Sergei, Mr. Graham, regarding the plans for the final battle. I think that since you're here, it means you two already have ideas, right? Indeed. Sergei nodded. He then smoothly displayed a world map projected onto a light screen for Yu Xiao. As you know, the northern territory of the Human Revolutionary Alliance has always been a territory occupied by the Festum. Therefore, on the route to the Arctic, the most difficult place to deal with is actually here. He pointed to the Bering Strait, the strait separating East Asia and North America. Even if we successfully break through, the Festum will continue to surge up, forming a pincer movement against us. Therefore, 40% of the troops will remain there as a rear guard to prevent the Festum from pursuing us from behind. Upon hearing this plan, Yu Xiao couldn't help but frown. Indeed, he had considered the situation in various places, and indeed, this tactic was most suitable for the current situation. However, there was a corresponding price to pay. That was the rear guard left behind. Rather than being the rear guard, they were more like expendable troops used to buy time. If the survival rate of the decisive force heading to the Arctic was roughly 1 in 10, their chances were probably less than 1 in 10. But precisely because of this, Yu Xiao couldn't deny the effectiveness of this strategy. After all, at this moment, like rowing against the current, the only option was to move forward regardless of everything. The remaining 60% will advance with this team directly to the decisive battleground. The Arctic, Sergei said in a deep voice. I understand. Let's adopt this plan. Yu Xiao nodded. There were no more entanglements or concerns. But before ending the meeting, by the way, Mr. Sergei, that white Fafnir, who is its pilot? Yu Xiao looked up, seemingly casually asking a question that was of great concern to him at that moment. Chapter 419. As for the pilot, Sergei's expression clearly faltered at this point. Actually, we haven't finalized anything yet. Since its original pilot, Captain Nan, was wounded and retired, it seems there's no one else in the military capable of fully piloting this machine. Oh! Yu Xiao nodded, then asked, so why bring it here? It's as a backup. After all, there are many Fafnir pilots in the unit. And if a battle becomes deadlocked, there won't be time to repair their damaged machines. Kalinin gestured. In this situation, bringing some backup machines is necessary. After all, even if it can't fully utilize Fafnir's capabilities, it won't be inferior to a regular beast or red witch type. Is that so? Hearing this information, Yu Xiao nodded slightly. He didn't seem to regret the lack of a pilot for this mobile suit. And indeed he was. After all, it was in his unit now. That mobile suit. Its destined pilot. So, Mr. Graham, what about your mobile suit? Our mobile suit. Is it Fafnir Void? You don't need to worry about that. We already prepared a pilot for it. And we believe he'd be able to perform well on the battlefield. But the intelligence from the other side didn't seem to be going so smoothly. Judging from Graham's words, it seemed the Yusin had already made preparations regarding the pilot of Fafnir Void. Alright. Well then, Mr. Sergei, I have a suggestion. Although Yu Xiao clearly felt some regret, he nodded and continued speaking to Sergei. That Fafnir existence? Could we manage it? In our forces, there's probably someone capable of piloting it. A short while later, in the hangar at the Thousand Islands base. Impressive, to be able to utilize this machine's capabilities to this extent? Looking at the Fafnir existence's operational data displayed on the screen, Kalinin couldn't help but gasp. Its operational status and synchronization rate, at this moment, even surpassed the original pilot, Nan Wanqing. And the assimilation phenomenon was far less intense than before. It could almost be said that this was the complete form of the savior-type Fafnir. Is it alright now? I only wrote it briefly. At this moment, the Fafnir existence's cockpit opened. Leaning out from behind was a visibly nervous young man, Kazuki Makabe. It's alright. You received a very high evaluation, Kazuki. Don't worry. Meanwhile, beside Kalinin, as Red Number 1, or rather, an observer dispatched by the Mithril side, Minashiro Tsuji nodded and said, Huh? Really? This caused some confusion for Kazuki. For him, it was just a simple matter of riding Fafnir. To receive such high praise for this action was something he hadn't expected. Looking at the scene before him, an idea suddenly popped into Sergei's mind. I see. Red One, no. You are children of Project Paradise, aren't you? Then, he spoke softly. Huh? This. No further response was needed. Seeing the fleeting surprise on Minashiro Tsushi's face, Sergei already knew he had guessed correctly. Don't worry. I'm also one of those who knew about this project. To dispel any doubts, Sergei continued, one of the implementers of this project is someone I've known for a long time. You heard of Andrei Segovich Kalinin, haven't you? We were classmates in military academy. I received a lot of care from him afterward, until we parted ways more than 10 years ago, when we decided to implement Project Paradise. Indeed. Minashiro Tsuji lowered his head. He had heard the name Kalinin from Yu Xiao. He knew he was the leader of Pomlai Island in the Second Alvis. The man before him was not only close in age, but also from the same region of frigid winter. And they shared a military background. It wasn't surprising that they seemed to have a connection. However, there was still one surprising thing. But how did you know? The sergeant asked, slightly puzzled. From the beginning, when I met Mr. Yu Xiao, I had a suspicion. So young yet possessing such skill, there's probably only one possibility. That is, the son of Alvis who underwent genetic modification. After meeting you, my suspicions only deepened. However, even so, it will take some time to finalize things. As for the real turning point, Please don't laugh, but I only just noticed. That child. Sergei looked up, gesturing. He looks just like his mother. Doesn't he? At this point, Sergei tilted his head back, his eyes slightly narrowed as if recalling a distant past. Mech Bakane. She used to be a member of the Human Reform League army, just like us. Huh. That's all in the past. But I still can't help but sigh. I thought it was just an escapist plan. That's why I refused Kalinen's invitation and planned to fight on the front lines until I died. I never imagined that the paradise I created for the survival of humanity would give birth to someone capable of ending this war. Sergei smiled wryly. Perhaps Kalinen is right. In any case, peace must be preserved. Only then might humanity be able to win. Hearing you say this is truly humbling. However, Minashiro Tsuji seemed somewhat unconvinced by this sentiment. But I believe humanity's ultimate victory in this battle will be due to more than just this. Merely preserving peace is meaningless. Without sufficient power to support it, it's nothing but hypocrisy. The people here are almost all aware of what's happening outside. Aware of the cruelty of war, and determined to fight based on their own resolve. And ultimately, without the valiant struggle of soldiers like you, this day wouldn't have come. Haha. It seems you, as a human who knows the meaning of peace, have your own perspective. Sergei chuckled in response to Minashiro Tsuji's words. However, you're right. Keep your heart calm in battle, but never forget the will to fight in peace. That's perhaps the true reason why humanity has survived to this day. Meanwhile, this conversation surrounding Fafner's existence was taking place at the USN base on the other side, in the hangar where Fafner's void was stored. Thank you for your trouble, Lieutenant Virginia. Before deployment, to ensure smooth operation during wartime, this machine had just undergone another activation test. Do you need a rest? Although it's temporary, we submitted an application to the Human Revolutionary Alliance base and specially arranged a rest room for you. The doctor who rushed forward to greet her was someone specially sent by the USN higher-ups to monitor Fafner's health. No need. Since we're on the battlefield, whether test pilot or soldier, everyone should receive the same treatment. If I'm given special treatment alone, it's unfair to everyone else. The blonde girl simply shook her head, declining the offer, and waved for him to leave. However, this conversation ended abruptly, because suddenly, a familiar figure approached Virginia. Short brown hair and a sharp face. That was... I knew it! I knew it when I saw that machine! You were here after all! Lieutenant! Fidel! Lieutenant? Virginia murmured, instinctively taking a step back and looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before her. Then, as if realizing her form of address wasn't quite appropriate, she shook her head. No! Do I still need to address you like that? It's all right. Lieutenant, just call me the way you're used to. Like how I address you now. Fidel simply waved his hand, indicating it was nothing serious. I see. That's good. No. It's nothing. Why did you come here, Lieutenant? There's no particular reason. I just wanted to say thank you, Lieutenant. Fidel said seriously. Thank you. Why? Virginia took another step back. I deceived you. As an observer who knew your true identity. And today, you thank me? Because I didn't have time to say it that day. But later I thought about it carefully. Even with Kira Yamato and that Fistum's rescue, if the base's defenses had attacked under those circumstances, I would have been eliminated on the spot. Fidel said in a deep voice. Yet you, Lieutenant, didn't order that. Whatever the reason, I'm alive because of you. That's an undeniable fact. That's why I wanted to thank you. That's all. I see. All right then. And then? Fidel took a deep breath. Lieutenant, I hope you don't die. After this battle, I have something I want to tell you. That's all. With that, he turned and quickly left. Lieutenant. Only the blonde girl remained, seemingly lost in thought. However, unbeknownst to the two of them, in a corner far away in the hangar, a pair of eyes were constantly observing everything. Fidel, that kid TSK. After putting down his binoculars, for some unknown reason, Luo Dongchuan, who had been watching the whole thing, clicked his tongue softly. Although he couldn't hear anything, from facial expressions and behavior, he could roughly deduce what had just happened. What? Let me see. Meanwhile, Filthy, who was squeezed next to him, for some reason, had always been somewhat attached to Luo Dongchuan, like a shadow. But she seemed intrigued by his expression. Reaching out, she took the binoculars that Luo Dongchuan had carelessly let go of, and began to observe with great interest. Oh! So, brother filthy. But in the end, she put them down listlessly. Turning her head, she spoke to Luo Dongchuan again in a teasing tone. What? There's nothing interesting here, is there? It's rare to see you so emotionally reacting. I thought there was something interesting. Then, as if realizing something, she clapped her hands. Ah. Could it be that uncle? Is envious because he doesn't have a romance? That's really a bit. What nonsense are you talking about? In response to the teasing from the short, orange-haired girl beside him, Luo Dongchuan simply gave her a light tap on the head. After a feigned ouch, more than 80% of it, the girl fell silent. Although the tap wasn't hard, it was strange nonetheless. At first, he adhered to the principle of not hitting children. Now, however, he had become accustomed to it. Probably because this girl is sometimes just too arrogant. It's definitely not because I changed or anything, Luo Dongchuan thought. Listen up, Faruti. However, he continued speaking with absolute certainty. Having extraneous emotional attachments on the battlefield will only get you in the way. Like those guys who stick photos in the cockpit, I've seen 10 of them, and 10 of them don't end well. Wait a minute. This isn't even the right topic. Luo Dongchuan sighed. I just wanted to say, that kid feed, he's really incomplete. Should I call him slow-witted, or... Never mind. If you really have something to say, you should say it now. It would be ridiculous if he actually carried out a promise made after the battle. Although I think that since he's already died once, planting a flag might be ineffective, but I'm still a little worried. However, while he was making these remarks, the girl beside him seemed somewhat absent-minded. Slowpoke, aren't you? You're the least qualified to say that, old man. Did you just say something, Faruti? Nothing. No, actually I did. After Luo Dongchuan mentioned it, Faruti's eyes darted around. Then she looked back at him, as if she thought of a good idea. Besides, you're slowpoke too, old man. Look, since they lived during the 1-year war. And you see those two walking so intimately together every day. Old man, don't you really realize Captain Coballero's true identity? It's the famous red comet, Char Aznable. Slowpoke. What? That guy is Char Aznable? Yes. He told me himself. Chapter 420. But, regardless of the arguments and discussions within the base, whether they were calm or intense, the appointed day would eventually arrive. That day was the operation to reach the North Star core. The day it could be carried out. Command. This is the reconnaissance team. Target location reached. Dawn was just breaking. On the surging waves, a squad of specially modified Iron Man-style high-mobility Type B machines were cutting through the water. By adding 2 air-cushion propulsion devices to their feet, these machines gained the ability to move across the sea as if it were flat ground. However, only this small squad had arrived. What were their intentions with these machines whose performance was clearly outdated? This is command. Enemy sights? The answer would soon be revealed. Yes. We're about to reach a point where we can make visual contact. The camera footage has been recorded and integrated. Now, send over the enemy's deployment map. It's a reconnaissance mission. Clearly, these units are being sent as the vanguard to detect the enemy's formation. In the war against Fistrum, this kind of action generally indicates transmission complete. We're about to commence combat operations. Best of luck. Death. After all, once intelligence is transmitted, their actions will immediately be detected by Fistrum, leading to combat. With such a large disparity in combat power. Beep. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of the data link transmission completing, the communication was disconnected. This wasn't due to enemy interference, but rather a deliberate act by this reconnaissance unit. After all, transmitting data right before Fistrum's eyes. Not only would it reveal their location, but it would also implicate the person being contacted. Once their minds were invaded by mind-reading abilities, it would lead to utter defeat. Therefore, given that they had already been discovered, they needed to use this method to preemptively eliminate any potential threats. Thank you for your efforts. Meanwhile, inside the flagship of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, where the main force was advancing in a fleet, Sergei, after ending the communication, saluted for 3 seconds before opening the communicator. He then issued orders to his troops. The reconnaissance units have already transmitted images of the front lines and the enemy's deployment. It will soon reach your units via data link. Unit commanders, based on this intelligence, plan your formations in advance. The specific strategic plan has already been communicated, hasn't it? After the attack, ignore the enemy forces coming from both sides. First, concentrate your forces and control the central Diomede Islands. Using this as a springboard, after repelling the reinforcements from both sides, advanced to the designated locations in the planned groups. After landing on both sides of the strait, establish defensive lines along the coast. We must not allow the Festoms behind to have any opportunity to exploit. Remember, the objective of this battle is not how many enemies you kill, but how much time you can buy. So don't be reckless and pursue pointless achievements, just maintain the minimum defensive line dimensions. Understand? Yes, Commander. The moment the last sentence was uttered, all the mobile suits present responded in unison. Very good. Sergei nodded solemnly. Then, sortie. Clear the way for the heroes. With these words, countless mobile suits, tactical units, MS, and Fafners took off from the bridge. The most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly the black mobile suit. That was Fafnir Void. This slumbering behemoth had finally been awakened. And now, it was unleashing its terrifying power. Upon advancing and making contact with the enemy, its multi-directional beam emitters activated. Beam cannons, even more powerful than Fafnir existence, bombarded all the enemies present as if by their own will. Their power was enough to annihilate them with mere glancing blows. Besides this mobile suit, even more striking were undoubtedly the two Gundams from the Human Reformation Forces. As the elite of the elite, their pilots were naturally Yoon. First time piloting a Gundam. How does it feel? Do you feel like a hero? Not at all, Captain Gordon. More importantly, I advise you to focus on the present. A new enemy is on the way. These were Yoon Tae-hwan and J. Gordon Taylor. Although their rank hadn't been further promoted, their abilities had undoubtedly earned them the appreciation of their superiors after Operation Sakura. Therefore, today, they were appointed as pilots of two Gundams. However, despite this, after suppressing the island before them, they were scheduled to be divided into two groups. Aside from the main force of the Poseidon and A-6 Intruder amphibious assault aircraft, along with accompanying tactical mobile suits, the landing force of the Human Reform League consisted mostly of heavily armed Iron Man-type mobile suits. Therefore, once they landed, they didn't actually lack rear-line fire support. On the other hand, the Yusen side, for this mobile warfare operation, deployed an elite force called the Over-Limit Flag Team. As the United States' newest mobile suits, these over-limit flags incorporated beam weaponry such as plasma blades and used phase-shift armor to improve their defense. Furthermore, based on data from the prototype Savior Gundam in the Red 1 unit, they improved the design of its transformation mechanism's frame. This allowed even pilots without the exceptional skills of Graham to easily perform aerial transformations. However, naturally, these fragile transforming mobile suits, while suitable for infiltration operations, were absolutely unsuitable for establishing a fire network on the landing beachhead. Therefore, Yoon Tae-hwan and his heavy armored Gundam were assigned as supplementary combat power to the Yusen forces, responsible for providing fire support to the Flag and A-6 attack aircraft. Using a single mobile suit to cover an entire unit seems absurd. However, with this heavy armored Gundam, it wasn't entirely impossible. Once it established itself on the island, the mobile suit unleashed its full firepower. Even though Yoon Tae-hwan was consciously conserving ammunition, the fire network created by the Gatling gun in its chest and the missile launchers embedded throughout its body instantly reduced the enemies in front of it to dust. No. I retract my statement, Captain Gordon. Even Yoon Tae-hwan was astonished by such power. This mobile suit, indeed. It is the embodiment of hope bestowed upon us by that hero. Red 1. Chapter 421. The battle then proceeded almost exactly as planned. The vanguard of the rearguard first secured the Diomede Islands in the center of the strait. Then, taking advantage of the lull before the arrival of reinforcements, tactical units and iron golems formed an interception formation on both sides. They surrounded and divided the approaching Festoms, luring them into a trap. Fire! With the order from Gordon, who was temporarily acting as the field commander, the iron golems, their heads now equipped with long-range cannons, lined up side by side, spewing roaring sparks from their heavy cannons. Despite the outdated weaponry and mobile suits, the updated technology of live-fire weapons, the firepower gained at the expense of mobility was undeniable. Under the courageous and elite fire of these selected soldiers, every shot hit its mark. The roaring bullets pierced the bodies of the attacking Festoms. The Festoms hit were instantly annihilated, turning into black holes. Only a small number of the golden aliens survived. Even with their regenerative abilities, they were barely managing to recover on the spot. The human soldiers wouldn't give them any more time. All right. Second wave, follow me. By the artillery fire in the rear, time to reload. Gordon shouted again. At the same time, he piloted his Dragon Gundam, gripping the beam sword on his back. After rotating his wrist to ensure his joints were functioning properly, he crouched down and launched his attack. The thrusters erupted with dazzling sparks. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the remaining Festum formation. Amazing! Even if it's just a lower-tier replacement for the red one, it can still have this kind of performance, Gordon exclaimed in amazement. But his movements were effortless. He spun around and swung his sword, instantly cleaving the surviving Sphinx in two. However, some Sphinx remained. Sensing their comrade's death, instinct drove them to extend countless golden tentacles, forming a cage that enveloped the Dragon Gundam. It was completely sealed off from all sides. Was Gordon about to? Good timing. Impossible. Gordon reacted with lightning speed. He lightly pressed a button on the control stick, and then the Dragon Gundam's right arm, wielding the beam sword, instantly extended. That was one of the Dragon Gundam's unique features, a folding, retractable mechanical arm. Through this action, its wrist length increased by several meters. With a single swing, the slash, its range expanded many times over, enveloped several approaching Fistrum. Then, the heavily wounded Fistrum were annihilated in one fell swoop. Behind them, more tactical mobile suits, slightly slower than the Gundam type, finally caught up. They soared through the air, exchanging fire with the Sphinxes. A backdrop of interwoven black rays and fireballs. The Dragon Gundam slowly retracted its arm. The scene was reminiscent of a general triumphantly beheading someone on a theatrical stage. However, Gordon's mindset was far from smug. Very good. At this rate, there shouldn't be any problems here. He turned his head and muttered to himself. But, has the main force actually broken through? And Yoon and the others? TSK. I won't think about these things anymore. But in the end, he returned to the battlefield. Now, just focus on doing my job. The Divine Dragon Gundam roared again and charged into the battlefield. However, Gordon's feeling was correct. On the other side, before the main force breaking through and the USN forces on the flanks, a major problem arose. A strange tremor. What is this? The first to notice this was Yoon Tae-hwan and his heavily armed Gundam. As a member of the landing force, he was one of the first to land on the beach of the strait. But precisely because of this, he felt an untimely tremor coming from beneath his feet. Although it wasn't a highly destructive earthquake. But it was a feeling that couldn't be ignored. As the number of landing troops gradually increased, this feeling grew stronger. Meanwhile, increasingly bizarre scenes unfolded. It wasn't just the tremors. The Fistrums on the battlefield all ceased their movements. Then, as if driven by some unseen force, they gradually moved away from the battle zone. The enemy abandoned this land? Are they trying to lure us in? No, that's not right. With the Fistrum's learning abilities, they shouldn't be far from mastering this level of strategy. Could it be? Yoon Tae-hwan, deep in thought, instantly realized something ominous. Notify the Human Revolutionary Alliance and all USN aircraft, retreat. Those who can retreat to the air, do so as soon as possible, otherwise, descend back into the sea. The enemy is probably coming. While shouting through the communication channel, Yoon Tae-hwan also reacted swiftly. With the thrusters activated, the heavy armor Gundam unleashed astonishing mobility that belied its name. After tracing an arc in the air, it left its original position, while maintaining its frontal armor facing the open space in front of it. What was he planning? There was no answer yet. Captain Graham? We should. So even though most of the Human Revolutionary Alliance's troops obeyed his orders and retreated, a moment of confusion arose among the USN Super Limited flag-like formation. Graham also pondered for a few seconds. Fortunately, he wasn't one to hesitate. All units, obey that Revolutionary Army soldier's orders. Transform, then take off and move away from your positions. Following his command, most of the Super Limit Flag Squad's mobile suits transformed into MA forms and departed. Only one person was an exception. What's going on? This is utterly nonsensical. This person was named Joshua Edwards. Like Graham, he was an elite warrior capable of aerial transformation before the Super Limit Flag Squad was decommissioned. Therefore, he had always been dissatisfied with the world calling this maneuver Graham's special skill. Although now he was also assigned to the Super Limit Flag Squad, he had always been defiant towards Graham Ika's commands. How can I obey someone like that? The enemy has retreated, let's just hold this position. So he didn't follow his orders, and remained standing in place. But shortly afterward, warning, warning, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Large-scale mass transfer reaction detected. This drum is about to materialize. 3, 2, No number one was revealed. Because before that, Joshua's machine was crushed by something that fell from the sky. That thing had a mouth like a flower petal. Its enormous size, once it appeared, occupied the entire coastline. That was the target of Yu Zhao's fears. Leviathan-type fist drum. Chapter 422. What, this is? The sudden appearance of this enemy naturally shocked everyone present, even the well-trained soldiers. It wasn't because of the size, timing, or type of the fist drum. After all, the fact that fist drums could materialize and teleport was already well known. The Leviathan-type fist drum was simply too enormous. Therefore, its existence had been confirmed long ago and registered in the databases of various countries. What surprised them was that, given its enormous size, why hadn't a single alarm sounded for such a long time before the teleportation was completed? If it weren't for Yun Taehwan's warning, everyone present would probably be dead. Just as I expected. In the end, perhaps Yun Taehwan knew best. As a soldier who had long fought on the far northern front against the Fistrums, unlike his colleagues, he had a kind of uninterested, job-driven dedication to studying military equipment. This also meant that while he didn't understand some of the more esoteric theories, he ultimately grasped the working principles of various instruments. For example, the Solomon radar used to detect the movements of the Festum. This radar worked by constantly analyzing and comparing data from the surrounding space to identify areas of anomaly that differed from the surroundings. And since the Festum weren't particularly large, their outlines were always visible on the radar. However, this Leviathan-type Festum was different. Its size was simply too large, causing the radar's detection range to be unable to contain its existence. In an airspace filled with abnormal fluctuations, if it were so crowded that there were no normal locations left, this kind of radar, which relies on comparison to operate, would naturally fail. Thinking this, Yun Taehwan's operation was still meticulous. The heavy armor Gundam leaped from the reef it was using as a landing point. As it performed a somersault, its Gatling guns and missiles fired at full power simultaneously. Sparks flew. But the damage inflicted on the massive Leviathan-type Fistum was relatively insignificant. As expected, it's too difficult to win with just one mobile suit. Frowning, Yun Taehwan murmured to himself. And then another question occurred to him. That is, if the Leviathan's size exceeded the radar's range, causing it to go undetected upon materialization, then, why wasn't it detected during its movement? If its existence involves spatial transfer, shouldn't the distorted space expand continuously during location formation? Could it be that the opponent didn't sense the battle here and moved here at all? Instead, they knew from the beginning that there will be a battle here, and accordingly laid an ambush? This conjecture sent a chill down Yun Taehwan's spine, and an even worse conjecture surfaced in his mind. If the opponent had already laid an ambush on both sides of the river, then in the very center, undoubtedly, the more crucial point is to break through this area and reach the main force at the decisive battleground. Wouldn't that be? And just as Yun Taehwan predicted. Although on the battlefield, due to the need to counter the Fistrum's mind-reading ability, communication between the various combat units was severed to isolate the three forces. But if this connection were restored, he could now hear the frantic activity within the central breakthrough force. What is that? It's huge. Calm down, it's just a Leviathan class. Such a type is registered in the military's database, TSK. Even so, this size is ridiculously exaggerated. Before their eyes, a colossal monster materialized from the air. That was yet another Leviathan-class Fistrum. Although its size was unclear, what was clear was that this behemoth with flower-like mandibles was eager to attack. The plan was to attack this fleet. A wave of surprise swept across the decks of the ships. But like the situation with flank and rearguard actions, it only lasted a short while before coming to an end. After the initial surprise subsided, it was replaced by contemplation. Contemplation on how to defeat the monster before them. No choice. To preserve the fighting strength of the main force, we simply send 20% of the troops. On the central command ship, Sergei's eyes dimmed slightly. He was about to make a bitter decision, to sacrifice some of his fighting strength to delay this massive Fistrum. Then the main force simply split into two groups, circling around the strait from the coast. That's unnecessary, Mr. Sergei. But just then, a soft voice came from in front of him. The current situation. Let me go! Alone. You? Sergei turned his head. His voice was half surprise, but half hesitation. After all, the existence of this monster was simply too exaggerated. Even he didn't have the confidence to defeat it. Is it possible? In this situation? Of course. Rather. Sitting in the cockpit of the Epion Gundam, Yu Xiao gently flexed his wrists. And at this moment, anyone could see it. He was smiling. It was a smile with a rare hint of mockery on his face. That's right. This desperate situation, in Yu Xiao's eyes, was precisely a windfall. The reason the Leviathan type made him so hesitant wasn't because it was invincible. However, if the Star Core were to launch an attack from behind, while his main force was tied down, it would cause considerable damage to the fleet. That's why other forces were needed to support him and hold him back. But when this thing was sent out to fight alone, it was a different story. No one else needed to intervene. Yu Xiao alone, with his machine, was enough to take it down. At that point, no threat would exist. And during the battle, there was no need to worry about this massive obstacle launching an attack. It was simply the perfect scenario. And this dreamlike scene was personally delivered by those Festums. So how could Yu Xiao not smile at such a situation? Then, his hands gripped the control stick, and his expression hardened. I couldn't be happier. All right. Sergei chose to trust the young man's abilities. So, after nodding to him, Yu Xiao began issuing orders. Open the hatch. Epyon Gundam. No. Red 1. Launch. Chapter 423. And soon, the Human Revolutionary Alliance fleet made a move that seemed quite unnatural to the Fistterms. They stopped advancing. And then, they began to retreat. Judging by the orderly formation, this didn't seem to be out of panic at being ambushed, but rather premeditated. This gave the Leviathan-type Fistterms a sense of confusion. This confusion then turned into suspicion. Suspecting that the other side might also have its own plans, the Leviathan type stopped advancing. Originally, as subordinates of the Star Corps, they each considered obedience to orders as their highest duty. Even seeing the other side begin to retreat, they would only carry out orders and mechanically launch an attack. But from some point onwards, an entity called Self was stirring up some mutations within this species that should have been carrying out the orders of its superiors. Needless to say, this is something that, thanks to the efforts of Kira Yamato, Mech Bakane, and others, has finally taken root in the Fistrum population today. This existence, while granting them the ability to fight using tactics similar to humans, as it does today, also creates an opening for them, a vulnerability that should never have been exposed to Red One in the past. An opening that should never have been revealed to Red One. In an instant, a dazzling emerald green light suddenly erupted from the Human Reform League's fleet. It was the result of the propulsion flames behind them, and the color emitted by the massive light blades in their hands, all occurring at high speed. And this machine was Yu Xiao and his Epyon Gundam. With lightning speed, Epyon approached the Leviathan type, whose mouth was opening like a flower. Then, it swung its blade down. Whoosh! Accompanied by an exaggerated sound like paper being torn apart. A petal of the Leviathan type's mouth was severed from its shape. And look at Epyon. It didn't even activate its full power mode, it was merely using its beam saber at normal output. Why, given the vast difference in size, could it shatter an organ several times its own size? That's because Epyon wasn't wielding the blade with its hands, but with its entire body. Accelerated by the propulsion flames, it streaked across the sky like a meteor, sprinting thousands of meters in an instant, until it severed a portion of the mouth. This damage should be enough. So how will you deal with this? Yu Xiao, controlling Epyon, turned its head to observe the other's reaction. He had already sensed that the other had likely awakened itself. Therefore, Yu Xiao was somewhat curious. In that case, when it felt pain, would it also feel hatred? The Leviathan, after being struck, first sank into the sea. The waves on the surface churned, as if it were surging within them. Then, less than a few seconds later, the Leviathan leaped back out of the sea. With its colossal body, capable of blotting out the sky, it opened its damaged mandibles with all its might, and lunged at Yu Xiao and his Epyon Gundam. Clearly, it had indeed learned the knowledge of hatred, although it probably didn't fully understand it yet. But this feeling was enough to urge it to act. An action that wouldn't stop until it tore the enemy before it to pieces and devoured it. So that's how it is. How could Yu Xiao not have anticipated this? With the dual enhancements of the Zero system and the X-Rounder's abilities, he wasn't shocked at all by this action that was already under his control. He was simply pleased that his guess had been confirmed, while maneuvering the Epyon Gundam to evade. Evade was really just activating the thrusters at maximum power to move away from the range of the enemy's maw. But the Leviathan also acted quickly. From its mouth, countless fur-like structures began to dance, then extended out, transforming into countless golden tentacles flying everywhere. They launched relentless attacks on Epyon, attempting to restrict its movements. Ha! Well done. The attacks were somewhat repulsive, enough to trigger trypophobia. But Yu Xiao's face showed no fear. Only a hint of joy. Perhaps due to the effects of the Zero system. He seemed to be reveling in the exhilarating feeling of reacting so urgently in battle against a powerful enemy. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Because an enemy who is always smiling is more terrifying. And Yu Xiao, controlling the Epyon Gundam, constantly maneuvered and flipped. Holding a heat whip and a beam saber in each hand, he protected himself, slashing down the incoming tentacles one after another. Ultimately, the Leviathan's attack ended in vain. The whale-like behemoth's body crashed into the water, creating towering waves. But the Epyon Gundam remained suspended in the air, sword in right hand, whip in left, unperturbed. Next. So that's it? They're planning to use the black hole's energy cannon? Based on the feedback from the Zero system, Yu Xiao smiled as he predicted the enemy's next move. The Leviathan, now on the ground, opened its maw wide, clearly gathering strength for an attack. Well then. Let's deal with this like this. And so, Yu Xiao responded. He subtly shifted the machine's position. But strangely, he didn't seem to intend to escape the enemy's firepower all at once. Instead, he moved precisely, keeping himself within the enemy's aiming range, and luring the enemy to turn little by little. Unstable black hole energy began to emanate from its mouth. The colossal body remained completely still in the water, about to fire its energy cannon. No! It had already fired. A dark, twisted ray tore through space, carrying the destructive force to annihilate everything in its path as the ethereal energy projectile shot forth. And it was at this moment that Yu Xiao, for the first time, unleashed the true maneuverability of the Epyon. With a few clanging changes, the black and red machine transformed into a steel bipedal dragon. The thrusters erupted in dazzling flashes. At its maximum speed, it sped towards the sea beyond the firing range. It narrowly avoided the attack of the massive black hole energy. And at this moment, Yu Xiao's true intention was revealed. Because, under his guidance, the direction of that black hole energy would ultimately reach not just any place, but rather, not far away, engaged in battle with the USN forces. Another Leviathan class that had appeared earlier. Chapter 424. Noticing this, the Leviathan class vessel enveloped in the beam of light emanated a strange vibration from its elongated mandibles. It seemed to be warning its companions of the consequences of its actions. Unfortunately, with the energy cannon already unleashed at full power, it was too late to retreat. The distorted black hole energy passed right through it in an instant. Although the Leviathan class had forcibly twisted its body before firing, slightly deflecting the trajectory of the beam. This not only caused the Fistrum, which had been luring the enemy into an ambush, to be caught in the crossfire, but also resulted in the Leviathan being swept away. Furthermore, the Leviathan class that was accidentally hit was also vaporized, losing most of its body. Even its most vital core was vaporized, despite taking protective measures before being struck. This allowed its core to maintain a relatively intact shape and begin a slow self-recovery. The opportunity has arrived. All units, fire. The target is the exposed enemy core. Don't give it a chance to breathe. But the other soldiers present wouldn't give him that chance. At the command, the heavily armed Gundams took the lead, using the exposed reefs as targets. They fired with all their might. The internal Gatling guns and missile bays combined to create a fierce barrage of fire. The tactical units behind them followed suit, unleashing their full weaponry, striking the Emerald Core, which was the size of 3 ms. Although the power of just 1 or 2 solid bullets was insufficient to damage the core. But given its already enormous numbers, the core of the Fistrum still developed cracks. Then, it shattered, as shards of emerald rained down from the sky. Countless black holes simultaneously emerged from the shattered core and the remaining flesh, sending this colossal being back to nothingness. Seeing this self-inflicted scene, the Leviathan class that had released its light roared. Looking at the scene before him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but make a connection. Could this Leviathan class actually be the mother of the smaller Leviathan class that had just been killed? Indeed. Although he didn't know how the Fistrums reproduced, but considering their species, and the fact that they had awakened so-called self-awareness, this inference did seem to have some basis. Even if the facts were true, so what? Yu Xiao and his Epyon Gundam would not lower their swords. And naturally, after letting out a pitiful roar, the Leviathan-class monster turned its head and fixed its gaze firmly on the Epyon Gundam. Then, it leaped out of the water again, launching an attack with an aura that could be described as overwhelming. Although many of its mouth tentacles had been severed, and parts of its mandibles had been lost, its movements were only more ferocious and wild than before. It was determined to swallow its enemy whole and tear it to shreds. Clearly, this Leviathan class was truly enraged. No wonder it was furious. Driven by pain and blinded by hatred, it attacked the enemy, killing what was likely its own kind by blood. Even ordinary humans would react the same way, let alone these Fistrum, experiencing emotion for the first time. But would Yu Xiao feel any pity? The answer is clear from the fierce attack of the Epion Gundam. No! Because although the scene seemed pitiful, upon closer inspection, this was entirely Fistrum's own fault. If they hadn't initiated this war of extinction against Earth, there would have been no battle at all. In this situation, there's no need for thought. Humanity is undoubtedly the victim. Anyone who commits a sin must bear the corresponding guilt. Even if the perpetrators are injured in the end, it's the same. To hesitate any further would only make him look ridiculous. So he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. His lightsaber and whip swept forward like a storm. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts. Every golden tentacle that attacked was swiftly severed by the Epion Gundam. Too bad. I won't pity you. Then, the crimson machine flew even further. Into the Leviathan-type mouth. This seemingly reckless act actually had its reasons. After all, to crush this monster, the fastest way was to directly destroy its core. Through the fallen Leviathan class, Yu Xiao had already determined the location of the core within this species. Using the Zero system, he analyzed the shortest route to reach it. So, he decided to accelerate immediately. Before being swallowed, but before being engulfed by the black hole energy within its body, he would shatter its core first. But I will still help you. Now that you know what the anger and sorrow of losing a comrade is, transmit that emotion to your race. Perhaps you will understand then. Your inexplicable visit, how much pain has it brought to the native inhabitants of this planet? Then, I will send you and your companions back to the nothingness you belong to. He dodged the ceaseless, dark, destructive energy surging within the Leviathan-class Fistum. At this moment, Yu Xiao had lowered his guard, unleashing the X-Rounder's power, placing himself entirely under the opponent's mind-reading ability, and conveying his words directly across the language barrier, allowing the opponent to understand. Whether from exhaustion or, this monster, previously only capable of blindly obeying orders and slaughtering, understood Yu Xiao's thoughts. Suddenly, all the energy surges ceased. This made Yu Xiao's subsequent advance smooth and unimpeded. Soon, Yu Xiao and the Epion Gundam arrived at their destination, before the Leviathan-type core. Then, he swung his sword, and slashed down. The emerald green blade of light, with extreme sharpness, cleaved the entity before him. In an instant, with the core destroyed, countless black holes emerged, and the Leviathan-type's outer shell gradually crumbled. Finally, only Yu Xiao and his Epion Gundam remained, emerging before everyone's eyes. Chapter 425. The destruction of the central Leviathan-class battleship signified the clearing of the airspace once again. The forces on both flanks were able to advance smoothly. They quickly reached their respective posts and established defensive lines, although the strict requirements of the Battle of Fistrum prevented them from communicating their situations directly. In the end, the central forces still received coded communications from their units. After decoding, it became clear that these communications came from different units, yet conveyed the same message. May you achieve your goal. Written in different languages from various regions. Yet, the same sentiment was conveyed. This made Yu Xiao feel once again that this battle truly was a war that would determine the fate of the world, of humanity. And soon, the Epion Gundam swooped down and returned to its ship. But the hangar hatch remained unopened and unresponsive for some time. The reason was simple. It was simply because the outcome of this battle was decided far too quickly. It was something that could have blocked the fleet's advance simply by existing, something that could cause even armored behemoths to struggle to maintain their balance just by leaping out of the water. Yet it was defeated in such a short time. Even the operator, who should have remained calm, hadn't expected it. Only when Yu Xiao sent the request to open the hangar did he realize the battle was over. He then apologized and opened the hatch for the Epion Gundam. He parked the undamaged Epion Gundam on the hangar's maintenance rack, and then cut off its power supply. As the effects of the Zero system abruptly disappeared, a heavy sense of exhaustion washed over Yu Xiao. Not only that, but seemingly, the negative consequences of his prolonged time spent in the Siegfried system. The flashback phenomenon also occurred simultaneously. Breathing became difficult. His vision blurred. His entire body ached as if it had been burned by fire. Whether this was inevitable or accidental, it was unclear. But this forced Yu Xiao to remain in the cockpit for a full 10 minutes. When he came to his senses, He was drenched in cold sweat. TSK. He rubbed his forehead with one hand. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth and reached for the deployment switch in the cockpit with his somewhat weak hand. Then, he staggered down the deployable ladder. After handing over an energy drink kindly offered by the maintenance worker, he gulped it down before he finally regained some composure. Phew. Thank you. Well then. After thanking the maintenance worker and promising to sign some books for his somewhat unreliable kid's family after the battle, he wiped his mouth, not intending to stop there. After all, compared to his current pain, there were undoubtedly greater things he needed to accomplish. Ultimately, saving the world. If it only required paying such a small price, that would be too easy. Wouldn't it? Thinking this, Yu Xiao headed to the Bearing Class Command Center. After all, although the battle was won, its effect was merely opening the path to the final battleground and reducing some potential dangers. Therefore, a detailed plan is needed for the upcoming battle. With this thought in mind, he pushed open the door to the command room. Oh, little boss. You come at the right time. He saw Sergei deep in thought, and Wolf waving in welcome. Ah, you two are here. Yu Xiao nodded slightly in greeting, and then naturally sat down. If it were him in the past, he might have been a little reserved. But now, he was completely used to this atmosphere. This is wonderful. I was hoping to trouble you two to consider how to break through the enemy lines with our current strength, and what the operation would be like after reaching the target location. That was already discussed just now, Sergei said, looking up. Based on the data from the Volunteer Reconnaissance Unit, we planned the shortest route to avoid the enemy's combat zone. As long as we follow the designated route, we should be able to avoid engagement as much as possible. That's really for the best. Yu Xiao sighed softly, knowing that in Fistrom's territory, reconnaissance often meant sacrifice. Then, what Captain Wolf just said. Just so again? He then turned to ask, puzzled by the phrase. Since the battle plan had already been decided, how could his arrival be considered just so? Well, it's naming, Wolf shrugged. Naming? Yu Xiao repeated, slightly confused. That's right. It was a suggestion from the U.S.N, requesting a code name for this operation. Considering the upcoming implementation, it certainly seems necessary. And you see, since this is an operation that will determine the future of humanity, it can't be taken lightly. Isn't that right? Wolf spread his hands. It would be terrible if the name didn't match and we were ridiculed. So I'm discussing it with this Uncle Sergei. I see. Yu Xiao nodded. Then, since the USN made the suggestion, they must have given some options, right? What are they? Their suggestion is to call this battle operation Heaven's Gate. Wolf stretched, seemingly not very fond of the name. Honestly, it's really lame. Leaving aside whether mythical things even exist, even if they did, are they suggesting we, sailing in our giant ironclad ships, go to heaven on the waves of the Festums? That's certainly not good. Yu Xiao responded with a half-smile to Wolf's teasing. I see, Uncle Sergei said he doesn't have any good ideas. So, little boss, what's your opinion? And indeed, after hearing Wolf's question again, Yu Xiao pondered. This great war, which would soon determine the fate and ownership of the entire planet. It obviously wouldn't do without a relatively formal and rigorous name. As for what to name it, thinking of this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile again. This is something that doesn't require too much thought, is it? Therefore, he raised his head and slowly uttered two words. The Sky. How about we name this operation, Operation Sky? He looked up, gazing at the azure sea and sky outside the porthole. He spoke the name that had appeared in the original work, not relying on gods or legends, but naming it after the place we want to reclaim for humanity. Chapter 426. Azure Sky. Wolf repeated quietly. He paused, seemingly pondering its meaning. Although it doesn't sound particularly menacing, it's actually quite a good name. Then, a pleasant smile appeared on his face. So how about it, Uncle Sergei? I have no objections. The scarred, composed man shook his head. Even so, Yu Xiao could see that he was clearly relieved. Perhaps, because he himself wasn't particularly skilled in this area? Then, Operation Azure Sky. That's the name. Finally, Sergei stood up and summarized. Let's strive together. Victory in this battle to bring hope to humanity must be firmly grasped in our hands. Then, heading towards the North Pole, the combined fleet carrying out Operation Azure Sky sailed for another 13 days. As a fleet composed of advanced warships, such slow speed was not without reason. After all, they had to maintain tight formation and high vigilance throughout the journey to deal with any enemy that might appear at any time during the voyage. But unexpectedly, or perhaps more accurately naturally, the entire long journey had been devoid of any enemy presence. The advancing combined fleet proceeded remarkably smoothly. Thanks to the well-functioning rotation and rest system, the soldiers involved in the battle had almost all received the necessary rest and recuperation. At the same time, they hadn't forgotten the fact that they were on the battlefield. They maintained a near complete, almost like the calm before a storm. But everyone knew that this wasn't something as natural and self-evident as the laws of nature. This was the inevitable result of the brave fighting of the rearguard and the armed reconnaissance conducted by the volunteer troops. In fact, and it was precisely knowing this background that Yu Shaokai came alone to the bridge, gazing into the distance. His eyes held a heavy weight. Clearly, he was deep in thought. To be precise, he was mourning the soldiers who had silently given and sacrificed themselves in this battle. Even he couldn't save everyone. Just like that girl. He had known this fact long ago. Even knowing this, he was still unwilling to accept it. That's why he chose to step out of the ship alone at this moment. He habitually looked at the clear sky before him, letting the cold wind sweep across his face, as if this could dispel the resentment in his heart. Rustle. But just then, he suddenly heard the sound of something moving behind him. He was startled. The footsteps didn't sound like those of a normal human, they sounded more like the crawling of some strange monster. Could it be a small-sized fist drum, like those of the Grandel species, that had infiltrated the warship undetected, intending to carry out an assassination? Yu Xiao became alert. His hand rested on the sidearm he now carried at his waist. He turned his head, as if ready to fight at any moment. But then, he couldn't help but chuckle. Kurami? That's right. The newcomer was indeed someone he knew all too well. The ninja girl, who used to be his neighbor, Asaka Kurumi. However, she was currently wearing what appeared to be 2 layers of cotton clothing. Add to that a thick blanket draped over her outermost layer. With all this, she looked like a little ball of fluff. Only a pair of curly ahogue, antenna-like hair sticking up, and emerald green eyes shone through. This inevitably led to Yu Xiao's earlier misunderstanding. And it was understandable. After all, the weather on Penglai Island, where they were, was always artificially controlled by the central core. The seasons were either mild or cool all year round. They rarely experienced the frigid weather like that of the Arctic Circle, where temperatures frequently dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. So dressing like this was normal. Yu Xiao considered this, and relaxed his guard. But why did she come out, and specifically come here? With this question in mind, he continued to speak. You are? Why? Because I knew you were here. The girl wrapped in the fluff ball said. Her exhaled breath condensed into a snow-white puff of smoke in a short time. Whenever you're in a bad mood, you basically run away by yourself. Right? Before, every time I saw you like that, I felt, if only someone were by your side. So now I have this opportunity. So you're not planning to let go of me now. Is that it? Yu Xiao smiled slightly. Okay. For now, let's stay together. Actually, you didn't need to say it, I just. Saying something that seemed a little shy, the girl in the fluffy ball continued to move forward until she was shoulder to shoulder with Yu Xiao. Or more accurately, probably head to head in height. Huh? Aren't you cold, Xiaokuan? Just then, Limey finally noticed something strange. Even in this temperature, Yu Xiao was still only wearing a standard winter coat from Alvis. That coat was thick. But it probably wasn't enough to keep out this cold, was it? To be honest, I don't feel cold. But Yu Xiao simply shook his head. Is that so? You're in great shape, Xiaokuan, Limey remarked. But Yu Xiao knew perfectly well that it wasn't due to his body or anything else. His senses were becoming dulled. This was probably one of the aftereffects of piloting the Siegfried system for so long. And now, it was finally showing its true colors to Yu Xiao. Even now, in this frigid weather, he didn't feel much cold. If this continued, his reaction time while piloting the machine might deteriorate. This was one of the reasons why Yu Xiao had come to the deck to relax. Hey, Xiaokuan. At that moment, Limey spoke again. After this battle, everything should be over, right? It should be. How unbelievable. The girl chuckled lightly, as if feigning innocence. I was thinking that when we return to Alvis, we could probably continue our studies, but I'm worried. But as she said this, the pretense finally crumbled. Her voice trembled. It was as if she had so much to say, yet didn't know how to begin. Live. Okay. In the end, it all boiled down to this one sentence. Just that one sentence was enough. Yes. I promise you, Limey. Yu Xiao turned her head. As she spoke solemnly, she also extended her hand. Her hand grasped tightly in the palm of the girl hidden beneath the thick disguise. And unbelievably, Yu Xiao, who had felt her senses regressing since just now, but as their fingers intertwined, he felt a warmth wash over him. This warmth of humanity, which nothing could sever. Perhaps it was precisely the reason he had fought so hard all this time. Chapter 427. Several hours later, breaking through the layers of fog that shrouded the battlefield. Before the combined fleet, their destination finally appeared. Covered in ice and snow, built within the perimeter, in what was originally human-owned territory. The Thule Air Base in the Arctic. In this world, this base originally belonged to the Yusen, existing as a facility to provide tactical early warning and attack assessment against potential intercontinental ballistic missiles launched by the Human Revolutionary Alliance, given the current world order. However, this place is no longer habitable for humans. The radar stations and airport runways that once existed are all gone. In their place are countless, strange pyramid-shaped landforms. These structures, whose origins and materials are unknown, are the breeding grounds of those golden monsters, the lair of the Fistroms. And on land, near the coast, many Fistroms also roam. Rather than being on guard, it's more accurate to say they're engaged in a form of survival different from humans, one that remains unsolved. Seeing this scene, everyone probably understands. What's about to unfold is the decisive battle between humanity and the Fistroms. And the final battle. Arrived at the combat zone. All units, prepare for battle. Sergei's voice came through the combined fleet's communication channel. After sortie, to counter the Fistroms' mind-reading ability, communications between the command ship and other ships will be severed. Each unit will operate within the existing strategic framework, according to its own intentions. Changes to the plan are permitted in the event of unforeseen circumstances. As long as we don't forget our common goal. To clear the way for Red One's forces, enabling them to penetrate the Fistroms' base. And then, defeat the Star Corps that has been manipulating everything from within. This will be a large-scale guerrilla war. But despite the hardship, our sacrifices will bring a hopeful tomorrow to the entire planet's humanity. So, I hope everyone will fight to the best of their ability. That's all. After saying this, as Sergei had instructed, communications within the unit were simultaneously shut down. Immediately afterwards, from the combined fleet's mech carriers, countless mechs took to the air and launched their attack. First to tear through the Fistroms' ranks, a deep green mech sweeping through, was the USN's advanced tactical mech, the F-22 Raptor. These elite combat forces that the United States had been holding onto were now being deployed without reservation in the battle. Behind them, the J-10 tactical fighters of the People's Revolutionary Alliance took the lead. Further behind were the flagship units of the USN military. Behind the mobile forces, the USN's iconic F-14 Tomcat also flew. Although their models were somewhat outdated, they were crucial to this operation. Once they reached the enemy lines under the support of the Vanguard and dropped their shoulder-mounted bombs, the Phoenix cluster bombs that only their larger counterparts could carry would easily pave the way for Red One's forces. The rearguard consisted of the relatively heavier Fafnir units and Poseidon attack aircraft. Their mission was to conduct a forced landing after the first wave of bombing, paving the way for the subsequent Red One. While it might sound like Mithril's responsibility was relatively easy up to this point, only those involved truly understood. This mission was anything but simple. Therefore, even though there was no immediate sortie in the Baron-class hangar, the atmosphere remained tense and severe. What? They actually abandoned the command system? Gale exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Sergei's command. Clearly, as the most inexperienced member of the unit in every aspect, having only received some theoretical training, he probably hadn't yet adapted to this unique combat method against the Fistrom. Don't be too surprised. This is the most efficient strategy in the battle against the Fistrom, Wolf instructed him over the communication channel. Then, he turned to ask a question. Compared to this, how's the modified MS? Well, no problem, Captain. Even though it's a makeshift unit, it's surprisingly good. It's difficult to replace the unit using the AGE system. Therefore, through the Human Reform League's maintenance team, his Daryl Baldr has undergone special modifications. The shields on his shoulders have been reinforced, and an additional pair of arms capable of wielding light blades have been added to his back. Although it's just an increase in quantity, the corresponding boost in combat power is enough for Gale to handle more enemies. That's good. Wolf nodded. And soon, a new voice reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone all ready? It was Yu Zhao's voice. He was currently in the cockpit of the Epion Gundam, receiving the battlefield situation captured by the machine's radar while deep in thought. No problem, boss. After a series of responses from Wolf and the others, he nodded. That's good. Then, he began his somber explanation. As you all probably know, the target of our mission is the Star Core. It's currently slumbering right here. He showed the troops images of the several pyramids before them. But, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The enemy's true location is still unknown. Concentrating our forces in one place could easily alert the enemy, causing them to relocate, so although it's reckless. However, in the upcoming battle, after the Allied forces clear the way for us, we will adopt a strategy of dividing our forces. There are 4 enemy bases ahead. For now, let's name them Target Location 1, 2, 3, and 4. Target Location 1 will be handled by Captain Wolf, Fidel, and Gale. Target Location 2 will be entrusted to Mr. Amro and Mr. Kovatro. Target Location 3 will be suppressed by Senior Asaka, Brother Ayumu, Mr. John, and Mr. Michael. Target Location 4 will be handled by me alone. Mr. Law and Ferruti, you two will serve as crucial backup forces. No need for direct combat with the enemy. Just ensure you remain in an open area of the battlefield. Ferruti will be responsible for protection, and Mr. Law, if the enemy's Star Core shows even the slightest sign of escape, please use that GN particle sniper rifle to shoot it through. Is that alright? Chapter 428. And naturally, use Zhao's series of commands. Of course, no problem, Commander. Leave it to me. After all, I'm quite good at aiming and moving things. That sounds nice. Uncle, maybe you're secretly pleased you don't have to go to the front lines? Hey, there's a limit to jokes, Ferruti. Hee hee. I understand. Let's get along well from now on, Uncle. I'm your bodyguard. Oh, did you hear that, Gale Fide? Then get ready. The 3 of us, Master and Disciple, will make a grand entrance into that bunch of little golden men's lair and wreak havoc. Roger that. But speaking of which, Captain Wolf, when did I become your disciple? Well, I am indeed very grateful for your guidance, but don't worry about the details. This naturally received unanimous agreement from everyone present. And listening to the somewhat noisy communication channel, there was no doubt. This atmosphere was proof of the soldiers' fearlessness at this moment. Everyone. Thank you. Yu Xiao nodded with deep emotion. The scene before him changed. Thanks to the valiant efforts of the soldiers on the front lines, the spontaneously organized Fistrum defenses were finally breached. This provided a temporary safe zone for the following troops. The F-14 surged forward, launching Phoenix missiles from their shoulders, creating a tidal wave of explosions on the ground. Although these weapons couldn't eliminate the Fistrums as efficiently as they had eliminated the Betas in an instant. However, even the mere fragmentation and explosions of the projectiles swept across the ground in an instant, inflicting casualties on a wide area and creating a stalemate that prevented further action for a short period. Then, at that moment, the subsequent forces seized the opportunity to land. Poseidon attack aircraft wielding dual-arm heavy cannons and Behemoth-type Fafnir aircraft broke through the icy surface of the seawater, unleashing a relentless barrage of railgun fire on the wounded and temporarily incapacitated Fistrums. Meanwhile, Yusen A-10 Intruder series aircraft roared back and forth with shoulder-mounted GAU cannons and handheld tactical machine guns. The barrage of bullets turned countless Fistrums into a honeycomb riddled with bullet holes. Such coordination was achieved without inter-squad communication or unified command. Undoubtedly, this was proof of the combined forces' soldiers' high level of training. And the starting signal for the Mithril unit's attack. Move out, everyone! With Yu Zhao's command, the passageway connecting the Bering-class aircraft carrier's hangar to the outer deck opened. In an instant, the already prepared Mithril force, propelled from the deck by electromagnetic catapults, hurtled towards their respective target locations at astonishing speed. These catapults were modified using technology being researched by the Human Reform Alliance. Not only could they provide unprecedented kinetic energy, but they could also collect and condense the electromagnetic pulse energy consumed and dissipated during the process, forming a magnetic shield that briefly enveloped the launching aircraft. This was sufficient to support the Mithril forces in breaking through the Fistrum formation, which, despite suffering heavy losses and suppression, still possessed considerable anti-air capabilities. Numerous condensed beams of ethereal light were fired, but either missed or were dispersed by the shields before they could hit. If this equipment caused any problems, it was probably because it didn't take into account the performance of current mobile suits, resulting in an immense load. Even if the Mithril Force's mobile suits far exceeded the specifications of current mobile suits, this load still had to be borne by the pilots themselves. There was no way around it. After all, the space bridge couldn't teleport to unanchored locations, especially not with precision within such a complex network of buildings. TSK. This thing, it's a bit too crude. And clearly, not everyone was comfortable with this. For example, Shin Asuka, who was heading to conquer Location 3. Gripping the control stick tightly, he muttered in pain. Even though the mobile suit he was piloting had been comprehensively upgraded. After replacing the backpack with the latest generation Destiny Phantom type, the Impulse Gundam's color scheme, adjusted by the VPS armor, has been changed to a deep crimson. This form, like every previous transformation of the Impulse Gundam, has its own name. Destiny Impulse Gundam. Equipped with high-powered beam cannons and dual blades, this pair of energy-intensive weapons is perfectly suited for the current combat situation, which demands a swift and decisive victory. However, it does little to alleviate the dizziness caused by the explosive high-speed propulsion. Although the Fate Pulse was still advancing, Shin Asuka, still recovering from her shock, couldn't fully utilize the machine's speed. This caused her progress to lag behind not only Michaels or Blade, but even the relatively mediocre F-22 Blackfly among the three. What? Not used to this feeling, recruit? If you can't keep going, then let's retreat. I write the self-criticism later. John, piloting the F-22, spoke calmly. Huh? Shin Asuka looked up, somewhat annoyed. But John continued, I'm serious. If you can't even overcome this, continuing the battle will only be a hindrance. Isn't it? Or do you think you can handle this final battle with a half-hearted attitude? What do you mean I can't overcome it? You bastard. I show you. Shin Asuka retorted indignantly. But it seemed that this sudden surge of emotion allowed him to overcome his earlier fear and discomfort in an instant. The Fate/Pulse Gundam regained its original speed, charging ahead like a lead goose. I see. Michael, who had listened to the whole thing, seemed to understand now. By contacting the F-22 and establishing a communication loop, he spoke to John. That boy possesses a talent far more profound than what he's shown, so you wanted to provoke it, Mr. John. Sort of. It's basic, helmet guy. John replied casually. But then, his tone turned serious. After all, if we don't approach this battle with the best we can, the outcome is hard to predict. Immediately, the F-22 Blackfly performed a somersault. Look, now, the enemy is here. Then, a scorching particle cannon relentlessly pierced through the enemy lines. Chapter 429. Avoid. This gave John only a brief moment to shout. The roaring particle beam was already upon the group. Unlike the black, ethereal energy often used by the Phantoms, it was undeniably a more easily identifiable color. A blend of red and white, was that, a cation beam cannon? Before anyone could even begin to ponder the origin of this weapon, the destructive energy drew even closer. Don't even think about it. Fortunately, the Destiny Pulse Gundam at the forefront of the formation possessed new equipment capable of withstanding this weapon. Shin Asuka piloted his machine, raising his hands to protect himself. Then, a pair of overlapping beam shields unfolded. This was a deployable beam shield weapon provided by the Destiny Phantom backpack, but that's not entirely accurate. Because, based on the AEGE system's creation, the maintenance team had further modified it. This weapon also inherits elements from the Fafnir series Aegis-type defense system. This further enhances its output. This is evident from the scene before us. Before the Fate Pulse that has appeared so boldly, the positron cannon's light is gradually blocked and disappears. And although some light still diffuses, its power and accuracy are greatly reduced. This allows our Blade and Blackfly in the back row to use their mobility to make precise dodges. As for Fong Buching's Fafnir Divine Sword type, before its deployment, it underwent a hybrid upgrade, akin to a final showdown. Not only did it wield a laser rifle in each hand, but it also added 2 Holy Shield shields to its back and 2 Medusa-style particle cannons to its shoulders. This significantly increased the machine's load. Therefore, a flight-type jetpack was also fitted to its back. However, its purpose wasn't to grant the machine flight capability, but rather, to allow this almost overloaded machine to at least glide on the ground using its high thrust. Undoubtedly, this Fafnir had now become a ferocious behemoth. So, it easily blocked the weakening attack simply by deploying the Holy Shield on one shoulder. However, although the entire team was unharmed, they couldn't help but look ahead, their expressions hesitant. As for the question itself, it's probably self-evident without needing to be detailed. It is this who launched this attack? Ordinary Fistroms obviously can't use positron cannons. So could it be, soon, the newcomer appeared before everyone. It was a strange being, a hybrid of a fist drum and a mobile suit. Its main body appeared similar to a sphinx. It was a tall, golden humanoid without facial features. However, it wasn't surrounded by the robe-like garments of before. Instead, it was surrounded by mechanized armor. And on the abdomen of the armor, there was something resembling a cannon muzzle. That was probably the spot from which the positron cannon had fired. The unique design of its belly cannon immediately reminded everyone present of a certain entity. Kira Yamato? Shin Asuka explained in surprise. Is it there? Yes. It was the same Strike Freedom Gundam they had seen several times on the battlefield before. Damn it. What is this thing? On the other side of the battlefield, at the location of the first target's capture, Wolf and his group encountered a similarly bizarre enemy. A blend of mechanical features and a fistrum-like appearance, however, this enemy differed from the one Shin Asuka and his group faced, because it wasn't equipped with armor, but rather a backpack. A mechanical backpack resembling butterfly wings. At this moment, several constructs on its wings separated, circling and attacking like funnels in a strange dynamic, halting Wolf and his group's advance. This is why Wolf uttered his somewhat surprised words. Just seconds later, the avalanche Taipashia had several scratches and damage. But perhaps her past experience fighting those X-Rounders was proving invaluable again. This is why the attack, which would have initially thrown anyone into disarray, was now narrowly avoided by Wolf. But he still couldn't relax. Because? Gale, are you alright? He turned around, calling out the name of his former student. His tone was undeniably tense. After all, dealing with such unpredictable machines requires skill and experience. However, what Wolf saw next was somewhat unexpected. I'm alright, Captain. Darielbald, facing these weapons, was responding calmly and methodically, dodging every attack. He didn't seem like a novice at all. Rather, he seemed to have fought these floating weapons several times before. Could it be that during his time away from school, he had experience fighting against machines equipped with floating weapons? Wolf was somewhat puzzled. But he shook his head and shooed it away. Because there was undoubtedly a major problem that needed to be solved. Fidel, he shouted. You had some interaction with that fist drum, right? Is this guy him? He inquired about Fidel's feelings. Indeed, as someone who had been resurrected using the power of a star core fragment. Meanwhile, Fidel, who had also had a direct conversation with Kira Yamato, should now be able to quite understand what the being before him truly was. However, I don't know. I can't sense anything familiar about it. This being seems to be nothing more than a replica of Mr. Kira's machine. That was the response coming from Fidel's side. His eyes regained their golden luster, clearly indicating he was using the assimilation abilities of the acquired fistrums to sense the other party, but still failed. His Dragon Slayer sword-type Fallen Angel Gundam was simultaneously performing intense maneuvers to evade the strange fistrum's attacks. Damn it, what's wrong with Mr. Kira? Someone like him would never allow his abilities to be used for something like this. Fidel muttered anxiously. It seems that even if it's a replica, the abilities it possesses are still genuine. Chapter 430. Target Location 3, in the Underground Passage. The Full Armor Zero Gundam and Delta Gundam are moving at high speed. However, actually, only the Delta Gundam is moving forward. In its EVA form, it is speeding along. And on the back of this golden mobile armor, the mobile suit completely covered in dark green reinforced armor, the Full Armor Zero Gundam, is crouching atop it. Clearly, Amuro is using Char's mobile suit like an SFS. After all, for the older Zero Gundam, the particle consumption of the external full armor equipment is simply too high. Although the GN drive can produce energy almost infinitely, if it overloads and the energy supply cannot keep up, the mobile suit will be temporarily unable to move. Therefore, before contacting the enemy, minimizing particle consumption and burden is the best strategy. Coincidentally, the 00 series Gundams, with their design philosophy of using GN particles to enhance their armor, made them so lightweight that they could hardly be considered weapons. This allowed the Delta Gundam, whose initial design hadn't taken this into account, to bear their weight. However, this combined advance seemed to be coming to an end at this moment. Amuro! Suddenly, Char shouted. It seemed his new type sensory abilities gave him an ominous premonition. I understand. Char! Then, Amuro piloted the Zero Gundam and leaped into the air. He aimed his twin GN beam cannon at a certain point, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! The raging particle beam struck the wall, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. No, not the wall. At the point of impact, a camouflage-like coating was gradually peeled away. That was something like an ECS, revealing the true form of the Crimson Assassin beneath. It was a fistrum. Its design was similar to the Sphinx, only more slender. Their color had changed from gold to crimson. And in its hands were two familiar weapons. The Scorpion-type beam saber of the Strike Freedom Gundam. Pierced through the chest by the GN particle beam, it struggled before finally losing its life, swallowed by the expanding black hole. But just then, it's not over yet. Amuro still cautiously surveyed his surroundings. And indeed, his words proved true. Then, like chameleons, the dozens of Festums revealed themselves, shedding their original golden disguise. Their lightsabers activated simultaneously. But instead of beam energy, they emitted jet-black blades of light symbolizing nothingness. Then, they launched an attack towards the two. An assimilated mobile suit? It's not that simple, Char. Indeed. I can't feel any pressure from the enemy. What is it then? Char murmured. The Delta Gundam transformed into its MS form, nimbly rolling away from the range of a Festum's attack. He then swiftly sliced down the attacking aberrant creature. But this action wasn't enough to thwart the full-scale offensive of the Fistrums. Following this, several mutated Sphinxes wielding black hole light blades flanked them. They launched a coordinated attack from all directions. If it weren't for Char's superb piloting skills and Amuro's support, the Delta Gundam might not have escaped this encirclement. Is it evolution? Char frowned, seemingly understanding something through his new type's interpretive abilities. Yes. Amuro nodded in agreement. It seems they learned the concept of weapons possessed by humans and adapted it for their own use. That's truly terrifying. If they continue to learn more and eventually fully understand the existence of MS. Is that so? I don't think it's that bad. Are you saying it's because we stopped them today? No. Amuro's voice held a rare hint of mockery. I just mean, even if they understand what mobile suits are, as long as they're still red or gold, it doesn't matter. In the midst of the fierce battle, he even had time to glance at Char beside him. Then he said, after all, I'm quite good at defeating guys with this color scheme. Haven't I? Amuro, you really are. Char responded with a chuckle. Immediately afterwards, the two mobile suits plunged back into the battle. Despite the ferocity of the enemy before them, these two elites from the Universal Century were clearly not going to lose so easily. And finally, at the location of Target Point 4, you shall also encounter the same enemy, possessing the characteristics of a Strike Freedom Gundam. And, unlike those in other routes that only had a single type, the enemies here were a mixture of the three types of Festum. TSK. A Wind God type Festum. I didn't expect it to have evolved to this extent. You shall couldn't help but gasp. The Wind God type Festum appeared in the Fafnir in the Azure movie, a type of Festum that imitated human weapon concepts. It was one of the types of Festum that evolved to adapt to the Earth environment. Originally, they should have imitated ordinary physical projectiles. But it seems that in this timeline, their learning samples are different. And, since you're here, following this, saying something that seemed to indicate some insight, you shall glance slightly ahead. Before him stood a magnificent mobile suit with a golden frame, surrounded by three Wind God-type mobile suits. That was the Strike Freedom Gundam, the very model they had studied. However, you shall knew. Kira Yamato of this world would never attack a group of humans. Therefore, there was only one answer. The Strike Freedom there was likely merely a shell, retaining only its combat capabilities, left behind after Kira was assimilated. And the fact that such a powerful force would be deployed to guard this area. The answer was probably quite obvious. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Don't you think so, Starcore? You shall controlled Epion to advance, his tone chilling. And as his words indicated, perhaps, waiting at the very end of this tunnel, was the culprit that controlled everything. The North Star core of the Fistums. Chapter 431. However, naturally, the Star Core did not respond to him. But from what happened next, Yu Shao could clearly see their intentions. The Strike Freedom Gundam in the center waved its hand slightly. Following this, the three Wind God-type Wind Gods, who had studied the Strike Freedom Gundam's data, equipped with Lakis Klein beam sabers, Super Dragoon backpacks, and positron cannons in their abdomens respectively, rushed forward in a swarm. Due to their different weaponry, their roles were naturally different. The Wind God type, wielding the Lakis Klein beam saber, crossed its double blades, forming a black hole in front of it and charged towards Yu Shao at lightning speed. Its movements so skillful that even seasoned veterans would be ashamed of their skill. Clearly, it was the vanguard of this trio. And following behind it, the second Wind God type spread its Super Dragoon backpacks wide open. In coordination with the former's movements, these gilded floating cannons traced various trajectories, attacking under the conscious control of the Festum. The last row of Wind God types remained motionless. They simply opened their arms in an embracing gesture. Yet the positron cannons on their chests were accumulating intensely burning energy. Clearly, if the Epyon Gundam showed even the slightest weakness in the opponent's offensive, it would fire, unleashing an attack combining the ethereal energy of the Festums with the dual power of its positron cannons, bombarding the Epyon Gundam before it without question. Even the Gundanium alloy material seemed ill-equipped to withstand this attack. Clearly, they had learned more than just monotonous weaponry from humans. Having grasped the meaning of emotion and knowledge, the Festum now even understood what cooperation meant. Good. But facing these three monsters with such exquisite coordination, Yu Xiao, however, shouted expressionlessly. Then, maneuvering his mech, he launched an attack with lightning speed, completely unconcerned about the threat, because he knew that his combat skills were only superior to theirs. In terms of tactical prediction, he wouldn't lose to them. And his speed, having already predicted the enemy's actions, and the possible consequences of his own response through the dual predictions of the Zero System and X-Rounder's abilities, made him even faster than them. And so, Epyon moved at a speed beyond the comprehension of those Festum. The lead Fistrum, a Wind God-type Gundam, unleashed a series of crisscrossing cross-shaped slashes as planned. But it discovered that while the slashes had indeed landed, the intended targets were completely empty. In an instant, it sensed something stepped over its back. Though not particularly heavy, it still provided a tangible sensation. It was Yu Xiao's Epyon Gundam. The instant the attack came, it leaped into the air, dodging and simultaneously changing its position. Despite its exceptional mobility, the tunnel terrain was simply too narrow. Therefore, Epyon couldn't switch to its MA form to fully utilize its prized propulsion capabilities. After all, excessive speed in such complex terrain could easily lead to collisions with obstacles, halting its advance. However, even without activating the thrusters, relying solely on the operation of its hydraulic joints, its current speed was enough to catch several Fistrum off guard. With the agility of a dragonfly skimming the water, Epyon Gundam used its Fujin-type armor as a springboard. As it passed the first attacking monster, it didn't follow up with a finishing blow. Instead, it accelerated further forward. Because immediately afterward, the Fistrum's second attack came. The gilded dragon riders flying in the sky moved erratically but clearly with purpose. After a dazzling display of movement, they finally found suitable attack positions. They were distributed up, down, left, and right. A comprehensive blockade, normally impossible to dodge, and then fire. Humph. Not bad. Yu Xiao admitted that the timing and angle chosen by the opponent were extremely clever. Simultaneous firing from multiple points at complex angles, utilizing the characteristic of ray attacks that persist in the air for a period of time even if they miss, effectively blocked the Epyon Gundam's evasive range. This maneuver was indeed difficult to deal with. Even he, if he focused solely on dodging, wasn't entirely confident he could dodge. But who says that facing an incoming attack, dodging is the only option? But your front is wide open, Yu Xiao shouted sharply. The Epyon Gundam swung its lightsaber, deflecting a beam of light from ahead with a fierce slash. It then accelerated to its maximum speed in an instant. Without hesitation, without holding back, it charged towards the Fistum carrying the Super Dragoon. And clearly, as Yu Xiao had said before, as a Wind God-type Fistum with only this one weapon, its Super Dragoon's positioning was far too scattered. Therefore, at this moment, the Epyon Gundam's high-speed breakthrough forced it close, making it difficult to recall those funnels. Even if it could use the abilities that Fistum should have, extending its arms into tentacles to attack, these ineffective and outdated tricks were unable to harm Yu Xiao in the slightest. The Epyon Gundam merely flicked its long whip during its charge. These incoming attacks were intercepted and cut down. Instantly, Epyon Gundam rushed to the side of the Wind God type. Wielding its heat whip, it severed the Wind God type's arms and legs. Then, with a single sword strike, it destroyed the backpack controlling the Dragoon system. Strangely. Then, Yu Xiao did not launch any further attacks. Instead, he turned his head towards the two remaining Fistums, as if carrying something in one hand. If this was to use them as human shields against a possible positron cannon attack, that was clearly impossible. Firstly, Yu Xiao wasn't that bored. Secondly, he had no need to. After all, with the threat of the Super Dragoon gone, neither the lightsaber nor the positron cannon posed much of a threat to him. Yu Xiao's reason for acting this way was simply to conduct a test. A test for the dead who were not here. Kira Yamato. Chapter 432. It's over. Give up the fight. A thought. Yu Xiao unleashed his X-rounder ability without reservation, allowing the Fistum to overcome the language barrier and understand his thoughts through their mind-reading abilities. All that awaits you now is defeat. So, drop your weapons. Give up resistance and leave. This was a meaningless war to begin with. I can forgive the sins committed under manipulation in the past. So now, having achieved self-realization, you need not add any more meaningless sacrifices to carry out tyrannical commands. Understand? If you still don't understand. Ebion slowly raised the captured Fistum in his hand. I'm taking it back. Taking back the lives you learned from humans, yet which you didn't respect. Clearly. The test he was about to conduct was this group of Fistum before him. Even if it said that they awaken some kind of self-awareness. But are they truly capable of communicating and interacting normally with humans? And stopping the war? After all, in the original work, even after the core of the planet was destroyed, among the newly emerged Fistum population, there were still extremists who wanted to attack humanity. That's why Yu Xiao took this action. And Yu Xiao's concern wasn't because he didn't support Kira Yamato's ideals. It's just that he felt that even if one pinned their hopes on romantic mutual understanding, one couldn't entrust trust to the wrong person. That's why he wanted to test it here. If, after awakening self-awareness, they become even more eager to invade humanity, then he have to change his strategy. It's not simply about annihilating the Polaris core, it's about eliminating all the main combatants, the Fists. Fortunately, the Fists here have given Kira an answer that they themselves won't regret. The Wind God types ceased their attack. Not only that. Then, the organs they evolved, resembling human-made weapons, disappeared one by one. Ultimately, they returned to their original forms. Very good. Yu Xiaowei nodded. While remaining vigilant, she put down the Wind God type that was completely unable to resist and began to retreat. The remaining two Wind God types didn't react much either. They practically darted forward, rescued their comrade from the ground, and then retreated without any intention of retaliating. This proves they have indeed come to understand life and self. And, given the right opportunity, they might be able to break free from the Star Core's control. Yu Xiao observed silently. That's why he had severed the limbs of that fist term earlier. To make them understand what the pain of having their life harmed truly is. But, this isn't the end. Yu Xiao turned his head, looking at the last fist term present. The Strike Freedom Gundam, now the embodiment of the Star Core's will. What does he intend to do? This is the key to the battlefield. The Strike Freedom stretched out its hand, but didn't activate any of its weapons. Instead, its golden hand, that seemingly mechanical structure, actually covering the living body of the Fistrum, instantly extended inward. Then, from its fingertips, a burst of lightning transformed into 3 nimble, serpentine tentacles. Attacked the 3 Fistrum that had already fled. Clearly, this act of defying the Star Core had indeed provoked its killing intent. But with Yu Xiao present, he wouldn't let him have his way. In a flash, the 3 tentacles were slashed off one after another by the EP301 Gundam. What a petty boss. What? After seeing your subordinate jump ship, you finally couldn't resist stepping in yourself? A leader like you isn't popular in the human workplace. Yu Xiao mocked. The Strike Freedom didn't reply. It simply retracted its golden tentacles, and then drew its 2 scorpion beam sabers from its waist. The sabers merged into a double-bladed weapon, and charged towards Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, anticipating this, met the attack head-on. In an instant, the 2 swords of light and darkness clashed. The resulting dazzling light illuminated the entire dark tunnel. Although the Strike Freedom's beam attack was undoubtedly inferior to the close combat-focused EP301, the surging void energy, enhanced by the Fistum's abilities, still empowered the Strike Freedom's beam sabers. Thus, the 2 swords, of unequal size, ultimately clashed to a draw. I don't understand. Yu Xiao didn't let this opportunity pass, continuing his questioning while the stalemate continued. You, from Kira Yamato. From his disappearance, what exactly did you learn? Human emotions. Perhaps drawn in by Yu Xiao's series of remarks. In any case, the brown-haired youth in the cockpit of the Strike Freedom Gundam finally spoke in silence. He had Kira Yamato's face, but clearly, he wasn't the gentle youth he once was. At this moment, the consciousness controlling this body belonged to the entity known as the Polaris Core. If that's the case, why did you take that action just now? Because it's utterly unnecessary for us. Just trivial things. The voice continued in a calm, almost lifeless tone. The idea of unity is the most efficient choice. Our evolution has proven this. And after dispelling your dying rebellion, I will also eliminate this tedious learning content from the species, until everything returns to its original, proper state. The original state, huh? Listening to the North Star Core's emotionless words, Yu Xiao didn't get angry but laughed instead. That sounds nice. You're just afraid that nothing will go as you wish, aren't you? Because he sensed a faint emotion in the other's words. It was fear. The fear of facing the gradually awakening emotions within the species. The fear of everything slipping out of his control. So, fine. Since you brought up evolution, let me lend you a hand. Yu Xiao shouted. Then, the Epyon Gundam changed its slash into a kick, the lower strike hitting the Strike Freedom in the abdomen, disrupting its balance. Help the Fistums get rid of you, their boring leader, and then, let them become truly independent life forms. Chapter 433. Admittedly, these words did contain a provocative intent. But on the other hand, this was also Yu Xiao's true purpose in destroying the Polaris Core. A pointless obsession. However, the Polaris Core, now possessing Kira's body, only responded with words that remained devoid of emotion. And his response was remarkably smooth. Although his actions were disrupted by the Epyon Gundam's sudden change of tactics, he remained completely calm. Using the momentum from being kicked away, the Strike Freedom slightly adjusted the direction of its thrusters, propelling itself backward with full force. This was to avoid the Epyon Gundam's pursuit. And sure enough, in the next second, the Epyon's light blade slashed down. Clearly, if the Strike Freedom had dodged even a fraction of a second later, he would have been dead. But his actions didn't stop there. Knowing that his opponent, having missed with his first strike, would likely launch another attack, the Strike Freedom flicked his wrist. The beam blades activated, thrusting out at full force, and were hurled like darts. This forced Epyon to switch from offense to defense, raising its sword to parry the two incoming beam blades. However, this forced Epyon to miss its best opportunity to pursue its opponent. This allowed Strike Freedom to successfully propel itself away from its original position. Realizing it had dodged the opponent's attack, it reacted immediately. First, it came to a sudden stop. The golden skeleton glowed. Then, countless tentacles suddenly extended from Strike Freedom's feet, digging deep into the cave floor. The original Kira would never have used such a bioweapon. After all, the sinister aura of something not of life would send chills down one's spine. But under the control of the Polaris Core, he would stop at nothing. Following this, after using this action to achieve his sudden stop, Strike Freedom immediately launched its counterattack. First, it used the Super Dragoon's all-directional attack to block the Epyon Gundam's escape route. Then, it unleashed a fierce bombardment with a blazing positron cannon on its abdomen. Although it was only a one-on-one fight, its effectiveness far surpassed the combined attack of the three Fistrums before it. Truly, as expected of Kira Yamato. Even with only the most basic combat instincts and memories remaining. Under the control of the Polaris Core, this series of responses was still at a level only a top-tier pilot could achieve. It's alright. Deny it all you want. Even so, to subdue Yu Xiao with such a single move is somewhat of a pipe dream. As long as I remember your boastful words when you're eliminated, that's enough. Pushing the control stick, pressing the pedal. With a sudden surge of G-force, the demonic Gundam continued its advance. Wielding its blade, it pierced through dazzling beams of light, cleaving through the pitch-black void. It nimbly escaped the fire net formed by the Super Dragoons. Then it closed in, and closed in again. The power output of its beam saber also increased. Then it slashed. A burst of light flashed in an instant. But this wasn't due to the Strike Freedom's burst of power. It wasn't because of its resistance. That it activated the beam shields on both arms, resisting Epyon's beam great sword. Although the beam shield on its right arm quickly succumbed to the excessive power, emitting bursts of overload smoke, the Strike Freedom Gundam ignored it. It simply continued to resist. Even using its assimilation crystal ability to self-destruct once more strengthened the beam shield's output, allowing it to maintain its defense for a while longer. Until that opportunity for a counterattack appeared. And sure enough it followed. With Super Dragoons. As they gathered around, one of the Super Dragoons was summoned and wielded by the Strike Freedom. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiao knew what was about to happen. So his first choice wasn't to linger in battle, but retreat. He changed the direction of his propulsion wings, using jet propulsion to evade backward. This was to avoid being split up and destroyed by the Dragoons in a stalemate. Sure enough, what happened next? Holding the Super Dragoon Strike Freedom, he activated it. He held it in his hand as a melee weapon. That was the Super Dragoon's melee defense mode. It only existed in the setting. Kira in the main series hadn't even activated it this time. It's amazing Polaris nuclear energy thought of that, Yu Xiao thought to himself. If he hadn't had some understanding of the setting, he would probably have been completely shut down by the opponent's sword fighting. Then, he would have been riddled with holes by the Super Dragoon swarm suspended in midair. But despite that, the Epion Gundam's actions didn't stop because of Yu Xiao's momentary relief. He knew the next attack was imminent. The Strike Freedom's previously folded cannon barrels suddenly unfolded. They transformed into two long, rectangular cannons. The sailfish-type electromagnetic cannons. In the original work, they could penetrate even ordinary mobile suits, even against phase-shift armor. With a speed almost creating a sonic boom, two penetrating projectiles were fired one after the other. At that moment, countless images flashed before Yu Xiao's eyes. These were predictions of the future from the Zero system. He was already used to the Zero system's brutal transmission. But the information he was transmitting now was a torrent. So this meant that this shot was extremely dangerous. Yu Xiao clicked his tongue. But he still focused his attention. From the chaotic scene flashing before his eyes in that instant, he identified a few possible scenarios to evade the barrage of projectiles. And then executed. Identification and control occurred in a mere instant. The Epion Gundam twisted its body at an almost extreme angle. He narrowly avoided the attack. You are indeed strong, son of Albus. But after regaining his footing, Kira, no, Star Core, within the Strike Freedom Gundam before him, did not pursue, but spoke again. Is that so? Should I thank you for praising me, or are you finally planning to surrender? But I will not surrender. I just want to tell you one thing. I will use all my strength to crush you. As soon as the words fell, the cave floor trembled violently. The fierce battle they had just fought had shifted the battlefield to a relatively more spacious cave space. Therefore, Yu Xiao wasn't worried about the opponent using some kind of floor-lifting tactic to bury him inside. However, this commotion was truly unusual. If it was reinforcements from Fistrum, without the Leviathan type, it seemed far too large. Wait! It was at this moment that Yu Xiao realized something. Could it be that what the other party meant by going all out was actually Chapter 434. And what appeared before Yu Xiao was precisely that could it be? The ground shook violently. Then, bursting forth from the earth, revealing its true form, it was a massive mobile armor, MA, with a pale purple hue. No. The deliberately left gaps within it told him otherwise. That wasn't an MA, but rather, extra equipment prepared for a mobile suit MS. Tactical Support Armament Module, Meteor System. He had been too presumptuous before. He thought that Fistrum, having merely learned human equipment concepts, was only at the imitation stage. But after obtaining all the data stored within the Strike Freedom Gundam, it seemed they had learned what production truly meant. For the Strike Freedom, which had become their fighting force, they had specially created this external armor, which held an important position in the original work, to enhance its combat capabilities. Thinking about it this way, the previous decision to send out the important Leviathan type for an ambush attack was probably not a mistaken decision made out of folly. It was intentional. The purpose being to delay the arrival of the combined fleet. This would allow them to utilize the existing resources at the Arctic base, and the special ability of the Festums to transform matter through assimilation, to produce the meteor armor. This guy. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth. A moment of hesitation flashed across his brow. Then, he decisively chose to attack with all his might. After all, he knew that if the Strike Freedom in front of him were given the opportunity to combine with the meteor armor, its strength would increase several times over. And at that point, he himself would find it difficult to defeat the opponent. So he piloted the Epion Gundam forward like a whirlwind. With a do-or-die spirit, he charged towards the enemy. But the Strike Freedom also prepared. In an instant, the Super Dragoon sprang into action again. They didn't choose to fire, but instead activated their melee light blade mode, launching a barrage of thrusts at the Epion Gundam. Clearly, sacrificing agility for this attack method, while gaining greater firepower, also placed these Dragoons in a relatively vulnerable position. Polaris Corps obviously knew this as well. Therefore, the charging light blades were like a reckless special attack. If dodged, they would turn and continue thrusting at the Epion with all their might. If ignored, they would be forced into close-quarters combat. Under these circumstances, Yu Xiao could only dodge while somewhat wasting time by continuously slashing at them with his sword. Even though it seemed like the Polaris Corps was recklessly wasting its own strength. But in reality, this was the most effective way to buy time. Because just as the Epion Gundam was destroying all these Super Dragoons, its Strike Freedom Gundam finally arrived at its target location. near the meteor gear lurking nearby. However, unlike the direct boarding method in the original work, now, upon contacting the boarding point, countless golden tentacles sprouted from its back, then merged and enveloped the mechanical units behind it. It seemed that the meteor gear was not entirely mechanical in nature. Beneath its iron shell, there existed components of Fistrum. Then, through Kira Yamato's voice, Polaris Core spoke in a low voice. Be glad, son of Alvis. Originally, this thing was meant to end the lives of those rabble who came with you after I dealt with you. But now, because your performance exceeded expectations, I decided to use it against you. Your actions did indeed reduce the sacrifices of some of your brethren. Be proud of that. Is that so? Yu Xiao merely raised an eyebrow in response. He didn't regret missing the opportunity to intercept the opponent. After all, this was a battlefield. Every second of regret increased his chances of being killed. So for now, he simply focused on the battle, contemplating a strategy to sink this meteor-like weapon before him. But clearly, Polaris Core wasn't going to give him any more time. This ends here. Nothingness to you. The words, chanted like a prayer or incantation, were recited. The meteor gear moved. And as the first move in a series of attacks. The first to activate were the 77 hedgehog-shaped anti-ship missile launchers located throughout the meteor gear's entire body. These large guided weapons were originally intended to sink the Human Reform Alliance fleet. Who would have thought they would be used instead to sink those frail mobile suits? And all the missiles were aimed at a single unit. Hundreds of missiles formed a terrifying, overwhelming rain of bullets. A sheer number of missiles, enough to instill a sense of danger even in a single glance, converged and hurtled towards the Epion Gundam. But Yu Xiao remained calm. The Epion Gundam soared into the air, transforming into its MA form, a two-headed dragon. It then accelerated, charging forward at a speed that even a rain of missiles could barely match, dodging, deflecting, and guiding the missile's trajectories. Just as Yu Xiao judged that the time was right, the Epion Gundam transformed again. In MS form, it faced the approaching missile warheads and slashed. A chain of explosions followed with a deafening roar. Countless enormous noises and flashes shook the vast, empty cavern. For a moment, it even gave the illusion that this eerie pyramid structure would collapse at any moment. The Epion Gundam, using gravity to accelerate its descent, further accelerated itself with its rear-mounted jets. This allowed it to evade the series of explosions and shockwaves. But Yu Xiao didn't think the enemy's offensive would end there. The smoke gradually spread. It likely contained heavy metal dust that could interfere with radar, because the Epion Gundam's detection radar was currently malfunctioning. Therefore, at this point, one could generally only assess the enemy situation visually. But all he could see was a hazy, indistinct cloud of smoke. Fortunately, the Epion Gundam wasn't an ordinary mobile suit. Yu Xiao closed his eyes in the cockpit. At the same time, the Zero system activated, combined with the X-Rounder's diffusion ability. He saw it, the scene of the enemy's next attack. Then, at the last moment, he controlled the mobile suit. Standing in place, he suddenly made an arc-shaped evasive maneuver, like a tail swing. Finally, while stopping in a tricky position, he twisted the mobile suit's limbs almost to their limit, assuming a strange posture. And as expected, the next second, countless dazzling particle beams formed a barrage that nearly filled the entire underground cavern, violently bombarding the direction where Ebion had originally been. Chapter 435. This also explains why Epion adopted that stance. He had anticipated the trajectories of all the lasers fired by the meteor gear and chosen the location with the fewest bullets to evade. Not only that, he also needed to shift the position of his limbs to barely avoid the enemy's volley. Even so, the intense beam still tore through the smoke and dust, leaving only grazes, but adding new wounds to Epion Gundam's body. Even the sturdy Gundanium alloy armor melted under the attack. What terrifying power! Even Yu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. However, a pleasant smile appeared on his face. I see. Because, in this powerful attack from the enemy, they were clearly trying to demonstrate their strength. But in the end, they revealed the enemy's weaknesses. Looks like they did a pretty good job, he murmured, roughly assessing the surrounding battle situation. After all, Polaris Core's actions were highly suspicious. The meteor weapon it used was buried underground. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps, rather than a trump card, it was more like equipment used to cover its retreat in a critical moment. If it were suddenly released during its retreat, it could act as an ambush force to deliver a heavy blow to the combined fleet. Obviously, this couldn't have been an exception. However, Polaris Core didn't do that. Instead, it chose to unlock it at the moment of engaging in close combat. The combination of the Festum's ecology allows them to understand the overall battlefield situation. This seems to mean one thing. There's no way out. In other words, although Yu Xiao, currently cut off from communication, cannot see the battle situation outside, it's clear that the combined fleet's combat power has exceeded expectations. Not only have they suppressed the vast majority of the Festum, they also firmly sealed off the North Star Corps' escape route. This makes it impossible for it to escape. Instead, it has no choice but to choose the worst possible strategy. That is to activate its backup trump card and break through the enemy frontally. And the first target is to destroy Yu Xiao and his Epion Gundam. In that case, it's time for me to bring this all to an end. Right? Yu Xiao shouted. Then, maneuvering the Epion Gundam into an MA, it charged straight forward. The Strike Freedom's response was to activate the massive beam sword on its meteor equipment. It wasn't a slash across the ground, but a straight thrust. However, the synonym for its massive size is that its movements become relatively slow. While this might not be noticeable in ordinary battles, it becomes especially important in the battles between top pilots. In the current duel between Epion and the Strike Freedom Gundam, this is even more evident. Epion, transformed into its MA form, moved with agility. The black and red two-headed dragon grazed the edge of the incoming lightsaber, barely touching it. Yet, it remained completely unharmed by the attacking lightsaber. This maneuver, teetering on the edge of danger, wasn't because Yu Xiao wanted to show off. It was because this action genuinely minimized the distance traveled. After all, Yu Xiao knew, if the enemy was truly risking their attack because of the combined fleet's blockade, then he had to act quickly. The longer the war dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Fistrum, whose base was here. And if the situation changed, Polaris Corps would likely choose to escape by any means necessary. At that point, whether Luo Dongchuan and his virtue could maintain an accurate blockade was uncertain. Therefore, only now could he quickly eliminate this machine, originally developed for humanity's freedom. But now, it had become Fistrum's watchdog. Fall. And so, Yu Xiao roared. The Epion Gundam had already bypassed the lightsaber's blockade and reached the middle of the meteor's two heavy cannon long arms, the most vulnerable point in the defense. Despite the Strike Freedom activating its positron cannon in an attempt to delay the Epion Gundam simply charged forward, beam against beam, forcefully tearing apart the incoming red and white beams. Although the spreading particles still damaged its main body. In an instant, it reached the Strike Freedom, transforming into its MS form, its heat whip lashing out rapidly, aiming directly at the Strike Freedom's main body, the core of the meteor armor. But alas, it was still one step too far. The heat whip tore through the Strike Freedom's shoulder, seemingly about to rip open its cockpit. But at that moment, it made a drastic, self-sacrificing move. Not only did he sacrifice his right arm, which had been hit, he also sacrificed his meteor armor, the very weapon he relied on. Separating himself from it, he activated his thrusters to evade the attack, leaping upwards to avoid it. Immediately afterward, the Strike Freedom suddenly deployed its folding railgun, firing at the still unable to retract Epion. Yu Xiao inwardly cried out in alarm. Seeing it was too late to evade, he simply used the strength of his mobile suit to take the hit head-on. Analyzing the trajectory of the projectiles, Yu Xiao used posture control to slightly twist his mobile suit. This caused both railgun shots to hit his left arm in succession. Before the explosion of his left arm caused a second injury, Yu Xiao swiftly severed it. While this prevented the Epion Gundam from using the heat whip it held or transforming into its MA form, it preserved its combat capabilities to the greatest extent possible. With the remaining beam saber, dealing with the rest of the Strike Freedom should be more than enough. After all, it no longer has the protection of the Super Dragoon and its beam saber. Yu Xiao thought to himself. But then, seeing the opponent's actions, he was taken aback. As he dodged, the Strike Freedom had already flown to the side of one of the meteor's cannon swords. After severing it with its chest-mounted positron cannon, it aligned its severed arm with the sword. Then, the Golden Fistrum construct fused the severed arm with the meteor equipment. How did you even come up with this? Such disproportionate proportions. Doesn't it ruin the original aesthetics? Yu Xiao rarely made such a comment during a lull in the battle. But he also knew, although the opponent's current posture was somewhat comical, it was still a formidable enemy. Therefore, he dared not be careless. Faced with the Strike Freedom Gundam's reactivated beam saber, he simply had the Epion Gundam also activate its beam saber at maximum output. Following this, emerald and fluorescent, two enormous blades of light clashed in midair. A violent collision erupting with flashes of lightning. Both sides knew clearly. This was likely the final blow of the battle. Chapter 436. Damn it! No matter how much I cut, they just won't stop. Did these guys learn some kind of mass production trick from the betas? Meanwhile, in the complex underground tunnels, amidst a high-speed mobile suit cluster engaged in combat, Wolf gritted his teeth and sighed. His Ashia Gundam had shed its original avalanche shell. Now, it was fighting in its most original form. And the color of its fuselage had changed from white and blue to a pinkish red. Clearly, this was the activation of his final trump card. This was the Trans Am system, the so-called triple red system. Swinging his GN particle solid sword, he sliced a Festum equipped with a Super Dragoon backpack in two. But then, more Festums emerged from the ground, surging forward in droves. These Fistrum were no longer in their wind god form, nor even as sphinxes. They were merely in their lowest form, reptilian creatures within Glendale. Even so, through a continuous stream of supplies, they managed to suppress the three present, rendering them immobile. Perhaps it's because this is their lair? Captain, to your left. Gale, piloting Darrow Balder, responded to Wolf's exclamation, but his voice suddenly shifted to one of surprise. Following the direction of the voice, Wolf saw a hovering Super Dragoon. This weapon didn't seem to lose its effectiveness despite its host being defeated. In fact, it seemed to possess its own consciousness, aiming directly at Wolf's cockpit. Exugii hadn't yet recovered from the previous slash. Even with the Trans Am system support and a full-force evasive maneuver, the damage would likely be to her head or wrist. This would be enough to reduce Exugii's combat ability by more than half. This was truly terrible. Just as Wolf was feeling somewhat frustrated and made his evasive maneuver, he noticed something. The opponent hadn't launched a pursuit at all? The Super Dragoon, perhaps a Fistrum resembling a Dragoon system, probably, had simply pointed its muzzle at Exugii. Then, it didn't pull the trigger. It remained in place, as if struggling with something. After a while, it simply turned around. It turned and left its spot? What was it doing? Just as Wolf was wondering about this, something even more surprising happened next. The newly born Glendale race on the ground seemed to have also given up the fight. These three-legged, crawling monsters, unlike their usual selves, who would immediately attack and wreak havoc upon appearing before people, were now standing frozen in place, looking at each other blankly. They seemed unaware of what had happened, and utterly clueless about what to do. They were as bewildered as newborn children. They stopped? Captain, a perfect opportunity. Take them down now. Gale, who had witnessed all this, immediately offered his advice. Not just an opinion, Darrow Bald also acted swiftly. Wielding his beam cross-shaped pistol, he charged towards the swarm of Glendale creatures on the ground, intending to attack. Stop! We don't need to fight anymore. But this action was stopped by another person present. Fidel and his Dragon Slayer sword-type Fallen Angel Gundam also activated Trans Am, and his mobile suit wasn't in much better shape. His prized GN sword on the nose was broken, and his entire body was riddled with damage. Yet, despite his precarious situation, he deliberately stopped the Trans Am system. He then slowly lowered his mobile suit until it reached the center of the Glendale swarm. And unexpectedly, the monstrous insects, even now, didn't choose to attack. Instead, they approached, circling around the Dragon Slayer sword type, seemingly curious about something. They are newly born life, and they don't harbor any hostility towards us, Fidel explained. And there, in his pupils, a faint golden light flickered. Is that so? He nodded slightly, as if in a conversation. As expected of Mr. Red One, he truly succeeded in breaking free of the restraints. Your wills are now free from interference, so go. Rely on your own will. With Fidel's words, the Glendale race seemed to understand, and once again merged into the golden structures throughout the walls. Hey Fidel. What's going on? Undoubtedly, the current situation was undeniably unsolvable. Even Wolf couldn't help but ask a question. Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Fidel scratched his head. Anyway, there's no need to fight the Fistrums anymore. As for the specifics, we probably find out when Mr. Red One comes out, right? The anomaly wasn't only being noticed on Fidel's side. On the other side, at the location where Amuro and Char were fighting. You feel it, Amuro? Of course. It seems the long battle is finally coming to an end. The same thing happened there. After repelling wave after wave of Fistrums wielding scorpion beam sabers. The newly formed Fistrums, however, mostly abandoned their attacks. Instead, they disappeared into the golden building structure beneath their feet, seemingly fleeing. So what was the reason these visitors attacked humanity? Looking in the direction the Festums had left, Amuro didn't give chase. He spoke thoughtfully. I don't know, maybe it was just some insignificant reason at the beginning. Char stepped forward, standing beside Amuro's Zero Gundam, its armor already shattered. But in the initial battle, an unstoppable hatred gradually spread. In the end, even the original thoughts were erased, leaving only the desire to fight for mutual destruction. If that's the case, it's truly tragic. Yes. But it seems that boy succeeded. He ended this ever-growing fighting spirit, but, turning his head, looking towards the outside world at the end of the tunnel, Char murmured. Can the cycle of hatred really be broken so easily? Chapter 437. Char's question, for whom it was uttered, remains unclear. So let's shift our focus to the battlefield where Polaris Corps and Yu Xiao are locked in fierce combat. In the underground cavern where the two are locked in intense battle. The black and red, demonic-looking mobile suit collapsed first, seemingly unable to withstand the strain. The once incredibly sturdy outer shell was riddled with wounds. Almost half of its body was melted away. Only a sword-wielding arm and the upper body remained. Even so, the remaining portion was crackling with unbearable electrical sparks from the excessive strain. Even its flickering emerald green eyes were now extinguished. Clearly, the strain generated in the previous series of clashes had brought the Epion Gundam to the brink of shutdown. So, where is its opponent? The Strike Freedom, equipped with the Meteorite Greatsword. Whether to call it a fistrum or a mobile suit is unclear. He was currently positioned in the air, seemingly high above. He appeared to be the victor of this battle. The actual outcome seemed quite different. Because then, the Strike Freedom's body showed signs of melting. Before disintegrating in midair and unleashing a dazzling explosion. Finally, the brilliant light vanished into a deep black hole. And finally, disappeared without a trace. It seems, the facts were just as Fidel and the others had predicted. The Epion Gundam and the Strike Freedom equipped with the meteor armor had unleashed their trump cards, fighting with all their might. The result was that the Epion Gundam emerged victorious. At the cost of half his own body melting away, the Epion Gundam cleaved the Strike Freedom in two. Huff, huff. Inside the Epion Gundam's cockpit, Yu Xiao was also breathing heavily. The energy expended from the series of battles wasn't actually that severe. What he felt most drained was the amplification of the X-Rounder's abilities, and the Zero System's ability to predict the opponent's movements. Especially the latter. Behind that brush with death, just now, heaven knows how many repetitive predictions and hallucinations had flashed through his mind. Fatigue spread through his limbs, making Yu Xiao feel like he was about to collapse. But he knew he couldn't stop now. Because there were more important things waiting for him to do. Move. Epion. This isn't over yet. Muttering the name of his machine, Yu Xiao pushed the control stick in the cockpit. Suddenly, the Epion's constantly flashing monitor suddenly revived. It was as if it understood Yu Xiao's intentions. Even with only half its body and one propulsion wing remaining, and its power unit nearly overloaded, it was still able to take off, propelling itself forward until it reached its initial destination. That was at the end of this empty cavern. A secluded, enclosed hall. In the very center, sealed off, was a crystal-like object. The leader of the collective will of the Fistrum. The North Star Corps. Not planning to escape, huh? So, it seems to be accepting its fate, Star Corps? It took a deep breath to clear its somewhat dizzy mind. After feigning nonchalance, Yu Xiao spoke. Running away is futile. I know you laid a trap. That dark green warrior, once I appear before the public, will pierce me with his weapon. The crystalline object, however, also spoke in response. More than words, each syllable struck Yu Xiao's heart directly. I must commend you. Well done, humans. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Is that so? I rather hear your humble pleas for mercy than praise. But never mind. No matter what you say, your existence must be annihilated here. Yu Xiao continued. The remaining half of the Epion Gundam raised its beam sword, the blade pointing directly at the object. Farewell. Star Corps. And this nightmare surrounding Earth. Yu Xiao roared. In an instant, the remaining body of Epion Gundam transformed into a streak of lightning. It struck with a motion more like a chaotic collision than a sword strike. Savagely, brutally, yet undeniably effectively. It pierced through its opponent. Accompanied by a clear sound, the hexagonal crystal structure itself began to slowly dissolve and collapse. My existence is disappearing. Yu Xiao could still hear the North Star Corps murmur. Returning to nothingness is what we seek. But why? It seemed troubled by something. Even in death, it didn't give up its doubts and contemplation. It resembled some legendary thinker. But Yu Xiao understood. The question that puzzled the other party wasn't profound at all. On the contrary, it was quite naive and easy to answer. Don't you understand why? So Yu Xiao spoke. At this moment, the Epion Gundam had almost completely lost its power. Even the beam saber in its hand had extinguished, leaving nothing but a tiny bit of propellant. Even so, on this battered victor, Yu Xiao's tone remained sharp. Then let me tell you. This is what you brought to humanity. The fear of disappearing existence. To put it simply, it's death. Do you understand? Ah. Silence followed. Then, the Star Core emitted a calm, non-mournful sigh. This is death. And terror? If you understand, then reflect on it. Although you don't have much time left to live. The Epion Gundam turned around with a few thrusts. The remaining energy was dwindling. Yu Xiao felt it was time to leave as soon as possible. Please wait. Son of Alvis. Please, wait a moment. But just then, the voice of the North Star Core stopped him. What is it? Out of a sliver of curiosity, Yu Xiao stopped, waiting to see what else this dying thing could say. I understand now. The beliefs we held in the past were utterly wrong. My annihilation is inevitable, and there is nothing hateful about it. But after I am destroyed, the remaining Fistrum, please don't let them, the newly born, bear the same fate, can you? Unexpectedly, these were words of pleading. Death is truly. But before it could utter its last words, the North Star Core vanished abruptly. Only Yu Xiao, having heard its last words, murmured to himself. As expected, is this kind of stupidity incurable without dying a few times? A complex light flickered in his eyes. But, don't worry, Polaris Core. I will do it. To sever this cycle of hatred. With these brief words, the battered dragon, using its last strength, flew towards the outside world. Chapter 438. Then, at the same time, outside. From the start of the battle until now, the two sides have been engaged in a brutal, meat-grinding struggle. Such a scene might seem surprising in modern warfare, but this is the reality before us. The Festums before us are united and relentlessly advancing. On the other hand, while the human soldiers on the combined fleet side are highly motivated, they are unable to employ any effective tactics due to the lack of communication. They can only do their utmost to guard the entrance to the underground section in order to prevent the Festums from reinforcing their base. Fortunately, this fierce battle on the Arctic front has finally taken a turn for the better. At the entrance to one of the Festums' bases, a blue-painted Iron Man, wielding a beam rifle. The result of reverse engineering the beam weapon used by Red 1 and mass-producing the Iron Man Peach, the all-area response type Iron Man. With movements far more agile than its clumsy size, glided and dodged a black hole attack launched by a Festum. A series of deep craters, as if gnawed, were left in the ground behind it. But inside its cockpit, the pilot, Sergei Smirnov, calmly pulled the trigger. With a beam of particle energy piercing through its barrel, the core of the Festum was swiftly penetrated. The remaining parts were swallowed by the black hole, reduced to nothingness. Sergei let out a slight breath. But his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield before him. The battle was simply too intense, for even he couldn't resist piloting his mech to the front lines himself. Besides, on-site command was impossible. So, it was better to personally take to the front lines, at least he could be of some use. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Pyrrhus. And Andre. Right now, the number of Fistrums was. Despite their all-out attack, the number was steadily increasing. The promise I made before the campaign can't be fulfilled? He apologized to his loved ones far away, but his hands gripped the control stick tightly. After all, even if he had to sacrifice himself, at least it would be a less painful sacrifice to die alongside his soldiers. That was his thinking. But then, the enemy's movements have changed. A strange thing happened. Indeed, the number of Fistrums that had reappeared was increasing, not decreasing. But they showed absolutely no fighting spirit. Instead, they chose to rush desperately towards the distance. Towards those buildings standing on the ground, and after these newly arrived Festums rapidly withdrew from the battlefield. Only a few Festums remained. Could it be Red 1? Sergei frowned, then recalled the information he had heard from the boy before the war. He had indeed said that once the North Star Core was destroyed, then these Festums, who had long lived under its dominion, would awaken something called self, which had been cultivated for a long time. These cells will cause the vast majority of them to cease carrying out the war orders they always carried out. Thus, humanity will achieve victory. Notify the entire army. Having roughly understood the situation, Sergei deliberately violated the initial prohibition. After all, with the Fistroms having lost their hive consciousness and command, even mind reading would be useless. Because even if they knew the tactics, they would no longer be able to maintain unified command. The enemy's leadership has collapsed. They have also lost their mind reading advantage. Now, it's time for our counterattack. Restore communications, all units advance. Encircle and annihilate those enemies who still dare to resist. And in an instant, hearing such a command, the Allied forces' morale soared. The previously tug-of-war lines became one-sided. Tactical units and MS formations performed their respective duties, and now that command had been restored, they skillfully maneuvered, encircled, and disintegrated the enemy. The process continued until all the remaining Festoms, who stubbornly resisted, were wiped out. It didn't even take long. But then, a new problem confronted the Allied forces. Should they pursue the fleeing enemy? The soldiers at the front lines exchanged bewildered glances. Fortunately, at that moment, someone appeared who could quell this debate. They tore apart the dome of the eerie building. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a battered mobile suit emerged. And although it lacked most of its components, its Red One, he truly turned the tide. Some sharp-eyed soldiers still saw through its true identity and cheered excitedly. But the atmosphere froze again. After all, whether through subtle influence or other means, Red One could be considered the spiritual leader of the entire unit. Therefore, when faced with difficult problems, almost everyone entrusted him with the solution. In other words, Red One's performance at this moment could determine the decisions of this battlefield. No, perhaps even the entire world. After the North Star Corps was defeated, should the remaining Fistrom be exterminated, but Epion Gundam remained silent. All he did was slowly raise the long sword in his hand. Then, bang! With a thud, the beam sword fell to the ground. Clearly, this was his stance. The battle is over. The Polaris Corps has been eliminated, and there's no need to pursue the remaining Fistrom. Since they didn't want to fight, there's no need to force them to learn the art of revenge. Well done, everyone. Then, in the cockpit of the Epion Gundam, Yu Xiao spoke softly. Polaris Corps, I fulfilled your request. He thought this with his eyes closed. And those 5 words alone elicited a deafening roar from the crowd. Countless Mechs raised their weapons. Despite the chaotic movements, they shouted the same name, Red One. Red One. Red One. The sound surged like waves, continuing for a long time before finally subsiding. I only did a small, insignificant job. Without everyone's, and those who weren't here, fighting bravely and relentlessly, I wouldn't be standing here. Only then did Yu Xiao speak, his words carrying a subtle apology. Because he was about to announce his decision. Besides, next, I will also be leaving temporarily. Chapter 439. Yu Xiao said in a deep voice. This fact undoubtedly surprised the soldiers present. After all, they had just won a victory. And now they were saying they were leaving? Where were they going? Could it be that Red Number One's true identity was really an extraterrestrial? Although that wasn't impossible. But it was natural to find this reality hard to accept. For a moment, discussions erupted in the communications between the various units. Captain. As expected, Mr. Red Number One? Yes. Although we told him from the beginning that it would be a difficult journey. It's clear he's made up his mind. Only the Mithril troops, who knew the inside story beforehand, remained relatively calm at this moment. The various squads, led by Wolf, who had stormed the surface, emerged one after another from the underground lair of the Fistroms. Akatsuki. No need to be too emotional, Asuka-senpai. After all, it's Akatsuki's own choice. Gazing up at the Epion Gundam still making its statement in the sky, they exchanged their words of lament in hushed tones. And it was at this moment that the murmurs of conversation gradually subsided. Clearly, they intended to respect the other party's decision and awaited Red Number One's next statement. Yu Xiao naturally spoke again. I know. Perhaps many of you are curious about my whereabouts. It's not that I want to keep it a secret. It's just that it might sound too absurd. Yu Xiao said seriously. Because what I'm going to do next is save other worlds. Other worlds? These words nearly stirred up a storm in the crowd. If someone had said such a thing in any other context, they would probably have been criticized as an uncommon expert. But the one who uttered these words was none other than Red Number One. He would never joke in this situation. So everyone else present listened intently. Parallel worlds. Or rather, the theory of probabilistic spacetime. It certainly sounds like something out of science fiction, but I can assure you, it is a real thing. He then said in a deep voice. My very existence is proof of it. Perhaps you have all doubted the abilities I have displayed and the advanced technology we use. Well then, let me now reveal its origins. This is what I have learned through countless cycles of reincarnation, inherited from countless parallel worlds. Because I am what is called a singularity. Indeed, I have saved the world, but in the process, I have also sacrificed humanity in countless worlds before that. And that is why I must leave. I know. Perhaps I could have done more if I had stayed, but I'm sorry. My mission is probably only this far. I cannot abandon the past that I was unable to save because of my limitations. You may criticize my selfishness. I will accept it without complaint. But it will not change my resolve. That's it. After saying this, Yu Xiao fell silent, waiting for the response from the crowd below. Silence lingered for a long time. Until a voice broke the silence. No way. The voice, speaking in the Shinjo language, was one he hadn't heard before, tinged with a nostalgic familiarity. Who doesn't know? Red number 1 is our great hero. Wouldn't it be a waste if such a hero remained only in one world? So you can go and do whatever you want in that certainty time dimension. Leave the rest to us. We can't always leave you to worry. Right? And this seemingly impulsive voice, after being translated by the various units' built-in translation software, instantly stirred a wave of affirmation among the crowd. Looking at the soldiers before him, Yu Xiao's eyes welled up slightly. Thank you. And, perhaps after this battle, everyone who came from all corners of the world will return to their homeland. At this moment, he calmly closed his eyes. He carefully recalled everything that had happened along the way. From complete ignorance at the beginning, to gradually becoming involved in the conflicts of the outside world. Until now, with his own hands, he had personally saved the world. He had accomplished what he had always dreamed of. Along the way, he had been saved by the kindness of humanity. And he had also almost been swept away by the vortex of human malice. And it was precisely because of these experiences that he had come to a conclusion. Perhaps it is true. The end of this battle does not mean that the problems around the world will disappear. It wasn't just between humans and Fistrum. The hatred between humans might continue. Perhaps the Human Revolutionary Alliance and the USN, having lost their common enemy, would face a new great war. Perhaps the weakened EU was also plotting something alone. But whatever. Yu Xiao reopened his eyes. But, no matter where you are tomorrow, I urge you all to remember this moment. This place. And what we did here. At this moment, he chose to believe. That's all. I won't say anything more. Everyone, please drink to the joy of victory. He believed in the potential humans had shown here. And just then, strange things happened. From the buildings of the Fistrum base, several pillars of light reappeared, reaching to the heavens. And within them, countless golden creatures climbed upwards. Upon reaching the sky, they opened into a circular golden vortex. What's this? Yu Xiao murmured in surprise. Is this the evacuation of the Festums? No. I see. At that moment, the voice of a certain mobile suit rang out. Looks like you did well, Xiao. After discussion, it seems they finally decided to end their pointless invasion, gather the strength of their race, open a space-time tunnel, and leave Earth. I see. Yu Xiao pondered, then exclaimed in surprise, wait, a space-time tunnel? Mei, is it possible? Yes. I detected that, and that's why I resumed activity. Mei said. Ride on this wave. Perhaps this is their gift to you. If you enter it, and it's a singularity, you should be able to travel like a dimensional link system. I see. Yu Xiao only gave a brief reply. Then she piloted her mobile suit, rising upwards. Are we departing? A communication came from the Baron-class mothership, sensing Apion's movement. It was Tessa's voice. Although she had consulted with Yu Xiao beforehand, and Tessa had expressed her support for her decision, there was still a hint of reluctance in her voice. Yes. Yu Xiao nodded. I'll be right back. Chapter 440. After rushing into the circle of light formed by the convergence of the Fistrums, the outside world also morphed into a peculiar shape. But fortunately, Yu Xiao's memories did indeed contain these scenes. That was the area he found himself in each time he entered a cycle of reincarnation. A place that could be described as a space-time rift. Swirling within it were countless faintly visible worlds. These were probably the parallel universes that had arisen from his own past reincarnations. And then, piloting the damaged Epion Gundam, after selecting a location in one of the universes, Yu Xiao headed towards it. Even though he didn't know exactly how many cycles this was. But he would continue until he achieved his goal. Wait a moment, Xiao. But at that moment, Mei on his shoulder spoke softly. What is it? Yu Xiao turned to look. But at that moment, Mei lightly leaped off his shoulder. Suspended in this world unbound by the laws of physics, seemingly defying gravity. Then she stepped forward. In a gesture akin to an embrace, her forehead pressed against his. Mei? What is this? This is farewell. Akatsuki. And then, only her soft voice could be heard. The same individual cannot exist within the same dimension. Just like your consciousness, in the end, it will converge into the bodies of those versions of you in different timelines. Even I cannot escape this. Yu Xiao knew. This was probably referring to Eve. If he were to return to the past, then encountering this 00 unit he had developed was inevitable. And Mei, who inherited Eve's data after her disappearance, would likely also return to the same individual as a data entity. So, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you on your journey from here on out. But, you will see her, won't you? This time. Don't let that happen again. Well then, good luck, Xiao. The time was 3 years after Yu Xiao began her journey through the precision timeline. The location was in the Yusen, originally the headquarters of an international organization called the League of Nations. The so-called League of Nations building. In the past, with the formation of the 3 major powers that arose from geopolitical ties, the League of Nations lost its original mediating power and influence. The headquarters building was abandoned. This location should never have been mentioned again. However, today, it was brought back to life because of what was about to happen here. It was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the completion of the building's renovation. And the renovated headquarters building would still function the same as it did during the League of Nations era. It would still serve as the headquarters of a certain organization, fulfilling its functions. Only, its name had changed. It now belongs to the Mithril organization. The reason for this current situation is quite simple. Although the world returned to peace after the Festums chose to leave Earth, the Mishima Union, originally part of Project Paradise, was unwilling to simply return to normalcy. After all, they knew better than anyone how precious peace was. They absolutely would not allow anyone to disrupt this precious moment. Thus, after bilateral talks with the Human Revolutionary Alliance, the existence of Project Paradise was finally acknowledged and publicly revealed. Polai Island and Longlong Island have both returned to the territorial waters of the Human Revolutionary Alliance. Search forces are also searching high seas for the remains of Sea God Island, which, for reasons still unknown, seems to have vanished. The children of Alvis no longer need to live in a false world, but can experience the truth of the world. The world finally knows what kind of place this homeland of Red Number 1 truly is. And the Mithril organization has officially stepped onto the historical stage. As an arbitration organization with coercive intervention power and credibility. Naturally, this is inherited from the prestige of Red Number 1. Responsible for supporting post-war reconstruction around the world and suppressing any potential sparks of conflict. This naturally includes fighting against those underground organizations that still harbor treacherous intentions. Such as the Amalgam Organization, whose existence has been exposed in a series of events, and the alien submissive faction, which still lurks between countries and possesses considerable power. And it is in this current situation. Inside a black luxury car on the highway leading to Mithril's new headquarters. Well, even so, nostalgic music played in the car as the driver, a man in a suit, spoke casually to the passenger behind him. The results of the investigation a while ago were quite surprising. I never imagined that Mr. A.G., the current leader of Amalgam, was actually your long-lost brother, Captain. Though that might be a bit rude, it must have been a painful experience for you, Captain. His words, however, were undeniably intriguing. Mr. Silver of Amalgam was, of course, Leonard. And his sister, the captain sitting in the back. Even so, there's nothing to worry about. Mithril's path must be firmly upheld. That's right. In the back seat, the girl with her silver hair in 3 braids, though now possessing a face and figure that had shed her childishness, was none other than Teresa Testarossa, the current commander-in-chief of Mithril. A suit accentuated her dignified appearance. Her talent, recognized by Yu Xiao, was indeed shining brightly on the real stage. Is it for that person? The driver in the front seat murmured. The car turned a corner, unfamiliar to many, and on the large television screen outside a shopping mall there, the day's news was being broadcast simultaneously. This is a report from the Human Revolutionary Alliance. At the site of the crucial battle that influenced the future of all humanity. Operation Sakura. Which is now the location of the Human Revolutionary Alliance's G-Element mine on the Western Plateau. A celebration commemorating the 3rd anniversary of the victory against Beta was held today. At the parade, Major Nen Wanqing, a combat hero of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, who participated in Operation Sakura, was also present. He piloted the Human Revolutionary Alliance's newest tactical fighter, the J-20, and conducted its first test flight demonstration. Drawn by the sound, Tessa turned her gaze to the window. The woman on the news screen wore a military green flight jacket. Her elegant long black hair had been trimmed to just cover her ears, further emphasizing her youthful and spirited appearance. Speaking into the microphone, Nan Wanching clearly wanted to say something. But as the vehicle quickly drove away, it was impossible to hear. Yes. Just like her. Turning her gaze back with slight regret, Tessa continued softly. We must not allow the peace that person has worked so hard to build to be shattered before he returns. To achieve this goal, whoever stands in our way, we must. Chapter 441. 3 hours later. Well, thank you all for attending today. I believe that future peace will be created by you, by me, by people like us. The ribbon-cutting ceremony finally ended. Tessa, having given her final speech on stage, stepped down. With a perfect smile, she politely declined the numerous interview requests from various media outlets along the way, and got into her car. Then, her expression instantly changed. Phew. I'm exhausted. While softly complaining, a pleasant smile appeared on Tessa's face. Undoubtedly, it was a smile from completing a day's work. After all, the girl was still under university age. Asking her to take on all this responsibility was simply too much for her. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Tessa. You too. Kumi. And facing the driver in the front seat, the address had changed from the formal captain to Tessa. Tessa responded with a slight smile. And indeed, the girl driving ahead, who had been accompanying Tessa from the beginning, was none other than Asasaka Kurumi, who also hailed from Ryugu Island. This was also the reason she traveled without any bodyguards or a convoy. The idea that the girl alone could withstand them might sound a bit exaggerated, but perhaps that was indeed the case. However, despite this, there are still some unavoidable, beyond-the-control calamities that strike when one least expects it, like now. Thump, 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 thump. Accompanied by a sound that shook the earth, something rushed towards them. Mithril. Oh! Followed by a series of loud explosions. Something else exploded. It was Mithril's headquarters? Tessa turned in surprise, only to see, seemingly out of nowhere, a mech had appeared, wielding a heavy hammer and repeatedly striking the walls of the headquarters building. Without a doubt, this was an attack timed perfectly. But that seemed unlikely. Mithril's Marines had maintained high alert before the ribbon-cutting ceremony, eliminating all suspicious objects and presences in the vicinity. Tessa remembered that the USN strictly controlled the entry of any form of mech. They would never allow a hostile organization to appear within their borders. So could it be tacit approval from the USN? No. It shouldn't be that simple. Tessa turned to look at the panicked crowd not far away. Among those attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Mithril headquarters building today were quite a few high-ranking USN officials. And look at the attacker. He wasn't piloting any country's active-duty mech, but rather a long-retired RK-91 barbarian, stripped of all its weaponry. Indeed, if it were this kind of mech, then it could indeed be used as a piece of equipment for engineering purposes within the USN, right? And what it wielded was merely a solid, large hammer. Aside from a certain amount of counterweight, it contained absolutely no firearms or power. It seems this guy isn't some armed terrorist, just an ordinary troublemaker. Even so. Hey! We're retreating. Tessa! A hurried shout came from Limey. And indeed, it was. Even if the opponent was incredibly weak, it was still an as. Against something like that, a small car would always be at a disadvantage. It's better to wait for a specialized police agency to handle it. I heard that the NYPD, in order to deal with the increasing police crime after the war, purchased several police mech from Shinohara Heavy Industries of the Human Reform League. Apparently one of the machines called Labor, the Zero-type Peacemaker. Tessa knew its capabilities very well. If it were here, it should be sufficient. But of all times, she shouldn't have. That barbarian made eye contact with them at that moment. Then, it abruptly abandoned its attack on the building and charged towards the black vehicle. And at a very fast speed. We're catching up, Ms. Kasaka. How's the NYPD doing? No. It seems the local police are currently busy dealing with an anti-war protest by veterans on the other side of the city. Huh? They're doing that for? Ugh, what about headquarters? Even if we're the only ones dispatched here right now. Mithril. Mithril, that's impossible, isn't it? Mr. Wolf, and the others are very busy, Kumi exclaimed in a flustered manner. She roughly turned the steering wheel, ignoring the direction, lanes, and speed limits. She sped down the street, a real-life version of Fast and Furious. As mentioned before, Mithril has now become a representative of peacekeeping agencies, with considerable coercive power, externally monitoring the world. Such a prestigious position naturally precludes them from merely remaining bystanders. They are involved in the ongoing and intense conflicts around the world. For example, not long ago, in Yenzhou, the Yenzhou Independence Army, led by a young man named Magillas Farid and armed with the support of the Tekkanen, was engaged in a tense standoff with the EU's home garrison. If it weren't for Mithril's mediation, which forced the EU to sign an agreement finally recognizing the independence of its colonies, a major war would have been inevitable. However, the EU's recognition of independence unexpectedly led to discontent among the local powerful clans in Yenzhou, whom they had supported. These clans formed guerrilla forces, vowing to make the newly formed Yenzhou nations that had harmed their interests pay the price. Mithril's armed forces, naturally led by Wolf, also intervened, fighting to maintain peace in the region. Therefore, requesting their reinforcements at this moment is clearly impossible. Tessa hadn't forgotten that. She just made a habitual remark in her haste. After all, 3 years ago, whenever the island faced a crisis, there was always someone who could resolve it all. Yes. I never expected even our headquarters would be attacked, Tessa murmured, somewhat worried. She looked up at the person behind her. More than a premeditated attack, this seemed like a whim born from some impending catastrophe. But precisely because of this, even she, who controlled the entire situation, couldn't have predicted it. Suddenly, Tessa felt a sense of déjà vu. But before she could recover from this feeling of familiarity, "What are you worried about, you two?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Both Laimi and Tessa were startled. Not only because the voice came from the communication circuit, but also because it was someone they both knew somewhat. Mei? That was indeed the voice of Mei, the artificial intelligence EL stalker formed from the fragments of Unit 00 developed by Yu Xiao. Chapter 442. Yes. It's me. And hearing the response from the communication channel, it seemed to be true. Considering that this was sent through Mithril's almost abandoned old communication lines. It also ruled out that it was someone else using AI synthesis technology to create a clone. But what exactly happened? After the decisive battle 3 years ago, everyone believed she had disappeared with Yu Xiao at the end of that time tunnel. Or, a thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of the two present. Could it be that Yu Xiao has returned? Although they didn't say it aloud, the expressions of uncontrollable joy on their faces betrayed their inner thoughts. Why, no. How did you do that? Well, that's a long story. Anyway, what's the situation? We're being chased. Mei-san, although we don't really know what kind of creature they are. Ah, I see. As they spoke, Mei seemed to realize something and muttered to herself. The RK-91 barbarian moving at high speed behind us. I see. I understand. I think of something. Huh? Think of something, you mean? Just as Tessa and Kurumi were almost completely confused by Mei's words, something strange happened. The frog-like robot chasing them suddenly changed its movements from a brisk stride to a dizzy, staggering gait like a drunkard, and not long after, this AS, which could have caused quite a stir for a while, just collapsed without warning? Witnessing all this, Kurumi only let out a brief gasp of surprise. Clearly, she couldn't quite understand what was happening. What on earth had occurred? I hacked into that machine's built-in control system. Then I severed the human-machine interface. In short, I caused it to malfunction. Don't worry, you two, it's alright now. Is that so? I see. Kurumi scratched her head. Wait. It's actually possible to do something like that? I'm an EL stalker, you know? Because I'm a data lifeform. But it's all thanks to that barbarian. Its control system is pretty outdated. With other current equipment, it wouldn't be easy to break through these things. Mei paused, as if deep in thought. Oh, right. The control system also seems to have this attacker's personal information registered. After all, he seems to be the buyer of this machine. Let me see. Oh! There's also a confession recording. Mei's voice trailed off, seemingly having discovered something. The pilot is a 41-year-old middle-aged man. A construction worker. He seems to have participated in the renovation of this headquarters building some time ago. She reappeared after a while. Presumably, she went to analyze the recording. But the agreed-upon salary seems to have been consistently delayed. Even after the building's completion and ribbon-cutting ceremony, it still hadn't arrived. So he intended to express his dissatisfaction and anger through this action. That's it. So it really was a crime of passion. Tessa murmured, head bowed. But I didn't expect it to be for this reason. No wonder he was shouting our names when he came. She rubbed her fingers together, clearly feeling not only unease, but also deep shame. Even though this matter wasn't directly related to them, the thought that her shortcomings might have caused misfortune for others made the girl feel a pang of conscience. Don't blame yourself too much, Tessa. It's not your fault. And if you handle it properly afterward, I believe the other person will thank you. Yeah. I never thought I'd hear you say that. Thank you, Mei. You're welcome. After all, I think if Akatsuki were here, he would say the same thing. Hearing the key words, Tessa pressed for more information. If he were here, huh? That means Akatsuki. Yeah. Right now, he's not here. Mei paused. However, I suspect his return is imminent. And my consciousness returning to this space is probably proof of that. Perhaps it could be said that at the same time, in the gaps of time, traversing countless parallel dimensions, a strange figure is moving. A body entirely black, its head burning with pale flames. And before the being, stands a mobile suit, majestically erect. It is an Epion Gundam. But its color is different. No longer the original black and red, but pure white and shimmering gold. The magnificent color scheme made it no longer resemble the original demon, but more like a knight-errant, donning armor and setting out to rescue a princess from prison. Sitting in its cockpit, Yu Xiao murmured to himself. As expected, at the end of time and space. It's you again, Alexis Kelly. No. Not a so-called muttering. Well, to be precise, it's a kind of obsession. A spirit formed from undead. Something created through countless cycles of reincarnation. Although it possesses power similar to the original, it probably doesn't have much of a command, Mr. Hero. After all, it was defeated long ago. Back then, there were others beside him. It was a girl with purple bob haircut. Her fair wrists were wrapped around Yu Xiao's neck, while her head rested on his shoulder. She looked like a lazy cat. The girl was none other than Akane Shinjo. She was the one Yu Xiao had personally rescued in countless reincarnations, as if by prior agreement. So, let's take him down quickly now. Just like you did before. Of course. Yu Xiao responded with a loud shout. At the same time, the platinum-colored Epion Gundam suddenly accelerated, slashing forward. But only barely passing by. This thing, said to possess the same power as the original Alexis Kelly, was easily slain. It turned into wisps of dust, and gradually disappeared into space. It seems this Epion Gundam's changes weren't just limited to its color scheme. With each cycle of reincarnation, its performance underwent a shocking improvement. Perhaps by now, aside from the outer shell, the other parts are no longer even original. And after defeating its opponent, a new conversation took place in the cockpit of the Epion Gundam. That's it. So there are still 57 more parallel worlds to save. Hey, how do you remember so clearly? What if I said it's because in every reincarnation I couldn't see you, I was silently counting on my fingers, while harboring resentment towards you? Is that so? Sorry if I was just kidding. Seeing Yu Xiao's reaction, Akane shook her head, seemingly a little helpless. But, no matter what, you still set off, aren't you? Of course, whether it's 57 worlds, or 570 worlds. I saved them all for you to see. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. After all I am Red number 1. Having said this, the Epion Gundam transformed into its MA form, a two-headed dragon. The change in color scheme made the mechanical dragon appear even more sacred. Akane leaned in and teasingly said, "And you're my hero too. Right? Of course. Let's go." Yu Xiao pushed the control stick. Instantly, the dragon shot forward at supersonic speed. Quickly save everything. And then, return to everyone. Speaking words of longing for the past, Yu Xiao didn't look back. This steel savior simply stepped forward.